My father was caught cheating at gambling, and as punishment, his limbs were hacked off. Bleeding profusely, they threw him in front of me when I was only 6 years old. He knew his time was up. With his dying breath, he whispered to me, "Be an ordinary person. Stay away from gambling." From that day on, I don't think I ever smiled again. My mother never came back after that. Without money coming in from my parents, my uncle became increasingly cruel to me. I remember clearly over the years, those two hit me 2,436 times, kicked me 3,487, and punched me 2,329. Back then, I didn't know how to fight, and I was too scared to fight back. But I did learn how to take a beating. When I was finally kicked out, I didn't end up on the streets. Instead, I went with Sixth Master. He claimed to be the greatest con artist in the world. That is how it started. When I was just 7, I began learning his cons and sleight of hand. By the time I turned 20 and officially became his student as equal, Sixth Master gave me just one mission: gain a reputation that echoes across the entire country within 3 years. And he wanted every person in the underworld to call me master. When I left, he only gave me 100 yuan as travel money. To survive, I worked as a server at Tianxiang Bathhouse. And stayed there for half a year. That afternoon, I was bringing a fruit tray to Sister May. Sister May was the manager at Tianxiang. Not too old, around 25 or 26. I still remember the first time I saw her. I was a little stunned. She was beautiful, way prettier than any of the prostitutes Sixth Master used to hang around with. When I knocked and walked in, I saw Sister May playing mahjong in the side room. Everyone at the bathhouse knew she loved mahjong. At every free moment, she'd head upstairs for a few rounds. Many men would fight for the chance to play with her, just to get close. They usually played the most popular version here, Tuideohu, with a base stake of 100 yuan per round. Don't underestimate that 100 yuan. With the scoring system changing, the wins and losses could multiply several times over. After just one session, tens of thousands could be won or lost. I was standing in just the right spot to see Sister May's tiles and those of the players sitting below her. I stared at them for a moment and something just didn't feel right. At first, I thought it was just a regular game of mahjong among friends. But then I noticed something odd about the woman in black and the man sitting across from her. They were working together in a way that looked suspicious, like they were secretly in cahoots. And honestly, their trick wasn't even that clever. In mahjong circles, this was a common, run-of-the-mill scam, signaling each other using hand gestures to call for specific tiles. In this round, the woman in black had what looked like a solid full flush hand, possibly even a four-of-a-kind win. Her left thumb was subtly tucked in, and her right hand rested at the end of her wall of tiles. She kept her eyes fixed on the board, never glancing elsewhere. Meanwhile, the man across from her kept darting his eyes toward her hands. Halfway through the round, he discarded an 8 bamboo, and she immediately pounced on it with a pong. At that point, I was still trying to convince myself it might just be coincidence. But even after claiming the tile, her left thumb stayed tucked in, and her right hand remained slightly curled, unmoving. I couldn't help but guess if they were cheating, the tile she was signaling for was probably the 5 bamboo. Sure enough, just a few turns later, the man tossed out a 5 bamboo. She instantly claimed it, declared ready, and shortly after, she won with a self-drawn tile. Self-pick, no terminals, full flush, and 4-of-a-kind altogether, that was a 24-point hand. That one hand meant Mei Jia had to pay 2,400 each to all 3 players. Truth be told, there are countless cheating techniques in mahjong. Some use coded phrases like saying, "It's a bit hot today," where the word bit could mean bamboo suit. Or something like, "You look really sharp today," where sharp or bright might hint at the won suit. What these two were doing using hand signals was known in the cheating world as the 9-jointed whip. It involved using subtle finger and joint movements to signal your partner. I was pretty sure they were cheating, but I had no idea what their relationship was with Mei Jia, and I couldn't exactly call them out on it right then and there. I had just poured myself a cup of tea and was about to get up and leave. That's when the man across from Mei Jia answered a phone call. The conversation was short. As soon as he hung up, he said, "Sorry, I can't play anymore." He said the kid was sick and we should play another day. He had to leave early, he wasn't having luck anyway, lost over 10,000 today. As soon as the man left, the sexy woman in black started complaining. Sumei, who did you bring here? He didn't even finish the game before running off. Saying his kid was sick? More like he couldn't handle losing and made up an excuse. I wasn't even warmed up yet. Meijia casually fiddled with the mahjong tiles in front of her and smiled lightly. Huajia, all three of us lost money, and you were the only one winning. You're not satisfied? How much more do you want to win? The woman called Huajia, still dressed in black, was counting her cash while pouting. I barely won 30,000. Sumei, why don't you call someone else over? Let us play a few more rounds, I just want to keep playing mahjong today. Meijia was stuck listening to her whine, flipping through her phone contacts. At this hour, she didn't know who else to call. After a moment's thought, she turned to me quietly, pouring tea for everyone, and asked, Chulu, you know how to play mahjong, right? Come join us for a few games. I hadn't expected her to call on me like that, but I replied quickly. I know a little, but your stakes are too high. I don't have enough cash on me. But in reality, I didn't need to bring money to the table to control the game. After all, I'd spent over 10 years mastering the art of cheating at cards and dice. It wasn't for nothing. Though I should mention, this trick was taught to me by 6th Master himself. A real pro con artist knows how to play weak, act dumb, stay quiet, and hide his edge. Only when your opponent completely underestimates you can you strike silently and finish them off in one move. Don't worry, Meijia said, if you lose, I'll cover it. If you win, it's yours. Come on. As she spoke, she pulled a thick stack of 10,000 yuan bills from her bag and tossed them across the table. Just sit there and help us out a little. I didn't refuse again and took the seat across from Meijia. This was the year 2000, we hadn't caught on to mahjong machines yet. Everyone still played with hand-built walls. And that kind of setup was perfect for all kinds of small-time cheats and pros like me to work their magic. Of course, even with an automatic mahjong machine, cheating was still possible. While reshuffling the tiles, Sister Hua, dressed in black, deliberately brushed her fingers over the back of my hand. Teasingly, she asked, Oh my, this young boy's still fresh meat. Come on, tell Sister Hua, do you have a girlfriend? Are you still a virgin? As soon as the words left her mouth, she giggled loudly. Meijia and the man beside her joined in the laughter. But I remained expressionless, silently arranging my tiles. When 6th Master trained me in mahjong cheating techniques, he made his first rule very clear. When arranging the tiles, I had to memorize not only the ones in front of me, but also every exposed tile from everyone else's hands. That way, even without obvious cheating, my odds of winning stayed very high. When the game started, I didn't rush into cheating. I just played normally, sticking to standard strategies. Sister Hua and the man across from me probably saw Meijia and I as two easy targets. They started calling for tiles more often, their moves growing increasingly bold. Within just a few rounds, Meijia had already lost over $10,000. I occasionally won a few hands myself, keeping my losses to about 1 or 2,000. The night wore on, and the game slowly approached its end. By the final round, it was Meijia's turn as the dealer. Before she even rolled the dice, Sister Hua spoke up first. I've got to get to work soon. This is the last round, don't expect me to let you win. No mercy, no chances. Play whatever you've got, if you win, Sister Hua can afford to pay up. She put on a show of generosity. I knew exactly what that meant, my chance had finally come. Time for me to make my move. But my goal tonight wasn't to win for myself, it was to make sure Meijia won. I had a good impression of her. When I first arrived at Tianxiang, I was working as reception at the men's bathhouse. Because I don't usually smile, a drunk customer once complained about my cold attitude. By the rules, I should have been fired. But Meijia gave me a second chance. She transferred me to the logistics department, handing out supplies. It was the chance I needed to keep a roof over my head. Now it was finally my turn to repay the favor she'd shown me. Big sister May rolled a 7, which meant she was supposed to draw from the stack right in front of me. Before she could reach out, I pushed the stack toward her. It was a completely ordinary move at the mahjong table. But this seemingly simple gesture was actually loaded with meaning. As I slid the tiles forward, I quickly palmed a pre-arranged set of matching tiles from the stack in the same motion. I placed them precisely where I knew May would draw from. This way, every time she drew, she'd end up with pairs of the same suit. In the con world, this technique was known as Ishan Xia Ling, shifting mountains and removing hills. It meant secretly swapping the tiles in a way that no one would notice. Even if May had rolled a number that didn't T-point to my stack, I still could use the same trick Ishan Xia Ling to make sure she ended up with 4 or even more pairs of the same suit. Once all the tiles were drawn, it was May's turn to play. But she just stared at her hand, shocked, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She didn't move for a long moment. "Aren't you going to play? Did you forget how to play already?" Flower Sister lit a cigarette, flicked her ash, and impatiently urged May on. The man across the table chimed in too. "Hey, Big Beauty Sue, are you thinking about some guy or what? Just play your damn tiles already." May lifted her eyes and shot me a quick glance. Then she turned back to Flower Sister. Before she could say a word, Flower Sister snapped at her. "What are you staring at me for? Do I have mahjong tiles on my face? Just play already." May still looked stunned. She looked at Flower Sister, barely able to believe her own words. I won. Heavenly Blessing 7 pairs, all one suit, and no terminals. Heavenly Blessing meant the dealer won right after drawing the final tile. It was an incredibly rare occurrence. Some say the odds are about 1 in 330,000. Factor in 7 pairs, all one suit, and no terminals, and the odds became almost unbelievable. "Too bad," May said. She had a heavenly hand. "Come on, don't mess with us. Who gets a heavenly hand like that?" The man and Hua both refused to believe her, thinking she was just joking. But May calmly spread her tiles across the table. 7 perfectly matched pairs of bamboo tiles, not a single terminal or honor tile among them. "No way!" Hua and the man both shouted in unison. They couldn't believe their eyes, so they leaned in closer, staring at May's tiles one by one. But no matter how closely they looked, the tiles wouldn't change. 7 clean pairs alone were worth 32 points. A heavenly hand was worth 168 points in our rules, while some places might rate it at 108 or even just 32, depending on local rules and scoring systems. Adding 32 plus 168, plus 2 more points for having no terminals, totaled 202 points. That meant each of them owed May exactly 20,200 yuan. Hua and the man had already lost over 20,000 earlier. The single hand not only got all of May's money back, but nearly doubled it. And this didn't even include the 20,000 I was supposed to pay. Their faces grew darker and darker. They had worked their asses off all afternoon pulling tricks, only to lose everything in an instant. Just then, Hua turned sharply toward me, eyes blazing with accusation. "Virgin boy, you and Su Mei, you two got something going on?" My heart skipped a beat. Did Hua figure it out? Where the hell did I slip up? Had I underestimated her all along? Could she tell I was cheating? That didn't make sense though. The moving mountains technique was all about speed. At my peak, Sixth Master himself had praised me, saying my hands were among the fastest he'd ever seen. Even he, unless he already knew what to look for, wouldn't have caught me switching tiles. What could we possibly have going on? May quickly jumped in to defend. Hua rolled her eyes furiously and snorted, "Yeah, right. I know you two are hiding something. Su Mei, did you sleep with this little virgin? As soon as I got here, how come your luck suddenly got so good?" As Sister Hua said that, the tension I'd been holding onto instantly eased. Sister May didn't take Sister Hua's teasing seriously and just kept talking. "After playing mahjong all these years, this is the first time I've ever gotten a heavenly hand 7 pairs, all in the same suit. It's almost unbelievable." Sister Hua scoffed with a smirk but still paid up. Sister May went back to being the dealer. This round, I didn't give her much face. She barely won a basic double pair hand. In the next few games, Sister May kept winning hand after hand. The hands weren't huge, but altogether she made somewhere around 8 or 9,000. The mahjong game wrapped up with Sister Hua grumbling and cursing under her breath. Both of them not only lost all their winnings, but each also ended up down more than 10,000. As soon as they left, it was just Sister May and me left in the office. I stood up, placed the remaining few thousand in front of her, and said, "Sorry, Sister May. I lost over 3,000 this round, not even counting that heavily hand." She didn't look at the money, nor did she speak. She just studied me from head to toe. Her gaze held both curiosity and confusion. After a long pause, she suddenly asked, "Chulu, how long have you been at Sky Image?" "Half a year." "You don't seem to smile much, do you?" I stayed silent, not answering. How could I smile when I'd watched my father die in front of me, his hands and feet cut off, sent off to be raised by strangers and tortured, not even knowing where my own mother was? When I didn't respond, she pressed on. "Do you think I've been good to you?" "Yeah, not bad," I answered honestly. "Then can I ask you something, and you'll tell me the truth?" "Go ahead." "Do you know Kaishur?" I froze, looking up at her in shock. Kaishur was actually a piece of underworld slang from up north. It meant, did I know how to cheat at gambling? Did I know how to stack the deck? I used to think Mei Jia was just the manager of the bathhouse, someone who enjoyed playing mahjong in her free time. Who would have guessed that the moment she opened her mouth, she'd start spouting all kinds of underworld slang? Could it be that she's also an old-school con artist from the Blue Path? But she doesn't look like that kind of person at all. I shook my head. I said, "Mei Jia, I don't really understand what you're saying." Mei Jia smiled. Her seductive eyes never left me. "You think you can play dumb in front of me?" "Yeah, my luck was good, but come on, how could I possibly get a heavily hand, all tiles matching, 7 pairs in a row on the last round? Even if I was on a lucky streak, how come every time after that, when I wanted to pong or kong, you just happened to throw me the exact tile I needed?" She paused on purpose, then continued. "And especially with Tao Hua and that guy teaming up to cheat. Do you really expect me to believe you had nothing to do with it?" Her words caught me off guard for a second. So Mei Jia had known all along that Tao Hua and that man were working together. But if she knew, why didn't she expose them? Why keep playing along with them instead? "If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do about it," I said. I didn't bother to explain further. And I didn't act polite or respectful just because she was my manager. I stayed just as cold as ever, talking to her like a complete stranger. The reason I acted that way wasn't because I lacked social skills or was trying to be cool. It was because Sixth Master once warned me, a professional con artist needs more than just sleight of hand to pull off a scam, you also need a spine of steel. Otherwise, no matter how skilled you are, your backers won't respect you one bit. They'll just see you as a tool for making money. And if something goes wrong, 9 times out of 10, you're the one who ends up taking the fall. Even with my icy expression, Mei Jia didn't get angry, instead, she laughed. "You know what, Chulu? Do you realize something? In the entire Tianxiang bathhouse, you're the only one who dares to speak to me like this. Don't you worry, I'll fire you." I still didn't respond. "Hold out your hand." Mei Jia suddenly spoke again. I glanced at her, not quite understanding what she meant, but I still reached out my hand. Big Sister May gently took my hand in hers. She occasionally rubbed her palm against mine. Her hands were delicate and soft, like raw silk. The gesture carried a hint of intimacy. But May seemed completely unaware of it. Then, she began slowly tracing her fingertip across my palm. It felt slightly rough, almost ticklish. I didn't know what May was trying to do, but I didn't ask. I just let her play with my hand as she pleased. After a long while, May finally spoke, her voice slow and casual. "Such pretty hands. It's a real shame you're not a con artist. I froze. Sixth Master once said something similar. He said my hands were long and well-shaped, perfect for hiding things. You could say these hands were born for cheating. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. After letting go of my hand, May stood up and grabbed her car keys. But then she suddenly stopped, pulled a thick wad of cash from a drawer, and slapped it onto the mahjong table. Whether or not you actually cheated, I only won today because you were at the table. Consider this 10,000 a gift for good luck. I figured I'd earn the money. I didn't refuse it, I just pocketed it. Truth be told, I felt a bit strange about it. May clearly knew Tao Hua and that man were cheating, so why was she still playing with them? But since May didn't bring it up, I didn't ask. May drove a red Audi A4. I sat in the front passenger seat, staring ahead in silence, saying nothing. After driving for a while, May glanced at me from the corner of her eye, curiosity in her voice. Shulu, I gotta say I'm kind of curious about you. You hardly talk, never smile. Now you're in my car, and you don't even ask where we're going. How are you so strange? I remained silent. Seeing that I didn't respond, May gave a light smile and continued. You not answering makes me even more curious. Are you faking this cool act, or is this just who you are? I stared out the window and replied in a quiet voice. Actually, women shouldn't be curious about men. I wasn't young, but the way I spoke sounded oddly old-fashioned. Mei Jia couldn't help but burst into laughter. She turned and gave me a sidelong glance, teasingly retorting. Oh come on, you don't seriously think that just because I'm curious about you, I'd actually take a liking to you, do you? Where's that confidence coming from? Seriously? Nothing is absolutely impossible. Mei Jia burst out laughing again. Her laughter was wild and unrestrained, her body shaking with each chuckle. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically with her laughter. I understood why she was laughing. It wasn't outright mockery, but there was definitely a hint of amusement at my expense. She was the manager of Tianxiang Bathhouse. Mei Jia had met countless men in her time. Politicians, powerful officials, wealthy businessmen, underground bosses, they'd all passed through her world. Among them, plenty had tried to win her affection. And compared to those men, I was nothing, just a speck of dust in her eyes. How could she ever be interested in me? She glanced at me again, deliberately teasing me. You know what? I'm actually getting more interested in you. Your little head is full of wild ideas. Alright, just supposing, and I mean just that I actually did fall for you and went with you, how would you even support me? Money. Money? Where would you get it from? You only make $1,000 a month at the bathhouse. Are we supposed to survive on cold northwest winds? Women are always practical. But I could understand her realism. After all, who doesn't love money? I shot back. So what you're saying is, if I had money, you'd actually go with me? In your dreams. Mei Jia scoffed with a dismissive curl of her lip. I could tell, though, that she didn't dislike me. But she was still a bit annoyed by my overconfident bravado. Still, that flicker of disdain in her eyes only fueled my competitive spirit. Dreaming? Then you better start dreaming in my bed. I never expected that Mei Jia would bring me to an underground casino. The place was hidden inside a hotel. The security was tight, you couldn't get in without a trusted connection showing you the way. You can't go in through the front, you have to take the service elevator up from the underground parking garage. The casino wasn't exactly big. But small as it was, it had everything. Slot machines, fish shooting games, and even those karaoke-style gaming machines were set up at the entrance. Inside were the table games baccarat, blackjack, dice, and roulette. It was dinner time, so there weren't many customers, maybe 100 or so. May knew the place well. She led me around and, pointing upstairs, said, downstairs is the public area, upstairs is VIP. They've got every game you can think of, and guests can even set up private tables. By set up she meant guests could bring people to play and the casino would assign staff to sit in. How things ran was entirely up to the guests. poker, pai gow, mahjong, dice, anything could be arranged. If you had the money, even if you wanted to play rock paper scissors, the house would find people to play with you. The house made its profit mostly by taking a rake from those games. I couldn't figure out why May had brought me here. Did she think I was a hustler and wanted me to come make a score? When I didn't answer, she asked right away, "Wanna play a couple of hands? I'll get you some chips." I shook my head quickly. "No thanks, I don't play." The second the words left my mouth, I saw a faint disappointment in May's eyes. But I wasn't lying. I'd never placed a bet in a casino. Over the years I'd been running with Sixth Master, he took me all over the country and into countless gambling dens and casinos. But he never let me sit at the tables. In his words, it was to temper my inner demons. He believed that once you sat down, you'd start wanting to win. Once the desperate need to win set in, it was easy to start thinking about cheating. Especially if your skills weren't solid and your nerves weren't steady, cheating would be plunging yourself into a living hell with no way out. Even if you got lucky and didn't get caught this time, sooner or later you'd be caught. If you train your mind to be sharp and clear, you can walk into a battlefield filled with thousands of soldiers as if walking into an empty room. Only someone like that is ready to sit at the table and pull a fast one. Mei Jie saw that I still wasn't convinced and pressed on, asking me again. "Chu Lu, do you want to make a bit more money?" Who doesn't love money? I'm no different. But I didn't quite get what she meant, so I asked. "How?" She glanced at the gambling tables and pointed toward the two people behind the blackjack table. "See them? The one in the white shirt and black vest is the dealer, and the one standing next to her is the chip runner. I know the owner here. If you're interested, I can introduce you to work as a chip runner. You're only making 1,000 a month at Tianxiang now, but as a chip runner, you'd get 3,500, plus tips from winning players. Your monthly income would definitely not drop below 5,000. If you do well and become a dealer, your income would double. You could easily make over 10,000 a month." What she meant by chip runner was someone who quickly calculates how much a player has won or lost, and handles the payouts and collections. It's a job that relies entirely on a sharp mind and fast reactions. For me, it was no big deal. Still, I shook my head and declined. "Thanks, but no thanks, Mei Jie. I don't want to do it." My refusal clearly caught Mei Jie off guard. She looked at me in disbelief. "You don't want to? Do you even know how sought after this job is? So many people are dying to get a chance like this. I only brought it up because I think you're level-headed, quick-witted, and you can handle the pressure." "And you say you don't want it?" That's what she asked. "Yeah, I don't. Compared to this, I'd rather work at the bathhouse." "Why?" She pressed again. "Because if I work at the bathhouse, I get to see you every day." That line made Mei Jie laugh and shake her head at the same time. The way she looked at me shifted from curiosity to something more like how you'd look at an idiot. Of course, I was only joking. It had been 13 full years of me grinding to master every con artist's trick in the book, and yet here I was, stuck as a lowly chip runner in a casino. If Sixth Master ever found out, he'd probably break both my legs. It was different back when I worked at the bathhouse. I could start at the very bottom as a grunt there. After all, I didn't know shit about anything back then. But once I stepped foot into the casino, that place was supposed to be mine. Inside a casino, I could only have one identity. One name, Sir Chu Lu. Just as Mei Jie wore a helpless expression, my phone suddenly rang. This phone was a second-hand Nokia 3310 I bought from a coworker last month. As soon as I picked up, it was Ho Jun's voice on the other end. "Chu Lu, same old spot, my supermarket. Get your ass over here quick, we're about to start." Ho Jun was the team leader of the men's area at the bathhouse. He had smooth, fair skin and knew how to talk, which made him quite popular with Mei Jie. The same old spot he mentioned was a small supermarket run by his buddy. After work, he'd often invite a few coworkers to play 3-card poker back there. I'd usually tag along too. After giving Mei Jie a quick nod goodbye, I walked straight out the door. The Hui Mai supermarket Ho Jun talked about was a tiny street-level shop. When we played, we usually snuck into a small back room. When I arrived, there were already 5 or 6 people sitting inside. I knew all of them. Besides a few bathhouse attendants like myself, there was also Ho Jun's childhood buddy. Two were inseparable. His name was Zheng Chang, nicknamed Old Black. Old Black was tall and built, looking damn intimidating. He had thick, muscular arms and legs. Anyone seeing him would feel a chill run down their spine. Ho Jun once said that Old Black used to be on the provincial Sanda team, and his martial arts skills were good enough to make the national team. But for some reason, he ended up getting involved with the wife of a high-ranking official in the provincial sports bureau and slept with her. When the official found out, he flew into a rage and kicked Old Black off the team immediately. After returning to our city, Hebei, Old Black didn't have a proper job anymore. He just floated around aimlessly on the streets. Whenever he had free time, he'd go hang out at the bathhouse with Ho Jun. We usually play Chinese poker, and he always tags along for the fun. Ho Jun normally comes alone, but this time he actually brought his girlfriend, Chen Xiaoxue. Chen Xiaoxue works as a masseuse at our bathhouse, and she's pretty decent looking. But she talks sharp, and she's got that snobby, money-obsessed vibe. She doesn't even spare a glance for us lowly servers. Even when a server greets her, she turns up her nose like she didn't hear a thing, acting all high and mighty. Once everyone's gathered, Ho Jun calls the boss to bring out the cards and the game starts. The stakes aren't high. Base bet is $5, cap at 10. That means the maximum raise you can make is 10. Though if someone goes all in blind and bets 10 right away, the one calling has to put down 20. Sounds like small change, but by the end of a round, it's common to win or lose a couple thousand. Don't forget, most of these waiters only make $1,000 a month. More than once, someone walks away having lost their whole month's pay in just one hand. As for me, I never cheat in this game. Not because I've got a soft heart or anything. It's just that even without tricks, I can still win clean. I can afford to rent my own place instead of living in the company dorm thanks to the money I win here. Truth is, it's not luck, and I'm not some poker genius. There is someone here who knows how to read marked cards, and I happen to recognize those marks too. That someone is Ho Jun himself. Every time he asks the boss to bring a deck, it's actually a marked deck, sometimes called a magician's deck. At first glance, it looks like any regular poker deck. But in reality, each card has tiny, hidden marks on the back. From those marks, you can tell the suit and value. This kind of basic cheating trick is so simple, it's practically beginner level. Naturally, it doesn't fool me one bit. So even without pulling any tricks myself, I still end up winning. But to keep things low-key, I sometimes throw a few hands on purpose. Letting others win now and then keeps suspicion off me, and I can keep pulling in some extra cash without any trouble. The game started like any other, everyone focused intently on their cards as usual. Ho Jun could recognize the cards just fine, but he had one problem: his eyesight wasn't great. Sometimes after staring at one or two people's hands, everything else became blurry. Regular players usually stacked their cards neatly together instead of spreading them out, so Ho Jun could only make out the top card at best. On top of that, his luck was terrible today. Though he had a clear idea of his own hand, he couldn't read the others' 3 card combos. He followed several blind bets and lost every time. Normally, Ho Jun was nearly unbeatable at cards. After losing a few $100 today, though, he completely lost his cool, muttering curses under his breath. This round, a co-worker from the bathhouse was the dealer. He started dealing the cards. I got lucky and was dealt a club flush, J10. Ho Jun didn't fare as well, he got a spades flush, K9-7. I was sitting diagonally across from Ho Jun, right at Old Hei's left side. With the broad-shouldered, muscular Old Hei in between, and the distance already being pretty far. By the time the cards reached me, Ho Jun couldn't see them clearly at all. I quickly tucked the club ace to the bottom and moved the club 10 to the top. Even if Ho Jun caught a glimpse of that club 10, it wouldn't give anything away. Seeing he had a spades flush with the king, Ho Jun immediately started acting up. Damn it, I've lost too many blind rounds today. I refuse to believe I'll lose this one. I bet $10. With that, he tossed out a $10 bill. The next two players both folded. My opponent to the left had already lost money and was desperate to win it back, so he blindly called the 10. His hand, both Ho Jun and I saw clearly just a pair of sevens. When it came to me, I also called the 10 blindly. Now it was old Hay's turn. Don't let his broad back and muscular build fool you, he looked tough as nails. But his playing style was actually quite cautious. He almost never played blind. Sure enough, this time was no different. After glancing at his cards, seeing only random low cards, he folded immediately. There were only 3 of us left at the table. Ho Jun was still betting blind, and both the player before me and I followed suit, matching his bet without looking at our cards. After a few rounds, Ho Jun started to look a little uneasy. He leaned back and nudged Lao He, saying, "Move back a bit, man. You're blocking my view. I can't even see the cards on the table anymore." Lao He leaned back into his chair. But Ho Jun kept glancing at my cards, over and over again. I knew exactly what he was seeing, only the top card. He had no idea what was underneath. But I intentionally lifted a corner of the second card, just enough to reveal a tiny part of its suit, and pressed my finger over the mark that helped me identify it. That way, Ho Jun could see I had a jack, but there was no way he could tell it was the jack of clubs. A 10 and a jack. Ho Jun must have thought I had nothing more than a week straight at best. That thought seemed to calm him down a lot, and he went back to betting blind. After a few more rounds, the player to my left started to show hesitation. He peeked at his cards, a pair of sevens, paused for a moment, and finally called with 20. In Jia Jinhua, a pair of sevens wasn't much to brag about. But he probably thought none of us had looked at our cards yet. If both me and Ho Jun had nothing but random cards or just small pairs, then his pair of sevens could win. When he checked his cards, I pretended to do the same, casually glancing at mine. After all, this was a small pot not worth going all in over. There was already 300 or 400 on the table. I could stop while I was ahead. After pretending to check my cards, I hesitated for a moment before finally tossing in 20. Ho Jun saw my hesitation and felt even more confident in his judgment. He was now convinced I had nothing more than a weak straight like 10 Jack Queen, or maybe even just a single pair. That gave him a fresh boost of courage. He threw in 10 more and shouted, "Bold ones survive, cowards starve." Hell, I'm not even looking, I'm sticking with this blind to the end. The third player saw that I was still in and Ho Jun still hadn't flipped his cards. He thought for a moment, then tossed his cards away. Now it was just between me and Ho Jun. I raised 20 more, and Ho Jun quietly called with 10. We went back and forth like that for about 10 rounds, and again, Ho Jun started to look unsure. After all, he hadn't seen the suit of my J, nor had he seen my third card. He glanced back at Chen Xiaoxue and asked, "Hey babe, wanna take a peek at our cards too?" Chen Xiaoxue didn't hesitate for even a second. She shook her head firmly and said, "Nope. Let us just go all the way in blind." As soon as I heard that, I realized Chen Xiaoxue knew how to read the cards too. So that's it, Ho Jun must have known his eyesight wasn't good, so he brought Chen Xiaoxue along to watch everyone else's hands. Too bad for him though, Chen Xiaoxue was sitting behind Ho Jun, blocked by Lao He the whole time, so she couldn't even get a clear look at my cards. We played a few more rounds, and suddenly Ho Jun stopped. At first I thought he was hesitating, trying to decide whether to open my cards. But then, without warning, he leaned forward and reached out his hand, attempting to flip over my 3 cards right there on the table. I quickly slapped my hand over mine, glaring at him. "What the hell do you think you're doing touching my cards? You trying to cheat or something?" I had just meant to give Ho Jun a little nudge to behave himself. But instead, he took it out on me like I was his punching bag, puffing up his chest and shouting right back, "You're full of crap. If I could actually read cards, do you think I'd have lost this much? Fine, then you wanna play? I'll match you blind." Going blind meant he wouldn't look at his own cards, wouldn't raise the stakes, and would just flip and compare directly with me. As soon as he finished yelling, Ho Jun slammed his 3 cards face up on the table. Everyone saw that he had just pulled off a blind flush with 3 kings of spades, and the room erupted. Holy crap, Ho leader has got guts. He just blind flushed with kings, he is definitely gonna win. No kidding. Just like that, he flipped the whole game around. Boss is a beast. 2 co-workers who had been showering nearby were now shamelessly kissing Ho Jun's ass. Ho Jun stared at me and snapped. What the hell are you waiting for? Show your cards already. All eyes at the table turned to me. I, on the other hand, slowly turned over my 3 cards one by one. An ace, a jack, and a 10. All 3 were clubs. Whoa! A stunned gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone had assumed Ho Jun had pulled a monster hand. But who could have guessed he just happened to run into the exact hand that beat his? He had a flush with kings. But I had a flush with aces. Team leader, I'm having such a rotten day. Kings full house hits aces full house. What the hell are the odds? Ho Jun's face darkened. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, he exploded in fury. Damn it! What kind of bad luck is this? How could we lose with this hand? It's like walking into a damn ghost. After cursing for a bit, his anger still hadn't cooled. He turned on Chen Xiaoshui to vent. This is all your fault, damn it. I told you to fold earlier, but you insisted on calling. We lost another 200 because of you. Chen Xiaoshui wanted to argue, but she didn't dare talk back to Ho Jun. She shot me a glare and muttered under her breath. You hold those cards so tight, someone who doesn't know better would think you're burning joss paper for your dead parents. I was collecting chips and shuffling the cards when I heard her jab. I looked straight at her and asked coldly. What did you just say? Chen Xiaoshui always looked down on us staff. When I challenged her, she immediately raised her voice. I said you're acting like you're burning joss paper for your parents. Ever since I was 6, ever since I watched my father die violently right in front of me, I had silently sworn that no one would ever insult my parents again. Not unless I was dead. My eyes burned with rage as I stared at her. Say that again. Chen Xiaoshui hadn't expected me, a mere waiter, to talk back like that. Before she could even finish speaking, Ho Jun shot to his feet, pointing at me and roaring. Say it again? You wanna pick a fight? Listen here, punk, either play the game or get the hell out. One more word and I swear I'll make you regret it today. Ho Jun usually strutted around the bathhouse like he owned the place, arrogant and full of himself. He was too cocky. He'd gotten used to looking down on guys like us who worked there. As soon as Ho Jun finished, Lao Hei also frowned, clearly annoyed as he chimed in. Are you in or out? If you can't handle it, scram. Don't drag us down. I gave a cold smirk in my heart. Play? Oh, I can play all right. Today, I'll play with all of you until the end. I started shuffling the cards. In the art of poker cheating, shuffling is the most basic skill. There are plenty of variations: false shuffles, jump shuffles, lift shuffles, even the so-called perfect shuffle. No matter the flourish, the goal is the same: to be able to get the right cards when you deal. Dealing has its tricks too. Take the jump deal. It looks like you're dealing the top card, but the top card never moves. The cards are actually coming from the second or third. Then there are bottom deals and center deals. They work on the same principle as the jump deal. One opens at the bottom, the other takes from the middle. When I was learning to deal, I asked old Lou, if I learn these, will I be guaranteed to win? He just shook his head. I pressed on, then how do you make sure you always win? He said there is only one sure way: don't gamble. Not gambling is winning. I understood that. But I was a card sharp, and the life I ran in always revolved around games. So I started dealing. With a 52-card deck, I could put any card wherever I wanted. Even if you watched my hands without blinking, even if I slowed my speed to a crawl, you still wouldn't catch it. To me, this was child's play, the basic training for any cheat. Still, I'd lost my share of hands. This time Ho Jun and Chen Xiaoshui stood up. They stared at the deck in my hands without moving. They were doing it so they could see, plain as day, every card I dealt. When I dealt to others, I dealt straight, no tricks. When it came to dealing my own hand, I covered the backs with my fingers. As soon as the card hit the table, I slammed a cigarette case over it. No matter how hard they stared, they weren't going to get a look at my whole cards. When the deal was finished, both Ho Jun and Chen Xiaoxue looked tense, more like nervous. My hand was huge, so big they were worried someone would fold rather than call. I was the dealer, so I should bet first. Before I could reach for my money, Ho Jun suddenly said to me, "Qi Lu, wanna go another round with me? I don't believe you can beat me again." Chen Xiaoxue quickly chimed in from the side. "If you still consider yourself a real man, Qi Lu, then go another round with my husband. If you win, I'll get you a girl tomorrow, one from the bathhouse. You can pick whichever you like." The two kept egging me on, taking turns throwing challenges and tempting me with promises. "All right then, let's do it." With that, I tossed in $10. Sitting right after me was Lao He. He stayed the same as before, didn't go all in, just chose to look at his cards. He peeked at them like a lot of rookie gamblers do. First, he rubbed the cards hard, then slowly stole a glance. As if that could somehow magically make his hand bigger. When he finally saw his 3 cards clearly, Lao He's breathing suddenly got heavier. His already dark face flushed a deep shade of purplish red. Lao He had a monster hand. Since we started playing Golden Flower, he hadn't seen a hand this big before. Of course, I knew exactly what he had, so did Ho Jun and Chen Xiaoxue. It was 3 jacks. That's a leopard. Trying to suppress the excitement inside, Lao He quickly called with $20. Naturally, Ho Jun didn't look at his cards, he just went all in again with $10. The players after us checked their cards, and then one by one folded. So it came down to just the 3 of us, round after round, throwing in bets. None of us were willing to fold. Back around the year 2000, there was a particularly ruthless rule in Golden Flower games: 3 players weren't allowed to showdown together. In other words, you could only compare hands when there were only 2 players left at the table. So some players would use a dirty trick to screw others over, commonly known as 2 devils crushing 1. 2 players, completely ignoring the strength of their hands, would keep raising non-stop as long as they had money left. Even if the player caught in the middle had a great hand, they wouldn't get a chance to flip their cards and prove it. Eventually, when all their money was gone, they'd be forced out. I once heard about a guy who got 3 aces, the strongest leopard possible, but ended up getting crushed by pressure from both sides. He was so frustrated, he held those 3 aces in his hand and jumped off a building. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 yuan had piled up on the table. Black had peeked at his cards early, so every time he called, he only bet 20. As a result, the chips on his table dropped to just over 100. He glanced at Ho Jun and said, "Big Jun, don't call anymore. Let me go head to head with this kid." As he spoke, he gave Ho Jun a meaningful look. It was a kind gesture, meant to signal that his hand was strong. But to his surprise, Ho Jun refused outright. "Why wouldn't I call? I'm taking him down no matter what today. If you're out of cash, I can lend you some." That's where Ho Jun showed his dirty side. He always claimed Black was his closest buddy. Yet he clearly knew his own hand was stronger than Black's. And still, he offered to lend Black money, just so Black could keep playing. What a bastard, he could con anyone. So saying, he actually pulled out 800 and handed it to Black. He himself had only about 1,000 left on the table. I had won earlier and still had around 1,500 in front of me. The 3 of us continued betting again. After a few rounds, that 800 quickly dwindled down to just a few tens. Still holding his cards, he turned to me and Ho Jun and said, "How about we stop raising here and just show our hands now? Let us see who has the best." I stayed quiet. Because I knew Ho Jun wouldn't agree. Sure enough, Ho Jun shot him down flatly. "No way. If you don't have money, borrow some. If you can't borrow, then don't call." His tone was final, no room for negotiation. Black was furious, his face twisted with rage. With a loud slap, He slammed his cards on the table and shouted at everyone. "I've got triple J's, damn it. You think I'd back down?" No one expected it. Black, with his short temper, had actually flipped his cards. Whoa! Everyone around the table gasped. In Jia Jinhua, triplets are the strongest hand. And a triple J is especially rare. Only triple Q, K, or A could beat it. "Lend me the money, and I'll go all in with him." Black kept his cards on the table, not giving up yet, desperately trying to convince Ho Jun. I wasn't happy at all about Lao He showing his cards like that in front of everyone. I frowned and snapped at him. "I'm not folding. This is all I've got left, and I'm seeing this through to the end with him." Lao He was furious but didn't have a choice. He was flat broke. He stormed off with one last line. "Fine, whatever. I'm out then. Let's see whose cards are better than mine." That left only me and Ho Jun at the table. He seemed worried I might look at my hand first and then run. So he called straight at me. "Shulu, let's stop with these $10 bets. It's annoying. Let's just go all in. Whoever's got the better hand takes it all. What do you say?" I scoffed inwardly, but kept my face calm as I lit a cigarette. I stared at the few $100 he had in front of him and said, "I can do all in, sure. But how much do you really have? You really gonna put it all in?" My cold tone seemed to hit a nerve with Ho Jun. "You skin me how much I got again? I've got more money than you, that is for sure. Whatever you put down, I'll match it." "You'll match whatever I bet?" "Yeah." That was exactly what I was waiting for. I slowly reached into my pocket. What I pulled out was a thick stack of $100 bills tied with a bank strap. It was the wedding money Sister May had slipped me after our mahjong game this afternoon. 10,000. I'm all in. 10,000? Everyone around the table wore expressions of shock. All eyes turned to me. They were all wondering, someone like me could possibly have that kind of money. Around here, Ho Jun had the highest salary, and even he only made 1,500 a month. To people like us, 10,000 yuan was an unbelievable fortune. Ho Jun stared at the wad of cash tied with the bank strap resting on the table. At first, there was surprise in his eyes. But beneath that, what showed through most clearly was greed. It was like he'd already mentally claimed that money as his own. "Boss! Get over here!" The boss walked in through the door, and Ho Jun spoke up directly. "How much cash do you have on you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back once this game wraps up." The boss grimaced, replying with a helpless tone. "I used all the morning's cash for restocking. Right now, I've only got about 800 left." 800? Not nearly enough. Ho Jun couldn't help but furrow his brows. He turned to the others at the table and asked, "How about you guys? How much cash do you have? Let us pool it all and lend it to me." Unfortunately, even after everyone chipped in, it didn't add up to 2,000. With no other choice, he turned his gaze to Chen Xiaoxue. "What about you? How much do you have on you?" At the mention of money, Chen Xiaoxue immediately showed her displeasure. "I only have 300 left. Didn't I already give you everything I had? Where else would I get money from? Why don't you just bet me then?" After saying that, Chen Xiaoxue rolled her eyes at Ho Jun. Helpless, Ho Jun turned his eyes to me. "Shu Lu, can you wait up for a bit? Let me go borrow some money, I'll be right back." I didn't refuse, but I set a condition. "Fine, but we start timing now. If you don't come back within an hour, this round will count as a fold and you lose." Ho Jun hesitated for a moment. His friends were all from the lower rungs of society. Raising 10,000 yuan within an hour was nearly impossible. Staring at the thick stack of red 100 yuan bills on the table, he felt bitterly resentful. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze back on Chen Xiaoxue again. Chen Xiaoxue also stared back at Ho Jun. They locked eyes for quite a while. Then, out of nowhere, Ho Jun said to me, I'll bet my girlfriend. Shu Lu, if you win, Xiao Shui is yours for the night. Do whatever you want with her. How about that? His words left everyone in the room stunned and speechless. No one had expected him to actually bet his own girlfriend. That's just how gamblers are. Once the gambling instinct kicks in, even family ties mean nothing. What shocked people even more was that Chen Xiaoxue didn't object. She gave a mocking, slightly provocative look and said to me, "Shilu, if you win, I'll go with you tonight. Do whatever you want with me. You got the guts to play?" Chen Xiaoxue knew Ho Jun's hidden card. That's why she dared to bet herself. I shot Chen Xiaoxue a cold glance. To me, she wasn't worth a dime literally. Not even $100 worth. But she had just insulted my parents. Today, I had to make her understand the price of having a sharp tongue. Fine. I accept. Let's flip the cards. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's eyes locked on Ho Jun's 3 cards. At this point, Ho Jun's face flushed with excitement. Still, he pretended not to recognize his own cards, putting on a show. He grabbed the cards and raised them mid-air, shouting toward the sky. "Open your eyes, heaven! Give me a monster hand!" Pa! The 3 cards slammed heavily onto the table. Ha! As the cards were revealed, gasps burst from the crowd. Triple aces! A triple aces combo! Ho Jun had secretly pulled off the strongest hand in the game. He had known his cards all along. Yet he kept acting, staring at the cards and cackling uncontrollably. Told you I wouldn't keep falling on my face forever. With this hand, I'm making my comeback tonight. Excitedly, he reached out to grab the pile of cash on the table. Chen Xiaoxue was dancing with joy too. They had won over 10,000 yuan in total. Just as Ho Jun was about to scoop up the money, I suddenly spoke coldly. "Hold on." Ho Jun looked up at me. Every single person in the room turned their eyes toward me. Does a triple aces automatically mean victory? What if I have 2, 3, 5? In the game of Zhe Jinhua, 2, 3, 5 is technically the weakest hand. But according to the rules in our Hebei region, 2, 3, 5 beats triple aces. Only works against triple aces, though. Are you kidding me? Dream on. Talking about 2, 3, 5 like you're some gambling god? Chen Xiaoxue shot back sarcastically. At first, Ho Jun didn't even believe I could be holding 2, 3, 5. He shouted. "Cut the crap, just show your cards already." I pushed the cigarette box aside. Slowly, I flipped over the first card. It was the 2 of spades. Ho Jun couldn't help but frown. Then, I casually turned over the second card. It was the 5 of diamonds. The mood in the room instantly turned heavy. All eyes were now locked on that final card in my hand. Ho Jun's hand, resting on the table, trembled slightly without his notice. Suddenly, I shouted out loud. "Let us see a 3. As the words left my mouth, I slammed the third card face up on the table. There it was, the 3 of hearts, clear as day. The room fell completely silent. Everyone froze. No one could believe what they were seeing. A box of aces had just run into a 2, 3, 5. A combination like this was a once-in-decades rarity. And yet here it was. After a long pause, Ho Jun finally let out a dull plop sound as he slumped back into his chair, defeated. He had already been counting that 10 grand as his. But in the blink of an eye, the money had slipped into my hands. And even more absurd? He even lost his girlfriend to me. Well, just for one day, at least. Could it get any more coincidental than this? Ho Jun sat still for about 10 seconds before lifting his head to stare at me. "Shu Lu, you must VE cheated. There's no way this was just a lucky break. Ho Jun wasn't he stupid he could tell something wasn't he right. And honestly, I had cheated. But the way I did it? There was no way his eyes could catch it. I kept my usual indifferent expression and replied coolly. Ho-jun, you picked this place, you brought the people, and you even bought the deck. Now you're accusing me of cheating? Does that really make sense? And besides, do you have any proof? Catching someone in the act means catching them red-handed. Same with catching a thief, you need evidence. It's the same with card cheating. Even if you're 100% sure someone is cheating, without proof, it's all just empty words. That is exactly what Sixth Master emphasized to me back then, when he taught me these techniques. Whether it was a small table or a big casino, the rules were the same. When you cheat, you can't leave any loose ends on you. If the other side couldn't produce proof, not even the king himself could do anything. I scooped up the money on the table. This hand paid off. After taking out my stake, I netted just over 5 grand. When I pocketed the cash, I turned to Ho-jun. Ho-jun, you lost. Doesn't that mean she should come with me? Ho-jun's face went dark. Before Chen Xiuxue could speak, he jumped in. No way. I snorted. Fine. If she won't come with me, that's okay. Make her kneel and apologize, have her call me Master Chulu, and we'll call it even. I never intended to take Chen Xiuxue home. A woman like that, practically a prostitute, held no interest for me. I just wanted to teach her a lesson for that nasty mouth. I won't kneel, and I won't call you that. Chen Xiuxue glared at me, eyes full of defiance. Then you'll have to come with me. I didn't back down. We stood there at an impasse. Lao He beside us suddenly patted my arm and said, Buddy, that's enough. You won the money, you can't really be taking his girlfriend home, can you? Do me a favor, let's drop it. Lao He carried that outlaw, street thug vibe. But he and I weren't from the same world. I looked at him coldly and asked, if he had won this round, would you be calling it off? What do you mean? His tone was annoyed. In chess you don't take back a move, and in gambling you accept the loss. They both put up the wager, so they have to honor it. Lao He hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. He glared at me with those copper bell eyes and snapped. You mean you're not giving me face and you're gonna take her anyway? I nodded. Lao He shot to his feet. You won't give me face, huh? Then don't you dare blame me. Come on, walk out with me. Let's see how you take her away today. I couldn't help but frown. Fresh into the martial world, I just had to run into someone like Old Hay, reckless and wild, with no respect for the rules. Still, I stood up and followed him out of the supermarket. Sixth Master once said, a con artist lives by his sleight of hand, and by his skills. Whoever wins the game gets to take the prize. Otherwise, why bother training at all? Outside the supermarket entrance, Old Hay stood by the roadside like a black tower, arms crossed over his chest, furious. The people from inside had followed us out too. They stood to the side, watching the drama unfold. You better leave now, and we'll call it even. But if you dare take Chen Xiuxue again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Old Hay issued his final warning. I remained expressionless, coldly throwing back. Then don't expect me to hold back either. Before the last word left my mouth, Old Hay's eyes flared wide open. He lunged forward, swinging a fist the size of a rice bowl straight at my face like a storm. It was obvious Old Hay was truly enraged. His iron fist sliced through the air with a fierce whistle. I quickly raised my hands to block. Though I managed to stop the punch, I still staggered backward and fell flat on the ground. Old Hay's fists carried real weight. That single blow made my arm feel like it was pierced with needles. Are you backing down or not? Still want to take her with you? He stood over me, smug and towering. I didn't say a word. Slowly, I pushed myself back up. Locking eyes with Old Hay, I said coldly, try again. This was a fight to the death, one that couldn't end without a clear victor. Old Hay was a professional Sanda fighter, while I hadn't even learned a proper martial style. But I did have someone to thank: my ugly-faced uncle, and my cousin Li Dabiao, who never acknowledged our blood ties. They beat me countless times, rained down fists, and even swung sticks at me. Thanks to them, I picked up one skill: taking a beating. Again and again, Old Hay knocked me down. And each time, I got back up. Blood from my mouth and nose stained my clothes red, stinging the eyes with pain. Just like back then, the way my father looked with a broken leg and a broken arm. The blood-soaked bandages wrapped around him were just as glaring. Lao He knocked me to the ground again. This was the 9th time. He was gasping for breath. Sometimes it's more tiring to beat someone up than to be the one getting beaten. He stood over me. Whatever arrogance he'd had before was gone. Kid, just say you're beaten and I'll let you go. His tone had taken on a negotiating edge. I stayed silent. Slowly, I got back to my feet. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, glared with bloodshot eyes, and shot back at Lao He. I'm not giving in. Are you? That rattled him. I was the one who'd been knocked down, and yet I flipped it on him and asked whether he would concede. More and more people crowded round. When they saw me standing up again, they started whispering. That kid's stubborn. Wouldn't it be easier to just say he gives up? Gotta hand it to him, still won't admit it after getting beat. He's got backbone. Stop, someone'll get hurt if this keeps up. Lao He said nothing. I licked the faintly metallic taste of blood from my lips. Lao He, you won't concede and neither will I. Since this is a gambling matter, let's settle it with a wager. I'll bet you. You got the nerve? What are we betting? He asked. Wait. I pushed through the crowd and headed for the hardware store next door. The owner, who'd been watching from the doorway, scrambled aside when he saw me cove. Taking something that belongs to someone else means you have to pay the price. I gripped 2 sharp knives in my hands and slowly walked toward Lao He. Under the streetlight, my shadow stretched long across the ground, making me look painfully alone. The blades were razor sharp, and under the light, they glimmered with a chilling gleam that made people's hearts race. The onlookers instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for me. I approached Lao He and held out the knife handles toward him. Take it. Lao He froze, confused about what I was trying to do. I said, take it. I shouted louder this time. I barked at him. Even his massive frame shivered slightly, and surprisingly, he obeyed and took the knives. Earlier you asked what I was betting. Now I'll tell you, this is a bet of lives. Yours and mine. What? A bet of lives? The crowd gasped in shock. People instinctively took a few steps back, as if afraid that blood might splatter onto them. How do we play? Lao He frowned and asked. You stab me first, then I stab you. We keep going like that. Whoever dies first loses. Lao He's face instantly changed. He stared at me for a long time without speaking. He'd been around the block, been in rings, and had bled in real fights. But he'd never seen anything like this before. This is my rule, I let you go first. Come on. I let my arms fall to my sides, expressionless, staring straight at Lao He. I looked ready to take the first stab. Lao He's face twisted into something complicated. Shock, confusion, and fear all crept onto his face at once. Go on, stab me. Seeing that he still hadn't moved, I urged him in a low, heavy voice. Lao He stood there like he was frozen solid. Fine. If you want to go first, then I will. With that, I tightened my grip on the knife. I began walking slowly toward Lao He. With every step I took, the terror on his face deepened. When I reached him, I didn't hesitate. I raised the blade and drove it straight into his stomach. Oh no! The crowd gasped loudly. Those with weaker nerves covered their eyes and turned their faces away. Stop! I give up, you win! Old Hay suddenly roared. He dropped the dagger in his hand with a clatter onto the ground. Then he quickly stepped back to avoid me. My strike missed. Old Hay had finally surrendered. I kept staring at him, my expression cold. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. I give up, I respect you. Old Hay quickly repeated, his voice still tinged with fear. Respect who? Who exactly are you giving in to? Qi Lu. Nope. You better remember this starting today. Whenever you see me, you call me Master, understand? Master Qi Lu. Master Qi Lu. Old Hay had finally and completely submitted, no doubt about it. Much later, when people talked about that duel again, Old Hay once said that whether it was in ring fights or on the ruthless paths of the underworld, he had fought for his life many times before and never feared. But that day, when he risked everything against me, he was scared. That fear came from deep inside, a total, all-consuming terror. As if I were a towering mountain he could only look up to, never conquer. He said it was my aura. That pressure was like a mountain falling on your head, suffocating, unbearable. Sixth Master once said the same thing. I was born with a killing star in my fate, and 7 slayers hidden in my heart. Even when I first started learning the tricks of the trade, my technique wasn't that great. But that sharp, fierce aura and the calmness within me were no worse than many seasoned con artists. The Sixth Master thought I was born this way. How could he know that if I hadn't seen my father die brutally before my eyes? If I hadn't been tortured again and again like a helpless puppy? How could I have developed such ruthless energy inside? No one expected that the fight between me and Old Hay would end with Old Hay, the one always seen as unstoppable, surrendering. I ignored Old Hay and turned my gaze to Ho Jun and Chen Xiuxue, asking coldly, "Do you want to apologize and call me master, or come with me? Choose for yourselves." Ho Jun's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But seeing me covered in blood, he chose silence instead. Beside me, Chen Xiuxue suddenly spoke up. "I'm not apologizing. I'll just go with you." Without even looking at Ho Jun, she strutted over to me, swaying her hips with every step. She reached out and linked her arm through mine. She acted so intimately, as if I was her boyfriend, not Ho Jun. Ho Jun stood there stunned, and all I could do was sigh helplessly. Truth was, I had only wanted Chen Xiuxue to apologize, a punishment for her disrespect toward my parents. As for taking her with me, that had just been a bluff, a scare tactic. Never in a million years did I expect her to actually come along. And worse, she didn't even seem upset about it. So I had no choice but to leave with her. As we passed a small courtyard, an old man sitting by the entrance caught my eye. He had snow-white hair and held a half-moon-shaped purple clay teapot in his hand. Grinning at me, he called out, "Kid, you don't even know how to throw a punch." If it had been me in that dumb Hulk fighting earlier, I'd have knocked his teeth out with just 2 hits. Believe it. He cackled, ha 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 ha. The crowd hadn't fully dispersed yet when someone shouted back. "Old Wu, here you go bragging again. With your body? One finger and you'd fall apart." Old Wu just laughed even harder, completely unfazed. I'd seen this old guy around quite a few times before. Every time I went to the supermarket, I'd pass by his house. He was always sitting there by the door with his little table, sipping tea and chatting, holding that purple clay teapot like it was his treasure. To be honest, I thought once I took Chen Xiuxue away, she'd be scared. Maybe even panicking. But instead, she wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she kept glancing at me curiously the whole way. The reason I rented this place instead of living in the company dorm was so I could practice card tricks in private. You gotta stay sharp, like they say, practice makes perfect. Back home, I flipped on the light switch without thinking. The dim little room instantly lit up. I walked over to the desk and turned around to see Chen Xiuxue, still looking around my room with interest. She met my gaze, smirked slightly, and asked, "Staring at me like that? Never seen a beauty before." She shot me a flirtatious glance as she spoke, swaying her hips while approaching me. Her hands naturally landed on my body. Those seductive eyes stared at me with sugary sweetness. "You won me tonight, so I'm yours now. Tell me, what do you want to do with me?" As she spoke, her fingertips slowly traced across my face. "Say something already." I looked at Chen Xiuxue, her seductive charm like a fox spirit in human form. Yet I remained expressionless. Suddenly, I said in a low voice, "Kneel." Chen Xiaoxue was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She giggled sweetly, her chest quivering along with her laughter. And then, surprisingly, she slowly knelt down toward me. Looking up at me while on her knees, she spoke in that syrupy tone again. "Shulu, no, I should call you Master Chu. How long has it been since you've touched a woman? So eager, aren't you?" As she spoke, her hand reached for my belt. With a gentle tug, she loosened it. "Do you men all love having women serve you on their knees?" Smack! I swatted her hand away. Turns out she thought I wanted to play some kind of kinky game with her. "Then what do you want? Turn around, look at what's on the table." Only then did Chen Xiaoxue shift her gaze to the table. There sat the black and white photo of my father, the only one we had left of him. "At tonight's poker game, you insulted my parents in public. I won you, made you kneel so you could kowtow and offer incense to my father, to apologize and admit your wrongs." Even though Chen Xiaoxue had a face as thick as a fortress wall, she still looked awkward after my words. Still, she obediently lit the incense and knelt before my father's photo, muttering an apology under her breath. I ignored her, grabbed clean pajamas, and went to take a shower. I couldn't deny that Black's fists were seriously brutal. I had bruises all over, and every part of me ached like my bones were broken. These injuries would probably take several days to heal. After showering and changing into my pajamas, I lay back down on the bed. Chen Xiaoxue was still looking around my room like she had just done before. As soon as she saw me lie down, she stopped paying attention to me. So she walked straight to the edge of the bed, and said to me with a smile, "Shulu, you were so manly today even old He was scared off by you. Must be exhausting, right? Let me give you a foot massage. Back in Tianshong, my foot rub skills are top-notch." Before she even finished speaking, she started in without waiting for my reply. She pulled up a chair beside the bed and grabbed my foot directly. Truth is, I didn't really know Chen Xiaoxue that well. But I knew exactly what kind of person she was, one of those who always suck up to whoever's winning, real opportunistic and money-driven. For her to suddenly act all sweet for no reason, there had to be an ulterior motive. "Wow, your feet are actually really nice," I sneered inwardly. She wasn't complimenting my character, she was complimenting my feet now? Now that I think about it, these feet were just washed, they even smell good. As she said that, she actually smooched my foot with a loud pop. I kept my eyes closed, pretending to rest and ignoring her completely. While she was massaging my foot, Chen Xiaoxue suddenly said, "Shulu, I'll tell you a secret. That poker deck you guys used for 3-card poker? Ho Jun knows it well, he used a magician's deck." I didn't get why she suddenly brought this up. Was she planning to cut ties with Ho Jun for good? Of course, I wasn't arrogant enough to think she'd switch sides and back me instead. "So, do you know him?" I asked casually, still with my eyes shut. "Oh, of course not." That was obviously a lie. She stood by Ho Jun's side and was the inside girl who watched the cards for him, yet she pretended not to know him. When she saw that I still wouldn't respond, Chen Xiaoxue suddenly blurted out again, "Shulu, do you really cheat? I don't buy the idea that it was just a coincidence. When you dealt the cards, old He had triple jacks, Ho Jun had triple aces, but you had 2-3-5? I think you must be a card shark. That 10 grand you won, it was because you cheated, right?" On this point, Chen Xiaoxue was sharper than Ho Jun. In many gambling games, things that seem like lucky coincidences are often secretly fixed by someone behind the scenes. Actually, I know a few rich bosses over at the bathhouse, they all love to gamble. How about I bring them over, you run the hustle and beat them, then give me a cut of the winnings? What do you say? No. I refused flatly. So that was it, Chen Xiaoxue's eagerness to go back with me, the way she threw herself at me, it was all for this. I did need money, but a woman like her, who only saw dollar signs, made me uneasy. Partnering with her would be risky, she could flip the con on you at any moment. Louis always said, when you're out in this line of work, be steady and put safety first. Seeing me turn her down, Chen Xiaoxue didn't give up. After a brief silence she spoke again, I'll tell you another secret. The boss of our Tianxiang is actually a young woman. She not only runs the bathhouse and the club, she also owns a casino behind the scenes. Sister May just manages the bathhouse part for her. I'd been at Tianxiang for half a year. I'd never heard that before. Could the place Sister May took me to yesterday, the one she said was a friend's, actually belong to our boss? If you're really good at hustling, I can talk to Sister May and get you moved to the casino. Work there and getting rich wouldn't be hard. I stayed silent. Let me tell you this too, you've heard of the Zhou family, right? Who in Hebei hasn't? Our boss is connected to the Zhous. Working for them is like hitting a gold mine, it's hard not to get rich. The Zhou family? I had never heard of them. Besides Tianxiang, I knew almost nothing about Hebei. And our boss is supposed to be a real stunner. I haven't seen her, but I've heard she's even prettier than Sister Su Mimi, probably about my level. Chen Xiaoxue started bragging again. She was indeed somewhat attractive, but compared to Sister Su Mimi she was a few notches down. Let me put it this way, almost every man who's seen me wants to sleep with me. If those smelly men saw our boss, they'd probably act the same way too. As she spoke, Chen Xiaoxue let out a soft, sultry laugh. What about you, Sixth Master? Do you want to sleep with me? A blatant provocation. An open challenge. Chen Xiaoxue started teasing me outright, even adding a couple of breathy moans for effect. The sound was especially seductive. But I kept my eyes closed, saying nothing. Her hands started getting restless too. She slowly trailed them up from my ankle, getting dangerously close to my sensitive area. I suddenly furrowed my brow and asked coldly, "What are you doing? You tell me?" Chen Xiaoxue giggled playfully. And she climbed onto the bed with that. "Get off. Now." I opened my eyes, glaring at her angrily. Chen Xiaoxue froze. She had thought I was just some naive kid. She believed a few teasing words and a little touching would be enough to get me. But who would guessed I'd actually turn her down flat? Still, she wasn't ready to give up, pretending instead to look hurt and pitiful. "Can you really bear to let me go like this?" I closed my eyes again, replying coldly. "There's some money in my pocket. Take 500, it's payment for your foot massage just now." Seeing how firm my tone was, Chen Xiaoxue had no choice but to reluctantly get off the bed and reach for the money. "I'm taking 500, and then I'll be gone." With that, she opened the door and walked out. But I knew in my heart she actually took 1,000. The faint sound of counting bills was perfectly clear to my ears. Black Lau's punches were indeed heavy, but they only left surface wounds. I rested at home for about a week and was almost fully recovered. During these days, I didn't go to work, nor did I ask for leave. Because I was certain I'd already lost this job. I had refused manager Sumei's arrangement, and offended both Ho Jun, her favorite, and his girlfriend. In a place like Tianxiang Bathhouse, there was no longer any space for me. That morning, just after I finished breakfast, my phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. As I picked up, I heard a woman's voice from the other end. "Chu Lu, are you almost healed by now? You're not thinking about skipping work, are you?" That voice, it was Sister Sumi's. I didn't even have her number before. I never expected her to call me, asking me to come back to work. What surprised me even more was that she actually knew I'd been hurt. "If you don't show up today, I'll mark you as absent, and I swear I'll deduct your entire paycheck this month." Her tone carried a teasing edge. Normally, for someone like me, a mere server taking time off or quitting wasn't a big deal. Not in a big bathhouse like Tianxiang, at least. It was barely a blip. It wasn't the kind of thing that would even warrant Mei Jie's personal attention. Yet here she was not only aware of it but calling me directly to check in. Which could only mean one thing. She was watching me. As for the reason, it probably had something to do with the suspicion that I was a card cheat. So, following Mei Jia's call, I went back to work anyway. Though it had only been a week, I could already feel a shift in how my co-workers looked at me. None of the guys from the men's area even came over to greet me. A couple of them, who I used to get along with pretty well, seemed like they wanted to say something. But as soon as they caught sight of Ho Jun glaring from a distance, they thought better of it. Only one guy, Lu Peng, who I got along with okay, sent me a text message. The message basically said that everyone at Tianxiang already knew I'd stolen Ho Jun's girlfriend. And that Chen Xiaoxua hadn't gone home all night. Apparently, the very next morning at work, she'd broken up with Ho Jun. So now Ho Jun had made it clear if anyone talked to me, he'd take it out on them. He also swore he wouldn't let me off the hook. After reading the message, I gave a cold smirk in my mind. Chen Xiaoxua obviously hadn't explained things clearly to Ho Jun. Nothing had happened between us. Of course, she hadn't gone back to him either. Maybe she'd gone off chasing someone else. This whole mess had nothing to do with me. As for Ho Jun threatening me, I didn't take it seriously. Him? Please. He was nothing but a lowlife punk. I was working a double shift today, daytime and night shift straight through. As evening approached, I was just about to head to the cafeteria for dinner when a waiter came over and told me Mei had asked me to come up to her office. I hadn't seen her all day. I went upstairs and knocked on the door. As soon as I walked in, I saw Mei packing things up at her desk. It had been a week since I last saw her, and she looked thinner, visibly more worn out. Even her phoenix eyes had red streaks in them. Seeing me walk in, she cut straight to the chase. Heard you took Ho Jun's girlfriend away that night? I didn't respond, which, in a way, was an answer by itself. What did you do with her after you brought her back? Not much. Only then did she look up at me, casting a glance filled with slight disdain. Well, aren't you something? Can't even be bothered to check how dirty a woman is before you touch her. I swear I didn't do anything. Would you believe me? Mei rolled her lips in skepticism. Pfft, like I'd believe you. You men and your mouths, nobody believes that crap. I didn't bother explaining. Believe it or not, it was up to her. Didn't matter to me either way. Then Mei placed 4 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes and a few boxes of tea on the table. Shu Lu, we've been working together for quite a while now. It's fate, I guess. I've always thought well of you. Keep it up in the future. Take these cigarettes and tea, I don't need them anymore. I was slightly taken aback. Out of nowhere, she was just handing me stuff? Why was Mei acting like this all of a sudden? And her tone sounded strangely like a farewell. Even with my usual indifference, I couldn't help but ask. Mei, are you quitting? Or jumping ship to another company? In the service industry, turnover was always high. People like Su Mei, professional managers, were often scouted by rival companies. Mei smiled. But there was a bitterness in her smile. The boss treated me well. Why would I leave? I just can't keep going anymore. I looked at Mei in confusion. She was doing fine, why wouldn't she be able to continue? You were off at home recovering for that whole week. Truth is, I wasn't really coming in much either. This week I'd been gambling at a small casino, betting my money away, and I lost big. Ugh, don't even ask. How much did you lose? Mei Jia didn't say anything at first, but I still couldn't help asking. She sighed, clearly annoyed. I had 970,000 in savings, and I borrowed another 2 million from the casino. Now I can't pay it back, so I have to go with them. Almost 3 million. I sucked in a sharp breath. Sixth Master might be rich, but I personally didn't have a single penny to my name. Forget 3 million, I couldn't even come up with 30,000. And Mei Jia had lost that much in just 1 week. Something still didn't sit right with me, so I asked again. Didn't your friend own a casino? Why would you go gamble at someone else's place? Mei Jie glanced up at me. Even if someone owns a restaurant, they can't eat there every single day, can they? That actually made sense. Still, knowing Mei Jie's experience and smarts, I couldn't help thinking she shouldn't have done something this stupid. Alright, I won't talk much more. Take this tobacco and tea, she said. I have to go now. I'll walk you out. Mei Jie and I went downstairs together. In the parking lot, two men were standing by her A4, smoking. They were both built solid, wearing tight black short-sleeve shirts, with buzz cuts. Their arms were covered in dragon and tiger tattoos. They looked like nothing good. As we got closer, Mei Jie handed them the car keys. Here's the key. The registration and title are inside the car. Take it. Can I have a few more days for the rest of the money? One of the men stubbed out his cigarette on the ground angrily. Su-mei, we're just doing what we were told. You agreed with the boss to pay back in a week, and the time is up. If you can't give us the money, I'll have to take you with me. The other one added. Yeah, Su-mei, don't make this hard for us, we're just working too. Besides, it's not that much. Just 2 million. With your looks and figure, you could spend a little time with the boss, make him happy, and call it even. Are you actually getting off the hook with the money? Su-mei sighed, filled with helplessness. She had no other choice but to go with them. She glanced back at me, her face darkening as she said. Shulu, you'd better go home first. Maybe we'll meet again someday. With that, she got into the car, ready to leave with the two men. Wait a second. I suddenly shouted. All three froze, turning back to look at me. Bro, you stepping in to pay Su-mei's debt, the man sneered, staring at me. You can't afford it. If you can't pay, then don't open your mouth. Trying to steal our catch, huh? I shook my head and looked back at them. She does owe you money, I said calmly. But it hasn't even been a full week yet, it won't be until after midnight tonight. The two exchanged glances and then asked me, what are you trying to say? My expression remained cold. My point is simple, taking her now breaks the rules. If you're going to take her, shouldn't you at least wait until after midnight tonight? They looked at each other, hesitating. After a long pause, one of them finally spoke up. Fine. We'll do it by the rules. Su-mei, I'll give you a few more hours. But after midnight, if you still can't pay up, don't blame us for being ruthless. Mei Jie's face was still filled with despair. We got into the car, and as she held the steering wheel, she said with regret. This car hasn't even been mine for a year yet, and now it's gone. Shulu, you really shouldn't have agreed to give them those extra few hours. It's just torture for me. It doesn't make a difference anyway. I pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one, and stared out the window coldly. It makes a difference. How so? Maybe we still have a chance to turn things around. We? You mean us? Exactly. Us. As soon as the words left my mouth, Su-mei froze, staring at me in shock. The look she gave me was complicated, confused, surprised, and something else she couldn't quite name. Excited, anxious, and a bit surprised all at once. She stayed quiet for quite a while before finally speaking again. But I don't have a single penny left now. How can I even try to win it back? I pulled out a stack of cash from my pocket. It was the wedding gift money Su-mei had given me earlier. This is the 10,000 you gave me for good luck. We can give it a shot. I said calmly, and Su-mei looked even more shocked. How could 10,000 possibly be enough? I flicked the cigarette butt out the window, then turned to look at her and said lightly. If we don't try, how will we ever know? Ever since that summer when I was 6, aside from Lu Yi, it seemed like no one had truly cared for me again. Su-mei wasn't exactly kind to me either. But this wedding money, plus the cigarettes and tea she'd given me today, made me feel slightly warm inside. I might have acted cold on the outside, but deep down, I felt grateful. So, I made up my mind I was going to help Su-mei out. The casino Sume took me to was hidden in an industrial warehouse on the outskirts of town. It wasn't a big place, and there were only a few gamblers inside, maybe a couple dozen at most. If it weren't for the gambling tables, I would thought I walked into a regular warehouse by mistake. I almost thought I had entered the wrong one. Random chairs and tables were scattered around. The air carried a musty, moldy smell. But the tables were plenty: baccarat, roulette, blackjack, craps, you name it. After exchanging the 10,000 for chips, I wandered casually from table to table, just observing. Sume didn't say anything either, just sticking close behind me the whole time. After watching for a bit, I quietly asked her, "You sure we can just walk out with the money if we win? A lot of underground casinos are one-time deals. They never plan to stay open long-term. They don't just target big spenders, sometimes even regular gamblers get squeezed dry without mercy. Once someone actually wins, they'll do everything they can to get that money back. Cheating, framing, tricks, you name it. And if that doesn't work, they'll just follow you and rob you outright." When I asked that, Sume answered right away, "Don't worry about that, the money can definitely be taken. This casino is always fair." Fair? I snorted inwardly. If fairness existed, casinos wouldn't even be a thing. Nor would there be cheats like me. "What did you lose it on?" I asked. "Dice," she said. I asked mainly to figure out how she had burned through almost 3 million. There were only 4 or 5 players standing at the dice table. The dealer was busy rattling the dice. Sume found a spot and motioned for me to sit, but I shook my head. My rule is simple: whether it's a big game or a small one, don't jump and watch first. Only when I'm sure the round is clean, or I can see through the other side's trick, do I make a move. That way I don't get counter-cheated. There are countless schemes and plenty of experts, only caution keeps the boat from capsizing. The dice game here wasn't much different from any other place. You could bet big, small, odd, even, single numbers, the total, or combos like straights and triples. Betting limits ran from 200 up to 50,000. I watched for a while and noticed the bets were small, at most 1 or 2,000 in chips. But even those little wagers told me something was wrong. To be precise, the casino was rigging it. There are many ways to cheat with dice: mercury dice, oiled dice, coated dice, fixed point dice. Then there are high-tech toys: remote-controlled dice, chip-embedded dice, cobalt element dice. From the outside they look exactly like ordinary dice, but they all share one feature: they let the house make the dice come up with whatever numbers they want. This casino was using remote-controlled dice. Every time the dealer shook and the bettors placed their chips, he could make the dice land on the numbers he wanted. He would manipulate the dice using a remote control, depending on how high the stakes were. For example, if someone placed a big bet with a lot of chips, he'd quietly tweak the dice under the cup, changing the result to something smaller. Of course, he didn't do it every round. Sometimes he'd even let the players win a bit, just to lull them into a false sense of security. The remote control for the dice was hidden beneath the table. The dealer would keep both hands on the table, but could subtly use his leg to press the button, changing the dice result. The reason I could spot the cheating wasn't random. First, I noticed the dealer's leg movements. Second, it was through sound. Every time the dealer hit the remote button, the dice would quietly shift under the cup. The sound was faint, most people couldn't hear it at all. But I could. To gamblers, listening to the dice was just a myth, something you only saw in movies. But in the world of cons and scams, the diceers were very real. Back in the 1970s, there was a group of powerful diceers in the underworld of Guangdong. These people had incredibly sharp hearing, with extraordinary auditory sensitivity. Even in a noisy environment, they could pinpoint the sound's origin just by listening. For a time, they swept through every gambling den, turning the gambling scenes of Guangdong and Macau upside down. Because of this, a legendary figure emerged in Macau's gambling world: the Ocean King of Gambling, Yihan. Back then, Yihan was just a dealer, nowhere near the gambling king he would later become. But with his incredible cheating skills, he was brought in by the Guangdong gambling halls. Thus came another legendary tale, Yi-han's defeat of the Dicers. That battle made Yi-han famous, and from there he rose to become a legendary gambling king of the open seas. Even after becoming a gambling king, Yi-han clearly understood the dangers of gambling. Before his death, he left behind 4 words as his final words. Always lose when you gamble. Sume saw that I hadn't moved in a while and thought I wasn't interested in the dice game. She whispered, "Want to check out another table?" I shook my head. "No need. We'll stay here." With that, I sat down at the side. The reason I chose that seat was because it was closest to the remote control hidden under the table. I could easily reach that object with just a step, it was so close. Still, I didn't place a bet, just kept watching. When they saw me holding the spot, no one else followed suit with their bets. The dealer shot me a few unfriendly looks. He kept glancing at me, but I didn't care. I was waiting for the perfect moment. Once again, the dealer shook the dice cup. My ears instinctively twitched a bit. Instantly, my mind pictured the dice tumbling inside the cup. He placed the cup back on the table and spread his hands out, announcing, "Place your bets." The gamblers quickly placed their chips down. This time, I finally made my move. I slammed a chip worth 10,000 directly onto the 222 spot. As soon as I did, everyone around couldn't help but turn and stare at me. After all, the payout for hitting a specific triple is 100 to 1. In other words, if 222 really came up this round, my 10,000 would turn into $1 million. But the odds of that happening were painfully slim. With such a bold move, I naturally drew the attention of everyone nearby. Of course, judging by the looks they gave me, most people thought I was just some idiot with a wild fantasy. "Place your bets and keep your hands off," the dealer shouted. Then, he slightly leaned forward. I knew exactly what he was up to. He was going to cheat. He was about to use his knee to press the hidden remote under the table. But just then, the dealer's face suddenly changed, his eyebrows knitting together. His eyes instantly darted toward a man standing outside the crowd. Even though I didn't turn around, I could guess he must be a casino undercover watcher or a floor manager. What they silently communicated with their eyes didn't interest me at all. My gaze remained fixed on the black dice cup on the table. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Open it," an impatient gambler urged, frustrated by the delay. The dealer's expression turned even darker. He shot me a glance, then slowly placed his trembling hand back on the dice cup. But he still looked reluctant. In the moment the dice cup was lifted, I was still secretly testing things with my leg under the table. Unfortunately, once again, I felt that familiar disappointment creeping in. "Let's see." A man's voice suddenly called out from behind me. His voice sounded a bit hoarse. He wasn't a gambler, he was casino staff. Only then did the dealer slowly lift the dice cup. "Ha!" A collective gasp echoed through the room. Underneath the cup, 3 dice lay neatly in place. And all 3 showed the exact same number. 2s. 222's a triple. I'd hit it. Once again, all eyes in the casino turned to me. The way people looked at me now was completely different from just a moment ago. There was envy, surprise, but mostly respect. Sume happily placed her hand on my shoulder. Her excitement like that of a child. "We won, Chulu. We actually won." I knew we had. And I also knew the dealer's remote control had stopped working. All thanks to me. Back when the bets were placed, I had secretly jammed the sensor with my foot under the table. That sensor was small and sensitive, pretty delicate. One solid kick, and it just shut down completely. That's why the dealer's expression suddenly turned sour. He realized his remote had gone dead. As for guessing 222's, that was all about my hearing. From 10 paces away, I could tell where a sound came from just by listening. That was the lesson 6 master had drilled into me for 13 years. He once said, "If you can't do this, you'll never be allowed near a dice table." The dealer stared at me for a long moment before finally speaking coldly. "Brother, you're playing a little too big." He clearly emphasized the word big as he spoke. It sounded like both a warning and a threat. After all, I was the one who'd messed up his remote. Before I could even respond, Sume chimed in from behind me. "Never mind big or small, just pay out our chips already." The dealer's face darkened, but he didn't say anything else. The problem was, there weren't enough chips on the table to cover my win. At that moment, a man approached holding 10 golden chips, each worth $100,000. He looked at me, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Sir, you're in luck. These are the chips we're giving you as compensation." The man was in his early 30s. Though his tone was polite, his eyes were cold. He was extremely thin, so thin he looked like nothing but skin and bones. His arms were as slender as bamboo poles, with only skin stretched over the shifting bones. "I'll be handling this table now, sir. Would you mind if we switch dealers?" In a casino, changing dealers was completely routine. Usually, there was no need to inform the players beforehand. But he asked like that because he had already figured out that I was cheating. Before the last word left his lips, the thin man swapped out the dice. He placed the new set on the table and gestured toward the players. "Everyone, please inspect the dice. If you have any concerns, we can break them open for verification. But if you're satisfied after checking, you'll be responsible for the cost of the dice." Someone stepped forward and pretended to examine the dice closely. Even if there was something wrong, they wouldn't have been able to tell. These people didn't have the skills to spot the difference. Once no one else stepped up to inspect them, the man turned his gaze back to me. "Sir, you take a look?" I shook my head. I didn't need to. As soon as he rolled them, I could tell just by the sound whether something was off. Loaded dice and standard dice made completely different noises. With a normal pair, each face made a slightly different sound when it landed. For example, a single pip made a purer sound when it hit the table. Whereas 6 pips, with their 6 dots, made a sharper, higher-pitched sound. After I didn't move, the man picked up the dice cup. A soft clink echoed through the table. In one swift motion, the thin dealer scooped all 3 dice into the cup. His movement was fast and stylish. This technique was known in the cheating world as wind sweeping through willow branches. It looked casual, but it was actually a skilled sleight of hand. As he gathered the dice, he subtly adjusted their positions and orientations. All so he could roll whatever number he wanted. You could tell he was a seasoned dice player. As he shook the dice cup, he would occasionally scratch its surface with his fingernails. He was trying to throw off the listener's judgment with that grating noise. Of course, this only worked if the opponent actually tried to listen for the dice. And he clearly assumed I would do just that. The dice cup danced in his hands, flipping up and down. His eyes never left me. As he shook the cup, his techniques shifted constantly. With a sharp pop, the dice cup came down on the table. The skinny man gestured toward the table, signaling for bets. "Place your bets." But none of the people around the table moved. All eyes suddenly turned to me. Everyone wanted to see whether I'd bet this round and how much. I casually played with the golden chip in my hand, but didn't place a bet. Seeing that I hadn't moved, the thin man spoke up. "Sir, why aren't you betting yet?" I stayed silent. "Scared your good luck is about to end, so you're afraid to bet again?" He emphasized the word "end" deliberately. As if implying that even if I had messed up their remote control device, it wouldn't matter. Truth was, there was practically no way I could beat him. Normally, once a casino catches someone cheating, they should play it safe, calm the player down, avoid provoking him into exposing their operation. But this skinny guy had the nerve to act cocky instead. Everything he said seemed like a provocation. "I can bet," I replied coolly, "but I have one condition." "Go ahead," he said. "Lift the betting limit. To maintain balance and appear fair to attract casual gamblers." Most gambling tables had a maximum bet limit. The high-stakes tables were usually reserved for VIP rooms. How much do you plan to bet? The thin man asked. 1 million all in. You take it or not? My words made the skinny man smirk slightly. But his smile was full of mockery and disdain. We'll take it. Though that amount's a bit low, you can go higher if you want. The man was extremely confident in his own dice rolling skills. I simply shook my head. I only have this 1 million, I really can't add anymore. His gaze turned even darker. He stared at my hands and said coldly, No money? That is fine. We can use your hands to settle it. At that line, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath. I couldn't help but frown. This wasn't some high-stakes con artist showdown. It was just a regular dice game. But there was something off about this casino. They'd already rigged the game. Even after I destroyed his remote device. He still shouldn't be pushing this hard. Didn't they fear that I'd expose their cheating? Before I could finish my thoughts, Sume behind me cut in sharply. What kind of bet is this about hands? Let us cut the crap. We're not here for tricks, we're betting 1 million. Are you taking it or not? The skinny man sneered, completely unfazed. I'll take it. Place your bets. I pushed 10 golden chips, each worth 100,000, onto the big section of the table. Final call? You're really going with big? He said with a dark expression, raising an eyebrow at me slyly. I didn't respond. I hate wasting words. Especially not with someone like him. Then I'll roll now. He said, reaching to lift the dice cup. Wait. I suddenly interrupted. The thin man looked up at me sharply. What? Want to raise your bet? I shook my head. For this round, I want someone else to lift the cup. His face darkened instantly, and he snapped back. Why change people? Because I just hate you. Truthfully, I really did hate him. But that wasn't the real reason I wanted the change. A true dice master knows how to manipulate the dice during the reveal. When opening the dice cup, they often use their fingers, the cup itself, fine threads, or even a single strand of hair to subtly change the result. Clearly, this skinny guy was exactly that kind of seasoned dice cheat. And he was definitely capable of pulling off such tricks. No way. He snapped coldly, flatly refusing. Why not? Scared your little six-fingered trick won't work? The moment the words left my mouth, the skinny man's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly looked at me with anger in his eyes. But there was still confusion lingering beneath that rage. He had no idea how I sensed he was about to use the ghost sixth finger. That was the so-called ghost sixth finger. It was a legendary technique passed down through generations of the Li family gamblers in Qilu. The name refers to the mysterious, almost supernatural ability to control dice with one's fingers. It felt like the gods and devils were on your side, paving the way with an extra sixth finger. Back in the day, it was said that the legendary gambler Li Jianlu of Qilu had defended his family's fortune for generations using this very technique. The thin man was burning with fury, but he stayed silent. I, however, pointed at the croupier from just a moment ago and said, You open the dice cup. The croupier glanced nervously at the thin man. The thin man's face remained dark, still saying nothing. At that moment, Sume suddenly cut in from the side. He said, Open it, so open it. If you don't want this one to do it, can't someone else open the cup? Are you trying to cheat or something? The thin man looked slightly helpless. The croupier had no choice but to step forward carefully and lift the dice cup. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were locked on that black dice cup. Then, it was lifted. A soft gasp rippled through the crowd. The 3 dice showed a 3, a 5, and a 6. 14 total, a pretty high roll. I had won the round again. And another $1 million too. Never thought I'd run into someone from the dice listening party right here in Little Habii. The gaunt man muttered, staring at me. I gave a quiet, cold laugh in my mind. He must ve assumed I was part of the Southern Canton dice listening faction. I had no interest in explaining anything to him. Grabbing the stack of chips I D1, I stood up. Immediately, the thin man's raspy voice rang out from behind me. Wait. Don't walk away. I hesitated slightly. Was he trying to stop me from taking my winnings? I turned around and asked coolly. Why not? I want to gamble one more round with you. I shook my head. I'm not greedy. What I've won today is more than enough. With that, I handed the chips to Sumei. Go pay off what you owe. A look of surprise lit up Sumei's face. But there was still something mysterious lingering on her expression. Don't you want to play a couple more rounds? I just lost 2,970,000. People should know when to stop. As long as we can pay off the debt, that's enough. I replied calmly. Sumei and I came to the casino with one goal: help her pay off her debts. Not to help her win it all back. As for the loss of 970,000, it was also a lesson for Sumei. She shouldn't have gambled. She doesn't even know how to gamble. Of course, that goes for every gambler out there. At the gambling table, 9 out of 10 are cheaters and all 10 will end up losing. Fine. Then come with me. We walked through a dimly lit hallway. Sumei pushed open a door. Inside the room, there was no one. It was set up with a sofa, a desk, a few crooked chairs, and a gambling table. It must been a temporary office. I sat down on the sofa. Sumei stood right in front of me. She gave me a thumb up, her smile brimming with excitement and a hint of seduction. Chulu, you really are something. I didn't respond. I just quietly waited for her to continue. To be honest, the day when Tao Hua and I were playing mahjong in my office, I already suspected you might be a con artist. Sumei said with a smile. But I felt a chill run through me, my eyes turned cold. But you didn't admit it, so I couldn't be sure. Later, I heard you played 3-card poker with Ho Jun and beat his AAA with a 2-3-5, even walking away with his girlfriend. That's when I was about 99% sure you were a conman. Still, I thought even if I confronted you directly, you'd never admit it. I lit a cigarette and took a slow drag. I listened, expressionless, as she went on. The way you played those last 2 hands was just too perfect. You can't deny it now, you're not just a con artist, you're connected to the legendary conclave. Am I right? Then what? I asked, smoke drifting through the air, my eyes fixed on her delicate face. Then I feel thrilled. I feel excited. I didn't misjudge you. I just didn't expect your hustle game to be this good. Suddenly, Sumei changed the subject and asked me. You know, the basement levels 1 and 2 of Tianshan are under renovation, right? I nodded. That the basement of the bathhouse was under construction wasn't a secret. All the staff already knew about it. And the renovation had already been going on for over 3 months. But exactly what they were turning it into? I had no idea at all. There was a company rule: no peeking, no asking questions. Truth is, deep beneath Tianshan, they're setting up a casino. A big one. Fully equipped. It'll be opening soon. The gambling tools you saw earlier and the people you met weren't customers, they were staff hired for the new place. They come every day to simulate real casino scenes, preparing for the grand opening. The skinny guy you played against earlier, Gao Jiqiang, he's our hired inside man, training the crew. She said all this without taking her eyes off me. She probably thought I'd be shocked, maybe even angry. After all, she just lied to me. But I stayed cold. I knew the debt Sumei owed was fake. The whole act of chasing me down for repayment was staged. And that casino? Just a setup. Truth is, I'm a con artist too. And I thought I was pretty damn good at it. But now, someone turned the tables on me. The one who conned me? Was standing right in front of me, Sumei, delicate and charming. Of course, I saw right through it all. That's why I understood why that skinny guy, Gao Jiqiang, reacted so strongly. He wasn't afraid to damage the casino's reputation by openly challenging me. One reason, I had figured out and destroyed his rigged equipment. Another reason? Because everything here was fake to begin with, it was all just a con. So what now? I asked, expressionless, showing no emotion. Sume smiled her seductive smile again, clearly used to my cold demeanor by now. And now, I'm sincerely inviting you to come work for us as our inside man. Inside man, that's underworld slang. There are two types of cheaters working in casinos, Mingdang and Indang. Both are professional cheats hired by the casino, but the difference lies in their visibility. Mingdang operate openly, they wear the casino's uniform and walk around freely in plain sight. They're responsible for handling unexpected situations and act as a deterrent to any outside cheats who try to stir up trouble. Indang, on the other hand, work in secret. They blend into the crowd, hiding in plain sight. On the surface, they look no different from any other gambler. But in reality, they're like venomous snakes lurking silently in the dark, watching you coldly from the corners you never notice. The moment someone tries to cheat, they strike immediately. Before you even realize what's happening, you're already taken down. Of course, when a real pro shows up, both Mingdang and Indang will get involved. For many cheats, becoming an Indang is a dream job. After all, there's always someone better out there. No matter how skilled you are at cheating, you're always afraid of getting caught when you're out there conning people for money. And once you're caught, it's a disaster with no way back. But as an Indang, the risk is nearly zero. And the pay is great too. Chulu, I won't treat you poorly. Just come work for me, no probation period, $600,000 a year, not including bonuses. The casino covers your meals, housing, and transportation, and will give you a car worth no less than $50,000, your choice of model. All in all, your total compensation will be no less than $1 million. In Habi, you won't find another deal like this, I guarantee it. I gave a slight nod and replied. The package's not bad. That comment made Sume visibly pleased. If you want top talent, there are only 2 words, pay them. So, are you in? Sume asked me sweetly. I looked at her and slowly shook my head. Not yet. Why not? Her tone rose slightly. Her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. I may be a con artist, but I don't like being lied to. You lied to me today, and all under the guise of your so-called compassion. Sume gave an awkward smile. But soon everything returned to normal. She said to me in a slightly coquettish tone. Ah, Chulu, don't be mad anymore, okay? I just wanted to see how good your card skills really are. Don't take it seriously, and let me apologize, can I? As she spoke, she deliberately put on a little act of being hurt. Exactly how do you plan to apologize? Whatever way you want, I'll do it. Okay? What man could possibly resist a beautiful woman acting this flirtatiously? I let my eyes slowly roam over Suzume's perfect curves. After a moment, I finally spoke. The dress. Take it off. Suzume froze. Clearly, she hadn't expected that kind of request from me. She looked embarrassed, but also slightly defiant. This is how you want me to apologize? I nodded. Yeah, that's exactly how it's gonna be. If I refuse to take it off, you won't forgive me? I lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. But I didn't answer her question directly. After a moment's hesitation, Suzume tightened her face, as if gathering up her courage, and said firmly, Fine. I'll do it. Suzume wasn't an easy woman to push around. If it meant winning over talent, she was more than willing to go all out. She was wearing a long dress that made her look elegant and dignified. It was a soft sky blue color, contrasting beautifully with her fair skin, making her look even more radiant. She reached behind and slowly unzipped it. The light blue fabric slid down her smooth body, pooling around her ankles. Before me, Suzume now stood in nothing but the bare essentials. I couldn't deny her figure was truly amazing. Perfectly shaped, every curve in all the right places. Even her stomach was tight and flat, not an ounce of extra fat. My eyes shamelessly roamed over her body. But Suzume's expression was slowly turning cold. She was the manager of Tianxian Corporation. In that company, aside from the boss himself, few held more power than her. And now, someone like her, someone so high up, was doing something she clearly found humiliating, all in front of a mere waiter like me. Is this enough for you? Her tone turned sharp and icy. Sure, here's a natural and immersive English translation of the passage in a novel-appropriate tone, with a modern American narrative style and dialogue. And maybe even a little angry. Keep going. Take it off. What did you just say? Her pretty eyes burned with more fire. She hadn't expected me to tell her to keep undressing. If she kept going, she'd be completely naked. Shilu, you're crossing the line. You're the one who started this. I kept my tone cold and indifferent. I gave you such a generous offer, and you're still not satisfied. Shilu, tell me, what the hell do you want? I took a drag from my cigarette and replied coolly. What I want is way too much for you to handle. Let someone who can actually give it to me come talk to me instead. The moment I finished, I stood up. But just as I was about to walk out, I turned back to look at the icy hot Sume and added one more line. Oh, and I'll tell you this in advance, you're mine. No getting away from it. After that, I didn't wait to see how she'd react. I walked straight toward the door. As I reached it, someone knocked from the outside. Sume quickly pulled her skirt back down, embarrassed, and called out. Come in. It was the skinny guy from earlier, Gao Jiqiang, the one who had just played dice with me. He stood at the doorway, eyes locked on me coldly. You leaving? He asked. I nodded. Got a problem with that? Why wouldn't I? I want one more round. Let us play again. I shook my head. What? You scared? Gao Jiqiang stared at me with a sharp, icy glare. I stepped slowly toward him, locking eyes, and said in a low voice. Because, you're not even worth the effort. I didn't say it out of arrogance or ego. There was no bad blood between us before this. Earlier, during the dice game, he started with me from the get-go, pushing me to raise the stakes all the way to my hands. This guy wasn't fit to run with the Blues. Not fit to play in the con game. And definitely not worthy of being my opponent. I shoved past Gao Jiqiang and walked out. Behind me, Sume's voice rang out, humiliated and furious. Shilu, don't think you're the only one in all of Harbei who knows how to con. There are plenty of people out there in the Blues. Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating the next section or adjust the tone, e.g., more gritty, more romantic, more noir style, etc. Even without me, this casino would still be up and running, business as usual and booming. I smirked coldly. Zhang Taigong fished at the Wei River, yet that's how he caught King Wen's attention. Zhuge Liang slept peacefully in his thatched cottage, until finally visited 3 times by Emperor Shu. Sure, this place could keep running without me. But I want a fair deal, I'll never sell myself cheap. What Sume never expected was that the moment I stepped into this so-called casino, I sensed something was off. The place was shabby, the environment terrible, and the whole place reeked of mildew. How could someone like Sume, who was so particular about every detail of life, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, stay here gambling for a whole week and lose nearly 3 million? The dealers were clearly amateurs, and the gamblers placed their bets casually, without a trace of greed or excitement. This place didn't look like a real casino at all. That's exactly why I dared to mess with the sensors on their gaming table. In a real casino, I wouldn't dare pull something like that. Because they never let me walk away. But I already knew this was a setup. Sume thought the insider was me. She had no idea it was her who was truly trapped. After coming back from this so-called casino, I burned 3 sticks of incense in front of my father's portrait. Then I lay quietly on my bed. Closed my eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. Insomnia had long become my habit. Every time I tried to sleep, I'd see again the image of my father's brutal death right before my eyes. And the mocking, gloating faces of those who brought his body back to me. Truth was, I knew all along that my father was a con man. That's why I devoted myself completely to learning the art of cheating from Sixth Master. How could I ever clear my blood-deep revenge without stepping into the world of cons? At Tianxiang Bathhouse, the shift change between day and night crew was at 8. But we had to arrive by 7:30. Because the manager or supervisor would hold a meeting to review the past cycle's work. Today's meeting was a bit different from usual. Sume was here, and even the therapists who NT worked the previous night shift had shown up. Even Chen Xiaoxue, the girlfriend I won from Ho Jun, showed up. The group lined up in several rows inside the lobby, listening to the department managers speak one by one. Once all the managers finished their speeches, Sume then turned to the team leaders and asked if any of them had anything to say. Normally, this was the part that signaled the meeting was about to end. In general, the team leaders rarely spoke up. But today was different. Right after Sume finished speaking, Ho Jun, the team leader from the men's bath area, suddenly stood up and said, "Big Sis Mei, I gotta say something." Sume gave a slight nod. Ho Jun mumbled something and shot me a quick glance before finally speaking up. "I need to report on the attendance for the men's bath area today. Chulu on our side didn't ask for leave, and has been absent for 7 days straight. Yesterday was supposed to be his night shift, but he didn't show up again, and didn't call in either. According to our company attendance policy, an unexcused absence costs $100 per day. Chulu missed 8 days total, so he should be fined $800. At this point, Ho Jun paused briefly. He deliberately looked over at Sume. Sume remained cold and expressionless, her demeanor both aloof and untouchable. Everyone else turned their eyes toward me, most of them just here to watch the drama unfold. Of course, there were some who secretly enjoyed my misfortune, and only a few actually felt sympathy for me. A few female masseuses standing with Chen Xiaoxue whispered teasingly to her, "Xiaoxue, your boyfriend sure is something else, he just finds whoever he wants, like he owns the place." Chen Xiaoxue scoffed loudly, immediately denying it. "Pfft, he's not even my boyfriend anymore, we broke up long ago. He's just picking on poor Chulu for no reason. I can't stand people like him who abuse their power to bully others." Chen Xiaoxue spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. As she talked, she shot me a glare from across the room. I knew it, every word was meant for me. Of course, she wasn't doing this out of kindness or concern for me. And certainly not because she'd fallen for me after we'd spent that time alone together. She actually thought I knew something about card tricks. But I knew exactly what she was doing, just trying to cozy up to me so we could make a little money together. I also understood that ever since the day I beat Ho Jun and took his girlfriend, Chen Xiaoxue, he would definitely come after me for revenge. But I never expected his retaliation to be so childish and ridiculous. Seeing Sume fall silent, Ho Jun changed his tone and spoke again. "Technically, it should be an 800 yuan fine. But since Chulu skipped work repeatedly, the offense is more serious. The penalty should be increased." I suggested to the supervisor and manager that we double Chulu's fine, just to stop others from following suit. "Double it?" A soft murmur rippled through the crowd. "We waiters only made $1,000 a month. At that rate, it'd be like deducting a month and a half of my salary." Luckily, I had saved up a little cash before. Otherwise, I'd probably be starving and living off wind for the next 2 months. Anyone else in this situation would probably quit on the spot. But I just kept a cold expression, staring out the window without saying a word. Like none of this had anything to do with me. After Ho Jun finished speaking, he turned to Big Sister Mei again, respectfully asking, "Big Sister Mei, what do you think? Does that sound okay?" Sume didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned to look at me and asked, "Chulu, do you have anything to say?" All eyes in the hall once again turned sharply in my direction. Everyone assumed I'd try to defend myself, or at least say something back. But I simply shook my head calmly and muttered 2 words. "No problem." Last night, it was Su Mei who took me to the casino. She should ve spoken up for me, yet she said nothing. I knew she was still mad at me. She was a high-ranking professional manager. Beautiful beyond words, exuding charm and allure. Many men saw her as their goddess. And yet, a woman like her had lowered herself, even taking off her skirt to apologize to me. Still, I rejected. I was just about to speak. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from the crowd. "I'll pay it for him." That single sentence startled everyone present. All eyes immediately turned toward the source. Even Su Mei looked over. But the way she looked at her, it was filled with disdain and disgust. The one who spoke was Chen Xiaoxue. Chen Xiaoxue clearly enjoyed the attention. She was holding her handbag, stepping forward in high heels. Black stockings hugged her long legs, her waist slim as a willow branch. She swayed as she walked up to Ho Jun. Opening her handbag, she quickly counted out 1,600 yuan and handed it to him. "I'll cover it for Kuliuliu. Here's 1,600. Please count it." Everyone was staring at Chen Xiaoxue. Ho Jun's expression shifted from shock to fury. Sure, they'd already broken up. But it was obvious that Ho Jun still hadn't completely let go of whatever feelings he had for her. And as everyone knew, Chen Xiaoxue was his ex-girlfriend. Now she was publicly paying a fine for another man. To him, it was nothing short of a huge humiliation. Chen Xiaoxue, what the hell is this supposed to mean? But she stayed cool and nonchalant, acting like it was no big deal. "No big deal," she said casually. "Shu Lulu doesn't make much. I just helped him out. We're all co-workers, right? Might as well support each other." It was a smart move. Anyone watching the drama unfold would ve thought to themselves how generous she was. To me, this eased the embarrassment in front of everyone and was also a pretty big favor. She knew I would eventually return the favor. And when I did, I wouldn't just repay her back, I would repay with interest. Ho Jun was so angry his lips trembled and his face turned pale. He turned and glared at me, snapping loudly. "Shulu, are you trying to be a kept pretty boy who lives off a woman?" A kept pretty boy referred to a man who lived off his looks and spent women's money. In Heibai, men like that were always looked down upon. Before I could even open my mouth, Chen Xiaoxue let out a cold snort first. "You dare call someone else a pretty boy who spends women's money? Ho Jun, have you ever spent my money?" As soon as she finished speaking, a quiet chuckle rippled through the crowd. Everyone at the bathhouse already knew about their situation. Chen Xiaoxue was officially just a masseuse. But sometimes she also took on side jobs of a more intimate nature. She earned significantly more than Ho Jun. Behind closed doors, people at Tianxiang often whispered that Ho Jun was the one being kept by Chen Xiaoxue. Ho Jun had meant to insult me, but instead ended up humiliating himself. He was so furious his whole body shook. He even clenched his fists, itching to slap Chen Xiaoxue across the face. But this was an employee meeting, and he didn't dare to make a move. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Su Mei, who had been silent with a stern expression the whole time, suddenly turned to me and asked, "Shulu, are you sure you want Chen Xiaoxue to pay your fine for you?" I didn't answer. I simply stepped out of the line. As I passed Chen Xiaoxue, I said coolly, "Thanks, but I don't need you to pay it for me." Then I walked up to Su Mei. "I'll pay the fine myself, Manager Su." "But the money you owe me, isn't a time you paid that back?" My tone sounded respectful on the surface, but was actually quite cold. The moment I spoke, everyone present was visibly shocked. I was just the lowest level waiter at Tianxiang. As for Manager Su Mei, aside from the owner himself, she practically ran the place. How could she possibly owe me money? How was that even possible? Even Su Mei herself looked at me in confusion, shooting back. "What money do I owe you? That 10,000 yuan? It was from last night. I went to the casino yesterday with that 10,000 yuan and exchanged it for chips." In the end, I handed all those 2 million chips back to Sumei. After we had our fight, she never gave me back that 10,000 yuan. Even though originally that 10,000 had been a gift from Sumei earlier on. But once she gave it to me, it became mine. So, I was getting it back no matter what. Oh wow, your memory's not bad after all? Sumei shot back sarcastically. Still, she opened her handbag, pulled out a stack of bills, and handed it to me coldly. 10,000 yuan. Enough for you? I looked at her, but didn't take the money right away. Instead, I slowly shook my head. Not enough. That threw Sumei off completely. It was me who asked for 10,000 in the first place, so why now was I saying it wasn't enough? Her expression turned even colder. She lowered her voice, speaking stiffly. Chulu, you're not seriously thinking about asking for the money you won last night too, are you? I already told you it was just a test. That whole game was meant with good intentions. She stared at me hard, her words now carrying a hint of warning. Listen, Chulu, people never know when to stop. Don't dream of swallowing an elephant whole. Forget about that money from last night. If things get messy, you might not even be able to save yourself. Maybe in Sumei's eyes, I was nothing more than a trickster, clever, but greedy. I didn't feel like explaining myself to her anyway. It's not about that money, I added quickly. Then what more do you want? She looked genuinely confused. We'd only had 2 financial exchanges at most. She really couldn't figure out what else she could possibly owe me. The cab fare. On the way back from that game venue you dragged me to, I took a taxi that cost me 87 yuan. That should come out of your pocket. Sumei was speechless on the spot. To her, what I just said sounded utterly ridiculous. With just 10,000 in chips, I had turned it into 2 million in 2 hands. I had even waved off an offer worth hundreds of thousands in salary just like that. I was actually getting worked up over a measly 80 bucks, refusing to let such a small debt slide. Of course, Sumei didn't get it. But this was how things worked in the con artist world. What was mine had to be mine. And what the mark was supposed to pay, they had to cover, no exceptions. It wasn't like I didn't understand social etiquette. It's just that in this line of work, you had to know the rules. Otherwise, no mark would ever respect you. They'd just see you as a tool, a guy with some skills, but nothing more. Sumei pulled out a $100 bill from her purse and added it to the previous stack of 10,000. With a slap, she placed it right in my hand. There, is that enough? Oh, and I've got 13 left, but don't bother with the change, it's your tip. With that, she stormed off in a huff and went upstairs. She didn't even glance at the employees in the lobby, all staring at each other in confusion. No one had any idea what had just happened. But they could all guess there was definitely something between me and Sumei. More precisely, some kind of connection. Just what kind of connection, though, was beyond them. I worked at the bathhouse, and things were relatively relaxed. Every day, I just distributed supplies to the different bathing areas and guest rooms. The rest of the time, I waited by the radio for calls needing more stock. That day was no different. I finished handing out the supplies and sat on the back steps smoking quietly. Halfway through my cigarette, the back gate suddenly opened. 2 men walked out side by side. I knew them both too well. The one who had tried to embarrass me in front of everyone that morning was Ho Jun. And the other was his childhood buddy. And the guy who challenged me to a one-on-one fight that night, Lao Hei. Ho Jun had his back to me and didn't notice me. But Lao Hei saw me and hesitated for a moment. Then he quickly looked away. They weren't far from me. Even though they weren't speaking loudly, I could hear every word they said. Lao Hei said, "Monkey, I've scraped together 3,500. Take it for now. I'll leave that 2 grand outstanding for now, I'll pay you back in a while." Ho Jun said, "Fine, old Hei. I'm in a rush for cash too, otherwise I wouldn't be bothering you. Give me the other 2 grand within a month." I listened and couldn't help sneering inwardly. Ho Jun kept insisting that Old Hae had been his childhood buddy, his best friend. He'd cheated at the tables to clean Old Hae out, and on top of that he'd lent him a bunch of money. Yet now he was claiming he urgently needed cash and was already demanding repayment. The man was so hypocritical and sly he might as well have abandoned all ties. After a few more casual remarks, Ho Jun spoke up again. By the way, Old Hae, our underground casino opens in a couple days. If you can't scrape the money together, bring some friends to play. We'll give you 300 for each person you bring, win or lose. If your friends lose a lot, I'll talk to Sister May and maybe we can give you an extra cut. Old Hae looked uneasy. You know my friends don't really gamble. If I bring them and they lose money, I'd feel terrible. So what does it matter if they lose? Ho Jun shot back. You're not forcing them to bet. Just get them here, whether they play or not is another story. He kept pressing him. I didn't expect him to start recruiting customers before the place even opened. Every casino has people like that, they have a name, recruiters. In Landau Qianmen you naturally find them as well. Ever since Qianmen made a name for itself, people talked about the 8 generals. Those who specialized in luring others in were a type of the 8 generals, known as the recruiting generals. They were still talking when Ho Jun's walkie-talkie suddenly buzzed. It was Su Mei, telling him to come to the office. He said a few words to Old Hae and hurried off. As he turned he saw me and gave me a hard glare before pushing the door open and slipping inside. Only Old Hae and I were left in the courtyard. We exchanged a look, and then Old Hae strode over toward me. I remained seated on the steps, motionless for what felt like forever. Blackie walked up to me and, surprisingly, handed me a cigarette. Here, take a drag. I took it, lit it up, and took a deep puff. Blackie lit his too. He stood, I sat, and we just smoked in silence, neither of us saying a word. After a long pause, Blackie suddenly broke the silence. Aren't you scared of dying? Of course I am. Then why did you dare to fight me that day? Because I figured you were even more scared than I was. Blackie grinned, a bit sheepishly. What if I ain't scared at all? What would you do then? Then we'll see who lives longer. I replied in the same cold tone. Blackie laughed again, this time with a bitter edge. All right, I respect you. I ain't respected many people in all these years until now. You, 6th brother, you're the exception. As soon as he said that, he corrected himself. Wait, no. That day I truly lost. From now on, it's Master 6th. Hell yes, 6th Master. That day I barely won, though I did get the crap beaten out of me by Blackie. But honestly, I always thought pretty highly of him. He's a man who owns his losses, and he sticks to his word. He's principled, has a moral line, and wouldn't stab a friend in the back. He was only fighting for a friend's sake in the first place. But yeah, he's a bit simple-minded, kind of a thickhead. But for me, that's actually a good thing. I took another puff of my cigarette, looked at Blackie, and asked casually. Ever think about why you always lost money when you played with Ho Jun? Bad luck, just my rotten luck. What else could it be? Man, what an idiot. A total blockhead. Guys like him are born suckers for con artists. He loves gambling, and yet he doesn't even know to watch his back. And he stubbornly thinks it's all about luck. Even that time when his 3 jacks turned up against Ho Jun's 3 aces. And Ho Jun's 3 aces somehow lost to my 2-3-5. Such an odd outcome, and he didn't even smell something fishy. I took another drag, slowly shaking my head. It wasn't bad luck. You were scammed, Blackie. Ho Jun used marked cards in that game. He knows everyone. No way. As soon as I finished speaking, Old Hae immediately shot me down. Me and Monkey grew up together, we're tight. If he was gonna screw someone over, it definitely wouldn't be me. Don't try to turn us against each other because of what happened that day. Old Hae spoke with fierce conviction. I don't laugh much normally. But right then, I really wanted to burst out laughing. There really are idiots in this world who get sold out and still count the money for the person who betrayed them. Don't believe me? Nope. It's simple, go buy a few decks of playing cards at the supermarket and you'll find out. Seeing how confident I was, old Hay got a bit confused. After thinking for a moment, he said to me, "Fine, then come with me. Teach me how to spot it? I'm at work, man. I'll go find Ho Jun to cover your shift." Old Hay was persistent. I thought for a second and replied, "Never mind, I'll just ask off myself." So I took out my phone and gave Sumei a call. She had called me once before, and I just happened to save her number. As soon as she picked up, I told her I needed the day off. I expected her to be cold or angry, like she was that morning. But instead, she was surprisingly calm. If something comes up in the future, just go handle it. No need to formally ask for leave. If anyone asks about you being over at the bathhouse, just say you checked in with me. I was stunned. I hadn't expected Sumei to make an exception for me like this. Was she not mad anymore? The supermarket we usually went to wasn't far from the bathhouse. We hadn't even stepped inside when, from across the street, an old man's voice rang out. "Hey! Aren't you two the same guys from that fight the other night? Already made up so soon? That's no fun at all, I was hoping to see another round." It was old Wu, the same guy who had been sitting at the entrance watching the whole thing that night. Right then, he was holding a palm-sized fan in his left hand and a half-moon-shaped purple clay teapot in his right. He was sitting on a small stool in front of the courtyard, pouring himself a cup of tea. His head full of white hair was a mess from the wind, but he didn't seem to care at all. Old Hay and I didn't say a word, and walked straight into the small convenience store. The shop owner clearly hadn't expected to see us two again. The way he looked at us, there was definitely a hint of panic in his eyes. Old Hay didn't waste time with small talk and just said directly, "Give me 2 decks of playing cards." The owner first glanced quickly outside the door. I figured he was checking if Ho Jun had come too. Seeing no one at the entrance, he immediately replied, "Sorry, the cards are all sold out. New stock comes in tomorrow. You two can come back then." "You think I'm stupid, don't you?" Old Hay suddenly barked loudly, startling both the shop owner and me. He pointed at the nearby shelf. "Don't bullshit me, those aren't poker cards, those are fucking sanitary pads, right?" On the shelf, there were actually 2 decks of playing cards. One was the Yao brand, and the other was the 3A we always used. To be honest, I suspected both decks were probably placed there by Ho Jun. But since we always played with 3A, I never really bothered to wonder if the Yao cards were rigged. I randomly picked up a deck of 3A cards and opened it. Old Hay picked up a single card, holding it face down toward me. With his other hand, he covered the rest of the deck like they might run off, and carefully asked me, "You said before you can spot a marked deck, right? Then tell me, what is this card?" Old Hay was built like a tank, and his face looked pretty intimidating. But the way he acted right then was like a preschooler, it was almost childish. 3 of spades. Old Hay froze. He flipped the card back and forth several times, still couldn't see anything wrong. "How is that possible?" "Then what about this one?" 6 of diamonds. "What about this one?" Jack of hearts. "And this one? Are you done yet?" This whole thing was pretty damn boring. But Old Hay was already convinced there was definitely something wrong with these cards. Then came a sudden crack. A sharp sound that startled both me and the shop owner again. The tempered glass on the counter had actually been shattered by Old Hay's fist. "Jun Ho, I've always treated you like a brother, and you dare to cheat me with marked poker cards. F your mom." Old Hay started cursing like crazy right there. After shouting a couple of curses, he shook his head and muttered to himself, No, I can't curse his mom. She's actually a nice person. I should call her auntie. But cursing his dad? That works. He and his old man are exactly alike, drinking, gambling, hustling, conning people. They're both rotten to the core. The supermarket owner standing nearby had already turned pale with fear. He couldn't exactly separate himself from this mess. After touching those cards, I thought for sure old Hay would go completely off the rails. I figured he'd go find Junho, get back all the money he owed and give him a good beating. But to my surprise, after fiddling with the cards for a while, old Hay actually sighed. Damn it, forget it. What's the point of asking? He doesn't have any money anyway. Out of respect, I'll let him off this once. I must be been blind to ever consider this mutta brother. I won't chase the debt anymore, I'll just pretend I never knew him. Then he pointed at the store owner and added. And you're no saint either. Listen up, today you're not getting a penny for that broken glass or those cards. I stood there, half annoyed and half amused, not sure what to say. That was just how old Hay was. Clumsy, a little stupid, yet somehow lovable. After we left the supermarket, old Hay kept his head down, clearly in a funk. He asked me how I knew about that deck of cards. I just said I'd seen it before, and didn't say much more. I had planned to go home, but he kept trailing behind me the whole way. Just before I got home, he finally spoke up and said he wanted to treat me to a drink. But since he'd just paid back Junho everything he owed, he only had about $120 left, which probably wouldn't be enough. Looking slightly embarrassed, I simply said with a calm smile. No worries, I've got money. Leave it to me. Don't you stress about it. Old Hay thought for a moment. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh hard and said. How could I forget that place? Simon, I'll take you their food, drinks, whatever you want, it's all free. But first, I gotta warn you about one thing. That place is full of schemes, you better not get involved. There are plenty of troublemakers inside. In Blackie's eyes, I was just a small-time gambler who happened to know a few card tricks. But honestly, that worked out fine for me. It gave me a chance to test his character a bit more and see what he was really like. In the world of cons and heists, aside from the pitcher, who specializes in luring people into the game, there is another role known as the fireman. A fireman's job is basically that of a killer or enforcer. When tricks and sleight of hand can't get the job done, it's time to resort to force. That's when the fireman steps in. Blackie fits that role perfectly. That's exactly why I told him about Ho Jun cheating at the game. And that's also why I took time off to accompany him to recognize the marked cards. If you want to make a name for yourself and expand your influence in this game, you can't do it alone. You need help. Blackie is a pretty good choice. He led me to an old street in the city center. Compared to the modern high-rises around it, the area looked run down. Red bricks, gray tiles, and cobblestone streets. As soon as we stepped into the alley, the sounds of daily life hit us like a wave. Vendors shouting, pans sizzling, men drinking and shouting over dice games, and the occasional scolding of kids. These noises drifted out from the narrow, dimly lit apartment buildings. Blackie and I stopped in front of one dilapidated old building, and he pointed inside. This is it, he said. Looking up, I saw 3 rusted characters hanging on the rooftop, mahjong parlor. As soon as we walked in, we entered a large open room. Inside, there were a few greasy dining tables and long benches scattered around. About a dozen men were seated around the tables, feasting and drinking heartily. When Blackie walked in, someone peeked out from the kitchen and called out. Well, if it isn't Blackie. Hey man, long time no see, where you been making your fortune? Fortune? Yeah, right. If I were rich, would I come here to mooch off you? Just cook me up a couple of dishes, I'm having a few drinks here today. We found a seat and sat down. Blackie gave me a quick rundown of the place. Black used to work here before, but later he quit because he found it too boring to do the same thing every day. The place looked nothing special from the outside, but around Harbay, it was well known far and wide. Just for mahjong alone, they set up over 100 tables daily. For poker, pai gow, and dice games, there were still dozens of tables going at any time. The room where we had dinner was actually set aside specifically for gamblers. The kitchen stayed open 24 hours a day. Food and drinks were always available, completely free of charge. Black told me that many locals who didn't even play cards still came here just for the meals. The owner turned a blind eye to it all and never chased anyone away. As for the owner's income, the main source was table fees. For mahjong, they charged 50 yuan per person, 200 per table. At higher stakes tables, the fee could go up to 400 or even more per table. For poker, pai gow, and dice games, there were dealers who raked in a percentage. If the banker won more than 2,000 in one round, 5% was taken as a cut. If it was under 2,000, nothing was taken at all. And the rule was, the cut was only taken from the banker, never from the players. I was secretly amazed when I heard this, and I couldn't help but do a quick calculation in my head. Judging from this seemingly chaotic system, the owner was probably pulling in no less than 50,000 a day. At first, Black and I were planning to have a couple of drinks. But after he told me all that, I lost all interest in drinking. I told him to hurry up and finish eating, then take me upstairs to check things out. Black agreed, but kept reminding me to be careful. He said this place was full of all kinds of people, there were a lot of cheats around, and told me to just watch and not play. I thought to myself, cheats? I muttered under my breath, wasn't I a cheat too? After dinner, I followed Black up the creaky wooden stairs, swaying slightly with each step as we climbed to the second floor. The moment I walked in, I could tell Black hadn't been exaggerating. Forget about the main hall and private rooms. Even the hallway was packed with mahjong tables. The poker and pai gow games were all happening on the fourth floor. When we got there, the fourth floor was already packed and buzzing with energy. Black wasn't exactly a big name, but he was somewhat recognized here. Every now and then, someone would greet him. Some called him Old Black, others called him Brother Black. No matter what they called him, the familiarity was clear in their tone. To him, these people still had a certain amount of respect and caution. Interestingly, we just walked around for a bit. Suddenly, Old Hay had an extra $400 in his hand. Turns out someone had won big at the game and casually handed him a little tip. When we reached the farthest poker table, Old Hay stopped in his tracks. The dealer, who had been shuffling the cards, spotted Old Hay and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, isn't that my brother Hay? Haven't seen you in a while. Come on, place a few bets." As soon as the dealer spoke, the other players at the table also called out greetings to Old Hay. Someone even made space and invited him to sit down. Earlier, Old Hay had been advising me not to play, but now he sat down so casually himself. He slapped the $400 on the table and said to the dealer, "Just one hand, $400, no multipliers. If I lose, I walk away." The game they were playing was called Pull 9. It was a very popular local gambling game in Harbay. The rules were pretty simple, each player got 3 cards. After adding up the points, only the last digit of the total counted. Aces counted as 1 point, 10, J, Q, and K were worth 0. All other cards were counted based on their face value. 9 was the highest possible score and paid 5 times the bet, 8 paid 3 times, and 7 paid double. Anything below 7 only paid even money. If the dealer and the player had the same point total, the dealer won. But in case of a tie, no matter what the points were, it only paid 1 time the stake, no extra. Pull 9 also had special hands like triplets and straights. But only 3 threes counted as triplets, which paid 10 times the stake. Any other 3 cards of the same number didn't count as triplets, they were just calculated by point value as usual. Only the straight 2, 3, 4 counted as a valid straight, because adding them gave exactly 9 points, which paid 8 times the stake. Other straights were treated as regular point totals. When Old Hay said no multipliers, it meant that regardless of what hand he got, even if it was triple threes, he would only get even money. Most people who said no multipliers usually meant they were low on cash, since if you bet with multipliers and lost, you'd owe the dealer a lot more than you could handle. This kind of game was simple and brutal, with no skill involved, which naturally made it a favorite among gamblers. Old Hay had some clever moves. The first time, he got a J7 and a totaling 8 points while the dealer only had 5. By the usual rules, Old Hay bet 400, and with 8 points doubling the payout, he should have won 800. But since he chose not to flip, he could only collect 400. As the game went on, Old Hay had pretty good luck and ended up winning over 2,000. He saw me standing there and didn't want me to get bored. So he pulled out 1,000 and handed it to me, saying, "This hand looks solid. Why don't you play a few rounds too? If you lose, no big deal, it's on me." Old Hay wasn't the type to stress over money, and he was pretty loyal. But I shook my head and declined. I stuck to my own rules. I always watched first. No matter what game it was, I'd observe until I was sure everything was clean, and only then would I jump in. After watching this round for a bit, I was almost certain the dealer was cheating. His methods were pretty sloppy, though. And his sleight of hand was pretty limited, too. It was just one move dealing from the bottom. Once in a while, he'd slip a card from the bottom of the deck. Maybe he even knew his technique wasn't great. Most of the time, he didn't dare try it. Twice, I saw his fingers resting on the bottom card. But he got too nervous to actually pull it off. I smirked inwardly. Such a clumsy trick, not even good enough to impress a three-legged cat. How could he be so reckless, not even afraid of getting caught and having his hands broken? While I kept an eye on the table, I also stayed alert to what was going on around us. Even though this wasn't a real casino, just a mahjong parlor, there were still people coming and going who looked like undercover eyes. But the place was so big, the eyes seemed spread too thin. I watched for a while before spotting someone who looked like a lookout walk by once. He just glanced at the table a few times and left. But someone else caught my attention, a young guy sitting nearby. He looked about 18 or 19. His clothes were oversized and loose, patched up in a few places. His messy hair was all over the place, and there were streaks of dirt on his face. The outfit made it hard to tell if he was a boy or a girl at first glance. But what really stood out to me were his eyes. They were really striking. Clear and sharp. At first, I thought he was just another dim light pretending to be clueless around the table. But the longer I watched, the more he looked like a beggar, just a young bum. He wasn't watching the cards at all, only who was winning and who was losing. Every time someone won a pot, he'd try to sneak in and get a piece of the action. Looks like he was just here to mooch off the winners. The game was Lucky 9, where you place your bets up front. After 3 cards are dealt, the players compare points with the dealer directly, no hitting, no rebetting. So if a player wants to cheat, unless he's hiding or swapping cards, there's almost no way to pull a trick. Even if you know how to read the cards, switching tables won't help. Once the cards are dealt, you go straight to comparing hands. Whether you show them face up or not makes little difference. Hiding cards is like keeping stolen goods on your person, and it could blow your cover any second. If you really want to win, the safest way is to be the dealer. The dealer's seat at this table wasn't fixed. If someone got a triple 3 or a straight like 2 3 4, they could take over the banker role. And if you had the cash but didn't feel like dealing, you could buy your way out for a few $100. As I watched, Old Hay had already lost all his money. It was obvious he still wanted to play. He stayed in his seat, clearly reluctant to leave. So I pulled out $2,000 and tossed it onto Old Hay's table, saying, "Here, use this to play for a bit." Old Hay gave me a grateful glance. The dealer, seeing that Old Hay and I were friendly, called out to me, "Hey bro, why don't you open a hand too?" I had been thinking about joining anyway, and now he gave me the perfect excuse. So I casually grabbed a seat and sat down. The minimum bet for this round was 100, maximum 1,000. I just casually bet 100 or 200 each round. Didn't care much whether I won or lost, just waiting patiently for my chance to deal. Maybe I was just having really bad luck. Over an hour passed, and still no triple 3s or straights had shown up. I decided I couldn't keep waiting like this. Cheating was the easiest and fastest way to go. Old Lou had warned me before. As a con artist, you can't leave evidence on your body. Leaving behind even one piece of evidence is like planting the seed of your own downfall. I asked Sixth Master, what if I absolutely had to hide or steal a card? How would I do it?
He stayed silent for a long time before finally answering.
He said there's only one move you can use: shift the blame onto someone else, like grafting a flower onto another tree.
But this kind of move should never be used if possible.
That's also why I've never dared to steal or hide cards up until now. In this round, my hand totaled 4 points, 2 deuces and a 10. As soon as the hands were compared, while returning the cards to the pile, I secretly palmed one of the deuces. In the world of card cheating, this technique is called hiding heaven in the palm.
It's considered a basic trick.
When seasoned players use this move, their fingers naturally curl inward slightly to make sure the card doesn't slip out. But I do it differently. I can hold the card securely even with my palm completely open. If someone tries to peek into my palm, I can flip my hand and, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, transfer the card to the back of my hand, where it stays firmly in place.
Of course, in a chaotic game with so many eyes watching, once the card is hidden in the palm, you have to move it quickly. You can stash it in your sleeve, a seam in your clothes, or your pants pocket.
Anywhere works, as long as it's convenient for you to retrieve it later. After hiding the deuce, I waited a few rounds before finally using it to form a straight of 2, 3, 4.
But I didn't bet too much, just 100 chips. The payout was 8-1.
The dealer paid me 800, and I rotated into the dealer position on the next round. Shuffling, cutting, and dealing, I did all 3 steps as if nothing was going on. Everything looked perfectly normal, beyond suspicion. But in reality, I had already taken full control of the game. While shuffling, without using any flashy techniques, I could still remember every card's exact order. When dealing, I could pull out any specific card from the entire 52 card deck like it was second nature. Even if you stared straight at me with wide open eyes, you wouldn't catch the slightest hint of deception. Still, I remained cautious. I always dealt just right, never tipping my hand. Usually, wiping out 3 players and letting 2 win was enough. And in those 2 winning hands, there was almost always an old regular among them. Sometimes, I'd even loosen up a bit and let everyone win once in a while. And just like that, the game kept going. Just then, a man's voice came from the side.
"This kid looks unfamiliar."
I looked up and saw a young man flanked by 2 henchmen with dragon and tiger tattoos, walking toward the mahjong table. He had narrow, triangular eyes and a shaved head. A long, glaring scar ran across the top of his skull, like a centipede crawling on his scalp. Just looking at him sent a chill down the spine. His gaze locked onto me, unwavering and bold. As soon as he showed up, people around the table began greeting him.
"Brother Centipede's here? Come, take a seat."
You could clearly feel that everyone was afraid of this centipede. The so-called centipede grunted, ignoring the people around him. Instead, he stared straight at me and said,
"Stop hogging the seat. Let me take over. I'll be the dealer tonight. You'll get a cut of the winnings too."
This centipede clearly was just a thug. Obviously, he'd been running wild here for a while and came straight at me, trying to steal my spot. I'd been sitting in for hours just waiting for my turn as dealer. There was no way I was handing it over so easily. I gave Centipede a cold glance and replied coolly,
"Forget it. I still want to play a bit longer. If you're not in a rush, wait for me to finish. If I win, I'll still give you a share." Centipede paused for a moment.
Clearly, he hadn't expected someone here to dare talk back to him like that. A vicious, threatening look immediately flashed in his triangular eyes. One of his lackeys beside him even started shouting directly,
"Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Centipede boss is doing you a favor by asking you to step down. Show some sense and move your ass now, or don't blame us for getting rough."
So this place really was as Old Black had described, a den of snakes and scoundrels, full of all sorts. But I guess they were only being this bold because they saw I was a stranger here.
If I were a regular, the boss probably would VE stepped in to smooth things over already. Before I could even speak, Old Black suddenly shot up from his seat with a loud noise. He glared at that henchman and snapped, "Who the hell do you think you're talking to disrespectfully? Come on, why don't you try being disrespectful to me and see what happens?" This younger guy obviously knew Old Hay.
The moment Old Hay spoke up, he immediately shut up. Old Hay then turned his gaze towards Centipede and said,
"Centipede, these are my friends.
If you're just here to play, then sit down and play fair.
If you're trying to scare someone, don't pull that crap on my friends. Don't say I didn't warn you when things get ugly." Centipede's expression slightly changed.
In this joint, he could barely remember the last time someone had the guts to talk to him like that in public. Still, he had a bit of respect and caution toward Old Hay. After a moment's hesitation, he waved over another gambler and motioned for him to take his seat. He reached out a hand, and one of his boys immediately handed him a briefcase.
Centipede pulled out several stacks of cash and slapped them onto the table with a loud crack. "All right, fine, let us just play for fun.
I'll play along.
This round I'm betting 50,000.
Kid, show us what you've got." That's how the rule of 9 works in this game. It means the banker must have cash equal to at least 10 times the maximum bet in order to deal.
Let me put it this way.
If the maximum bet at the table is 1,000, the banker must have at least 10,000 in cash on hand. It's to prevent situations where someone bets 1,000 and hits triple threes, which pays 10 times and the banker can't cover it. Centipede was now betting 50,000 and demanding I show my money, which meant I had to prove I had at least 500,000 in cash to match. But truth is, I didn't even have half of that. Hell, I barely had 22,000 total, including what I had on me and what I just won. I could tell what he was doing. After being shut down by Old Hay, he was trying to save face by picking on me. Still, I kept a straight face and calmly replied, "Sorry, but our table limit is 1,000.
I only have about 22,000 total."
50,000?
I can't take that. If you bet 2,000, I can accept.
Damn, you really are broke as hell.
Coming here to deal with that kind of chump change,"
he muttered under his breath, his face twisting with obvious disdain. Then, Centipede turned his eyes toward Old Hay again, throwing a deliberate jab.
"Old Hay, isn't this your friend? Why don't you lend him a few bucks then?"
Centipede knew damn well Old Hay was short on cash. That comment was aimed directly at him, meant to provoke. Old Hay's face darkened. He shot Centipede a glare, then spoke up.
"Right now I'm broke, so let us just play with this much.
If you wanna play, play. If you think it's too small, there's bigger games over there. Go have your fun, don't come mess with us." Centipede sneered coldly, his eyes fixed on the cash in front of me. He spoke slowly, "How about this? You lay out however much you've got, and I'll match it all.
We go head to head, no doubling, one final round decides it all."
Match it all meant he'd match whatever I had on the table.
No matter what hand we called, even if it was triple threes, we wouldn't double the stakes. Whoever won would just take whatever was on the table. I didn't say anything. Instead, I turned to look at Black. The reason I looked at Black wasn't because I didn't want to gamble with Centipede, it was to see how he'd react. I needed to be sure if I won, would I actually be able to walk away with the money?
After all, Centipede was basically the local gangster around here. If I won but couldn't take the cash, there was no point agreeing.
Black might misunderstood my look, thinking I was scared the stakes were too high, that I was hesitating out of fear.
He immediately stood up, blood rushing to his head. With a slap, he shoved all the money off the table straight into my pile.
"Brother Chew, let us do this. Count me in, this is everything I've got."
Seeing how confident Black was, I felt more secure. I quickly counted his stack. It came out to 4,500. Adding that to my 23,000, we had a total of 27,500. Only the two of us had money in this round. I quickly shuffled and dealt the cards. As soon as the cards were dealt, Centipede didn't even look at his hand. He just pointed at me and said, "Come on, no stalling. You show first." In reality, who showed first didn't really matter in this game. After all, there was no turn order in comparing hands. I casually flipped over my 3 cards. As soon as the cards were revealed, the crowd watching the game couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Black was especially worked up.
He slammed the table with his hand. Holy fuck! What bad luck, man. I couldn't help but frown slightly, too. I quickly put on a face of deep regret, feigning frustration. In front of me were 3 cards face up, a queen, a 10, and a king. Combined, those 3 cards added up to 0. In Pai Gow, that was the weakest hand possible. Centipede and his 2 lackeys behind him burst into laughter. In their eyes, the outcome was already decided, an easy win. Centipede even smirked arrogantly and crooked his finger at me, saying smugly, "Come on, take your money. You don't even need to see my cards, right?" Before I could even respond, Old Hay shot back with wide eyes. "How can you not look at his cards? What if he also has 0? Fuck off, dream on," Centipede said, flipping his 3 cards face up on the table with a dramatic slap. Whoa! The onlookers around the table couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Old Hay's eyes went wide with excitement. Centipede and his 2 goons, on the other hand, looked completely stunned. It turned out his 3 cards were exactly 10, 10, and queen. Just like mine, also totaling 0. According to Pai Gow rules, when both hands have the same point value, the dealer gets half a point advantage, meaning the dealer wins. This choking, unlucky hand I dealt was actually intentional. And there were 2 reasons why. First, I wanted to piss off Centipede. I've always hated guys like him, those self-important, loudmouth social clowns who love showing off, acting tough, bullying the weak and cowering from the strong. Second, I wanted to provoke him. When someone like him loses a high-stakes round like this, how can he stay calm? I wanted him to get emotional, to get hot-headed, to lose control and raise the stakes even higher. And sure enough, Centipede lost it. He pounded the table several times with his fist. But it wasn't enough to vent his anger. He violently tore his 3 0-point cards into pieces and threw them aside, cursing. "What the fuck kind of garbage cards are these? Get me a new deck." Someone from the mahjong parlor quickly brought over a fresh deck. I pulled out $1,500 and handed it over. That included the $1,350 from the previous round's rake, and the rest was for tips and the new deck of cards. I added another $9,000 to Old Hay's stake the last time. He bet $4,500 and naturally won it back. "I'm going one more round with you." Centipede slapped his cards down in front of me, his face cold and his tone venomous. As I casually laid out my hand, I replied coolly, "You can call me, sure, but the money you've got on the table doesn't look like enough." Centipede had come with $50,000. He'd lost $27,500 in the last round and only had $22,500 left. As for me, after deducting the cut and Old Hay's share, I still had over $40,000 in play. "Bring me the money." Centipede held out his hand and barked at his men behind him. One of his guys hesitated, then leaned in and whispered something into Centipede's ear. "Looks like they really were out. They only brought that $50,000 with them." Sure enough, Centipede muttered a curse under his breath. Then he slammed what was left on the table. "This is it. All in. That's all I've got." Still not satisfied, he turned to the onlookers nearby and shouted, "Come on, everyone, bet big too. Let us crush this bastard once and for all." There were always plenty of loudmouths at the gambling table. My goal was to make money. I didn't care if he insulted me. Out of respect for Centipede's reputation, the others reluctantly pulled out some cash and placed their bets. But none of them put down much, mostly just $200 or $300 each. Old Hay, though, threw in $2,000, deliberately taunting Centipede. "This is from what I won last round." "Well, actually, more like what I picked up off the table." "I'll go with $2,000. Centipede's face darkened. He was too furious to respond. After I shuffled the deck, Centipede suddenly asked to cut the cards again. He cut them back and forth 6 or 7 times this round, almost like reshuffling the deck all over again. I let out a cold smirk in my mind. Up against a seasoned cheat, of course he'd be extra cautious. But no matter how many times he cut the deck, it wouldn't change a thing. After he finished cutting, I was about to deal the cards when... Wait! Centipede suddenly interrupted me again. He pointed at the table and barked. Put the deck down. Don't hold the cards in your hand, I'm afraid you might pull a fast one. Just deal them face up on the table, and use only one finger to flip them. Wugong Centipede hung around gambling dens often, though he wasn't exactly a professional cheater. But among gamblers, he was definitely a seasoned old fox. He knew a few tricks to prevent cheating himself. Too bad those tricks only worked against amateurs. They were useless against me. I tilted the deck on the table slightly, then used one finger to gently slide the top card forward. Wugong was already on his feet, flanked by his two henchmen, all staring at my hand like hawks. The three of them leaned in so close their faces were nearly touching my hand, eyes wide open, not daring to blink. I sneered inwardly. Clueless as ever. He thought that would stop someone from cheating. What he didn't know was that I had already finished my move. While shuffling, I had secretly arranged the cards. Even though Wugong cut the deck 6 or 7 times. The moment it came back to me, I restored the order in an instant. And even if I hadn't fully reset the deck, he still wouldn't have noticed a thing, even if I followed his rule and used only one finger to deal. There were countless techniques in the con game. It all came down to precision and timing and speed. A top-tier card cheat could move so fast, not only could the human eye not catch it, but even surveillance cameras wouldn't detect the slightest trickery. Once the cards were dealt, I didn't wait for anyone else to show their hands. I flipped mine over boldly. My cards were weak, 9, J, 2 only 1 point. As soon as I revealed them, the other 3 players who had bet also laid down their cards. All of them had better hands than mine. I lost to every one. One guy who bet 200 flipped over a hand worth 8 points, double the value. I paid out all 3 bets. Only Wugong and Lo Hei Old Black remained, neither showing their cards yet. Lo Hei wasn't in a rush. For one thing, he liked to rub his cards. Every time we played Golden Flower, he'd rub each card slowly, as if the numbers might change after he touched them. Plus, he was actually worried about me. I only had 1 point in my hand. With just any point the Centipede played, he would beat me. As for why he didn't reveal his card, it was clearly out of nerves. Last time, when he tied with me at 0 points and still lost, it had left a scar in his mind. Seeing that Old Hei wasn't showing his card, the Centipede shot him a glance and impatiently asked, "Why aren't you opening up yet?" Old Hei stubbornly shot back, "Mind your own damn business. You go first." The Centipede could also feel that he probably couldn't outbluff Old Hei. So he grabbed the top card and flipped it open directly. It was a king as 0-point card. At the sight of the 0, the Centipede couldn't help but frown slightly. That last 0 had already left a shadow in his mind. He didn't reveal the second one right away, instead starting his card wobbling routine. He first lifted a tiny corner of the card to peek at it. Then he placed the card sideways on the table. Then slowly began wobbling it, shaking it back and forth carefully, inch by inch. His 2 henchmen behind him also started shouting loudly, "3-siders! 3-siders!" 3-siders refers to the cards 6, 7, and 8 in poker. Gamblers playing baccarat often chant this. They kept up the chanting for a while. Suddenly, the Centipede slammed the card down. It turned out to be the 6 of diamonds. Now, combining both cards, the Centipede had 6 points, I only had 1. Statistically speaking, his odds of winning were pretty high. If the third card wasn't a 4 or 5, he was definitely going to win. The Centipede rubbed his hands along the edge of the gambling table. He was now wobbling the most crucial third card. Old Hei was watching nervously too, standing up and leaning forward to watch the Centipede's move. Muttering under his breath, he whispered, 2-siders, 2-siders. In poker, 2-siders refers to the 4 and 5. If either of those came up, the Centipede would lose to me. The Centipede and his 2 men kept shouting as well. "No siders! No siders! No siders means a, 2, or 3. With 6 points already, if the third card was an a, 2, or 3, the centipede would definitely win. The three of them were shouting loudly, and the onlookers seemed to grow tense too. But slowly, the expressions on all three of their faces started to turn sour. A younger guy, slightly nervous, called out, "Bluff! Bluff! Come on, bluff!" Wugong's eyes were widening more and more. Even his breathing was getting heavier. Suddenly, he slammed his cards down hard on the table. He turned around and shouted at the younger guy, "Bluff this, you MGB. It's all your damn fault." Wugong was biting like a rabid dog, while the younger guy just looked innocent. The people around stared at the card Wugong had crumpled into a mess, letting out quiet gasps. But no one dared to speak up after all, they were all afraid of Wugong, the local bully. Wugong's third card turned out to be a 4. 6 plus 4 Wugong had 0 again. "I won again." Old Hay finally relaxed and laughed out loud. "My turn to deal now. Come on, big hand, let me take down my Chulu." Chulu, literally the sixth, a nickname for Wugong here. He was only joking with that "take me down" part. This time he didn't even bother to shuffle the cards. Right after he spoke, he slapped his hand on the table with a loud smack. Holy crap! Except for Wugong and his flunky, everyone watching couldn't help but gasp out loud. Even Old Hay's eyes were wide open, stunned beyond belief. Old Hay had triple threes, a tenfold win. He bet 2,000 I had to pay him 20,000. Of course, I had dealt that hand on purpose. This round, I had planned for everyone except Wugong to win. That way, no one would suspect me of cheating. Giving triple threes to Old Hay was me intentionally shifting the money his way. After all, in a place like this full of shady characters, it was safer to have the cash with someone like Old Hay, a big guy like a black tower, than with me. But what happened next proved I was wrong in my thinking. Wugong stared at Old Hay's triple threes, and in his eyes wasn't just jealousy, it was hatred. 2 rounds in a row with 0 points. $50,000 gone just like that. Gnashing his teeth, Wugong held back his rage for a while. Then he glared at Old Hay and growled. "Old Hay, you got triple threes, you're the dealer now." "I'm betting again. The centipede is broke now. With a place this big, there's gotta be loan sharks around. I'm guessing he's frustrated from losing in anger, getting all worked up, thinking about borrowing from the sharks. I don't even want to keep playing this game anymore." For just 50,000, the centipede wouldn't go that far to start a fight. But if he keeps losing, who knows what might happen? That's what Sixth Master once said. In a gambling den, having a good cheat is crucial. It's not about how much you win or lose. It's knowing exactly when to walk away. Now is exactly the time I should stop. Otherwise, I wouldn't have handed my leopard combo to Old Hay and given up the banker seat. I was worried Old Hay might impulsively take the banker spot, so I was trying to signal him. But Old Hay beat me to it. He grinned like a fool while stuffing money into his pockets. One pocket full, he moved on to the next. Meanwhile, he said to the centipede, "Don't laugh at me, centipede. I've played cards for years, and this is the first time I've ever won this big. Feels damn amazing. I'm definitely stopping today. You love being the banker so much you can have it for free. Take it already." With that, Old Hay started chuckling like a fool again. Old Hay looks a bit simple, but he's not stupid. We just won 50,000. If we don't leave now, we'd really be total fools. The centipede turned pale with rage and suddenly stood up. He pointed at me and Old Hay, yelling furiously, "Don't you dare leave. None of you are going anywhere today. Keep playing." Old Hay chuckled, eyeing the centipede sideways. "You say I can't leave, so I just have to stay? On what grounds? Want to start a fight? Don't think Old Hay is easy prey. Even without Sixth Master stepping in, I can take on all three of you by myself. Who's gonna try me? Old Hay used to run security here before. Though he doesn't have that big brother background others might have.
Everyone still knows exactly how tough he is. Once Old Hay called him out, the centipede didn't dare to take the challenge. I just couldn't swallow my pride like that. He clenched his teeth and stayed silent for a moment before finally speaking up.
Let us go again tomorrow. One more round, you guys got the guts? No time.
Old Hay shot back flatly. Then don't blame me for going after him directly. Centipede stared at me with his sinister triangular eyes. I naturally didn't take that kind of threat seriously. After collecting our money, Old Hay and I headed downstairs. By the time we reached the first floor, the restaurant was still open for business. Old Hay was in a great mood, walking briskly and excitedly chatting with me.
Chulu, forget about being sixth master, you're my goddamn money charm today. I just won 29,000, the biggest win I've ever had.
Here, 10,000 for good luck. Old Hay was a man of loyalty and principle.
Truth was, I had actually made some money myself too.
But he didn't know that those winnings were only possible because I cheated to make sure he came out on top. Still, he pulled out 10,000 and insisted on giving it to me as a token of good fortune. I was planning to wait until we were outside to tell him the truth. But Old Hay had already started digging into his pockets for the cash. As soon as he did, his expression changed.
Damn it, where the hell is my money?
Old Hay had split his 29,000 into two pockets. He kept 19,000 in one pocket and 10,000 in the other. But now, he only had 19,000 left. That 10,000 had vanished like it had evaporated into thin air. There was a small slit in the pocket of his pants, clearly cut with a blade. It was obvious somebody had stolen Old Hay's money.
Could it have been Centipede and his guys?
I couldn't help but ask out loud. Nah, Old Hay said as he turned back toward the stairs, they don't have the guts or the skills to pull something like that on me. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of us were already back on the second floor. Even though it was past midnight, every mahjong table on the second floor was still occupied. We had originally planned to head up to the table we played at on the fourth floor. But before we even reached the stairs, I casually glanced over my shoulder. That's when I saw a familiar figure lingering by one of the mahjong tables on the second floor. That was the little beggar boy who had been hanging around our poker game earlier. I watched him for a while first, making sure he didn't know anything about card tricks, and then stopped paying attention. He was looking at me too, at least, he was when I caught his eyes. Our gazes met for a second, but he immediately looked away, pretending not to notice me.
So I stopped walking.
I stared at him and slowly started walking over. Even though he didn't seem to be looking directly at me. I knew he was watching me from the corner of his eye, sneaking glances every few seconds. Just as I was about to reach him, within arm's reach and ready to grab him, suddenly, the boy twisted his body sideways. With a quick move, he slipped right past me like I wasn't even there. He was as fast as a startled rabbit, and I didn't even have time to react. Afraid he'd get away, I shouted to Old Hay right away. Old Hay! Grab him! Old Hay was just at the foot of the stairs. As soon as he heard me, he charged forward and reached out. His thick, broad hand grabbed the boy by the collar. Where the hell do you think you're going? Even though he was caught, the boy didn't seem the least bit panicked. He didn't even turn around, just raised his hand and swung it backward. Then came a sharp cry from Old Hay. Ah! His hand instinctively let go. I rushed forward, trying to stop the boy again. But he grabbed the railing, sprang into the air, and leaped all the way from the second floor down onto a table in the restaurant below. He rolled once, then shot straight out the front door. The whole sequence was as smooth as flowing water, one motion after another without pause. Only one word came to my mind: graceful. I turned back to look at Old Hay. His hand was bleeding, drops of blood falling to the floor. The wound wasn't long, and not very deep either. But what frustrated Old Hay more than anything was that he had no idea how he'd even gotten hurt. But I saw it clearly. Between the boy's two fingers was a razor-sharp blade, the edge pointing downward. As he swung his hand back,
the blade had already sliced across old Hayes' hand. His movements were surprisingly fast. Even the top sleight of hand experts from the Thousand Doors sect probably couldn't match his speed. After tending to our wounds, old Hay and I went downstairs. He was still fuming. Cursing non-stop under his breath, he was dead set on catching that little beggar. One of the chefs from the kitchen knew a bit about the kid. He came out and told old Hay that the little beggar lived under a bridge at the East Market of the Old Street. Without wasting any words, old Hay grabbed me and headed straight toward the bridge at the East Market. It was already past midnight. On the Old Street, aside from a few scattered streetlights, everything else was pitch black. But there was a faint glow coming from the bridge tunnel on the east side. Learning from the earlier incident, old Hay had grabbed a rolling pin from the restaurant before heading out. At one corner of the bridge tunnel, there was an old wooden door blocking the way. Old Hay and I crept forward quietly. Just as we reached the door, old Hay suddenly lifted his foot. With a loud crash, the wooden door fell inward. Inside the few square meters of space, an old man and a young child were staring at us. The older one was lying on a bed made of cardboard. It was clearly summer, yet he was covered with a thick, dirty quilt. The younger one was the little beggar, standing by the bed with a bottle of water in his hand. When the boy saw us burst in, his bright eyes flickered with panic. But the grizzled old beggar, surprisingly calm. Old Hay didn't say much, raised the rolling pin and shouted at the boy. "You stinking little bum! You dare steal from me? Hand it over now!" I had expected the kid to be scared and hand over the money obediently. But to my surprise, the little beggar stood his ground, glaring at old Hay and shouting back. "Shut up, big black freak! You're the one who smells like a bum." That one sentence shocked both old Hay and me. We exchanged glances, stunned expressions on our faces. We had assumed the little beggar was a boy. But the moment he opened his mouth, we realized it was a girl. "You're not a beggar, you're a thief, a little crook, a petty pilferer, a she-pickpocket." Lao Hay kept on cursing. I felt equal parts amused and helpless. Lao Hay looked fierce enough to scare off spirits, but sometimes he'd be so dumb he looked. Old Hay and the little beggar looked utterly baffled. I made the same fist and thumb gesture and answered, "All rivers end in the sea." Xiao Duo pouted in anger, but she didn't dare defy old Nio. She fished out a stack of 10,000 yuan and, sulking, pushed it toward old Hay. "Here," she said. Old Hay looked stunned and glanced at me. I slowly shook my head and said coolly, "Forget it. You don't have to pay me back." Then I pulled another 10,000 yuan out of my pocket and set it on the bed beside us. "Old Nio, you said just now that although we're not from the same crew, we're people in the same line. I can't do much, but consider this a few meals' money a token of my gratitude. Please take it." Old Nio and Xiao Duo were clearly taken aback. Even old Hay stared at me in surprise. I'm not exactly a good man, and I'm not overflowing with pity. It's just that Master Lu once taught me, in the Jianghu, when you meet someone with nowhere left to turn, help a little if you can. Not to make some karmic debt, but out of conscience. Old Nio was a straight shooter. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate. "All right, I'll take it. Brother Chu, I won't forget this favor. One day I'll repay you handsomely." I helped him out of a sense of Jianghu loyalty, not because I expected any big reward. Still, even when you help, there are things that matter. I turned to the beggar like Xiao Duo and said coldly, "Forget the money. But you attacked my friend, aren't you going to be held responsible for that?" Maybe Xiao Duo stole from us out of filial piety. But in any case, when she was caught, she actually hit old Hay. From a moral and proper standpoint, this just didn't make sense. I was helping them, yes, but that didn't mean I had to stop speaking the truth. Things needed to be clearly separated. Mountains belong to the mountains, rivers to the rivers, and every matter should be handled on its own. Xiao Duo first froze, then quickly put on a defiant look and said, "I didn't even hit him hard. If I had really gone all out, that guy's hand would have been useless by now." This girl had quite a wild streak. She didn't care about reason, nor did she respect any rules.
There was no way she'd be convinced by just a few words from me. So I slowly walked toward her. Xiao Duo was already on high alert. As I approached, her eyes widened and she stared at me, suspicious and guarded. "What do you want?" she asked. I shook my head and replied coolly. "Don't worry, I'm not going to fight you." To be honest, if it really came down to a fight, I wasn't even sure I could beat her. After all, that blade of hers was sharp as a scalpel. Just looking at it made your heart race. Xiao Duo knew full well I wouldn't make a move in this situation. So she just stood her ground. I raised my hand and gently patted her shoulder. Even though she dressed like a beggar, Xiao Duo was still a girl at heart. As soon as I touched her, a look of irritation flashed across her face. She casually shoved my hand away. In that brief moment between the pat and the shove, her expression suddenly changed completely. She glared at me and shouted, "Give it back to me." Then, without another word, she charged straight at me. Old Hay was completely stunned. He had no idea what had just happened between us. But old Niu, upon seeing Xiao Duo move, immediately bellowed in a deep, furious voice. "Xiao Duo! Stop right there! You let someone take your own weapon right from under your nose, and still have the nerve to act out like this? You've got no manners at all." As he spoke, old Niu turned to me. He gave me a thumbs up and pointed at the thin blade I was holding between two fingers. "Such a clever sleight of hand, you just pulled off a classic switch. Even I, old Niu, should call you master for that. Well done, sixth master." That was the day I parted ways with sixth master. The sixth lord ordered me to make a name for myself within 3 years. In the Jianhu, people had to know the name Chu Liuye. Old Hay and Chen Xiaoxue had both called me that. But it was just a name we'd come up with when we were betting, and I won. Today was different. Old Niu actually admired my skill. What old Niu called the plant and switch was really the same framing trick from the cheating repertoire I mentioned earlier. When you're playing cards, sometimes you do have to steal or hide cards. But once you hide a card on your person, you end up carrying stolen goods. If someone searches you, you've got a risk of being exposed. The so-called plant and switch is just planting evidence to frame someone else. It means slipping the card onto someone else so quietly they don't notice, and when you need it, you quietly take it back. The sixth lord once said that this framing trick evolved from the Rong family's thieving arts. He warned me more than once not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Because if a frame goes wrong, innocent people often get dragged in. Now, isn't it time you gave my friend an explanation? I kept my face cold, stared at Xiao Duo, and said slowly. Xiao Duo seemed to have more to say, but old Niu spoke first, sounding a little angry. "Get down on your knees and apologize to Brother Hay," he snapped. Xiao Duo still glared at me, her eyes full of defiance. But old Niu had spoken, and she didn't dare talk back. She shot old. Could it be that I'm actually a con man? Under the dim streetlight I looked at old Hay and gave a cold nod. That's right. I'm a con man. I'd prepared myself for it, but my answer still knocked the wind out of him. He clutched his head and kept muttering, "No wonder, no wonder." At last he had it all figured out. The wins and losses with Ho Jun and Centipede made sense to him now. What came next, though, made me quietly admire him. He pulled the remaining 19,000 yuan from his pocket, handed it over, and said, "You won this. It should be yours." Old Hay was a decent man. I refused the money and said instead, "Keep it." "Hey, old Hay, have you ever heard of the Qianmen 8 generals?" He nodded. "Saw it in a movie," he said. "Would you be willing to be my fire general?" He looked blank. He had no idea what a fire general was. So I explained the roles of the 8 generals one by one. When I finished, his expression became serious. After a long moment he said solemnly, "From now on, old Hay only answers to one boss, you, Xu Lu." I gave a small nod and patted his arm. "You're my master 6, but more than that, you're my brother." The world inside Qianmen was tangled and complicated. Most cheaters running big games or casinos worked with help. One person alone couldn't pull off much. On the small, makeshift games outside, you'd sometimes see someone cheating solo, but those guys couldn't be called real Chinmen men.
The days that followed were no different from before.
I still went to and from work, sometimes sleeping, sometimes lying awake.
The Tianxiang Underground Casino had opened its doors.
It wasn't a grand opening with drums and firecrackers, but there were a fair number of customers coming to gamble. Even the bathhouse business had started to pick up. I never set foot in that casino, and I never saw the supposedly beautiful owner show her face. I had seen Sumei twice, though she was busier than usual. But every time we ran into each other, we went our separate ways. She would, deliberately or not, brush up close to me, but never speak to me. Instead, she'd turn and brag to others about how busy she was and how much money the casino was making.
I knew she was putting on a show for me.
The meaning was clear. She was hinting that it didn't matter if I didn't take the covert casino gig.
It wouldn't affect the casino at all. Business would stay booming. Ho Jun wasn't working at the bathhouse anymore. A co-worker told me he'd been transferred to the casino. What exactly he did there, I didn't know.
Meanwhile, Chen Xiuxue asked me out twice, said she was going to play cards with friends and wanted me to come. Of course I didn't go, I refused both times flat.
That day I was on the day shift.
Near the end of the shift I was about to call Lao Hei. Lately I'd had him watching the games out there, hoping to spot a couple of good tables and pry some money back.
After all, I didn't have the cash. In this life, without money you can't get anywhere.
Before I could make the call, a waiter came into the supply room. He said Mei wanted to see me and told me to go straight to her office. Ever since I'd called in to ask Sumei for time off, we hadn't said a word to each other. Even when we ran into each other, she was cold and distant. So her suddenly calling me over made me guess it had something to do with gambling. I tidied myself and went upstairs to her office.
I knocked and went in. Sumei was standing at the window, looking down. She was really beautiful, flawless even from behind.
Especially today, the curve of her hips under that short skirt and the long, straight legs were impossible to miss. Because she wasn't wearing stockings, her pale legs seemed to shine. When she saw me, she turned, smiled gently, and said politely, "Shulu, have a seat."
Women go figure.
Her mood could shift faster than I could swap a card in a hand. You gotta understand, these days, every time we met, she didn't even give me a soft look. But now, here she was, all smiles and batting eyelashes.
"How you been lately?" Sumei offered me a cigarette and even lit it for me. She doesn't actually smoke. Those cigarettes in the office were always just for entertaining guests.
"All right, same as usual," I replied casually. Things have been pretty busy at the casino lately. Haven't had time to really sit down and chat. Maybe I'll take you out for a meal sometime. I know a few good spots in Hebei. I knew exactly what she was doing, making small talk, nothing serious.
Just trying to smooth over the awkwardness.
But I figured the real topic wouldn't be far behind.
Sure enough, she quickly shifted gears and asked, "There's a job on the 6th, you interested? Tell me more." She jumped right in.
Here's the thing, since the casino reopened, there's this regular who has been winning way too much.
I think something's off, and I want you to come check it out.
She made it sound like no big deal. But I knew better, there was more to this than she was letting on. Otherwise, she wouldn't be coming to me like this, practically on her knees.
When I didn't respond right away, she didn't push. So she kept going.
"The boss is out of town lately, and I've been running the place. Out of all times, this had to happen. It's been driving me crazy, can't even sleep. What's worse, this guy shows up almost every day, plays every table.
I checked the tables he's been winning at. Most of it happens around 9 p.m.
He wins almost every time, barely ever loses. He walks out with 5 or 6 grand regularly, sometimes even 10, 20. I'm almost certain he is cheating, I just don't know how."
I got the picture right away. She wanted me to catch him in the act. What about all the eyes and ears inside the casino? Haven't they noticed anything? I asked.
Sumei sighed helplessly and shook her head.
No such thing.
Don't even mention those few people we've hired ourselves. We've also brought in a few top guys from outside, but still couldn't find anything. Chulu, I know your skills with card tricks are top-notch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to bother you. There was a hint of flattery in Sumei's tone. Of course, I didn't take that kind of compliment seriously. What about Gao Jiqiang? Last time Sumei set up a game, that Gao Jiqiang who plays a mean six-fingered game had a match with me. He'd left a deep impression on me. After all, he was probably the best con I'd ever come across when I first entered the underworld. To be honest, what stuck with me most was that he'd even asked me to be his dealer. Sumei shook her head again. Gao's good with dice and poker games, but this kind of thing isn't really his specialty. I simply nodded lightly and then fell silent. Sumei was smart. Seeing that I hadn't responded, she immediately smiled and pressed further. Chulu, you're not even saying a word. I'm gonna take that as a yes, okay? I lifted my eyes to glance at her, my face expressionless. You haven't mentioned the payment yet. Sumei burst out laughing. I was sitting on the sofa. She crossed her arms, resting them against her chest as she leaned casually on the edge of her desk. When she laughed, those arms of hers bounced up and down slightly. My eyes didn't hesitate to lock right onto them. Sumei knew exactly what I was looking at, but she didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, she even subtly pushed her chest out a little. That was just who Sumei was, one hell of a woman. She understood men, knew exactly what they wanted. She wouldn't give you everything, but she'd always keep you wanting more. I'm paying 20,000 to others, but for you, Chulu? I'll add another 10, I'll make it 30. What do you say? Enough for you? This was the year 2000. 30,000 was no small sum. Still, I slowly shook my head. Clearly, Sumei hadn't expected me to refuse. She thought for a moment, then said, All right then, Chulu. If you can find who's behind this, I'll add another 10, I'll make it 40. This time, how about that? I shook my head again. Sure, here's a natural, contextually appropriate translation of the passage into American English, keeping the tone and atmosphere of a novel while ensuring idiomatic and colloquial expressions are used. Sumei's delicate brows instinctively furrowed. Then tell Big Sister May, just how much do you want? I took a drag of my cigarette and replied coolly. I don't want money. But I have 3 conditions. Let's hear them. First, once I catch the guy, you have to treat me like your boss from then on. Whenever you see me, you call me Boss Lulu. Sumei stared at me, disbelief written all over her face. She never expected me to come up with a condition so absurd and awkward. I could tell she was trying not to laugh. But she was also afraid of offending me, so she held it in. Okay, but if other people are around, can I skip it? Sure, no problem. I had to give her that much face. Sumei smiled, a sultry, alluring smile. Her eyes shimmered with a playful glint. She fixed her gaze on me and lowered her voice, cooing sweetly. This is easy, I can do it right now, Boss Lulu. Once you catch him, you'll be my Boss Lulu forever, okay? Being called boss by someone else already feels good. But when it comes from a beautiful woman, especially one like Sumei, it feels even better. Her voice was naturally pleasing. And now she was intentionally using that soft, sugary tone. It was absolutely spine-tingling. Boss Lulu, what's the second condition? Still smiling that flirtatious smile, Sumei kept up the same coquettish tone. But I could tell there was a hint of mockery in her words. I didn't mind. I'd make her call me Boss Lulu with complete sincerity sooner or later. The second one's even simpler. I want a car. Doesn't he have to be anything fancy, Jetta, Santana, whatever, as long as it runs well? Sumei didn't even hesitate before nodding. No problem. Of course it wasn't a big deal for her. The third condition is the easiest one of all. As I spoke, my eyes casually roamed over Sumei's body. Tell me, go on, she said. I want you to spend one night with me. Until that moment, Sume had still been wearing that flirtatious smile on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, her smile froze instantly. Her face turned cold, radiating an icy distance that pushed everyone away.
But I was still smoking. My eyes hadn't left Sume at all.
After a long silence, Sume finally spoke, her voice sharp and cold.
Chulu, do you think this is amusing?
Yes. I replied flatly, emotionless. It was clear my words had struck a nerve. Her face flushed red with anger, and she glared at me with those beautiful eyes.
So, if I refuse, you won't go after the cheater?
Exactly. Sume hesitated for a long time. Finally, she stared back at me like she had made up her mind and said,
Fine, I'll agree.
But what if you fail to catch him?
Then what do you want?
I want you to be my dog. When I say kneel, you kneel.
When I say crawl, you crawl.
She was furious. My repeated refusals, combined with that last condition, had pushed her over the edge. She hurled the cruelest punishment she could think of as the stakes of our bet. But even when angry, I had to admit Sume was still beautiful. I crushed the cigarette butt in the ashtray and said calmly, Deal. The world of gambling is full of sects and schools, all packed with experts. I wouldn't dare claim my cheating skills are top-notch. But I agreed to Sume's terms without hesitation. Because over the years, I'd traveled far and wide with Sixth Master. I'd seen every kind of cheating trick imaginable, so many it made your head spin. With that experience alone, I felt confident I wouldn't lose. Sixth Master once told me, apart from skill, the most important thing for a cheater is mindset. You need to be calm and self-assured. Without those two things, forget about surviving in this underworld.
Sume left me 5,000 in chips and gave a few more instructions before leaving first.
That's how it works when a casino hires someone to catch a cheater. This is the standard procedure. They always prepare chips in advance, so the person hunting the cheater can blend in as a regular gambler.
Sure, here's the English translation of your novel excerpt, rendered in a natural, narrative American English style suitable for fiction. Win or lose, those chips would always belong to the casino. In the end, they weren't redeemable for real money. I deliberately took my time before finally heading into the underground casino alone. As I approached the entrance, I paused for a moment. The gorgeous boss lady had clearly put a lot of effort into this place. The entrance to the casino looked like the gaping mouth of a tiger, clearly designed that way on purpose. This must have been planned by a feng shui master. It perfectly embodied the saying, a fierce tiger guarding the hall, sweeping all directions with dominance. I don't know much about feng shui or other mystic traditions, but I do believe in one thing: you don't have to believe in it, but you should still respect it. So, I deliberately avoided the main entrance and slipped in through a side door. As soon as I stepped inside, I entered a small side hall. The room was filled with various gambling machines, ball blowers, slot machines, poker machines, fish hunting games, you name it. There were tons of people playing, and the atmosphere was electric. In my eyes, though, they were all just clueless suckers. Those machines?
They were all rigged with preset programs.
Think you can win? Dream on. Is it even possible to win?
Well, yes, but only occasionally, and only because the casino set it up that way. They let you taste a little sweetness now and then, just to keep you hooked. In the end, though, you always end up broke. I turned left and entered the main hall. It was packed, buzzing with activity. The space was huge, probably around 700 or 800 square meters. There were about 50 or 60 gaming tables, all set up with different games: baccarat, blackjack, roulette, sic bo, you name it. The chips Sume gave me were all in denominations of 10,000. I went over to the bar and exchanged the big chips for smaller ones, keeping the large denominations tucked away for now. Some of the people here were co-workers who had been transferred over from the bathhouse. If they saw me flashing around high-value chips, they might get suspicious. After all, that kind of money didn't exactly fit my cover. So I wandered around a bit with the chips in hand. I was waiting for the card cheat to show up. In the meantime, I casually took a seat at a baccarat table and placed a few bets. I didn't really care whether I won or lost. After all, none of those chips were mine to begin with. After playing for a while, my phone suddenly vibrated a few times. I pulled it out and saw it was a message from Sume. The message read, "Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating the message or help with anything else." To my right, at the craps table, sat a bald man wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt and black trousers. I put my phone away. I was still sitting at the baccarat table, casually placing a few bets here and there. But my eyes kept drifting over to the craps table nearby. The guy Sume had mentioned wasn't particularly tall or short, and his face was pretty average. The only standout feature was his receding hairline. He was the kind of ordinary guy who'd blend right in at a casino. Even in the dim lighting, no one would give him a second glance. And yet, that's exactly the type of person who could be hiding something. He had a small stack of chips in front of him, I'd guess around 20 grand. After playing a few rounds of craps, he walked over and started playing baccarat at my table. He bet small, tossing out chips in amounts like 300, 200. Clearly, he wasn't too concerned about winning or losing. Even when he won, there wasn't a hint of excitement on his face. His hands weren't big, but his fingers were thick and sturdy. And when he handled the chips, his movements were clumsy, not smooth at all. So either he was faking it on purpose, or he wasn't the kind of guy who cheated with sleight of hand. Sume had told me all about him before. The game he always cleaned up at was blackjack. When he played other games, 9 times out of 10, it was just to throw the casino off. So while he was still at the baccarat table, I slipped over to the blackjack section first. Sure enough, after a few hands of baccarat, he showed up at the blackjack table too. Blackjack, also known as 21. The casino usually used 4 full decks, minus the jokers, for a total of 208 cards. The rules were simple, mainly just comparing card totals. Cards like the 10, Jack, Queen, and King were all worth 10 points. An ace could count as either 1 or 11. If you got a 10 and an ace as your first 2 cards, that was a blackjack, the best possible hand. If the player got a blackjack, the dealer paid out 1.5 times the bet. In blackjack, the dealer and the player compared totals, and whoever had the higher score without going over 21 won. Once the bald guy arrived, he went straight to the last seat, the third base. That was the final position, also called the player who plays against the dealer. In other words, he was the one who decided whether to hit or stand. This was all about the dealer's hand whether or not to hit and risk busting. The bald guy didn't bet much at first, he only tossed in 200 to start. Blackjack at this table had set limits, a minimum of 100, maximum of 10,000. If you doubled down, you could push it up to 20,000. I matched his bet, $200. When the dealer dealt the cards, I got 17 and decided to stand. The bald guy originally had 15. He hit and drew an 8. That made 24, immediately busted. In the next few rounds, he kept betting small, 3 or 500 here and there. Even during the losing streaks, he didn't show any unusual behavior. After another round ended, the bald guy lost again. After several consecutive losses, he looked a bit frustrated. He slammed a 10,000 chip down on the table. Then he increased his bet. I placed my usual bet again. By normal standards, this time he was going all in. If someone was planning to cheat, this was the most likely moment. I was confident in my ability to detect cheating techniques. I believed that if he tried anything shady, I would notice it immediately. The dealer started dealing again. I got 16 and decided not to hit. Instead, I focused all my attention on the bald guy. At that moment, he had 17. In blackjack, 17 isn't a particularly high score. But with that number, almost no one would hit again. Because the risk of busting was just too high. Only drawing an A, 2, 3, or 4 would keep you from busting. Out of the entire 208 card shoe, there were only 64 cards from A to 4 combined. Plus, the dealer's face-up card was a 6. Under those circumstances, there was even less reason to hit on 17.
The bald guy hesitated for quite a while. Even the dealer started urging him. Only then did he tap the table, signaling he wanted another card. Everyone at the table was watching him. The lights above the table and the crowd around it were all focused on him. The dealer pulled a card from the shoe and slid it toward the bald guy. Under normal circumstances, if he was planning to pull a trick, the safest and most classic move would be a card switch. If you want to switch cards, you have to do it without anyone noticing what card you're after. But this bald guy didn't even touch the card. He simply waved his hand at the dealer, signaling him to flip it over directly. When the card was revealed, it was the 2 of spades. Adding 2 points to the original 17 made it a total of 19. The bald man immediately waved off the card. Now it was the dealer's turn. He flipped over the card he had face down. It turned out to be a 10, giving the dealer 16 points. According to blackjack rules, the dealer had to hit on 16. The dealer drew another card lucky for him, a 7, bringing the total to 23. The dealer busted, so everyone at the table lost their bets. If the bald man had hit just now, the dealer would have drawn the 2 and made 18 points, which would VE beaten his 17. In blackjack, the most crucial decision is always whether to hit or not. Since there are 208 cards in total, all used cards are discarded after each round. So, some math whizzes calculate probabilities based on the remaining and discarded cards. I heard that once, a group of such math geniuses hit the casinos in Macau. They played blackjack in teams. Thanks to precise calculations, they won big every time. And they didn't cheat, they just played the odds. At first, the casinos didn't know how to deal with them. But after a while, the losses became too much for the casinos to bear. So they simply added them to the blacklist of unwelcome guests. Banned outright from ever stepping foot in the casino again. But this bald guy in front of me doesn't look like someone who knows how to count cards. No doubt about it, he is cheating. And I'm pretty sure he is not using sleight of hand to switch cards. That leaves only one possibility: he can recognize the cards somehow. But Sume told me the casino uses specially cut playing cards. And there are staff monitoring them constantly. Even the dealers don't get to touch the cards before going on shift. I also paid close attention just now. There is definitely nothing wrong with this deck. So how is this bald guy cheating? This guy is actually kind of interesting. I'm getting more and more curious about him. In this round, Baldy placed another 10,000 in chips on the line. I kept a quiet eye on him while getting ready to bet myself. My chips hadn't even hit the table yet. Then suddenly, someone slammed a heavy hand down on my shoulder from behind. I turned around and saw Ho-Jun standing there. His eyes were locked onto mine, cold and sharp. I knew he'd been transferred to work at the casino. Judging by the color of his vest, he must been promoted to a senior waiter position. What do you want? I asked coolly. Come with me for a second. Honestly, I didn't feel like dealing with him. This was a big bet Baldy just made. By all logic, he was definitely going to cheat again. But the moment Ho-Jun called me out, everyone at the table including the dealer turned to stare at me. If I didn't go with him, it would look suspicious. We stepped aside, and Ho-Jun lowered his voice. Was it you who took Old Black to the supermarket to identify that deck of cards? So the little supermarket owner had told Ho-Jun everything. I didn't bother hiding it. I just gave a cold nod. Yes. What the hell are you trying to accomplish? He hissed, anger flashing across his face. I couldn't help but frown. What a shameless bastard. He was the one who used marked cards to screw his own best friend. And now he is asking me what I'm trying to do? The blackjack table had already started dealing. And the seat I left had already been taken by another gambler. That perfect chance to observe the game was completely ruined by Ho-Jun. My temper flared. I stared him down and spat out 2 words. Get lost. Ho-Jun froze. He clearly didn't expect me to be so bold. But he quickly raised his voice, deliberately shouting now. Chulu, I know you're just a small-time hustler. Let me warn you, if you try to pull any tricks here, don't expect me to be nice. A hustler. That word hit like a live wire in a casino. It was the most sensitive, most dangerous accusation a gambler could hear. Sure enough, the moment Ho Jun finished speaking, every single person in the room turned and stared straight at me. Even the bald guy counted. That included the obvious spotters and the undercover ones in the casino too. I knew Ho Jun was trying to drive me off, but he didn't have that authority. So he pulled the stunt, hoping I'd skulk away on my own. The moment he said it, not only would the other gamblers but even the undercover lookouts snap their attention to me. Gambler alone with 100 eyes on his back, everyone assumes you're pulling tricks. No matter how tough you are, it eats at you even if you didn't cheat. What's going on here? The head of security demanded as he hurried over with two guys who looked like enforcers. He leaned in, glared at me and asked, "Are you cheating?" What an idiot. A fucking idiot, through and through. Who the hell has security come up and just ask someone if they're cheating? Even if someone was cheating, they wouldn't admit it on the spot. This place really hires a bunch of losers. The crowd of onlookers swelled. That's when security realized this was getting out of hand. He was about to drag me away. At that moment, a group rushed over, escorting a strikingly aloof beauty. The security guy and Ho Jun immediately called out respectfully, "Ms. May." She was Su Mei. She'd probably seen the commotion on the monitors and had rushed over. Su Mei put on a look of feigned surprise. "Chulu, what are you doing here?" "I stopped by after work for a couple of hands, and Ho Jun and that security guy went and accused me of being a petty cheat," I replied coolly. Su Mei's brow tightened. She looked at Ho Jun and the security head with an icy expression. Ridiculous. Chulu may be a Tianxiang attendant, but once he's off the clock he's a customer like anyone else. You call someone a cheat with no evidence? Are you trying to scare people out of playing? Consider this your first warning. If it happens again, I'll have every one of you thrown out. The two men, Ho Jun and the security guard, both kept their heads down, neither of them speaking again. Su Mei waved her hand again, signaling them to scram. Then she turned to the onlookers at the tables with a polite smile and said, "Nothing to see here, everyone. Please continue playing." The area quickly returned to the usual noise and energy of the casino. Su Mei looked at me and asked pointedly, "So? Losing or winning?" I understood that she wasn't talking about chips. What she really meant was, had I figured out how the bald guy cheated? I gave her a straight face and shook my head. Still losing. Fine then, keep playing. She shot me a glance and walked away. You could tell Su Mei was in a complicated place emotionally. On one hand, she wanted me to catch the cheater. After all, card sharks can destroy a casino. It's not just about losing money, reputation gets damaged too, and once the customers start leaving, they don't come back. And there was another, even bigger problem. If the shark wasn't caught, word would spread, and more con artists would flock in from all over. Once a place becomes a haven for cheats, you can imagine what happens next. The only option left would be to shut down for good. But on the other hand, Su Mei didn't really want me to succeed. Because if I did catch the guy, she'd have to keep her promise to spend a night with me. As soon as Su Mei left, I casually walked around the casino for a bit. After a while, I noticed an empty seat at the blackjack table where the bald guy was dealing, so I went over and sat down. Earlier, when we were at the same table, he hadn't even looked at me once. But after the commotion from just now, as soon as he saw me sit down, he offered me a cigarette and started chatting. What was that all about just now? Do you know that kid? I knew he was fishing for information. He was worried I might be an inside man working for the casino. Ho Jun, not knowing the full story, had exposed me. This bald guy sure was suspicious. I took a drag from the cigarette, placed a bet with my chips, and casually replied, "Yeah, we used to hang out at the same bathhouse, Heavenly View, upstairs." He was my team leader, and I had offended him before, so he always went out of his way to make trouble for me. The bald guy simply responded with a soft "oh." His expression immediately relaxed, and he stopped paying attention to me. Glancing at him, I noticed he already had chips worth 70 or 80,000 in front of him. If I couldn't catch him cheating soon, he might just pack up and leave tonight. In this round, he bet 10,000 as usual. As for me, I only placed a small bet 200. The dealer dealt the cards one by one, and when it came to the bald man's turn, he revealed his two cards, a 7 and a 5, totaling 12 points. Under normal circumstances, with 12 points, you'd usually hit for another card. But since he was sitting at third base, the last seat, he could see how the others played first. If no one drew a 10, he could choose to stand and hope the dealer got stuck with it, busting the house. The bald guy kept thinking it over. I stopped watching his hands and instead focused on his eyes. If he could read the cards, he would glance toward the shoe. But strangely, he didn't look at the shoe at all. His gaze stayed fixed on the dealer. More precisely, on the dealer's hands. Both of the dealer's hands were clearly visible on the table. Nothing seemed off. Just as I was getting confused, suddenly, the dealer's left index finger twitched slightly inward. The movement was subtle, almost invisible. Even if someone saw it, they'd probably dismiss it as an ordinary gesture. But the bald man immediately tossed another 10,000 chip into the betting circle. Double down. In blackjack, doubling down is a common move. It basically means you're betting on just one more card. For example, if your first two cards add up to 10, and you think you have a good chance of drawing a high card, you can choose to double down and place another bet. This additional bet has to be equal to your original wager. Once you double, you only get one more card. No matter what it is, you can't hit again. The dealer dealt the card another 8. The bald man now had 20 points. The dealer's total was 18. And once again, the bald man won the round. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh as I read this far. I had been completely wrong about the direction of the cheating before. It wasn't the bald guy who was actually pulling the strings, it was the dealer. The bald man was just a pawn, a tool the dealer used to manipulate the chips. The reason I hadn't noticed the dealer earlier was simple. It was all because of Su Mei's misleading information. She even told me that this dealer had been working for our beautiful boss for years, that he was definitely one of us, reliable and trustworthy. She never would guess that the real cheat was the very person she called one of us. Still, I had a nagging doubt in my mind. The card shoe was black and non-transparent, and the cards themselves looked fine. So how the hell did the dealer recognize the cards? Did he memorize every card's position and value during the shuffle? If he had that kind of skill, why the hell would he be working here as a dealer? He'd be doing dark landing already, making a fortune running scams for the casino. In the next few rounds, I focused all my attention on the dealer. After watching him closely for a while, I finally started to see something. I noticed that every time the dealer coordinated with the bald guy, he would subtly glance at his wristwatch, almost imperceptibly. In many casinos around the world, watches aren't even allowed on the floor. The idea is to make gamblers lose track of time and get completely absorbed in the game. Dealers aren't usually allowed to carry phones either while on duty. Their uniforms rarely have pockets to prevent them from hiding chips. But to keep track of the game's timing, dealers are still allowed to wear watches. And that's exactly where the problem lay. That watch almost certainly contained a hidden detector. In other words, the dealer used the watch to get the card values in advance. Then gave a subtle hand signal to the bald guy to indicate whether or not to hit. Still, something didn't sit right with me. Around the year 2000, this kind of detection equipment was extremely expensive. You wouldn't be able to get one for less than 100,000 or even 200,000 RMB. Even if you wanted to buy one, it wouldn't be easy to find a source. A dealer had low social status and wasn't paid well. How could he possibly afford such a high-tech, precision watch like that? I played a few more hands casually before I stood up. I sent a text to Su Mei, asking her to meet me outside the venue. "Did you spot something off?" she asked the moment she saw me, clearly impatient. I nodded. Exactly. Then I'll dispatch someone right away to catch them red-handed. Hold on. I could tell Sume was getting worked up. After all, that bald guy had already raked in close to $1 million in this game. But their cheating method was different from the usual. Once we got that watch off him, they wouldn't have a choice but to confess. Sis May, I said, don't go charging in there. He probably wants to bail soon. Have someone stop him at the door. As for the dealer, wait until after this round finishes and the banker position changes before you take him. Don't scare them off, don't give him a chance to get rid of that watch. This was also about protecting the casino's reputation. A dealer cheating wasn't directly related to the gamblers. Still, once the players found out, it would definitely make them uneasy. Nobody wanted to place bets in a place with cheaters. The dealer? Sume's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She had thought I was only talking about catching the bald guy. Yeah, I nodded again. I explained in detail how the two of them had been pulling off their scam. After hearing everything, Sume was furious. What a scumbag! A heartless bastard. Today, I'll make sure he pays for this. As she spoke, she handed me the key to her office. Shulu, go wait for me in my office by the bathhouse first. I'll get things arranged and come find you. If they won't admit it, you can help me expose the whole thing when I get back. I nodded again. Then I headed straight to Sume's office. The office was pitch dark. I didn't turn on the lights. I walked to the window and looked down at the glittering city lights below. Even in the empty office, a faint, lingering fragrance still remained. I knew that fragrance, it was Sume's natural scent. Sume was beautiful. In fact, I could say she was the most gorgeous woman I'd ever seen. But tonight, more precisely, just moments ago, this woman was about to become mine. This was exactly how I had taken down Sume. Some people would definitely think I was despicable. But I didn't give a damn. I had spent 13 years mastering the art of cheating, all for one purpose: to win. To win money, to win women, and to conquer the world. And to defeat the man who crippled my father, leaving him broken and disabled. Only, I still didn't know who that man was. I lit a cigarette and took a drag. Suddenly, the door pushed open. From the darkness, a familiar scent drifted in. Sume was back. Behind her came several security guards, escorting the bald man and the croupier. I didn't turn around. I stayed by the window. I didn't want the croupier or the bald guy to see me. Though I knew eventually more people would uncover my con artist identity. I still wanted to keep it hidden for as long as possible. From the mirror near the desk, I could see everything happening in the office. The bald man was already pale with fear, shaking like a leaf. But the croupier remained calm, his face as still as a lake untouched by wind. Sume sat down at her desk. Her gaze was icy, glancing occasionally at the croupier and the bald man. After a long silence, she finally spoke slowly. Tang-san, you know the casino rules, right? Yes. The croupier, calling himself Tang-san, answered calmly. His composure made me briefly doubt myself. Maybe I had the wrong guy, maybe he hadn't cheated at all. But that thought vanished as quickly as it came. I couldn't have been wrong. He just had nerves of steel. If you get caught cheating, Sume asked coldly, what happens? Your hands get chopped off. Tang-san replied, still emotionless. The moment he finished speaking, the bald man couldn't help but shudder. It was obvious he was scared out of his mind. Terrified beyond words. Sure, here's a natural and contextually appropriate English translation of the passage in a novel style that reflects American storytelling and dialogue conventions. Sume clearly hadn't expected Tang-san to stay so calm, nor had she anticipated such a sharp and composed response. Fine, if everyone understands each other, then good. Tang-san, you've been working with Boss Zhou for years. The only reason you were called in as a dealer at the new place was because we were short-staffed. Otherwise, you should have already been promoted by now. So tell me, how has Xiaoxian boss Zhou treated you? This was the first time I'd ever heard the name Zhou Xiaoxian. She must be the beautiful boss everyone's been whispering about. Not bad. Not bad? That's all you have to say? Then why did you betray us and cheat in your own casino?
Su Mei was clearly furious now. My eyes immediately darted toward the mirror. Tang San's calmness made me wonder if he had somehow moved that watch without us noticing.
If the evidence disappeared, Su Mei wouldn't have anything on him.
But the watch was still on his wrist.
So why the hell was Tang San still so calm? Had I really misjudged him? No way. Absolutely no way. People aim higher, water flows lower. What else? I did it for the money.
I never expected Tang San to admit it so openly. And while he spoke, he stared straight at Su Mei without the slightest fear. The way he said it, it almost sounded like she was the one who had done something wrong, not him. Su Mei, barely holding back her anger, continued.
Hand over that cheating watch of yours.
Without hesitation, Tang San took off his watch and placed it directly on Su Mei's desk.
This isn't just any watch, it's a detector. If you like it, consider it a gift. At that moment, Tang San wore a look of arrogance and provocation. Fueled by rage, Su Mei's expression turned even colder.
I knew right then that Tang San's hands were as good as gone.
Sure enough, Su Mei waved her hand and ordered the security guards. Take him away. Follow protocol.
Chop off his hands and soak him in the Lu Jin River for 3 days. Let him finally wake up to reality. Several guards immediately grabbed Tang San and the bald guy, ready to drag them out. At that moment the bald man was reduced to a quivering puddle of fear. He broke into sobs, bawling and wiping tears away in handfuls. Tang San suddenly shouted out, Su Mei, don't touch me.
I'm calling Boss Zhou.
Su Mei's face went as cold as a blade, her voice was icy.
Calling 1T help. Boss Zhou's on a business trip. I'll take full responsibility for this.
Tang San hurriedly added, I'm not trying to reach Zhou Xiaoxian.
I'm calling another Zhou, the second boss. The second boss? Another Zhou? I was confused. Could he be a relative or family to that beautiful owner?
Su Mei, who had been all menace a moment ago, was visibly stunned. She stared at Tang San with a flicker of fear and a puzzled look. For a long beat she didn't say a word. Tang San's eyes widened and he shouted again, Su Mei, if you dare touch me in 1T, let me make this call, you can't handle the consequences.
I'm warning you. Su Mei rose slowly.
I stood just behind her, and I could clearly feel her tension increase.
Who was this Zhou, the second boss, to make a seasoned operator like Su Mei so rattled? Give him the phone. Put it on speaker. Tang San took the phone and quickly dialed. He hit the speaker button.
When the call connected, a man's lazy voice came through.
Who is this?
Even over the phone, Tang San put on a humbling, obsequious tone.
Second boss, it's me, Tang San. Tang San? The second boss paused, as if just remembering who he was. Oh? What's going on? Second boss, I've be. The watch detector I gave you, someone actually called it open? Who the hell did it? Called open, that was the slang of Landau.
It meant someone had seen through the cheater's method. It turned out the finely made watch detector had been given to Tang San by Boss Air. Tang San's life seemed to mean nothing to him. What he cared about was who had called open his detector.
Boss Air, I am not really sure. Tang San stammered. He snorted. Ha! I underestimated Su Mei.
Never thought she'd have a pro beside her to put on the line.
Tang San immediately stepped forward and handed his phone to Su Mei. She looked plainly reluctant, but didn't dare refuse outright. Air GE. She whispered. The man on the other end snorted. Air GE? You deserve to call me Air GE?
Su Mei hastily corrected herself.
Boss Air, she cried. But the caller wouldn't let her off. Tang San is my man. Release him now.
If you so much as touch a hair on his head, don't blame me for being merciless.
Boss Air's tone was arrogant and overbearing. Tang San's face split into a smug smile. Su Mei's expression darkened. She hesitated a moment before saying, Boss Air, Tang San double-crossed and cheated. Releasing him isn't by the rules.
Rules?
Ha!
Let me tell you here in Hebei, I, Zhou Tiancheng, am the rule.
Su Mei, you're nothing but Zhou Xiaoxin's watchdog.
If you don't hand him over, I won't be polite.
You understand?
Su Mei went pale, her hand holding the phone trembled. Her eyes burned with a killing hate, but she dared not defy Boss Air.
She took a deep breath. Fine. I understand, Boss Air. She hung up.
Sitting back in her chair, her face returned to its usual coldness, but it was obvious she was torn.
To let him go or not?
It took Su Mei a while before she finally waved her hand at the security guard and said,
Let them go.
After saying that, she leaned back into her chair. The helplessness and resignation she carried made one's heart ache just looking at her.
The guards and Tang San left. The office was now just the two of us, Su Mei and me.
She stayed quiet. I sat on the side, smoking quietly.
I was pretty curious just who the hell was this second boss?
He didn't even seem to respect Su Mei, let alone our own beautiful boss, Zhou Xiaoxian. His tone of voice carried a deep resentment.
Since Su Mei didn't want to talk, I naturally wouldn't push.
Sixth Master Chu, Sixth Master, Su Mei softly called out.
Su Mei suddenly looked at me and said those words. I understood she was keeping her promise.
After all, it was me who caught that con man. In the bet we made, she lost. No matter what, today you helped me catch that cheater. I should thank you for that. Don't worry, even though I'm not part of the Landau, I understand the rules of winning and losing.
The car you wanted? I'll have it arranged tomorrow, brand new model, fully loaded.
When she got to that point, Su Mei suddenly paused.
We both knew exactly what was going on. That wasn't the real issue. The final condition of our bet that was the true key. Clearly, Su Mei was nervous, and even a bit reluctant.
After hesitating for a moment, she finally said lightly.
You don't want me anymore? Fine, I admit I lost. So tell me, where are you taking me? The place could only be either home or a hotel. I didn't answer directly. Instead, I asked. Where do you want to go? Su Mei gave a bitter smile.
After thinking for a moment, she seemed to make up her mind and said,
Come to my place.
After saying that, she picked up her keys, stood up, and walked out.
It was still her Audi A4. I remained in the front passenger seat. We didn't speak the entire way.
As we passed a 24-hour supermarket, Su Mei pulled the car over. She told me to wait a second, then walked into the supermarket alone.
I rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette.
I watched as Su Mei's graceful, slightly lonely figure disappeared inside. For some reason, I suddenly felt a twinge of pity for her.
I know this isn't right.
Old Lu used to say that all the time.
As a top con artist, your heart needs to be as solid as a rock.
You can feel grateful, show compassion, even like women. But you can't fall for them. Don't ever fall in love. To do that, you've got to treat women like clothes. Once they're worn out, toss them away.
Otherwise, they'll eventually become your weakness. I always thought I could do it.
But now, I'm starting to realize maybe I can't. I had just finished my cigarette when Su Mei came back.
She handed me a bag.
I opened it and saw toiletries and a set of men's pajamas.
Looks like it was specially prepared for me. Su Mei lived in a small 3-bedroom apartment. The place was warm, elegant, and tastefully decorated.
There was a soft, pleasant scent in the air, something I liked, a fragrance that came from her.
Make yourself at home.
That was the first thing she said after stepping out from her shower. I could tell she was a bit awkward, even nervous.
Almost at a loss. According to my logic, Su Mei managed a bathhouse, and now she was also running a casino. She must have met plenty of men along the way. A woman from that kind of background. How could she possibly be nervous about a one-night stand? And yet, Sume looked genuinely anxious.
Not long after, she brought over a fruit platter and took out a bottle of red wine with 2 glasses.
Let us have a drink.
Alcohol is a great way to relax.
And also a powerful aphrodisiac. Maybe she wanted to use the wine to loosen up a bit. Do you have any baijiu? I asked. I don't really like red wine. It's too soft, lacks that fiery kick.
I prefer baijiu just like how I like my women. The best ones are gentle like water, but wild like the wind.
Sure, which kind would you like? Sume asked me. Outsiders Xiaodaozi, Sichuan's bamboo leaf green, Kuaichao's mutai, or Shanxi's fingio, they'd all do just fine. Sume twisted open a bottle of mutai.
She poured the liquor into the red wine glass in front of me. The strong alcohol slid down my throat.
A fiery sensation spread through my body, a kind of clarity that made me feel completely relaxed. I hadn't touched a drop since I left Sixth Master.
Sume swirled the wine in her glass, her eyes still somewhat distant. We sat there silently, drinking without a word. After who knows how long, Sume finally spoke, slowly.
This time, you caught the gambler for me, and your price was me. I want to know, what will your price be the next time I come to you?
I picked up a peanut, popped it into my mouth.
Then I said slowly. Still you.
Oof. A cold laugh escaped her lips. She tilted her head back and took a big gulp, then said with a trace of bitterness.
Still me?
That kind of line might work on an 18-year-old girl, but not on me.
How many men truly cherish a woman after they've had her?
I didn't want to argue the point with her. When it came to matters of the heart between men and women,
I was completely out of my depth.
By now, Meijia had nearly finished half the bottle of red wine. Her pale, smooth face had flushed slightly. Her eyes had grown even more hazy. Looking at me, she said with self-mockery, "This world we live in, things sure don't turn out how you expect. Never thought the first man to step into my house would be you, and the first man in my bed would be you too."
I understood.
Though Sume had given herself to me, she wasn't doing it willingly. But there was nothing she could do. I had beaten her fair and square. She was mine in the end. I took a sip of wine and said lightly,
"You don't have to treat yourself like a bargaining chip with me. After all, the casino isn't yours to begin with."
We had both been sitting on the floor to begin with.
After I said that, Sume leaned back onto the sofa. She let out a soft sigh, and said, "No choice.
I owe Xiaoxian, and debts no matter what kind have to be repaid. She treats me like a sister. Her problems are no different from my own."
You could really feel that.
Sume had a pretty good relationship with the female boss.
It went way beyond the usual employer-employee dynamic.
Maybe it was the alcohol, but Sume started talking more and more.
Xiaoxian's got it rough too.
A respectable daughter of the Zhou family, stuck in the middle of chaos, internal struggles and outside pressure.
If I don't step in and help her, who else will?
I didn't speak or ask questions. I just listened quietly, taking sips of Maotai now and then.
Sume was getting visibly emotional.
Suddenly, she turned and stared at me.
"Do you know who I hate the most?" she asked. I shook my head.
"The one I hate most is Xiaoxian's second brother, Zhou Tiancheng, the same bastard who called me today and forced me to let that guy Tang San go."
So it was him. I guessed right. Zhou Xiaoxian and that second boss were actually close relatives.
I didn't know much about the Zhou family. Only heard a few scattered things from Chen Xiaoxue. I knew they had some serious influence in Hebei. Not quite to the point of ruling the skies, but close enough to stir up wind and rain whenever they wanted.
But after hearing what Sume said, it seemed like the Zhou family was full of internal conflicts. The Zhou family had nothing to do with me.
What I cared more about was why Sume hated Zhou Tiancheng so much. Zhou Tiancheng is a scumbag, despicable, shameless, and disgusting.
He once did something truly vile to me. If Xiao Xian hadn't arrived in time, I might have been ruined by him. I could guess what she meant by ruined.
I didn't press further, but Sumei continued anyway.
Do you know what he did?
He drugged me and tried to gang up on me with a few of his low-life friends.
Stop. Don't say any more.
I cut her off before she could finish. I didn't want to hear another word. Suddenly, for no reason at all, anger surged inside me. And for Sumei, my feeling was more like heartache than pity.
I downed the rest of my drink in one gulp.
I looked at Sumei and asked coolly,
"Do you want to never be bullied again?" Sumei gave a bitter smile. Aren't you stating the obvious?
I don't just want to stop being bullied, I want revenge, day and night.
But what can I do?
I don't even have the courage to talk back when he mocks me, calling me a whore.
So where's the room for revenge in that? I lit a cigarette.
Then slowly, I reached out my hand. I took Sumei's hand, which was resting on the coffee table. Her palm wasn't big, her fingers slender and long. Looking at her steadily, I said,
"Be my woman. Let me protect you. I promise no one will ever hurt you again." She didn't pull her hand away.
Her drunken, flirtatious eyes locked onto mine. Suddenly, she laughed. It sounded like mockery of herself, and maybe even of me.
Protect me? With what? Your skills as a con artist? Your tricks at the table? Sixth Master, forgive my calling you that.
Let me speak plainly, either you become a dark lamp hunting down cheats for a living, a safe and profitable job where you quit the game now while you still can. I may not be part of the con brotherhood, but I know how ruthless it is.
Once a con man slips up, there's no turning back. Who can say they'll never make a mistake? Can you?
There was truth in Sumei's words. There's always someone stronger, a higher sky above.
And who could truly guarantee never slipping up? Still, I nodded slowly. I can do it. And you have to be mine. Not just tonight, but always. Sumei gave a cold laugh.
Then she pulled her hand away.
Slowly, she stood up.
Her alcohol tolerance didn't seem great. She wobbled slightly as she rose.
Sixth Master, don't get too used to me calling you that. Truth is, you're still a child.
You don't understand how cruel the world can be, or how dark people's hearts run.
You want me? Tonight, I can give you that. But after tonight.
Mei's expression turned cold as she stared at me and spoke in a calm, deliberate tone.
You're still you, and I'm still me. Inside the bathroom.
The sound of running water filled the air. Through the frosted glass, you could vaguely make out the blurred silhouette of a woman showering.
Truth is, I don't really understand women. And I've never been all that interested in trying to figure them out.
Winning them over isn't my thing, and I sure as hell won't ever be some desperate guy groveling for attention. If I want something, I either earn it myself, pay for it, or walk away. In today's terms, I guess you could call me a hardcore straight-up guy.
But there's one thing I'm crystal clear on. My woman is off limits to anyone else. And right now, I've already decided Mei is mine.
The bathroom door pushed open.
Mei stepped out.
She had changed into a silk spaghetti-strapped nightgown. Her hair was still wrapped in a white towel, not yet let down. She glanced at me, then said coldly,
"Go ahead and take your shower." I left the pajamas in the bathroom.
Then, without another word, she turned and walked into the bedroom. After washing up, I slipped into the pajamas Mei had bought for me. I tiptoed quietly into the bedroom. Only the small bedside lamp was on,
casting a soft, warm golden glow. It gave the room a slightly intimate atmosphere.
Mei was lying on her side, facing away from me,
covered lightly with a thin summer blanket.
All that was visible was her smooth, pale shoulder.
I climbed into bed and lay beside her. I hadn't even touched her yet, but I could already feel how tense she was.
Her breathing had quickened.
Why was Mei so nervous? Had she never been close to a man before? Yeah, right. Like I believe that. She used to hang around places like bathhouses and casinos.
There is no way she had zero experience with men. I reached out and placed my hand gently on her pale shoulder. Her body stiffened slightly from the tension.
Turn around, I whispered. May hesitated for a moment. Then finally did as I asked and rolled over.
I pulled her gently into my arms.
Turn off the light. Sure, here's a natural and immersive English translation of the passage in a novelistic tone, tailored to American English style and sensibility.
Sume's voice was soft and delicate, barely above a whisper. And beneath it, there was a faint trace of nervousness. To my ears, that voice carried an almost intoxicating charm. The room was pitch black. I knew clearly that she was neither willing nor satisfied with the situation. Yet still, she curled up in my arms like a gentle little kitten. Her body felt so soft and pliant. That kind of softness, it was like she had no bones at all. Her hair occasionally brushed against my cheek. That ticklish sensation made me lean in, unable to resist taking a quiet sniff of her scent.
That clean, fresh fragrance, it was unmistakably hers alone. Suddenly, I felt a wave of drowsiness come over me. It was something I hadn't experienced in over a decade of sleepless nights. So this was what it felt like being with a woman you truly like could actually cure insomnia. At least for me, it worked like magic. That night, we didn't do anything. Of course, not because I had suddenly become some noble, morally upright man who could keep his hands to himself. But because I didn't want to force anyone. The woman I wanted had to come to me willingly. Otherwise, it just wouldn't taste sweet. Still, that night was the most peaceful sleep I had in years. No insomnia, no waking up in the middle of the night. I just held her in my arms and drifted off, deeply and soundly. When I woke up at dawn, Sume was already gone. There was a note left on the bedside table that read, "There's breakfast on the table. Thank you." Thank you? What exactly was she thanking me for? Was it because I didn't sleep with her? If that was the case, then she was thanking me a little too early. Because sooner or later, she would be mine anyway. My days all seemed more or less the same. Handing out supplies, idling away time, waiting for the shift to end. But today felt a bit different. For no reason I could explain, I felt a sudden urge to go downstairs and check out the casino. Because I hadn't seen Sume all day. Even though yesterday, she had followed the orders of that second boss. And let that guy Tang San go, the one who cheated with a detection watch. Still, I couldn't help but worry a little. Would this mysterious second boss from the Zhou family come looking for trouble with her? Let me know if you'd like the next part translated or need any adjustments. I know I shouldn't be thinking this way. As a con artist, you've got to learn to stay detached. Self-preservation has always been the number one rule for a grifter. But those thoughts in my head, I just couldn't control them. I was zoning out, lost in my own mind. Suddenly, the door to the supply room swung open. I glanced up. Standing in the doorway was the hotel lobby manager dressed in a suit and tie. He gave me a quick look, then turned politely to someone outside and said, "This is Chulu. Take a look, is this the guy you're looking for?" The moment he finished speaking, several burly men suddenly burst into view. The leader was a bald guy with a rough, brutal face. There was a terrifying scar running across the top of his head. A jagged mark that looked like a centipede curled up on his skull. Oh damn, it's Centipede. A while back, I had won 50,000 from him in one night. After that, he told old Hay loud enough for me to hear. If that kid refuses to play me again, I'll come find him myself. At the time, I figured it was just sour grapes from losing money. Never thought he'd actually show up. Centipede stared at me with a cold, eerie smile and drawled, "Kid, didn't expect me to find you so quick, huh? You don't win money off Centipede boss that easily." I shot him a cold look and asked flatly, "What do you want?" "Humph." Centipede sneered. Don't get scared. Chill out.
Centipede boss plays fair even when I lose, I accept it.
I'm not here to beat you up or yell at you. I'm here to play again. Let's see how many more games you can beat me in.
Even though that night he'd managed to pull 2 straight zeros in his favor. His tone didn't suggest he suspected me of cheating. Even if he did suspect something, I didn't really care.
He had no proof. Still, I didn't want to play with him again. Looking at his attitude and the way he handled a loss.
If I kept winning, there was no way he'd just walk away quietly.
Trouble was bound to follow. Let me explain something real quick here.
This was exactly why many grifters preferred working as undercover dealers in casinos. Or rather, the main reason for doing this was to get in with a powerful backer. Going it alone, even with top-notch sleight of hand, still gets you into all kinds of trouble.
If the other side is a fellow hustler, that's one thing.
Hustlers have rules, and most of them stick to the code. But run into an unreasonable thug and you're in trouble. They'll refuse to honor the debt after losing.
They'll think up ways to make you pay back double. It's their most common and effective move.
Put bluntly, it comes down to one thing: force. That's why you need a well-connected backer. The hustler only has to win the money back, let the backer handle the rest. This was exactly the sort of trouble I was dealing with.
I'm on duty now, wait until I'm off.
I was planning to stall until I could call old Hay over. But Centipede immediately wagged a finger in protest.
No. Right now.
Then he turned to the lobby manager and said, I want him to play cards with me now, you won't object, will you? The lobby manager glanced at me and then started fawning all over Centipede.
No objection, brother Centipede.
If you want to play, there's a room downstairs, I'll set one up for you right now.
I couldn't help frowning.
I hadn't expected Centipede to have that kind of reputation, even the lobby manager knew him.
I'd underestimated him.
Of course, even if they didn't know him, even if Centipede's demand blatantly broke the bathhouse rules, the manager wouldn't risk pissing him off over someone like me.
That's the underworld. That's human nature. Survival of the fittest, the strong rule. Still, the manager's words put me at ease.
If I went down to the casino and beat him there, he wouldn't dare make a scene here.
To my surprise, Centipede shook his head. Not downstairs. We're playing right here today.
I have to win back everything I lost, right here.
No sooner had he finished than Centipede swaggered over to the table. He casually grabbed a bath towel from the shelf and spread it across the table. Then he tossed the 2 decks of poker cards he brought onto the towel. He even managed a mockingly polite gesture, smirking as he said, "Come on, kid. Let's keep going today."
The lobby manager, seeing that he couldn't talk the Centipede out of it, didn't want to cause any trouble.
He glanced at me and said coolly,
"You play a few rounds with brother Centipede. I've got things to do, I'll head out first." As soon as he finished speaking, he quietly slipped away.
Something about this felt off to me.
There was a perfectly good gaming hall available, yet Centipede deliberately avoided it.
Why was he insisting we gamble here, in this dim and messy storage room? Was he working with cheaters? Was he afraid of being caught using tricks in the casino, so he picked this place instead?
I couldn't quite figure it out.
But I knew one thing for sure.
I couldn't back out of this game today. So I sat down on a nearby chair.
Honestly, I thought some of Centipede's men would join in too.
But instead, he started shuffling the cards and said to me,
"Just you and me today. No more Pai Gow. We're playing Texas Triple.
Minimum 200, cap at 2,000.
Highest hand takes the pot and becomes the dealer." I hesitated for a moment.
Centipede was going to gamble alone against me and he looked so confident.
Was there something wrong with the deck he brought?
I kept my eyes on him as he shuffled, and replied calmly,
"I don't have that kind of money on me. I only brought about 8,000. As soon as I said that, I pulled out the cash and laid it on the table. I wasn't lying. After I won that day, I gave 10,000 to Xiao Duo and Old Nyo. I had 38,000 left. I already saved 30,000 of it. The rest I kept on me. Centipede snorted coldly. You already blew through the few grand you won from me? Don't worry, I'll lend you if you run short. I couldn't help but furrow my brows. It was clear now Centipede had come prepared. He wasn't going to let me go. He was determined to take every last penny from me. I still hadn't figured out exactly how he managed to beat me. As soon as those words left my mouth, Centipede turned to one of his lackeys standing nearby and ordered, "Go, call over those girls from the bathhouse. I feel like trying something new today. Get a massage while we play cards." After saying that, Centipede chuckled a few times, his laugh laced with mischief. And just like that, this simple card game began. While looking at my cards, I took extra time to inspect the deck. It was a regular pack of Yaoli playing cards, completely unmarked. No doubt about it, there was nothing wrong with the deck. So where was Centipede's confidence coming from? I couldn't quite wrap my head around it at the moment. Besides, I hadn't even tried to cheat. After all, there were people behind me, Centipede's own men, watching my every move. I couldn't be sure if any of them were seasoned cheats waiting for me to pull something so they could catch me red-handed. We were playing heads up, one-on-one. There was honestly no need to cheat. If I could just memorize the order of the cards during the shuffle, I could beat him easy. After all, Centipede had the habit of shuffling with the faces of the cards exposed. With my eyesight and memory? Remembering the sequence was practically child's play. In front of Centipede sat a total of 50,000 yuan. He played super casually. He didn't even look at his cards most of the time. As soon as I bet, he'd call. If I didn't reveal my hand, he wouldn't either. He just kept calling all the way through, blind. This kind of playstyle was textbook amateur, what you'd expect from a total rookie. Even a seasoned gambler off the street could have taken him down easy. But I knew better. There was no way it was this simple. A few hands in, Centipede's henchman knocked and walked in, bringing along a group of beautiful masseuses. As soon as the door opened, they lined up neatly in a row. Then, in perfect unison, they bowed and greeted him. "Boss, hello," they all said in unison. The staff here at Tianxian was top-notch. Each girl was at least 165 centimeters tall. They all wore matching uniforms, short skirts and high heels. They weren't allowed to wear stockings on their long, pale legs. Of course, that was to make it easier for the guests to get handsy. They were all wearing white crop tops with deep V necklines. The swell of their breasts peeked through, drawing attention. Centipede narrowed his eyes, leering at the girls. After a while, he finally picked two. One of them was Chen Xiaoxue. I knew her. Centipede sure knew how to enjoy himself. One girl knelt in front of him, massaging his legs. Chen Xiaoxue stood behind him, gently pounding his shoulders. "Big brother Centipede, must ve won a lot today, huh?" Chen Xiaoxue cooed as she greeted him. Her eyes flicked toward me, intentionally or not. Centipede burst into laughter, grabbed a few $100 bills from the pile, and handed them to the two girls. "You two take good care of me tonight, and I'll give each of you a little bonus later." As soon as he finished, Centipede roared with laughter. Chen Xiaoxue and the other girl laughed along. This round, Centipede was the dealer. After dealing the cards, he still didn't look at his own hand. He bet 1,000. Tossed the money carelessly onto the table. "Let us start with $1,000. Then, with one hand resting on Chen Xiaoxue's thigh, he shot me a sideways glance. By this point in the game, I had already won over 2,000. And I hadn't cheated not once. When Centipede placed his bet, I was about to check my cards. The reason I did it that way was to keep everyone around me off guard. I couldn't let them suspect I could memorize the order of the cards. Just as I lifted the corner of my card slightly, suddenly, a shout rang out from behind. "Don't move! You cheating bastard!" My heart jolted. Before I could react, A huge hand clamped down hard on my wrist. Then came a cold, sharp pain against the back of my neck. Someone pressed a blade tight against my throat. The sight of it sent Chen Xiaoxue and the other girl screaming in terror, their faces turning pale. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. I hadn't cheated. Not even thought about it. But Centipede suddenly shot up from his seat. The movement came out of nowhere. The masseuse who had just been kneeling in front of him giving his legs a rub suddenly sat back down on the floor. Centipede pointed at me, shouting furiously. FCK. No wonder I lost 5 grand to him last time. This bastard was cheating. Search him. The guy holding my wrist yanked up my sleeve in one swift motion. In his hand, a sudden ace of spades appeared. Boss Centipede, this is the card he was hiding. A wave of despair washed over me. Now I finally understood what trick Centipede had planned to use against me today. In the world of card cheating, there's a move called switching the blossoms and grafting the branches, in other words, framing someone. It's a common trick used when swapping or stealing cards. And right now, that's exactly what Centipede was doing to me. He was setting me up. But his method was particularly despicable. It wasn't about skill or technique. It was pure, blatant framing. This was the price of having no backing and no protection. If I had a real crew or someone powerful behind me, this scumbag Centipede would never dare treat me like this. Got anything to say, kid? Centipede sneered, his eyes growing even colder. Then he swept all the money off the table, including the stack in front of me, into his own pile. I didn't cheat. I shot back coolly. Didn't cheat? Ha! Centipede pointed at the 2 masseuses and continued. These 2 work here. Ask them if they saw you cheating. The girl on the floor was visibly shaken by what was happening. She looked nervously at Centipede and shook her head. Boss Centipede, I was giving you a leg massage the whole time. I really didn't see anything. What she said was true. She had been too low to the ground to see what had just happened. Chen Xiaoxue, looking at me being restrained, also spoke carefully. Boss Centipede. I didn't see clearly either. But before she could finish, Centipede glared at her and roared. Are you f***ing blind? If you can't see clearly, just say what you think you saw. Centipede was deliberately trying to scare them. Chen Xiaoxue looked a bit flustered. She stammered as she started to speak. I think I saw it. The person who grabbed him already had a playing card in their hand. Bullshit. Centipede cursed, raising his hand threateningly as if to slap her. Originally, he had planned to use Chen Xiaoxue as his witness. But who could have predicted that she would actually blurt out the truth? Centipede looked like he was about to slap her across the face. But he hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered his hand. Truth be told, this caught me off guard too. Of all people, it was Chen Xiaoxue. At a moment like this, she still had the guts to defend me and tell the truth. Centipede patted my head again with a sinister grin, coldly sneering. You little punk, caught red-handed, now got anything to say for yourself? Centipede, your tricks are damn dirty. You know better than anyone whether I was cheating or not. Even with a sharp blade pressed against the back of my neck. I didn't back down, staring coldly into Centipede's eyes. This bastard, his methods were low as hell. Still trying to play tough? Perfect. I got just the place for you. Let us see how long it takes before you start singing like a canary. With that, he waved his hand. 2 of his goons grabbed me by the arms and dragged me straight toward the door. Someone else followed closely behind, pressing a knife into my lower back. The second I showed even a hint of resistance, that blade would bury itself into my spine without hesitation. Judging by the situation, there was no way out today. From what I figured, Centipede had set this whole trap up just for me. His goal was probably just to squeeze some cash out of me. But what surprised me was that the whole way there, Centipede never even mentioned the word money. Instead, he took me to an arcade joint in town. On the surface, that's what it claimed to be. But in reality, the place was packed with gambling machines. Slot machines, karaoke simulators, fish shooting games, you name it, they had it. Centipede clearly held some weight around here. Everyone who saw him called him respectfully, Big Brother Centipede. I was shoved into an office on the first floor. The room was actually quite decently furnished. Leather sofas, a solid wood desk, and a high-end executive chair. As soon as I walked in, Centipede called out to the woman leaning on the couch. "Boss Juan, where's Parrot?" Boss Juan looked about 26 or 27. She was quite attractive, but dressed a bit provocatively. Her eye makeup was heavy, almost like smoky eyes. Her figure was also impressive, clearly curvy in all the right places. At first glance, she was definitely eye-catching. But she had a strong vibe of streetwise experience about her. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she gave me a once-over, then asked, "He's the one named Chulu?" "Yeah, that's him," Centipede replied. I was somewhat surprised. I was just a lowly attendant at the bathhouse. Yet Boss Juan actually knew my name. She looked at me again, then stood up and lazily stretched her arms over her head. She was wearing a tight-fitting top. When she stretched, her chest curves almost seemed to burst out of her clothes. "Parrot's asleep upstairs on the second floor. I'll go get him," Boss Juan answered lazily. Centipede nodded. "Just tell Parrot I brought the guy." Watching Boss Juan leave the room swaying her slim waist, my suspicion deepened. I had originally thought Centipede was setting me up. It must have been because I beat him earlier, and he wanted to get his money back. But now things didn't seem so simple. Centipede hadn't even mentioned the money, which was strange enough. It seemed like the person really looking for me wasn't Centipede after all, but this Parrot guy he mentioned. Not long after, the office door opened again. A group of thugs wearing tight black t-shirts and covered in dragon and tiger tattoos entered, surrounding and escorting a man. The man was of average height, with a relatively large head and tiny eyes like slits. On his short, thick fingers, he wore a jade-inlaid gold thumb ring. Around his neck hung a Thai Buddhist amulet. He looked exactly like a gang boss with presence and flair. As soon as he walked in, Centipede and the rest of the underlings immediately showed respect with polite greetings. "Boss Ba." Boss Ba didn't respond. He sized me up from head to toe with those little eyes. After a long while he finally asked, "You're the one they call Chulu?" I nodded. "Caught cheating?" Brother Ba asked coldly. It sounded ordinary at first, but there were too many holes in it. After the bath they shoved me into a car. I rode squeezed in with Centipede the whole way. Centipede hadn't even made a call the entire trip. So how could Brother Ba get on the car and immediately accuse me of cheating? I could only think of one explanation: this whole setup was cooked up by Brother Ba and Centipede together. Still, one thing didn't make sense. I was just a lowly attendant at the bathhouse. Even if I'd really won 50 grand off Centipede, it shouldn't have been enough for someone like Brother Ba to go out of his way to lay a trap for me, right? Before I could answer, Brother Ba asked again, "Do you know what happens to people caught cheating?" "I know, but I didn't cheat," I answered coolly. Brother Ba smiled, but there was a feral coldness in it that sent a chill through me. He stroked the brass ring on his left hand, the corner of his mouth lifting as he said, "Denying it won't help. I have ways to make you admit it. Bring him up, these two little cheats are getting handled today." At that, two thugs at the door shoved in a tall, thin man. The moment he came in, his legs buckled and he fell to his knees, sobbing and pleading with Brother Ba, "Brother Ba, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please give me another chance." Brother Ba snorted. "A chance? You dared cheat even while I'm running this place, and you have the nerve to ask for a chance?" He waved his hand. The thug shoved me and the skinny man up to the desk and slammed our hands down hard on the surface so we couldn't move. Centipede stood to the side, watching us with a sly, malicious grin. In his hand, somehow, there now appeared a metal hammer. Not a long one, not even reaching a meter in length.
But the head was huge, about the size of a thick ceramic bowl's rim.
With the hammer in hand, Centipede glared at us coldly and sneered. "You two, who's going first?"
As soon as he finished speaking,
the tall, skinny man suddenly burst into desperate wails and cries. "Ba-gu, I was wrong. Please, have mercy on me.
I'll be your servant from now on, I'll do anything you say, just let me live."
But Ba-gu didn't even spare him a glance.
His eyes had never left me. Suddenly, Ba-gu's lips twitched, and he spat out 2 cold words.
"Go!" The order was given. Then came a dull, heavy bang.
It startled me, making my heart skip a beat. The tall, thin man beside me screamed a shriek so piercing it chilled the blood. The sound was absolutely agonizing. Anyone who heard it would feel their skin crawl. It was like every finger in your hand was being crushed. One swing, and his hand was already a bloody mess. As for his fingers, it was impossible to tell how many were left. Looking at the scene before me, I couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. It was like watching a fox mourn the death of a rabbit. That man's fate stirred in me a sense of shared tragedy. This was the Lan Dao. This was the world of con artists. The old saying among grifters goes, a rookie fears the pro fears the master fears the grifter, and the grifter fears nothing more than a single mistake. Once you mess up, it's hell without end. The thin man collapsed to the floor, writhing in pain. The people around him, though, seemed completely unfazed. They watched with blank, unfeeling stares. The seductive woman called Huan Jie wrinkled her nose in annoyance. She shot him a disgusted glare and snapped. "Stop howling like a dog. It's driving me nuts. Take him somewhere and dump him, he's an eyesore." 2 henchmen rushed forward immediately. They dragged the tall man out of the room. All eyes in the room turned to me. Centipede wore a sinister smile, wiping blood off the hammer with a tissue. "Your turn," he said. He kept staring at my hand as he spoke, clicking his tongue. TSK, these hands are pretty soft. I wonder what they'll look like after one of my hammers?" I kept my face blank and didn't say a word. Old Six had said it before, a top-tier con man can stay calm even if Mount Tai comes crashing down. I could keep my face unmoved. Inside, though, I was a roiling sea grief, rage, refusal. I hated Ba-gu. I hated Centipede. 13 years of grinding training to learn 1,000 tricks, and now it was all about to go to waste. I hated myself too. I'd only been in the game a little over half a year. No backer, no crew, 6 months wasted. And just when I finally started to get a feel for the cons, scum like Centipede and Ba-gu came and wrecked it. The feelings swelled and swirled, but I didn't give up. I fought with everything I had to save these hands. I suddenly looked up at Centipede. My expression grew colder, my eyes like knives. "Centipede, I'm warning you, you'd better kill me," I said. My words shocked both Ba-gu and Centipede. "Otherwise, I'll make sure I kill you someday." Even pinned down, my tone was fierce. Centipede grabbed my collar and shoved his face in mine. He stared and snarled, "You little bastard, you fucking dare threaten me?" I didn't flinch. Gritting my teeth, I snarled back, "Yeah, I'm threatening you. Come on, kill me. Whoever doesn't dare is a son of a bitch." I knew people would think I was just putting on a show, tied up, my hands about to be ruined. The Centipede was too scared to enter the casino at first. He only dared to gamble with me in the supply room. That basically meant he couldn't take me down inside the casino. After all, there were eyes and ears watching everywhere in the gambling hall. If he shouted, "You're cheating," it wouldn't be that simple for him to drag me away. Besides, even though I had previously won 50,000 from him, if the Centipede really wanted to get that money back, he had plenty of ways to do it. With his skills, beating me up would be more than enough. There was absolutely no need to drag someone like Brother Boss, such a major underworld figure, into this. Also, up until now, they hadn't even mentioned the word money. And lastly, if they really wanted to break my hands, they would done it already.
Why go through the trouble of staging a cheating incident and breaking someone's hand right in front of me? This kind of make an example out of one to scare the rest move was clearly meant to pressure me psychologically. It was meant to crush my mental defenses and force me to give in. That's exactly why I dared to keep gambling. It's like a hostage in a kidnapper's hands. Until their demands are met. The kidnapper usually won't kill the hostage. Old Six once said something. The con world is like a chessboard. Every move hides a trap. And I was already stuck in this game. The key was whether I could still win this gamble. The centipede and I glared at each other furiously. The room suddenly became eerily silent. And the centipede's eyes gradually began to lose focus. I could tell he was starting to hesitate. Sure enough, he turned his head and shot a glance at Brother Ba. But unfortunately, Brother Ba was leaning back in his chair, blowing smoke rings, completely ignoring him. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Suddenly, one of the henchmen by the window pointed outside and said, "Brother Ba, a group of people just arrived downstairs. Looks like they're here to cause trouble." Including me, everyone's eyes turned toward the window. Instinctively, we all looked outside. At the foot of the stairs, there were more than a dozen black vans parked. As the van doors opened, people started stepping out one after another. There were quite a few of them. About 50 or 60. All crew cuts and short hair, wearing black t-shirts, each one holding a baseball bat. As soon as they got out of the cars, all those people stood quietly to one side. They waited until everyone from the last vehicle had stepped out. As the car door opened slowly, a woman in a flowing white dress and graceful posture stepped out. She glanced up slightly at the arcade sign above her. Then, she began walking slowly toward the staircase. Behind her followed 50 or 60 men dressed in black. Those men immediately surrounded her, keeping close behind. The sight was truly impressive. Pedestrians passing by couldn't help but stop and stare. She was none other than Su Mei. Right now, Su Mei was no longer the usual seductive version of herself. There was a new sharpness and confidence in her demeanor. Alongside it, a cold, fierce anger radiated from her. The moment I saw her, a warm feeling surged in my chest. Ever since I was 6 years old. Aside from Sixth Master, it seemed like no one else truly cared whether I lived or died. Yet now, here I was, tied up by Centipede. And it was Su Mei who had arrived with the casino's security team. I was just an insignificant pawn. And yet, for my sake, Su Mei had brought such a huge entourage. I would remember this moment for the rest of my life. I recognized Su Mei the moment I saw her. Ba Ge couldn't help but furrow his brow. He immediately stood up and said to Centipede, "You few, keep a close eye on this kid. Centipede, unless I call for you, you don't come out. Everyone else, not a word." As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Ge left the office with several henchmen and the seductive, curvaceous Huan Jia. His men quickly locked the door from the outside. To prevent me from shouting, Centipede even had someone tape my mouth shut. I didn't struggle. I just sat still, eyes fixed on the window outside. The office had one-way mirrored glass, those kinds that let you see out, but no one could see in. As soon as Su Mei entered the lobby, Ba Ge rushed out to greet her. The office walls were made of temporary soft partitions, poor sound insulation. The noise from outside wouldn't be very clear to Centipede and the others inside. I could actually hear everything loud and clear. "Manager Su, what the hell are you doing coming here with so many guys and even bringing weapons? I, Big 8, haven't messed with you at all, have I?" Parrot deliberately put on a shocked expression. Su Mei's face was icy cold as she stared at him and replied, "Big 8, maybe you haven't messed with me, but your guys definitely have." "Which one?" "The Centipede." "Oh? What about him?" Parrot continued playing dumb. Su Mei let out a cold laugh before continuing. "He came to our club today with a bunch of guys and kidnapped one of our waiters." "Is that so?" Parrot feigned shock again. But soon he started smiling. Looking straight at Sumei, he said deliberately. Just a waiter? Manager Su, is this really worth making such a big deal out of?
Sumei lifted her chin and replied coldly.
Of course it is. Boss So said every single employee at Tianxiang is family.
When something happens to our own people, as a manager, I can't just sit back and do nothing.
She intentionally mentioned our beautiful boss, Zhou Xiaoxian.
It was obvious she was reminding Parrot of that connection.
She had come here in Zhou Xiaoxian's name. Sure enough, Parrot smiled and said, Manager Su, no matter how scary you try to be, I still wouldn't dare mess with Miss Zhou.
I'm not saying I won't help you find him, it's just that the centipede hasn't come to me at all.
What Parrot said made me even more confused. He kept emphasizing that he wouldn't dare offend the Zhou family's young miss.
But in reality, it was clearly him who had ordered the centipede to kidnap me.
So why wasn't he afraid of the Zhous?
Granted, he was a pretty big shot in the underworld himself.
But judging by his power, he couldn't even compare to the Zhou family. Let alone Zhou Xiaoxian herself. So why would he dare to send the centipede to kidnap me from Tianxiang?
As these thoughts ran through my mind, a chill went down my spine.
Looks like Parrot must have some powerful backer behind him. Who could it be? Could it be that arrogant second boss, Zhou Tiancheng? Something's off. I've never seen Zhou Tiancheng in person before. But I did hear what he said during his phone call with Sumei. Given his arrogant and domineering personality,
if he wanted to kidnap me, he'd come straight to the bathhouse. He wouldn't go through all these roundabout steps.
Looks like someone else is behind this. After the centipede denied everything, Sumei calmly replied, Fine. If you say he's not here, then I'll wait until he shows up.
With that, she turned to a security guard behind her and ordered, Clear the place out, we're staying here until he comes. When Bago heard the words clear the place, his face instantly changed. This was the peak hour for the arcade.
If Sumei really went through with the eviction, the loss of revenue would be just one part of it. The arcade's reputation would also suffer serious damage.
Sumei, you're really crossing the line.
Bago's small eyes flashed coldly.
It was obvious his anger was rising. Sumei didn't flinch, and with a cold smirk, she stared back at him.
It's you who broke the rules first. Bago narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze on Sumei.
You could tell he was doing everything he could to hold back his fury. They stood there like that for a moment.
Then Bago finally spoke. Fine. You want the centipede? I'll make a call right now, I'll have him come here. Saying that, Bago pulled out his phone and began dialing. The centipede was right beside me. Ba Ji's call went through, but the centipede's phone remained completely silent. I expected exactly this. Bago would surely come up with some excuse. Say the phone was off, or no one answered. But to my surprise, the call connected. We could clearly hear Bago speaking into the phone. Sumei is here with me. She wants to clear the place and wait. We couldn't hear what the other person said. Bago responded with a quick yeah, then handed the phone directly to Sumei. Sumei took the phone casually at first.
But the moment the voice on the other end spoke, her expression changed completely. She looked both nervous and confused. Their attitudes had also begun to turn more respectful.
Just who was the man on the other side?
The first name that popped into my mind was Zhou Tiancheng.
But the more I thought about it, the less sense that made.
Last time, Sumei had a phone call with Zhou Tiancheng. At the time, her expression had been tense.
But more than that, clearly anger and hatred. Totally different from how she was now.
They barely exchanged a few words before the call was cut off.
Sumei handed the phone to Bago.
Bago, I don't care what you're planning to do, but there is one thing you must promise me: Chulu must be kept safe.
If anything happens to him, it's on your head.
As soon as she finished speaking,
Sumei turned and walked out. The office was eerily quiet. Bago remained seated in his boss's chair.
Then the centipede guy ripped the tape off my mouth.
He sneered triumphantly as he said, "Brat, how much more arrogant are you gonna be? See that? Not even your May sister can save you now." I shot him a cold glance but didn't respond. Bago, on the other hand, suddenly pulled out a deck of playing cards from his drawer. As he casually shuffled them, he looked up at me and said, "I heard you're pretty good at cards. Let us play a game Golden Flower. 1 round, winner takes all. If you win, today's little incident is forgotten, and I'll even have a car take you home. If you lose, you do whatever I say. Sound tough for you?" Before he even finished speaking, he already shuffled the deck. He reached out and held the cards toward me. "Cut the deck." I was about to decline. But given the situation, I didn't have the luxury of saying no. So I reached out and cut the deck. Bago dealt 3 cards each to both of us. Just as I was about to look at my hand, Bago raised his hand to stop me. "Wait a second. I haven't explained the rules yet. We're changing it up for this round. You can't look at your cards. You have to just say whether your hand is higher than mine or not. If you guess right, you win. If you guess wrong, you lose. Got it?" No sooner had Bago finished speaking than his underlings in the room, even the sultry Miss Juan, gathered around. After all, nothing gets the blood pumping like a good gamble. I slowly shook my head and said, "I can't tell. But I said that on purpose. Because deep down, I had a rough idea why Bage had me tied up and brought here." Bage smiled, and the flesh on his face jiggled slightly up and down. "You faked out a watch detector, and you're telling me you can't figure out a few cards?" Just as I suspected. It all started with that cheating incident yesterday. Although I had disguised my cheating pretty well the day before, the news still somehow got out. Most likely the casino had leaked it. But there was one thing I hadn't figured out yet. Bage wasn't one of second boss Zhou Tiancheng's men. So who exactly was backing him? And why was he so invested in this matter? Come on, tell me who else got the better hand? Bage tapped the table with his thick, stubby fingers. To be honest, I had been watching closely the entire time he shuffled. I saw the order of the cards. The hand he dealt me was triple tens. And what he held in his own hand was K9 and 6-3 scattered cards. By surface value, I clearly had the stronger hand. But in reality, when Bage shuffled, he had secretly palmed 2 kings. That made things nearly impossible for me. Because if I claimed I had the better hand, he would definitely swap his cards out for triple kings. But if I let him win, he wouldn't bother switching. I couldn't just jump up, grab his hand, and accuse him of cheating. After all, he was a big shot in the underworld. I had to respect his face. All the eyes around us were locked on me. They had no idea Bage was pulling a trick. They were just waiting to see if I could really tell whose hand was stronger. I thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "Bage, can I have a smoke first and think it over?" His soft-packed Zhonghua cigarettes top shelf stuff were already on the table. As soon as I asked, he pulled one out and handed it to me. I stepped forward and took the cigarette. Then I casually reached out to grab the lighter from the table. Just as the lighter was about to be touched, I suddenly turned around. I raised my hand and casually picked up the 3 cards from Bago. I looked at him and said coolly, "Bago, I'll take a gamble. This time, I raise." With that, I laid his 3 cards face up on the office desk. They were low cards: a king, a 9, and a 6. Then I flipped over my own cards: 3 tens, a triple. That meant I won. Didn't he even give him a chance to swap? Bago paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Not bad, that's actually pretty interesting." He clearly knew I had seen through his trick of hiding cards. He picked up the lighter next to the teapot and handed it to me. "You won. Let us forget about what happened before. You know, everyone out there knows that I, Big Chen, love making friends. And you, Chu Luid, really like to get to know you.
I didn't know who exactly was behind Bagu.
But one thing was certain.
The reason they kidnapped me was simple. They had their eyes on my cheating skills. That game between me and Bagu was, in fact, a test. They wanted to see how sharp my eyes were. To find out whether I could spot the hidden cards. I lit a cigarette and took a puff. Looking at Bagu, I said calmly, "Sure, we can be friends. But Bagu, your way of making friends, it's not quite to my taste." At that moment, I was certain of one thing. I was safe now. If all they wanted was my skill, they wouldn't really hurt me. Right after I finished speaking, I heard Centipede next to us shout in anger. "Who the hell do you think you are, talking to Bagu like that?" His eyes were wide with fury. His face twisted in rage, staring straight at me. Bagu remained silent, sitting calmly in his leather office chair. I knew then. He was watching to see how I'd handle Centipede's provocation. Still calm, I looked straight at Centipede and asked, "Son, tell me, did you see me cheat today?" Centipede's face twisted when I ignored his original outburst and fired a question back at him. His brows furrowed tightly. His eyes bulging even more. He glared at me viciously and threatened. "I'm asking you a question. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to Bagu like that? Last chance, apologize to Bagu now." Suddenly, I burst into laughter. In the past decade or so, I hadn't laughed more than 10 times total. But this time, my laughter was completely different. This time, it was a cold, mocking laugh full of anger. Just then, I suddenly raised my hand, quickly grabbed the teapot off the desk, and with all my strength, I smashed it straight down onto Centipede's head. Crack! A sharp, loud sound echoed. Centipede wobbled twice, then collapsed to the floor. The glass teapot shattered into pieces. Shards flew everywhere. On the ground, Centipede seemed to try to get up. He struggled a few times but failed. Tea and blood mixed together, slowly dripping down from his smooth, bald head. "Don't you fucking move. You son of a bitch, you wanna die? Who the hell dares attack Centipede, brother? Kill that bastard." The room exploded into chaos. Centipede's men swarmed toward me like bees. But I didn't even glance at them. I grabbed a sharp piece of broken glass in my hand, bent down, pressed it hard against Centipede's carotid artery, and roared, "Whoever the fuck moves, I'll kill him." As soon as I shouted, I pressed slightly harder. Blood immediately spurted from his neck. Even a fool could see. If anyone dared to move, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd slit his artery on the spot. Everyone froze in place. Bagu stood up quickly. "Brother, don't do anything stupid." I ignored Bagu completely. I kept my eyes locked on Centipede and coldly said, "Centipede, I told you a long time ago, either you kill me, or I kill you." Centipede didn't speak, but his eyes were locked on me. His gaze was filled with menace. He still wasn't backing down. "I'll ask you one more time, did I cheat today?" Centipede didn't answer. I let out a cold snort. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. He actually still wanted to play the hero in front of me. The shard of glass in his hand flicked upward. Blood spurted out immediately. The Centipede let out a sharp scream and quickly shouted, "You didn't cheat! You didn't cheat! I framed you!" The Centipede had folded. Even the toughest person finds it hard to stay cold when life and death are on the line. Unless he truly fears no death. Like me, for instance. At least, that's how it might seem to others. By this point, whether I actually cheated no longer mattered to anyone else. But for me, things were different. If I really had cheated and got caught, that would be my own failure, and I'd accept the punishment, cut off my own hand if needed. But this time, I didn't cheat at all, yet I was falsely accused. I had to get my name back. Otherwise, I'd be letting down Sixth Master's reputation. Even worse, I'd betray the teachings of my old man over 13 years.
It's not about the act, it's about honor. Bro, do me a favor and let him go. Parrot spoke up again. He had changed how he addressed me 3 times from start to finish. Kid, Chulu, brother, 3 different titles. I snorted inwardly. Saying he wants to call me brother? He better prove he's worthy first. Truth is, I never really considered Parrot a threat. But at least for now, I had to give him a little face. I loosened my grip and let the centipede go. The same centipede who just moments ago was so arrogant and untouchable. Now covered in blood, he still glared at me with rage. The reason I dared to take him down right in front of Parrot? It was a gamble. A bet that Parrot wouldn't dare touch me. After all, he and the people behind him were after my skills. Which meant they wouldn't move against me. At least, not yet. Some might call my actions reckless or arrogant because of my talent. But I didn't have a choice. This is just who I am. Once you choose the blue path and step into the world of cons. If you can't handle your own grudges cleanly and decisively, how can I expect to become a master in just 3 years? Let alone avenge my father? That's a joke. No way. Parrot, can I leave now? I asked coolly. Parrot pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. He looked at me with a smirk that carried more than just amusement. You won. Of course you can go. But listen, kid, let me give you a piece of advice. It's great that you've got talent, but remember this, you gotta be on the right team. Otherwise, well, you know. He didn't finish the sentence. But the meaning was clear enough. Right now, I work at Tianxiang, and technically speaking, I report to Zhou Xiaoxian. In his eyes, Zhou Xiaoxian wasn't the right person to be following. I turned to leave. When suddenly a woman's voice called out from behind. Wait. I turned around and saw Sister Huan walking toward me with that sultry grace of hers. When she reached me, she tossed me a flirtatious smile. Then she extended her hand for a shake. Huan he. I'd like to be your friend. Chulu, I replied flatly, shaking her hand. Her palm was cool and soft. Long fingers, elegant hands, but there were faint calluses on her knuckles. Sixth uncle once said, you judge a thief by his eyes, and a con artist by his hands. I was certain this was a con artist's hand. When Centipede tied me up, he turned my phone off. As soon as I left the arcade, I powered it back on. A few text messages came pouring in. 2 of them were from Su Mei. Both told me to turn on my phone and call her back. The other 2 surprised me. They were from Chen Xiaoxue. One said not to worry, that she had gone to see Big Sister Mei. The other was also asking me to turn on my phone and reply. I hadn't really liked Chen Xiaoxue before. But this time, she had done me a solid. I owed her one. I called Su Mei first. She didn't ask how I was doing. She just told me to come to her office and said we'd talk in person. After hanging up with Su Mei, I called Lao Hei and told him to wait for me downstairs at the bathhouse. It was already past 9 o'clock. But right now was the busiest time for both the bathhouse and the casino. As soon as I arrived at the bathhouse, I headed straight upstairs and walked into Su Mei's office. I knocked and walked in. She was standing by the window, gazing down at the street below. Her slender silhouette carried a quiet loneliness difficult to describe, yet unmistakable. That was Su Mei. A woman who could be a bit of a mystery. Sometimes she was all charm and warmth, other times cold as frost. And now, she looked lonely like a fragile, helpless girl. I couldn't figure out why she had so many contradictions wrapped up in one person. When she saw me come in, she turned and looked at me, asking with genuine concern. Are you okay? Did old Qian mess with you? What exactly happened today? Su Mei fired off a string of questions. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel a warmth inside. You can usually tell at a glance whether someone's concern is sincere or just polite flattery. Su Mei's care was clearly the real deal.
I quickly gave her a summary of what had happened earlier that day. But I didn't mention the part where I overheard her conversation with old Chien. And I didn't ask who had just called her. I wanted to see if she'd bring it up on her own. Right after I finished talking, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. She crossed her arms and looked at me with clear frustration. Chu Lu. Oh my god, Sixth Master, my dear Chu Lu, you just never listen, do you? Don't you know? Shenba might have some power here in Hebei, but he is a total scumbag. He'd throw anyone under the bus for a buck. You have to stay far away from him. If he messes with you again, you come straight to me immediately. I just gave a slight nod, not saying much. But Sume kept going, her tone now more urgent. And also, didn't I tell you last night? Even if your card skills are top-notch and you can cheat without getting caught, if someone really wants to ruin you, there is nothing you can do about it. So you need someone in your corner, someone who can clean up your messes when things go wrong. Understand? I lit a cigarette and took a quiet drag. You don't understand what I'm saying, Sume? I really do need to find a backer. And I need my own crew of grifters too. Otherwise, something like today will happen again. Hey, I'm talking to you, Chu Lu. Why aren't you saying anything? I didn't respond, and Sume started getting anxious. It was obvious she was genuinely worried about me today. I already told you before to take that spot as a lookout at the underground casino. But you refused, said the terms weren't ones I could offer. Well then, let me tell you this now, Xiao Xian is coming back to Hebei tomorrow. Whatever you want, go straight to her and talk it out. Oh? I glanced up at her. So the legendary beautiful boss lady was finally back. But let me warn you, she continued, don't go asking for the moon, and don't talk nonsense. Xiao Xian is a beauty, so don't pull that same crap you pulled with me, just opening your mouth and trying to take advantage of her. Cough, cough. I had just taken a drag of my cigarette. Before I could exhale, I choked on the smoke, laughing at what she said. I hadn't expected her to still be hung up on that. I couldn't help but smile. Sume really was something else. She could be sultry, icy cool, even a little seductive. But this side of her I was seeing for the first time. She actually had a cute side. As I coughed, half smiling, Sume shot me a sharp glare. With a mix of annoyance and concern, she warned me. Did you hear what I just said? I nodded. I heard. I'll go meet this Madame Zhou tomorrow. And most importantly, she added, don't go blurting out stupid stuff. Got it? She shot me another glare. I gave a slight nod again. Seeing me nod, Sume finally looked a little more at ease. She turned, pulled a set of car keys from the drawer, and handed them to me. There's a black Santana 2000 parked downstairs. Latest model times hero. All the paperwork is in the car. Go check it out. If you don't like the color, I'll have someone swap it tomorrow. Alright, you can go now. Sume always handled things efficiently and decisively. Sure, here's a natural, novel-appropriate American English translation of the passage, keeping the tone and character dynamics intact. What we talked about yesterday was already taken care of today. I originally only wanted a car worth around 100,000 or so. But this one probably costs close to 180 or 90,000. I didn't bother with any polite small talk. I just grabbed the keys and headed out. Just as I reached the door, I suddenly heard Sume's voice from behind. Chu Lu, wait a second. I turned around and looked at her, unsure what she wanted to say. The expression on Sume's face suddenly turned awkward. A faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke softly. I want to know why you didn't last night. She paused here. Her pretty face flushed again. Why didn't I what? I asked, pretending not to understand. I'm not usually the joking type. In fact, I'm not the kind of guy who talks just to talk. I prefer to be straightforward. But for some reason, I felt like teasing her just a little. Sume shot me a sharp glare, clearly annoyed. "What did you say?" I jingled the car keys and said confidently. "Because sooner or later, you're going to be mine anyway. What's the rush? Please, don't live in a fantasy world." She scoffed, but the look on her face somehow made her even cuter. I thought, maybe it was because you didn't like something about me. You know, nothing happened even though we were alone together. I was actually wondering if I wasn't good enough, or not feminine enough. I smiled. A real one, from the heart. That's just how women are. Such complicated creatures. When you want them too much, they feel upset, even wronged. They'll show their displeasure in every way possible. But if you do exactly what they want and do nothing, then they start to wonder if you don't like them at all. You actually smiled. Sume rolled her eyes at me again. Yeah, I smiled. It's just been a long time since I truly meant it. By the time I reached the lobby downstairs, I hadn't even made it out the door yet. Let me know if you'd like the translation to continue. Suddenly, someone called my name from behind. I turned around and saw Chen Xiaoxue in high heels, waddling toward me with small, hesitant steps. The heels were so high she didn't dare run fast. She looked both careful and anxious at the same time. It was almost amusing to watch. As soon as she reached me, as if afraid she might fall, she grabbed my arm and said, "Zhulu, are you okay? I just saw you going upstairs and thought you were meeting Sister May, so I didn't call out. Actually, I've been waiting for you in the lobby for a long time." I understood Chen Xiaoxue had been waiting for me. Most likely to talk about what happened earlier. I nodded slightly and said, "Thanks for helping me today. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Truth was, I wasn't really fond of Chen Xiaoxue. But today, she did help me out. I owed her a favor, and I'd have to figure out a way to repay it. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned to leave. But Chen Xiaoxue followed right behind me, talking as we walked. "Where are you going? Don't say sometime, how about tonight?" "Just tonight. I've got a friend waiting for me." I said that as we walked out the door. At the parking lot by the entrance, Lahei was idly pacing around with nothing to do. When he saw me coming out with Chen Xiaoxue, he froze for a second. He pointed at the two of us, puzzled, and asked, "What is going on here?" Totally innocent. After I won Chen Xiaoxue in that bet last time, she broke up with Ho Jun. Lahei must have thought I'd hooked up with her and that she was now my girlfriend. That's why I quickly added an explanation. As soon as I finished, Chen Xiaoxue tilted her head toward me, gave me a flirtatious look, and said in a sweet, overly sugary tone, "Well, that is not necessarily true. Maybe later on, things won't be so innocent anymore." I ignored her flirtation completely. Instead, I turned straight to Lahei and asked, "Lahei, can you drive?" "Yeah, back when we were on the provincial martial arts team, we all got our licenses together." I tossed the car key in my hand to Lahei. I pointed at the brand new Santana 2000 parked nearby and said, "This car's south yours to drive from now on." "What?" Blackie and Chen Xiaoxue stared at me in disbelief. Back then, the Santana 2000 was considered a mid to high-end car. Don't forget, the average monthly salary in the year 2000 was barely over 1,000 yuan. For regular folks like us, spending nearly 200,000 on a car like this was pure fantasy. The reason I wanted Blackie to drive was because, given my current situation, it wasn't safe for me to be seen driving myself. Blackie needed to go out and handle some business. Having a car made things way easier. And it also made him look more respectable. After getting into the car, Blackie respectfully reached out and gently touched the steering wheel, handling it with care. Chen Xiaoxue was looking around curiously, her eyes darting from side to side. "Where do you get this car? Did you win it gambling?" she asked me. I didn't respond. With someone like Chen Xiaoxue, the less she knew, the better. When I ignored her, she immediately patted Blackie on the back.
You listen up, Blackie. You better drive this car well. Not only do you have to be 6th Master S driver, but his bodyguard too. Today, he got kidnapped by that centipede guy. If I hadn't gone straight to Big Sister May, this whole thing could be gone south real fast. She was already trying to take credit. Blackie's eyes nearly popped out when he heard that. He turned to me and asked, "What the hell happened here?" I gave him a rough summary of everything that had gone down. But I left out a few key details. Not because I didn't trust Blackie, but because there were still some things I hadn't figured out myself. After hearing the story, Blackie immediately flew into a rage. He clenched his teeth and cursed. Damn it, that bastard centipede thinks he has all that just because he runs with old Chen. If he messes with you again, 6th Master, let me know. Don't even care if old Aid backs him up, he can't stop me. I'll smash that bastard's head open or run him over with this car, along with every damn one of his dogs. I knew Blackie had that kind of killer instinct in him. But I knew better. This was a world of 1,000 factions. You couldn't fix things with punching and killing. Like a line from a movie years later would say, it wasn't about fists, it was about favors and the rules of the street. After a few idle words, old Hay shifted gears and said, "By the way, 6th Master, I heard about 2 pretty good games lately. They're big, you can't get in without an introduction." I'd already told old Hay to sniff around for games. Casinos could make money, sure, but they were full of all kinds of shady people. You could drop by every so often to grab some cash, but if you went there all the time you'd get watched. Even if you didn't get caught cheating, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't try to set you up. When old Hay said that, Chen Xiaoshue's eyes lit up. She looked at me, a little excited. "You looking for a game? I know one pretty big money. It's at a tea house run by a friend of mine. I can take you there." That, of course, was exactly why she had been cozying up to me. From the day she found out I knew how to run a crooked game, she wanted to stick around. After all, card sharking paid a hell of a lot faster than her massages and selling herself. I hadn't wanted to get too entangled with her, but I owed her a favor from today and figured I might as well settle it now. I didn't beat around the bush. Looking at her, I asked straight out, "So how much do you want?" She froze for a beat, then smiled sweetly. "Doesn't matter. Just tip me a little when you win. I'm not greedy at all." I snorted inwardly. Not greedy? When we were at my place, I told her she could take 500 for a massage and she quietly pocketed 1,000. I would never trust a woman like that. "All right, 30%, I said. "But just this once. Don't expect another time." You could see she was a little disappointed. She still nodded and agreed to it. The tea house Chen Xiaoxue mentioned was called Pindingju, roughly mid to upper tier in class. According to Chen Xiaoxue, her female friend used to work as a masseuse too. She occasionally took on skin jobs, you know what I mean. Later, a customer fell for her and just decided to keep her as his mistress. To keep her busy, the guy even opened a tea house for her. And this guy loved playing cards. Whenever he had free time, he'd gather a group of people at the tea house to gamble. We arrived around past 10 at night. But inside the private room, the mahjong game was still in full swing. Her friend was actually pretty warm and welcoming. As soon as we showed up, she invited me and Lao Hei to join the table. I didn't jump in right away, I stuck to my usual habit. I stood off to the side first, just watching the game unfold. They were playing Jia Jinhua Open Face Poker with 6 players at the table. The stakes were 100-500, with a cap at 20,000. Everyone had to put down a mandatory 100 to start, whether they stayed in or not. The maximum bet per round was 500. If someone bet 500 blind, the next player had to call at least 1,000 if they wanted to see their cards. Once the pot reached 20,000, regardless of how many players remained, it was showdown time. Compared to the way Ming and Ho Jun used to play, this one was stricter with rules. This was actually a solid game. After watching for a bit, I didn't spot any problems with the cards or any signs of cheating. And everyone at the table liked betting blind, so the pot was always decent. Even the smallest pot had at least 3 or 4,000 RMB in it. And every few hands, they hit the 20,000 cap again. For someone like me, this game was practically free money.
Even playing conservative, pulling out 10 grand or so in one night wouldn't be hard.
After playing for a while, the boyfriend of Chen Xiaoshui's friend said he was hungry. He wanted to go downstairs for a late night snack and told me to take his seat for now. I didn't refuse, I just stepped in and sat down. Before we came here, we made a special trip to the bank. We withdrew every last penny that me and Lao Hei had. You see, in some games, they need to check your bankroll first. They only let you sit at the table after seeing how much cash you brought. I pulled out 20,000 and placed it on the table, ready to start betting. This wasn't one of those games where the dealer rotated. Whoever won became the dealer. As long as you kept winning, you kept dealing. There was no official dealer in this kind of casual game. For a cheater, being the dealer was the easiest way to pull a scam. After all they needed was control over shuffling and dealing the cards. And they could control the whole game. But I wasn't in a rush to take the dealer seat, nor did I plan on cheating. I just played normally, going with the flow. After all, I was a total newbie at this table. If I came in and dominated right away, it would raise too many suspicions. That wouldn't be cheating anymore, it'd look more like a robbery. Even though, in my eyes, these people were all idiots. That didn't mean they didn't have their moments of alertness. Such a perfect setup. Such a fat group of pigs. I wanted to raise them slowly, and harvest them piece by piece. Sitting across from me was a middle-aged man in a gold-rimmed glasses and neatly dressed. As soon as I walked in, he kept glancing at me now and then. His gaze was cold, like he wasn't too happy about my presence. At first I thought he just didn't like strangers joining their game. But as the game went on, I started to feel something was off. At one point, I clearly remembered the order of the cards I held. His hand should been a pair of 10s and a jack. But when he revealed his cards, it had magically become 10, jack, queen. He switched a card. I didn't call that round, and ended up chatting with old Hay later on. I didn't even notice how he pulled off the switch. But then, I finally understood why he kept staring at me the moment I walked in. He was just being a nervous crook, scared I might be another cheat who'd expose his scam. Maybe when he saw me doing nothing suspicious and even losing a bit at first, he convinced himself I was definitely not a con. So he got bolder. A few hands later, he switched cards again. This time, I caught how he did it. He used a move known as sleeve sword. Some people called it cloud and water sleeve. It was a variation of the classic hidden sleeve sleight of hand technique. Use sleight of hand techniques like palming or hooking to slip cards into your sleeve. This kind of cheating can basically be divided into two categories. The first type requires absolutely no props. It relies purely on skillful hand movements to secretly hide cards in your sleeve. And once the cards are hidden, they can even be moved around freely. That way, if you're caught, it's much harder for them to find evidence. Of course, only someone with top-level cheating skills can pull something like that off. The second type is for those who lack the skill and rely on gadgets instead. Like installing some kind of device inside the sleeve. Never mind, I won't give specific examples. I don't want some idiot reading this and actually trying to copy it. That would just end up hurting both themselves and others. The guy in glasses sitting right across from me was clearly using a prop. His movements looked stiff and unnatural. I could tell he was trying to cheat. So I deliberately avoided interacting with him. When he bet, I tried not to call. It wasn't that I couldn't beat him, but I was afraid he'd get suspicious and ruin the whole game. But even though I gave him space, he didn't return the favor. When it came down to just 2 hands and 2 players left, I usually just showed my cards and ended it directly. Although he always won, he still seemed unsatisfied, muttering under his breath, "Damn, if you don't have money, don't even bother playing."
I've got such a huge hand, and I still only win this much. His greed was endless, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This glasses-wearing cheat was the greediest one I'd ever met since I started doing this. As soon as I saw the way he looked at me, Big Hay immediately widened his eyes in anger and stared at him furiously. I quickly gave Big Hay a subtle eye signal to calm him down and not do anything rash. In dealing with cheats, recklessness is the biggest mistake you can make. After all, we're here to make money, not to cause trouble. Still, I wanted to teach this guy in glasses a lesson. When it was my turn to be the dealer and shuffle the cards, I made a point to check the card order. Of course, I did it while shuffling, secretly observing. To the average onlooker, it would look like a normal shuffle. But for me, I could memorize the entire sequence while also detecting how many cards the glasses guy had hidden, and exactly which ones they were. The guy with glasses had 2 cards hidden in his hand. One was the Jack of Hearts, the other the Ace of Clubs. When it was my turn to deal, I intentionally gave the Jack of Hearts and the Queen of Hearts to the guy with glasses. Once he drew a new card, he'd very likely complete a straight flush with the 10, Jack, and Queen of Hearts. The guy with glasses didn't redraw every round. He also had to watch how much money was on the table before deciding. Besides the guy with glasses, I also gave my next opponent a flush starting with an ace. Of course, I was planning to use him as a pawn, to act as my cover. As long as he didn't fold, the pot wouldn't go over 20,000. That way, the guy with glasses wouldn't be able to force me into a showdown. After we'd played 2 blind rounds, 3 out of the 6 players folded after just looking at their cards. On the table, only the guy with glasses, me, and my next opponent remained. All 3 of us decided to stay in the game without folding. Me and the player after me kept betting. When the guy with glasses saw that neither of us showed signs of folding, he put on an exaggerated act, lifting his arm slightly. I immediately knew what he was planning. He wanted to redraw. If he could just pull that Jack of Hearts this round, he'd practically secure the win. After all, in Chinese poker, the chances of getting a straight flush are extremely low. The guy with glasses placed a bet of 1,000 and said dramatically, "This one's a bit heavier. I'm hoping to win back what I lost earlier." The truth was, up until now, the only one still making money at the table was the guy with glasses. But the guy was just greedy by nature. Once the pot got big, he'd jump in without hesitation to redraw, not leaving the slightest chance for anyone else. I intentionally hesitated for a moment before calling his 1,000. Of course, that was all part of the act, letting them think my hand wasn't strong, so I had to stubbornly tag along. So the 3 of us kept betting back and forth, 1,000 here, 1,000 there. Before long, the pot had climbed to 20,000. Looking at that thick pile of red $100 bills, everyone's face showed a hint of greed. That's the charm of a cash game. It feels different from playing with chips. Those red bills really get under your skin, stir something up inside. Then came the showdown. The guy with glasses thought he had the 10, J, Q straight flush and spades a sure win, or so he thought. What he didn't expect was that I'd been dealt the J, Q, K diamond straight flush. Just one rank higher than his. Glasses was furious. He slammed his cards back into the deck in anger, muttering curses and spewing out a string of dirty words. I ignored him, calmly collected my chips, and shuffled the deck like normal business as usual. In the following rounds, I played it safe and steady. I folded or lost far more often than I won. If someone wasn't paying close attention, they might thought I hadn't made any money at all. But in reality, I'd already won close to 100,000. My strategy was simple: win big, lose small. Say I win 10 big pots, that's easily over 100,000. Even if I lost 100 small pots, I'd only be down maybe 20 or 30,000 total. Once the chips in front of me hit 30 or 40,000, I'd keep only 20 and hand the rest over to Lao He. It was just a gut feeling somehow. I felt safer keeping my money with him than in front of me. Besides me, the other big winner at the table was Glasses. He was up the most, probably around 200,000. But the guy couldn't stop.
Gamblers usually get desperate when they're losing badly. But he was the opposite, greedy with his luck. His eyes red from winning nonstop. Still constantly exchanging cards. I thought for a moment and decided to wait until it was my turn to be the dealer. Then I'd give someone else a couple of monster hands. And take Glasses down a notch hard. No way was I letting him ruin the game like this. But before I could get the chance to deal, something unexpected happened at the table. The guy sitting to my left was a guy in his early 20s. He had a crew cut and wore a thick gold chain around his neck. Looking like some street thug trying to play tough. His temper was short. Every time he lost a hand, he'd either tear the cards or slam the table so hard it rattled. And tonight, he'd been losing the worst. Since I got here, I'd guess he was already down by 100,000. This round, he actually had a decent hand straight. He ultimately lost to the man with glasses, who revealed a flush. Gold Chain slammed the deck of cards onto the table in frustration. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number without really thinking. "Bring some more money over, I'm waiting in the private room at the tea house." No one took Gold Chain's words seriously. Someone even joked that he must have gotten too caught up in the losses. But something about it felt off to me. Looking at the stack of cash on the table, anyone could tell he still had 40 or 50,000 RMB left. There was absolutely no reason for him to ask someone to bring in more money. Plus, it was already deep into the night. His actions just didn't add up. I decided to hold back for now and wait for the right moment to make my move. The poker game continued on. Not long after, we heard the door to the private room push open. I casually turned my head to look. A beautiful woman walked in with calm confidence. When I saw her, I couldn't help but freeze for a second. I really didn't expect it to be her. The person who walked in was actually He Huan. She looked different from how she did this afternoon at Brother Paradis' place. She wasn't wearing that heavy smoky makeup anymore. Instead, she had gone for a much lighter look. Her hair was tied back into a neat ponytail. And overall, she gave off less of that worldly, seductive vibe. She looked more like a regular office worker. He Huan clearly hadn't expected to run into me here either. She shot me a glance, then quickly looked away. Deliberately acting like she didn't know me. Although I'd never seen her dressed like this at a poker game before. From what happened this afternoon, I was certain He Huan definitely knew how to play dirty. That's when it hit me. Gold Chain had lost too much, so he started getting suspicious. He suspected someone was cheating, so he called He Huan in. Either to help him win the money back, or to expose the cheater. She walked straight to Gold Chain's side. He Huan pulled out 2 grand from her handbag and casually tossed it to him. She put on a show of being annoyed, saying, "Look at the time, you're still playing? You trying to go all night? Mind your own damn business." Gold Chain snapped back with a cold stare. By the tone of their exchange, they almost sounded like a couple. I knew it all along, this was just an act. As soon as He Huan showed up, Glasses became more cautious. For several rounds in a row, he didn't try to switch cards anymore. His eyes kept drifting toward He Huan every now and then. And what about He Huan? She didn't even bother to glance at her cards. She stood off to the side and quickly got deep into a lively conversation with Chen Xiaoshui and her girlfriend. Typical girl talk. Mostly about shopping, manicures, beauty products, and stuff like that. I knew exactly what she was doing. This was a deliberate smokescreen. She was trying to distract the cheater at the poker table. Sure enough, seeing that He Huan's attention wasn't on the game, Glasses gradually lowered his guard. Then, just like before, he started switching cards again. That's the greed of human nature. By all logic, Glasses had already won more than enough tonight. Even if he didn't want to throw a few hands to let others win some back. He should stopped while he was ahead. But he didn't. It seemed like he wanted to win just a little more. What he didn't realize, though, was that his greed was slowly dragging him toward the abyss. This round, Glasses was the dealer. I was dealt a pair of kings. Under normal circumstances, that SA hand worth at least 2 rounds of betting. But I barely glanced at my cards before tossing them in and folding. Because I knew that both Golden Chain and the player after me had decent hands. Plus, there was a good chance Glasses would try to switch cards again this round. Sure enough, the 3 of them kept raising the stakes higher and higher. None of them willing to fold and give up. The pile of money on the table quickly approached 20,000. Glasses kept his cards face down in his hand the whole time. His palm was upright, his back of his hand shielding the cards from view. It was a move meant to block everyone's line of sight. He was about to switch the cards again. I watched as his arm lifted slightly. And in an instant, the hidden cards slid out from his sleeve. The movement was incredibly fast. So fast, in fact, that none of the fools at the table noticed a thing. But just then, suddenly, a pale, delicate hand gently tapped Glasses on the shoulder from behind. The gesture was small. But it startled him so much that he flinched. He turned his head sharply to look back. Juan was watching him with a sly smile. "What the hell are you doing?" the guy with glasses shouted, furious. Glasses could barely qualify as a cheater. In reality, though, he was more of a total idiot. When Juan lightly tapped him on the shoulder, he actually thought he hadn't noticed his sneaky move at all. He not only acted extremely angry, but also started cursing. Yet Juan still wore that sweet smile on his face. He even winked at Glasses on purpose. "Glasses, you're so handsome, why do you have such a bad temper?" "I didn't even touch you, I was just curious how you switched the cards." The moment those words came out, Glasses' face turned ghostly pale. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked nervous, anxious, and clearly felt guilty. Still, he kept up his angry act, snapping furiously. "Bullshit! When did I switch any cards? Which eye of yours saw me do that? Ask them, did I cheat or not?" Everyone at the table except for the guy with the gold chain was staring at Juan in confusion. They still hadn't figured out what had just happened. Seeing the silence around him, Glasses slammed the deck of cards onto the table. "Fuck this, I'm not playing anymore. So many people just watching and talking shit, I'm out." With that, he stood up and stormed toward the exit. Juan didn't try to stop him. By normal standards, catching a cheater meant catching them red-handed. After all, to catch a thief, you needed proof in hand. But Glasses was different. Even though he'd thrown the cards away, he still had his tools and 2 hidden cards tucked up his sleeve. So Juan wasn't the least bit worried. "Don't go, let's play a little longer, okay?" Juan said, still smiling. Glasses had already reached the door. At that moment, his only thought was to get out of there as fast as possible. He even believed he'd be safe the moment he stepped outside. He smoothly pulled open the teahouse door. But before he could even step through, his whole body froze in place, paralyzed with fear. At the entrance, several muscular men in black stood like plague gods, blocking the doorway with blank expressions. Each of them held a gleaming machete in their hands. "Go on, my Glasses dude, why aren't you leaving?" Juan stood with her arms crossed, smirking playfully. The man in glasses turned pale, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Large beads of sweat poured down his face. He turned back to look at Juan and the man with the gold chain. Suddenly, thud! To everyone's shock, the glasses guy dropped to his knees and froze in place. He knew it clearly now, he had walked straight into a setup. As for the hidden mechanism inside his clothes and the 2 playing cards, he couldn't under any circumstances let them be discovered. At this point, all he could do was beg for mercy, hoping desperately that they would show him some leniency. But was that even possible? "I was wrong, please have mercy, I'll never dare again. I'll give back all the money I won, just please, let me go this once." He sobbed uncontrollably as he pleaded, his voice choked with fear. Juan smirked coldly. Clicking in her high heels, she slowly strutted over to the glasses guy. She reached out and yanked his coat down violently, tearing it off. Then she flipped up his sleeve. Underneath was a crude sliding track installed on the inside of the sleeve. 2 playing cards were fastened onto the track. You bastard. You fucking really cheated. No wonder he's been winning lately, he was pulling tricks the whole time. Damn it, you cheating son of a bitch, give back our money. The group of gamblers erupted into chaos. Just moments ago, they had all been completely clueless. But now, they finally realized the truth: the man in glasses had truly been scamming them. The man with the gold chain, who hadn't said a word until now, strode forward toward the glasses guy. Without a word, he lifted his leg. And with a loud crack, he kicked him straight in the face. The kick was full of force. Blood poured from his nose and mouth, red and horrifying. These past few days I've lost 500 or 600,000, and I've been suspicious of you for a while. You dare to cheat on me? Are you asking for a death wish? With that, he stepped forward and kicked him again. The bespectacled man fell to the ground, clutching his head. He didn't dare to do anything but beg for mercy. First, you stay right there on your knees, later, I'll deal with you properly. Before he even finished speaking, the gold chain guy turned around and stared at Juan. Did anyone else cheat in this round? No. Juan shook her head. How is that possible? He barked furiously. At his outburst, several gamblers nearby exchanged uneasy glances. Suspicion began spreading among the players. Was there someone else cheating too? Suddenly, the man with the gold chain turned and pointed straight at me, then asked Juan again. What about him? Did he cheat? Both Juan and I were caught off guard. Truth is, I was cheating. But my method was through sleight of hand during shuffling and dealing. This kind of trick left no trace. Even if he had grabbed my hands on the spot, he wouldn't have had any proof. He couldn't spot a single flaw. Juan glanced at me. She knew what I was. She knew I was a grifter. Of course a con artist would cheat in a game like this. But still, she shook her head and said, he didn't cheat. The gold chain scoffed coldly. Bullshit. I don't buy it. This guy with glasses is cheating, and he keeps winning against him, and you're telling me he is clean? You've gotta be kidding me. At first glance, the gold chain's reasoning sounded somewhat convincing. But in reality, it was nothing more than wild speculation. Because the bespectacled guy could only switch cards, he didn't know how to shuffle or deal like I did. In other words, all he could do was swap his own cards. He had no idea what cards the rest of us held. Even if he cheated, there was no way he could win every round. He was just playing 5 card hands against our 3 card ones. The odds were definitely in his favor, but that didn't prove I was cheating too. Juan couldn't help but frown, leaning in close to Jean Lienzi and whispering, Brother Wu, you're just suspecting him without any proof. And honestly, I didn't see him cheating at all. Listen, why don't we deal with those glasses first? You know Gidge won't let you gamble. The only reason I came tonight was because you asked me to. I didn't even dare mention this to Gidge. She kept whispering, trying to talk him down. But to her surprise, Jean Lienzi's temper flared. He shot Juan a vicious glare. Don't bring Gidge into this. I spent 3 years locked up, so what if I want to gamble a little now? Let me tell you something, Juan, you're just a female dog Gidge keeps around to watch the games. Don't get all high and mighty with me, got it? I thought Juan must had some clout with Gidge. But clearly, that wasn't how things stood. At least not in Wu's eyes. He treated her like nothing. Her face flushed with embarrassment, mixed with a hint of resentment. She shot me a glance, then fell silent. Wu, done with her, dropped the pretense of politeness and turned straight to me. Kid, I'm asking you, did you or didn't you cheat tonight? If you even think about lying to me, you ain't walking out that door alive. I gave Wu a cold stare, ready to speak. Suddenly, Lao Hei's goofy voice cut in from the side. Is that so? I'd really like to see you stop him. As he spoke, Lao He was already holding a chair over his shoulder. I knew that if Yin Wu said even one wrong word, that chair was gonna come swinging down. Yin Wu clearly hadn't expected Lao He to speak up. He gave a quick signal toward the door, and 4 guys with machetes rushed in. These guys looked like street fighters, hardened brawlers who'd seen their share of trouble. They moved with practiced ease and quickly formed a triangular stance, surrounding both me and Lao He. But Lao He didn't flinch. Not even a little. He stood there, chair in hand, eyes locked straight on Yin Wu. I remained seated in my spot. Glancing at Yin Wu, I spoke coolly. So what you're saying is, whoever wins must be cheated? A flicker of hesitation crossed Yin Wu's face. He suspected me, but had no proof. He made his name in the underworld and valued face above all else. With so many people watching, he didn't want to be seen as a sore loser. Yin Wu slowly raised his hand. He signaled his men to clear the way, wanting a private word with me. But before he could take a step toward me, the guy in glasses who was still on his knees suddenly shouted. He did cheat. I saw it with my own eyes. He had the cards hidden under his clothes. There's no way he could have beaten me otherwise. Back then, 6th Master had once gotten drunk and told me 4 lines of advice. Never fall for a prostitute, never die for a slogan. Never speak your mind too soon, and when trouble comes, stir the waters first. The reason the guy in glasses suddenly accused me of cheating? He had his own agenda. His move was straight from that last line: when trouble comes, stir the waters first. Of course, he didn't really care whether I cheated or not. What mattered most was that he wanted me and Yin Wu to clash. Only then would he have a chance to slip away. As soon as Yin Wu heard the accusation, he locked eyes on me and snapped. What do you have to say for yourself now? Take off your clothes, I'm checking everything. I hadn't wanted to come to blows with Yin Wu. But I couldn't just let him do as he pleased. I stared coldly at him and asked. And what if you find nothing? Then I'll let you walk away clean. I gave a short, sharp laugh and shook my head. No can do. If you find nothing, you owe me something. What kind of something? If you find proof I cheated, you can take my life or my money, either as fine. But if you don't, you either owe me 100,000, or you kneel and apologize in public, bowing your head to me. The moment the words left my mouth, Yin Wu's face turned dark with rage. His eyes bulged as if they might pop out. You son of a bitch, you wanna die? Whether I was cheating or not was beside the point. Guys like Yin Wu, these street types, care a lot about face. When I told him to kneel and apologize, to him that was an insult and a provocation. He said that and started walking slowly toward me. I stood up too, grabbed a chair, and glared at Yin Wu. There were 5 people in his group. With Lao He's fighting ability, taking out the other 4 wouldn't be a problem. If it came down to me one-on-one with Yin Wu, he definitely wouldn't be a match for me. Of course, that didn't mean I was any great fighter, I just could take a hit. Yin Wu was almost in front of me. I kept my eyes locked on him, ready to move at any second. He was the same, fists clenched, face full of fury. He could charge at any moment. The inevitable clash was about to erupt. Suddenly Yin Wu's phone buzzed. He froze, stopped in his tracks, took out his phone and frowned, then shot He Huan an annoyed look. He answered the call loudly into the phone. Brother Ba, it's late, why are you calling? No sooner had he finished than old Qian's voice came through the line. Wu, let that Chulu go. Don't touch him, I've got use for him. Yin Wu acknowledged and hung up. He looked at me and asked, You Chulu? I nodded. All right, you can go. I knew old Qian's sudden call had to be He Huan working behind the scenes. I'd seen her fiddling with her phone a moment ago, probably texting old Qian. As for old Qian saying I've got use for him, I still had no idea what he meant. The 3 of us went downstairs. In the car we counted the money we'd won, about 100,000 yuan, and gave Chen Xiaoshui and Lao He 30,000 yuan each. I'll keep the rest of the cash and deposit it tomorrow. Old He started the car, but hadn't pulled out yet. Out of nowhere, my phone rang. I pulled it out, unknown number. Shulu, wait up. I've got something to say to you. I'm coming right out.
It was He Huan calling.
The entrance was pitch black. Even the streetlights were all off.
He Huan walked up to me and just stared for a long time. Then she lowered her voice and asked,
Shulu, what do you think of Bag?
Ha?
I froze for a second.
By all rights, He Huan was on Qianlaba's side.
So why was she asking me what I thought of him? That felt like the wrong question to the wrong person. What do you think? I didn't answer directly. Instead, I threw it back at her.
He Huan gave a faint, cold laugh and locked eyes with me.
I think he has nothing special. Hearing that, I couldn't help but frown. What was she trying to do here? Testing me? Or was she planning to flip sides?
I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag.
Then I asked casually, and what if I tell him what you just said?
He Huan shook her head.
I trust you 1T. Why? We're both from the con school, we make our living with skill. But someone like Bag, who clawed his way up through brute force and intimidation. We VE never respected guys like that. They VE always just used and exploited us. There was some truth to what He Huan said. Sure, Qianlaba knew a few tricks. But to real con artists, he didn't even scratch the surface. And the way he always turned to violence? That rubbed the con school crowd the wrong way. It was fine for her to say that. But I couldn't just go around saying the same thing. Because I didn't know exactly what she was planning.
Seeing my silence, He Huan continued.
There's a big job coming up in a few days, very lucrative.
I want to team up with you and take Qianlaba down.
I didn't think twice before shaking my head. Sorry, I'm not interested. With that, I turned to leave.
But He Huan's voice still reached me from behind.
You can't dodge this one. If you 1T work with me, you'll have to go with old Qian and his crew.
I didn't respond and just walked straight to my car. Truthfully, I had already expected that old Qian and his gang would come looking for me sooner or later.
But I wasn't scared at all. In fact, I felt a little excited. Because I knew what this meant. I was slowly stepping into the real underworld. It was already deep into the night, and I still couldn't fall asleep. Lying in bed, I found myself actually missing the scent of Sumei. It seemed like only when she was around, when I could smell her natural fragrance, could I truly sleep in peace. As I was lost in thought, the screen of my phone beside the pillow suddenly lit up. I picked it up and saw it was a text from Sumei. Come to the side hall of the casino at 10:30 a.m. I'll take you to meet Boss Zo. Don't be late. I replied right away. All right. Why are you up so late? Sumei. Just got home. Gonna shower and hit the bed. Me. Wanna join me? Sumei. Join you for what? Me. Shower or sleep together, either is fine. This time, Sumei replied with just one word. Roll. Looking at the screen, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I meant every word I said. Maybe I was just too direct, it might VE sounded a bit harsh. But to Sumei, she thought I was just being flirtatious on purpose. The casino closes daily at 6 in the morning and reopens at 10. That window in between is used for inventory, maintenance of the gambling tools, and cleaning up. Right at 10, I headed straight to the casino. The side hall Sumei had mentioned. Inside, there were no gambling tables, only slot machines and similar gaming devices. When I arrived, the side hall was empty, with only staff moving around. Only one woman sat alone in front of the slot machine, gambling by herself. I didn't bother going over to check out the commotion. I just grabbed a random seat, lit a cigarette, and waited for Sumei while smoking. Truth be told, I was somewhat curious. What did this so-called beautiful boss lady look like? I really wanted to know. The casino had already been open for a while now. From what I'd heard, she had only shown up once. And aside from the top management, nobody else even knew what she looked like. I was thinking about all this when suddenly, the woman playing the slot machine turned around and looked straight at me. She called out in my direction. "Hey handsome, come here a second." I froze. At first, I thought she might not be talking to me. But when I looked behind me, there was nobody else around. She smiled and gave me a nod. "You heard right, I meant you." Now, I've always been pretty self-aware. I'm not ugly, but I wouldn't call myself handsome either. A pretty girl approaching me out of the blue? That had never happened before. Still, I walked over. As soon as I got close, she pointed at the cigarette in my hand and said, "Got a smoke for me?" I pulled one out and handed it to her. She looked at the cigarette in her hand and said in a playful, flirty tone, "Nice. Soft-packed Zhonghua, 3-star grade good stuff." That brand was from a few cartons Sue May had given me last time. I don't smoke much, so I hadn't finished them yet. She used my lighter to light the cigarette. When she handed it back to me, her hand brushed against mine, maybe on purpose, maybe not. I wasn't about to read too much into that kind of subtle flirting. I noticed she didn't really know how to smoke. She put the cigarette in her mouth and immediately spat it out again. It was clear she was just messing around. I hadn't paid much attention when she first walked in. But now, seeing her up close, I had to admit she was really beautiful. She didn't look very old, probably around 25 or 26. About 5'6" in height. Her skin was fair and delicate, smooth to the touch. It looked so soft and fragile, like it could burst with a single poke. Her outfit was fresh and clean. A white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with a light yellow tight miniskirt. The clothes themselves were simple. But that faintly visible logo? Anyone could tell it was expensive. She wasn't tall, but her legs were long. Sitting on the chair in front of the fruit machine, she stretched them neatly to one side. Her posture elegant. But it almost felt like she was subtly reminding everyone, "Look, how gorgeous my legs are." I took the lighter she handed me and was about to turn away, when suddenly she called out, "Hey handsome, do you think I'm gonna win this one?" That's when I glanced at her bet. She had maxed out on high multiplier combinations watermelon, double sevens, double stars. In an arcade or small gambling den, a max bet on a fruit machine is usually 99 credits. But in a casino, it's 999. And every credit was worth $1. This single spin of hers had cost nearly $3,000. You have to remember, a round of fruit machine only takes about 10 to 20 seconds. The chance of losing $3,000 in that short time? Over 90%. Anyone who has played a few times knows. These machines are basically controlled by software. The win-loss ratio is already set. Trying to win real money off them is like climbing a mountain. Of course, some people do win. But most of the time, it's just the machine giving out a few wins on purpose to lure you into betting more. Seeing how aggressively she was playing, I couldn't help shaking my head slowly. Before I could even speak, she pouted her red lips stubbornly and said, "Oh, so you think I won't win, huh? Then I'll just go ahead and try." Actually, I hadn't said she wouldn't win. I just meant I didn't know the result. But she was fast. Before I could even open my mouth, she slammed the start button. A few dozen seconds later, the machine's music stopped. The reels finally settled on apples. She didn't win. The score left in her machine was only 1,000 now. But she didn't seem to care the least bit. She tilted her head toward me, smiling softly as she asked, "What about this round? Do you think I should bet on Big Ghost? Do you think I'll win?" Big Ghost here referred to the highest multiplier on the fruit machine. Big Ghost paid out 100x, and Little Ghost paid 60x. I had been with Sixth Master through countless big and small casinos. But we had never touched these kinds of fruit machines. In fact,
Sixth Master had explicitly forbidden me from even going near them. According to him, only someone who had been kicked in the head by a donkey would play this kind of game.
In my mind, I thought there was practically no chance of winning.
But I couldn't just flat out say that in front of her, so I simply shook my head and replied.
Hard to say. You decide for yourself.
As I finished speaking, I turned to leave.
Wait, don't go.
Huh? I turned back, giving her a puzzled glance.
Could this actually be happening? I was just trying to offer her a cigarette, and now I didn't even have the freedom to walk away? Then the woman said again. The last time you said I wouldn't win, and I really didn't. This time, if you just say I'll win, I will just say it now, you can win.
I couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. If I really had that kind of power, if I could make it win just by saying so, why would I ever need to cheat? I wouldn't even bother cheating, I'd just sit down and play myself. But I didn't want to argue with her, so I simply replied in a calm tone.
All right then, I hope you win. That's exactly what I needed. Watch me, I'm definitely going to win. She let out a sweet, playful laugh.
Then she immediately maxed out her bet on Big Ghost and pressed the start button. To the sound of music, the lights on the screen began to spin.
Win! Win! Win!
As the reels turned, she kept cheering herself on.
Her expression looked surprisingly relaxed. Not the usual anxious excitement you see in gamblers. More like she was just casually playing some meaningless little game.
I thought to myself.
This woman is really living in a fantasy world. She's daydreaming. If it were this easy to win, casinos wouldn't even be worth staying open.
The female boss, even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford to cover those losses.
Suddenly,
the music cut off immediately. I thought the game was over for sure.
But who would have guessed another, even more intense track suddenly blasted out?
The volume was huge, and the melody unusually cheerful.
Even the staff couldn't help but glance our way.
I stole a quick glance over there. The lights stopped flashing, and landed directly on the Big Ghost.
My heart skipped a beat.
What I saw in front of me was almost unbelievable.
It was a jackpot. A real jackpot this time. Both the Big Ghost and the Little Ghost were hit.
In just one round, this woman had won nearly 160,000. If I hadn't been a seasoned cheat for years. If it weren't for Master Lu tutoring me for over a decade like some spiritual awakening.
I might actually doubted something right then. I might thought I could predict every move. But unfortunately, I'm just a professional con artist. When things seem off, there is always something fishy going on.
I couldn't believe that someone could hit a jackpot so early and so quickly into the game. The woman seemed genuinely excited. She stood up and slowly walked toward me. She flashed me a sweet smile and said in a soft, overly sugary voice.
You really are amazing, you call it, and it happens. Thank you so much. I wouldn't have won this much without you.
She looked neat and clean, and spoke gently. At first glance, she seemed pure and lovely, with that fresh, sunny look.
Yet something about her gave me a strange vibe. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on.
Like I was floating through clouds. Everything hazy, unclear, truth and lies indistinguishable. Seeing that I didn't respond, she pointed at the score on the machine and said, I wouldn't have earned this much without you either.
Here, I'll give you half as a thank you. Half? I froze instantly. Half meant 80,000 points, equivalent to 80,000 yuan. To me, that was a huge unexpected windfall. Could it be that luck really just fell from the sky? No way. I don't buy it.
I shook my head lightly and replied coolly.
Thanks, but you keep it. Do you look down on me?
The beauty shot back at me with a question.
I kept silent.
Suddenly, she took a couple of steps forward. Now, she was standing very close to me.
Close enough that I could clearly smell her breath.
She stood on her tiptoes and brought one hand up to my ear. Her breath carried the faint scent of orchids as she whispered softly.
Don't you like money? Then how about beautiful women?
What if I give myself to you, would that work?
Truth is, I do like beautiful women.
And the one standing in front of me was absolutely stunning. As I stared at her, I dumbly nodded.
Yeah, I want that.
Oh? She tossed me a flirtatious glance and smiled sweetly.
Then where to?
She asked in a soft voice.
My office upstairs.
I hadn't even finished speaking when her eyes lit up with surprise.
Wow, you have an office upstairs too? I shook my head. I don't, but you do. What exactly are you saying? I don't get it.
She blinked her long lashes playfully, her eyes filled with teasing charm. She looked at me, genuinely confused.
As the owner of Skyview Bathhouse and the underground casino, how could you possibly not have an office here?
The moment the words left my mouth,
she let out a soft, tinkling laugh.
One that made her shoulders shake with amusement. Of course, along with that trembling came the gentle sway of her alluring curves.
How did you know it was mine? Zhou Xiaoxian asked again. I didn't answer.
The reason was actually very simple.
Because I'm a con artist. And con artists never believe in coincidences.
From the moment Sumei told me to wait for her in the side hall of the casino, something felt off. Because every other time, she always told me to wait in her office. Or better yet, just wait at the bathhouse until she called. But this time, she specifically chose the side hall. And in that side hall, there just happened to be a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman just happened to come flirt with me and ask me for a cigarette. I made a casual comment, hope you hit big, and sure enough, the slot machine hit the jackpot.
All these little coincidences piling up together? That's no longer a coincidence. That's a setup.
What else could it be, if not a carefully planned scheme? The only person who could possibly pull off something like this was that beautiful woman I didn't know but had some kind of connection with.
That had to be Zhou Xiaoxian.
Either she was curious about me, or she wanted to size me up ahead of time. That's probably why everything earlier had happened the way it did. As for why Zhou Xiaoxian asked me if I wanted her, I'm guessing it was because Sumei told her about our earlier conversation. She was just messing with me on purpose. I didn't respond, and she didn't press me further. Instead, she smoothly changed the subject and said, Now that you've recognized me, come with me then. She turned and walked straight toward the private elevator inside the casino. That tiny elevator was only for high-level casino staff. It shot straight up to the rooftop. I had no idea before this that the top of this building housed such an extravagantly decorated office. The floor-to-ceiling windows were wide and tall. The floor was covered in hand-woven Persian carpets. A Belgian crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Stylishly designed office decor filled the space, each piece clearly expensive. There was even a small coffee and tea bar off to the side. Sumei was sitting there, calmly sipping her coffee. As soon as we walked in, she stood up. Smiling, she said, I guess introductions aren't necessary, you two already know each other.
Zhou Xiaoxian smiled too, glancing at me briefly before saying, He figured it out. Not bad though, yes, actually pretty interesting. It seemed like Zhou Xiaoxian's impression of me was somewhat positive.
Sumei gave me a pleased, approving nod.
From the moment I met Zhou Xiaoxian until now,
her vibe had been pure and sunny, with a slight hint of playful stubbornness. On the surface, she came off as elegant and harmless.
But I wasn't buying it. She ran one bathhouse and 2 casinos.
And just the mention of her name made even her second older brother clench his teeth in hatred.
Without a sharp edge and a firm hand, how could she have gotten this far? Mr. Liu often said that you shouldn't judge a person just by their appearance.
You've got to be especially careful around women. Zhang Wuji's mother had also warned him, always be cautious around women. The prettier a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive you.
Zhou Xiaoxian took a seat next to Sumei. They sat side by side. Their long legs naturally came into view before me. But Zhou Xiaoxian didn't offer to move or give me her seat. That was exactly where she and Su Mei differed. Su Mei treated me more like an equal. But Zhou Xiaoxian? She always acted like a boss, looking down on me from above. She looked at me with that half-smile of hers, and slowly asked, "Shulu, tell me who's more beautiful between me and Su Mei?" You can't say both, and you can't stay silent either. You have to answer. For a guy, this kind of question? It's basically a death trap. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, impossible to predict. No matter how you answer, you'll end up offending one of them sooner or later. I had zero interest in playing this pointless game, so I simply replied with a flat tone. One's fat, one's thin. Each has her own charm. Zhou Xiaoxian let out a soft giggle. She ran her pale, delicate fingers and said, "Ah, so you like them plump or slender? Oomph, interesting. By the way, aren't you trying to chase after Su Mei? Why not go for both then?" Just as she said that, her expression suddenly changed. Her smile, still fresh on her face a moment ago, vanished in an instant. All that was left was a coldness so distant it felt like she was pushing the world away. She flipped her mood faster than lightning. This woman was truly no simple matter. I kept my face calm, not saying a word. At that moment, anything I said would have been inappropriate. Silence, ironically, became the best answer. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxian's sudden change in demeanor, Su Mei shot me a worried glance. Maybe, just maybe, she was starting to regret telling Zhou Xiaoxian about our earlier conversation. When I didn't respond, Zhou Xiaoxian spoke again, coolly. Men you chase money, beauty, and pleasure. It's understandable to have a crush. But whether you can actually get her? That depends on if you've got what it takes. Even a fool could see that. She was implying something. Or more bluntly, she was mocking me. Then she opened a nearby drawer and pulled out a deck of playing cards. She glanced at me, her tone laced with cold arrogance as she spoke. Su Mei told me you're pretty good with cheating at cards. She wanted you to be her spotter, but you said she couldn't give you what you wanted, so you came to talk to me instead. Well, here I am. If you want to talk, fine, but first, show me what makes you think you've got the chops to even sit across from me. As she spoke, she slid the deck toward me across the table. I glanced at the cards and asked coolly, "What exactly do you want to see?" Zhou Xiaoxian shrugged, deliberately feigning indifference. "Anything card spreading, card throwing, catching cards midair, you know, all the flashy stuff you see in the movies. The more dazzling, the better." I froze. What she was asking for wasn't actually that hard, I could do all of it. But none of it was really cheating. Most of it was more like magic tricks. Impressive, but useless. I still remembered the first time I tried card spreading. Back then, Sixth Master had chewed me out badly. He said no matter how perfectly you practiced it, it was useless. And worse, it could get you killed. Because doing flashy moves like that would expose you as a grifter on the spot. Or at least, label you as a skilled gambler. Real cheating and magic weren't the same thing. Magic was about spectacle and mystery. Cheating was about concealment and control. It was a lot like the difference between traditional martial arts and actual combat martial arts. People often confused the two. They thought they were just variations of the same thing, flashy moves with no real bite. In reality, the difference was like night and day. Modern martial arts focused on fitness and performance. Traditional martial arts were all about lethal, one-strike techniques. They shouldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. I gave Zhou Xiaoxian a sidelong glance and replied flatly. "The flashy stuff you're talking about? I can't do that. I'm a grifter, not a stage magician. That kind of cheap, showy nonsense. I don't waste my time with it." Zhou Xiaoxian smiled coldly. She pointed at the cards and said, "All right, deal me 3 aces." I couldn't help frowning. Zhou Xiaoxian wasn't testing me at all. She was flat out playing me.
Not even considering my 13 years of practice as a cheat, even those slick old timers could pull that off.
With no interference, they could do it easily. But once they were in a real game, they might not dare.
When I didn't move, Zhou Xiaoxian grew slightly annoyed, shot me a look and, with impatience, said, "You can't do this, you can't do that.
So tell me just what gives you the right to come here and expect both money and a person? What do you take my place for, a charity? Women could turn on you as fast as flipping a page."
She'd mentioned my wanting a person more than once. She was talking about Su Mei, and there was even a hint of righteous anger for Su Mei's sake in the way she said it.
I'm naturally cold.
Especially toward pushy bosses like her, I had zero patience. I glanced at her and said coolly, "If Boss Zhou thinks I'm not worth a penny, then we."
Chu Lu.
I hadn't finished when Su Mei cut me off.
Then she looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and smiled. "Xiaoxian, haven't you always wanted to go to Chui Xianju? I booked a table ages ago. Let's go now. If we wait, they'll cancel." I knew what Su Mei was doing. She was looking out for me. She didn't want things to get ugly between me and Zhou Xiaoxian.
She genuinely hoped I'd stay on as the house shill. The world of this trade was treacherous. A lone con like me, without any backing, could be ruined easily. Zhou Xiaoxian thought for a moment, stood up and said, "You know me best, Su Mei. I've been wanting to try their foie gras. Let's go." Then she glanced at me and added coolly, "Come with us."
I hadn't wanted to go.
Seeing the almost pleading look on Su Mei's face, I gave a slight nod after a moment's hesitation.
Then, I followed the two of them downstairs. Zhou Xiaoxian's ride was a black Range Rover Vogue.
The driver drove, and she sat in the back seat.
As for me, I got into Su Mei's Audi A4.
No sooner had I gotten into the car than Su Mei spoke up, a hint of worry in her voice.
"Mr. Chu Lu, I didn't really tell you much about Xiaoxian's personality before. How should I put it? She's extremely competitive. She never admits defeat.
On the outside, she seems cold and distant, but deep down, she actually cares a lot. She doesn't think too much into things. She's pretty straightforward, really."
Straightforward?
I couldn't help but glance at Su Mei. Zhou Xiaoxian could be icy cold, her words sharp as knives. When she smiled, though, it felt like a warm spring breeze. But the moment her mood shifted, she could cut you so deeply it hurt.
And on top of that, she ran a high-end bathhouse and 2 casinos. Could a woman like that really be straightforward? Not a chance.
If anything, I'd say Su Mei herself was the more innocent one.
Noticing my silence, Su Mei continued.
"I know you've got strong opinions, but don't let your talent go to your head.
Remember, you're working for Xiaoxian now. You can't afford to clash with her head-on. You need to learn when to bow your head and when to back down." What Su Mei said wasn't entirely off base. But she didn't really understand me.
Let alone understand what rules really meant. From the day I became 6th Master's apprentice.
He told me plainly. The relationship between a top con artist and a financier is one of partnership equal footing. If we had to determine who stood higher, it should be the con artist above and the financier below. You don't let a financier throw you a few scraps of cash and then start acting like a guard dog, fetching slippers and watching the gate.
You have to remember we earn our place with skill.
We make them money and keep their operations safe. If a financier can't see your worth, then fire him.
The world's big enough so long as you've got the skill.
Wherever you go, you'll find a place to stand.
And fortune will follow.
Of course, I couldn't be bothered to explain all this to Su Mei.
We came from different worlds, after all.
The Chui Xianju that Su Mei mentioned was a restaurant by the Lujin River.
The place was in a prime spot with a wide open view. You could hear the wind off the water.
It had a quietly elegant, slightly antiquated charm.
The food here couldn't really be pinned to any one cuisine. They were the owner's own takes on classic dishes, made using Western techniques. We were seated in a private room on the 3rd floor. Not long after we sat down, the table filled up with plate after plate of dishes that looked and smelled perfect. While we ate, I half expected Zhou Xiaoxian might ask me something.
I was wrong. She didn't ask a single question, didn't even glance my way. She chatted nonstop with Su Mei about trivial things. Maybe to spare me the awkwardness, Su Mei pointed at the foie gras that had just arrived and said, "Shulu, try this. It's the restaurant's signature truffle foie gras in abalone sauce." Just from the name, as Su Mei had said earlier, it leaned toward Western preparations. The presentation was delicate, but the portions were tiny, just 3 little pieces of truffle and foie gras. On top, beyond a few garnishes, it was merely drizzled with abalone sauce. I took a bite. Su Mei immediately asked, "How is it?" "Not bad," I said, nodding slightly. No sooner had the words left my mouth than Zhou Xiaoxian put down her chopsticks, lifted a napkin, and elegantly dabbed the corner of her mouth. Looking at me with a critical tone, she said, "Not bad? So you mean it's just average?" I said nothing. When I kept silent, she snorted and went on, "This truffle is imported Italian white truffle, and the foie gras was airshipped from the Landis in France. And in your mouth that's just not bad?" I knew it wouldn't be an easy dinner. Zhou Xiaoxian had started her routine. Ever since we met, she'd been trying to one-up me at every turn. I didn't bother figuring out what she wanted. Whatever it was, she needed to see what I could do. I put my chopsticks down and said coldly, "This isn't the airshipped French foie gras you were bragging about." "Impossible." Xiaoxian Zhou looked at me, her face radiating confidence. "Nothing's impossible." I shot back coldly. "Sure thing. All right then, you love a good bet, you know it, I know it. So, how about one round? What do you say? What's the stake? Give me the terms. If you lose, you work as a server at that club for a whole year. And no, they won't pay you a dime." Zhou Xiaoxian was brimming with confidence. "What if I lose?" "That's up to you. If you lose, you walk all the way back from here." Zhou Xiaoxian hesitated for a second. The distance from here to the office was about 10 kilometers or so. On foot, it would take at least 3 hours. And she was wearing high heels. Still, she proudly nodded her head. "Fine. Let's roll the dice." Truth was, Zhou Xiaoxian definitely had reason to be confident. As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she'd been spoiled since childhood, never wanting for anything. She'd seen her fair share of high-pressure situations. In her mind, losing simply wasn't an option. All this over a plate of foie gras? What's the point of gambling? Forget it, let us just eat. Su Mei shot me a glare. I understood exactly what she meant. I probably wouldn't win this one. After all, she and Zhou Xiaoxian were regulars here. I, on the other hand, had never set foot in this place before. And it was my first time even tasting this dish. No way. We're doing this. As soon as Zhou Xiaoxian finished speaking, she had someone call the restaurant owner over. The owner recognized Zhou Xiaoxian immediately. He greeted her politely the moment he saw her. "Miss Zhou, what can I do for you? Was the dish not to your taste today?" Zhou Xiaoxian slowly shook her head. She pointed at the plate of foie gras and asked, "Where did this foie gras come from?" The moment the words left her mouth, the owner immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Miss Zhou, you really know your stuff. We used to import all our foie gras from France, but lately we've had a shortage, so we switched to a substitute. Never thought you'd actually be able to tell the difference." Just a moment ago, she had been smiling so confidently. But now, her face turned pale with shock. She seemed unwilling to believe what the boss had said. She immediately pressed further. "What did you say? This foie gras isn't from France?" The boss still had no idea what was going on. He smiled and asked Zhou Xiaoxian, "Miss Zhou, this really isn't French. May I ask, how did you figure it out?" Zhou Xiaoxian was so angry her face turned red. But she couldn't very well lose her temper right there. So she pointed at me instead, her tone sharp. "It wasn't me, it was him." The boss immediately stepped forward and shook my hand. "Sir, then how exactly did you know?"
I've just had foie gras from Tu Chang before the lion head goose liver.
Ha! The boss' eyes widened.
He looked completely stunned. I guessed he now assumed I was some kind of gourmet expert.
Both Su Mei and Zhou Xiaoxian wore expressions of shock as well. They hadn't expected me to actually name the origin. How did you know that? Su Mei couldn't help but ask me.
Because I lived in Tu Chang for a year, and I ate goose liver with almost every meal. When I said this dish was just okay, I didn't mean it was poorly prepared. I just got a bit tired of eating goose liver over and over again. My words made the two women glance at each other in bewilderment.
Zhou Xiaoxian especially so.
Still angry, she shot me a sharp glare. Truth was, she lost this round pretty frustratingly. But what I said was the truth.
Tu Chang was a coastal city. Besides seafood, its most famous specialty was smoked goose.
The locals there also had a reputation for loving gambling. Back in the day, several top dice readers from the southern schools of the Thousand Doors had lived in hiding there. Oldly wanted me to truly master the art of hearing the wind for 10 miles.
So he personally took me there to meet them.
Oldly loved both wine and women, but also fine food. He was especially fond of goose liver from Tu Chang's lion head geese. That's why I ended up eating goose liver with nearly every meal.
That year, I learned a lot.
But yes, goose liver had started to bore me to death.
I won the bet.
But I also didn't feel like sitting around watching Zhou Xiaoxian mope any longer. I made an excuse about needing to smoke and walked out of the room, heading downstairs. As soon as the private room door shut behind me, I heard Zhou Xiaoxian inside, furious and muttering.
Unbelievable. He actually won.
I'll get him back for this. One day I'll even the score and teach the sixth brother a real lesson.
I let out a cold laugh in my heart.
She called me a gambling addict. I had no choice but to admit it.
But what I do isn't just gambling, I'm a con artist. If I didn't have a sure win, why would I bother playing serious stakes with her?
Once downstairs, I pulled out a cigarette and lit it.
Leaning against the railing, I stared toward the river not far away.
I'd only taken 2 puffs when, just as I was lost in thought, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind me.
Sixth brother. My heart skipped a beat.
Ever since I learned the tricks of the trade, my senses had sharpened. Even the faintest of sounds, I could pick up clearly. But now, someone had sneaked up behind me without a whisper.
Not a single clue of their presence.
I turned around, only to feel a sense of calm wash over me.
But I hadn't expected it to be. It was Xiao Duo calling me.
Since the time I went after her with Lao He to collect money, and met Niu Lao in the process, I hadn't seen her again. Never thought I'd bump into her here tonight.
What are you doing here?
This kind of tea house wasn't exactly a prime spot for theft. At least not for the wrong sect.
There just weren't that many people around. I've been following you the whole time. I was startled again.
This girl had been tailing me all the way here.
And I hadn't the slightest clue. Just this one thing alone, she was clearly no amateur.
In fact, she was more like a pro from the wrong sect.
What do you want?
I asked Xiao Duo, keeping my tone calm and indifferent. This time, she looked nothing like the last. No longer dressed like a ragged little beggar. Her clothes were old, yes, but washed clean. Her face was scrubbed, her hair tied back neatly. Now that she showed her real self, I couldn't help but notice. Xiao Duo was actually quite the little beauty.
No denying it.
Most common thieves usually had shifty eyes. Their gazes darting and suspicious. But her eyes were still clear and bright. Yet deep within them lingered that untamed, rebellious fire.
Sixth Master, can I borrow some money from you? How much do you need?
I didn't press her for details, but I already had a guess in mind. She had come to me for money, most likely it had something to do with old Niu's health.
As soon as I asked how much,
Xiao Duo instinctively lowered her head, her voice dropping to a near whisper.
300,000. 300,000? I was stunned. To me, that was no small sum.
I'd been scraping by in the underworld for over half a year. And right now, I only had about 70,000 in savings. I didn't respond immediately. Xiao Duo looked up at me, her voice firm. Don't worry, Sixth Master, I'll pay you back as soon as I can. I really don't have any other options right now. Everyone I know in Harbei is from Rong's gang, they don't have any money either. The only one who can help me now is you. Did old Nyo take a turn for the worse? I asked in a cold tone. Xiao Duo nodded silently. Yeah, he's in the hospital now. Take me there. I first gave Sume a quick call to explain the situation briefly. Then Xiao Duo and I headed straight to the hospital. The moment we arrived at the hospital entrance, my heart sank. This was a specialized cancer hospital. Everyone knew what that meant. Xiao Duo filled me in a bit more on the way. Old Nyo had been suffering from terrible headaches and felt completely drained of energy. He hadn't wanted to come to the hospital at first. But after Xiao Duo kept at him relentlessly, he finally agreed to get checked out. Brain tumor. But they couldn't yet tell whether it was benign or malignant. They'd have to wait until after the surgery to know for sure. Old Nyo lay in the hospital bed, an oxygen mask over his face. He was unconscious, unable to wake up. Xiao Duo and I stood by the door of the ward, looking at him through the glass. In that moment, a tightness gripped my chest. Partly for old Nyo's condition, and partly for the unease creeping in about Sixth Master. He and old Nyo were about the same age. And it had been a long time since I'd last seen him or spoken to him at all. He didn't even leave me his phone number. Just then, a doctor walked over. Looking at Xiao Duo, he asked with concern. Little girl, you need to hurry up and raise the money. This old man can't wait any longer, he's in real danger. Xiao Duo, who was usually a bit stubborn, was surprisingly obedient this time. She just nodded her head and softly replied, I understand. Right at the hospital entrance, I gave Blackie a call and told him to bring the bank card along. Xiao Duo followed quietly behind me, not saying a word. Not long after, Blackie arrived in his car. As soon as he got out, he saw Xiao Duo behind me and froze for a second. Then he turned to me and asked, I thought there was a gig or something, what the hell is going on? I quickly explained the situation with old Nyo. After I finished, I handed Xiao Duo both mine and Blackie's bank cards. There's about 10,000 total between the two cards, that's everything we've saved up. Take it for now. Xiao Duo glanced at the cards, but didn't reach for them. Instead, she frowned and said nervously, Mr. Chu Lu, this isn't enough. Her voice was quiet, hesitant. I understood just saying that much. Must have taken a lot of courage from her. After all, we were barely acquaintances. For her to reach out and ask for help at all was already a lot. I know it's not enough, but that's all I have, I said, placing the cards into her hand before turning to get into the car. But Xiao Duo quickly stepped in front of me. She stared at me with a pained expression, urgently pleading. Mr. Chu Lu, last time you met Grandpa Nyo, you said that Hong Rong and Lan Go were like family. Now Grandpa Nyo is in trouble. Please, Mr. Chu Lu, can't you find a way to help him this one time? Whether he makes it through this life or death moment or not, I promise I will pay you back, and double it. Her face was filled with desperation. And I could feel every word she said came straight from her heart. Facing her hopeful gaze, I simply shook my head indifferently. I'm sorry, but this is all I can do. I understand. Seeing all of this, someone will surely call me heartless, cold to the point of inhumanity. But I don't have a choice. This is just how the Zhenghu works. And life itself is no different. I'm no bodhisattva, nor some kind of saint. We're just strangers who crossed paths by chance. There's nothing more I can do. Xiao Duo's eyes turned red. But she was stubborn. She blocked my path and spoke again. Mr. Chu Lu, I know this is a lot to ask, and maybe I'm being unreasonable, but I really have nowhere else to go. I'm an orphan without my parents. I would been eaten by wild dogs long ago if it weren't for old Master Nyo.
I have to repay him.
Mr. Chulu, I know you're part of the Qian Gate.
I'm not asking you for money today. I just want to make one bet with you.
A bet? What kind of bet? I asked, confused, staring at Xiao Duo. Suddenly, she gently raised her hand.
She pressed 2 fingers together and placed them against her neck. That movement startled both me and Lao Hei. Others might not have noticed. But we knew better.
Between those 2 fingers of hers was actually a razor-sharp blade. And all it would take was the slightest flick of her wrist. One quick slash, and blood would surely spill right there. I'll bet whether I live or die after this blade cuts. Her eyes burned with wildness and determination.
And mine? Only colder. You're threatening me?
Xiao Duo shook her head.
You really think I care about your life or death?
She shook her head again. I wouldn't dare to expect that, Mr. Chulu. The moment those words left her lips, suddenly, she dropped to her knees with a loud thud, bowing before me. Mr. Chulu, I know the rules of the Qian Gate.
I accept whatever the result of the gamble may be.
All I ask is this one bet: if you lose, promise me you'll take care of old Master Nyo. If he doesn't pull through, please find him a burial plot, and make sure the gravestone faces south. Since returning home alive was impossible, then let him at least be able to glimpse his hometown from afar in death. The moment the words hung in the air, Xiao Duo's tears fell like broken pearls. I, too, had once tasted the bitterness of parting in life and death. And I had never dared to let that memory fade. Suddenly, Xiao Duo walked straight toward me.
A series of loud bangs echoed one after another.
She actually kowtowed 3 times, each one forceful and full of conviction. Her forehead was already smeared with blood when she finally lifted her head. These 3 kowtows are from Xiao Duo, on behalf of old Master Nyo. Thank you, Master Chulu.
Master Chulu, I bet this time, it'll end in the underworld. After saying that,
tears still streaming down her face, she pressed her fingertip against her throat. She looked straight at me, and somehow managed a faint smile.
I understood clearly in my heart. That smile was one of bitter farewell.
Wait a second. I called out, my voice heavy. Even if I were made of iron and stone, I couldn't possibly remain indifferent after witnessing this. I won't bet your life, but I will help you.
However, I have one condition.
The hope in Xiao Duo's eyes, which had already dimmed, flickered back to life.
Master Chulu, please, just tell me, she begged.
I stared at her coldly and said,
from this day forward, your life belongs to me.
As long as I say you can't die, you won't.
Tears once again welled up in Xiao Duo's eyes. At that moment, she was completely overcome by sorrow. Yet she still nodded firmly, sobbing as she said,
Master Chulu, please rest assured, though I may come from humble roots, I've always kept my word. From today on, your affairs are my affairs. My life is yours to take, whenever you wish. A promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Such chivalry and righteousness has long become a joke in this modern age. But still, I chose to believe her. After all, the martial world still exists. Someone must uphold its values. I have to say, this girl is indeed a sharp blade. But she is also strong-willed and wild-spirited. Without showing a bit of decisive authority, there's no way to tame her fierce nature.
$30,000.
This was by no means a small sum.
Some people might think so, perhaps. I'm a professional gambler, someone who plays to win. Can I pull this off?
Hell yeah, I can.
But should I do it now? No way. The reason is simple.
When you're a card cheat, you have to be extremely careful about the games you walk into. You either go with someone you know, or you stick to places you're familiar with. If you walk into a new game and start winning right away, that's asking for trouble.
That kind of money doesn't just let you walk out the door with it.
And right now, old Nyo's situation is urgent.
The fastest way for me to get cash is to borrow it. Among the people I know, the only one who could lend me that kind of money seems to be Su Mei. I had Lao Hei drive me back to the bathhouse. As soon as I got to the entrance, I called Su Mei. The moment she picked up, I could tell from her tone that she was pissed off. "What is it?" "Huh? I thought it was strange she was fine just a moment ago. How come she was already in a bad mood now? What are you doing?" At first, I was going to let it go and not say anything. But now that she asked, I could tell she was even more upset. "What do you mean, what am I doing? My foot hurts, I'm giving it a massage." I got it immediately. And at the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little amused. I had made a bet with Zhou Xiaoxian if she lost, she'd have to walk back. But I overlooked one thing. Zhou Xiaoxian wasn't just Su Mei's boss, she was also close friends with her. If Xiaoxian walked back, Su Mei would definitely come back with her. No wonder Su Mei was so angry at me. So I headed straight to Su Mei's office. As soon as I walked in, I saw her sitting in her recliner chair. A masseuse was giving her a foot massage. Beside the chair sat a pair of high heels and a pair of sneakers. Those sneakers must been sent over specially. Otherwise, walking that long in heels would wrecked her feet. When she saw me come in, Su Mei shot me a sharp glare and quickly dismissed the masseuse. She fixed her eyes on me and started complaining right away. Lulu, what the hell were you thinking? You said you had nothing else going on, yet you had to go and make that stupid bet with Xiaoxian. Were you trying to beat her, or were you really trying to mess with me? Sure. Here's a natural and contextually appropriate American English translation of the passage, keeping the tone and style consistent with a novel or narrative. Su Mei let her frustration show. It was clear that today's ordeal had been rough on her. I stayed quiet, so she glared at me and asked, "And let me guess, you never walk away unless you win?" I shook my head. "No, I don't have to win. I lose sometimes too, just not by accident. I'm not arrogant. I know there's always someone better out there. Still, since I started doing this, I've never run into a con artist better than me." Su Mei rolled her eyes at me again. Then she started applying lotion to her feet. Even though we once spent a night sleeping in each other's arms, I'd never really paid attention to her feet before. They were nice, soft, pale skin, gently arched, just the right size. I'm not a foot fetish guy or anything. I was just struck by how flawless she seemed. Like, with someone like Su Mei, it's hard to find a flaw. I was about to bring up borrowing some money from her when my phone suddenly rang on the table. The caller said only one sentence before hanging up. Su Mei quickly slipped on her shoes, already standing up as she said, "There's some trouble at the venue. Come with me and check it out." We took the elevator down together. Inside the elevator, she gave me a warning. "Xiaoxian will be there. If you get a chance, show off a little. Let her see what you're capable of. Otherwise, how do you expect to negotiate with her?" I nodded in agreement. But if she expected me to pull out some flashy cheating move on the spot like a magician, that wasn't happening. But if it was a proper poker table, I wouldn't mind showing her exactly what I've got. We arrived at the casino floor. I made sure to keep a bit of distance from Su Mei, so it looked like I was just another spectator. A crowd had gathered by the open tables on my right. Gao Jiqiang was there, the guy who used Ghost Six Fingers and told me to bet with both hands. That's what an open table is. It's different from a formal gaming table. The casino provides the space and ensures a basic level of fairness. But the players organize the games themselves. Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating the next section or adjust the tone, e.g., more gritty, romantic, suspenseful, etc. When staff are short-handed, the casino brings in extra help. If someone tries to cheat or a real pro shows up, the casino will send in either a bright light or a shadow. This particular table had drawn quite a crowd. They were playing dice, head-to-head style. The rules were simple and easy to understand.
Each player shakes their dice in a cup, then they compare totals. At the table sat two players. One was a bright light sent by the casino. He was the third person the casino had brought in since I walked in. Clearly, the previous players had all lost. The other player was a man in his early 50s. Average height, slightly overweight. He looked like a totally harmless, everyday guy. But there was one thing that set him apart. He had only 9 fingers. The missing one didn't look like it had been chopped off later. It looked more like he'd been born that way, a 9-fingered man. They were betting big. Each round started at 10,000. The chips stacked in front of the 9-fingered man were all high denominations. I took a quick glance and figured he had at least 1.5 million on the table. Another round began. The casino's bright light rolled first. He picked up the cup and shook it up and down vigorously. Before long, he slammed the cup down on the table. Then slowly lifted the cup. As soon as the cup lifted, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Inside were 3 sixes. 18 points, the highest possible roll. When it was the 9-fingered man's turn, he remained calm and gave a light chuckle. He picked up the cup and gave it just a gentle shake. Then placed it back on the table. When he lifted the cup, it was also 3 sixes, 18 points again. This round ended in a tie. Technically a draw. But if you judged purely by technique, the 9-fingered man clearly outclassed the casino's bright light. "Let's go again," the bright light called out. But the 9-fingered man shook his head slowly and said, "We've both rolled triple sixes twice in a row. If we keep going like this, we won't decide anything. How about we change the rules, roll 6 dice at once instead? What do you say?" A wave of frowns passed through the crowd at the casino. Anyone who has ever played dice knows this well. Shaking dice is far more difficult than simply rolling them. For most people, whether they practice shaking or rolling doesn't make much of a difference. Most players typically train with 3 dice. After all, in regular gambling games, people usually only use 2 or 3 dice. It's extremely rare to see a game that uses all 6 dice. As soon as the man with 9 fingers finished speaking, Ming Deng couldn't help but turn and glance at Sumei. It was clear he felt a bit nervous. Sumei slightly furrowed her delicate eyebrows and quietly asked Gao Jiqiang in a low voice, "What kind of player is he?" Gao Jiqiang's expression was serious as he quietly replied, "A top player." Here, the term top player didn't refer to someone who cheats. It was completely different from using rigged dice to fake results. There are many types of cheating dice, such as coated dice, mercury-loaded dice, magnetic powder dice, or even chip-embedded dice. These are all tools used to manipulate outcomes through deception. But a real top player relies purely on skill developed through relentless practice. They only use standard, regular dice. "Do you think you can beat him?" Sumei asked again. Gao Jiqiang gently shook his head. "It's hard to say. I'll have to try before I know." As soon as those words were spoken, Sumei stepped forward. She looked at the 9-fingered man and smiled as she said, "Sir, it's quite noisy in the main hall with all these people. How about we move to the VIP room and continue playing?" "Sounds good." The man agreed without hesitation. He grabbed his chips and followed the attendant into the VIP room. Sumei immediately walked over to me. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she leaned in and whispered, "You go in too. If Gao Jiqiang can't handle him, then it's your turn." I gave a slight nod. Inside, I felt a bit excited. Because this 9-fingered man was the most skilled cheater I'd ever come across since I started playing. This was my first time stepping into the VIP room at Tianshan Casino. The space was quite large, and the interior was luxuriously decorated. It was even designed in a suite-style layout. Near the entrance stood a circular bar counter, filled with all sorts of alcoholic drinks. Beside it was a custom-built cigar cabinet. They even set up a special lounge for cigar tasting.
The real gambling area was inside the inner rooms.
Inside, there was a large circular gambling table, surrounded by various gaming tools. We had just walked in when we saw Zhou Xiaoxian was already there. Upon seeing me, she slightly furrowed her brow. I knew she still hadn't gotten over what happened at noon, how she lost to me and then walked back with Su Mei. She hadn't let go of it. The nine-fingered man had already taken a seat at the gambling table. Su Mei smiled politely and said to him, "Sir, this is a VIP room. The stakes are a bit higher here." "Fine, just tell me how much per round." The nine-fingered man still had that gentle, harmless look on his face. "500,000 per round, how does that sound to you?" As soon as Su Mei said that, I couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Gao Jicheng, who was standing not far away, also instinctively frowned. It wasn't the high stakes that surprised me. I'd been with Sixth Master before and had seen piles of chips stacked like mountains. But this time, I just couldn't figure out what was going on. Why would Su Mei suddenly raise the bet like that? You had to know, almost every game here had already been swept clean by this nine-fingered man. Even Gao Jicheng, who was known to be the best dice roller in the house, had said so. And even he probably couldn't beat this guy. Could it be that she really trusted me that much? That she was placing all her hopes on me? The nine-fingered man simply smiled. He looked completely indifferent. "Alright, 500,000 per round it is. If you think that is too low, we can go even higher. But now, who's going to play with me this time?" Su Mei immediately shot a look at Gao Jicheng. So Gao Jicheng sat down at the table. His face remained gloomy as usual. He coldly said to the nine-fingered man, "As you said, 6 dice each. Please check the dice." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 dealers placed the dice cups in front of each player. When the cups were lifted, 6 dice were revealed inside each. The nine-fingered man shook his head slightly. "Skip the check, I trust a place this big won't have cheaters. Let's just roll." Gao Jicheng's expression darkened. He reached out and grabbed the dice cup. With a smooth motion on the table surface, he slid it forward. A soft shhh sound followed. The dice cup began shaking rapidly in his hand, flipping up and down. I'd played dice with Gao Jicheng a few times before. I'd seen his dice rolling techniques. It was a common move used in the Qilu region. That particular move was called wind sweeping the willow. It looked pretty impressive back then. But back then, he was only rolling 3 dice. This time, it was 6. The number of dice had doubled. But the difficulty? Probably multiplied several times over. He shook them for quite a while. After a long moment, Gao Jicheng finally placed the cup back on the table. He looked across at Zhou, his face brimming with confidence. Zhou remained smiling, completely unruffled. He glanced at the still-covered dice cup. Then, in a slow, unhurried tone, he said, "Nice wind sweeping the willow, almost like Li Jianlu, the Qilu gambling king. Let's see what you've got." The moment Zhou finished speaking, Gao Jicheng's face instantly changed. The cup was lifted, revealing 6 sixes. 36 points, the maximum possible with 6 dice. Beside him, Zhou Xiaoxian and Su Mei had the same result. So did a few others who had followed the bet. They all wore expressions of obvious delight. After all, there was no way they could lose this round. Logically, Gao Jicheng should have been happy too. But he didn't show even a hint of joy. Zhou had actually recognized his technique and even exposed his teacher. That alone was enough to send a chill through Gao Jicheng. Now it was Zhou's turn. He picked up the dice cup again. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed all 6 dice into the cup. In midair, he gave it no more than 2 or 3 quick shakes. Then with a sharp clap, he placed the cup back on the table. Total time less than 20 seconds, maybe around 15. Meanwhile, Gao Jicheng had shaken for a full 2 or 3 minutes. He lifted the cup. Zhou's 6 dice also showed 6s. It was a tie.
but anyone with a trained eye could tell. In this round, Gao Jiqiang was at a disadvantage. Since I've gotten to this point, I might as well take a moment to talk about some of the techniques used in dice games. You can see them in nightclubs, bars, even online videos. We often see masters who really know how to play dice. It's a 3-step process: gathering the dice, shaking them, and then setting them down. Done in one smooth motion, it looks stylish and impressive. But let me make this clear: that kind of play is just showmanship, pure performance. As for being able to shake out any number you want on command, that's only an illusion. The truth is much simpler than it seems. However, they must follow the 6-sided dice rule, arranging the numbers carefully first before pulling off that stunt. If the dice are placed randomly and they're not allowed to touch them, rest assured there's no way they could pull it off. Like those popular tricks such as the figure 8 shake or the one motion through the middle, those are basically just circus stunts. They're nothing compared to real gambling techniques. It's like comparing sky and earth. This round is a tie. Shall we add more dice, or go for the lower total? Adding dice means throwing in a few more. Every extra die multiplies the difficulty. Lower total means whoever rolls the smaller sum wins. You might think if they can roll 6 sixes, then surely they can also roll 6 ones? Actually, that's a misunderstanding. Rolling dice relies on strength, speed, technique, and even hearing. Each number requires a slightly different level of force and speed. These tiny differences may seem negligible, but they can mean the difference between hitting the mark and missing it completely. Lower total, Gao Jiqiang said. He didn't choose to add more dice. It looks like 6 was about all Gao Jiqiang could handle. Fine, then it's your move. Zhou Ji 9-finger gestured politely toward him. Gao's expression turned even grimmer. He held the dice cup in his hand. His eyes were slightly closed. He took a slow, deep breath. Then suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He picked up the cup and scooped all 6 dice into it in one go. This time, he shook the cup in the air longer than before. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, layer after layer. He wanted to hold on to his pride. In Tianxian's gambling den, he was now the top dice master. He wasn't willing to lose this round. There was a crisp slap sound. The dice cup slammed heavily onto the table. Gao Jiqiang finally exhaled a long breath. It felt like relief after a long illness. He muttered softly, "Let us see the dice." Before Gao Jiqiang could speak, Zhou Ji 9-finger cut in with a smile. The cup was lifted at once. Sumei and Zhou Shaoxian exchanged glances, smiling slightly. Both were clearly satisfied. After all 6 dice under the cup showed ones. 6 points, the lowest possible roll. Zhou Ji still wore the cheerful smile. He gave a compliment, not bad. He sounded like a mentor giving feedback. But suddenly, his expression changed. He stared coldly at Gao Jiqiang and said in a sharp tone, "But I'll tell you this, you lost." "No way, I don't believe it." Gao Jiqiang shot back, eyes wide with disbelief. After all, 6 points was the smallest roll possible. He naturally refused to believe he'd lost. Zhou Ji sneered coldly but didn't explain further. With a flick of his right hand, he tossed 6 dice into the cup in one motion. This time, his technique was different from before. Earlier, he had mainly shaken the cup side to side. Now, however, he rocked it up and down violently. His movements were sharp, yet smooth and effortless. In just a few dozen seconds, Zhou Ji paused, then pressed the cup down firmly. It landed solidly on the gaming table. He locked eyes with Gao Jiqiang and said calmly, "Now do you believe me?" Gao Jiqiang glared, his voice full of anger. "Cut the crap, show the dice." The entire VIP room fell eerily silent. All eyes were fixed on the cup in front of Zhou Ji. As soon as Gao Jiqiang finished speaking, Zhou Ji lifted his hand and the cup was removed. Whoa! Zhou Shaoxian, Sumei, and Deng Darklamp, the dealer, and the waiters all gasped.
They practically shouted in unison.
Under the cup, the 6 dice
were lined up perfectly in a straight vertical column. And the top face of the column showed a bright red single dot. In the world of gambling cheats, this technique had a name.
One pillar to support the heavens. There were no shortage of people who could pull off the one pillar to the sky move. But to do it while also controlling the dice outcome? That was a whole different story. You had to give credit where it was due.
Nine Finger was definitely a top-tier player.
Just on that one move alone, Nine Finger won.
The dealer was about to collect the chips in front of Gao Jiqiang when suddenly,
Gao shouted, "Wait a second. You still not convinced?" Nine Finger asked coolly.
Gao's face was dark with anger as he snapped back.
That was a cheap trick cheating.
Nine Finger smirked, looking at him slowly before replying.
Cheating? Says who? Did anyone ever tell me before that I couldn't do the one pillar to the sky? If it's not against the rules, then it's allowed. You're not trying to back out now, are you?
Gao accused Nine Finger of cheating for a reason. Some gambling halls had special rules in place to stop players from pulling flashy tricks. They specifically banned forming the dice into a vertical stack like the one pillar to the sky.
Doing it there would count as cheating.
But in this game, no one had said a word about it beforehand. So technically, Nine Finger hadn't broken any rules.
Still, Gao wasn't ready to back down.
He pointed furiously at the upright dice in front of Nine Finger and shouted,
"It was cheating. It's just the one pillar to the sky. Hell, I can do that trick too." "Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Let us roll again,"
Nine Finger said, calm as ever.
Gao's face immediately tightened. His eyes, heavy with tension, betrayed a hint of fear. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll do it. I'll take the roll." He grabbed the dice cup. Gao quickly gathered the dice.
But this time, his technique was different.
Instead of shaking the cup in the air like before, he dragged it rapidly back and forth across the table surface.
Seeing that, I couldn't help but frown. Gao was clearly switching to a different con game. That flat dragging move was a common trick among flashy dice players. It relied purely on speed, making the dice tumble rapidly inside the cup. The dice knocked around in the cup depending on the speed and force. They'd sometimes stack on top of each other. Telling whether they'd formed a straight tower wasn't hard. The trick was even simpler than that. It was all in the sound. The moment the cup started shaking, the noise inside sounded chaotic.
But once the dice stacked, the sound became regular, neat. That trick worked well for a show. But for real gambling, it was basically useless. You couldn't control the face values. Gao Jiqiang was betting on that roll. At least he still had a 1 in 6 chance. If luck was with him, the top die would be a 1. Gao finished his shake. Sweat already beaded on his brow.
"Open it," Nine Fingers said, unhurried.
That made Gao even more nervous.
He slowly lifted the cup. One by one the 6 dice had stacked up, rising like a vertical column. But the moment he saw the pips on the top die,
Gao's face went dark.
He slumped back in his chair, staring blankly at the stack. He stared and stared as if lost in thought.
5. Gao had lost. 500,000 in chips slid across the table.
And Nine Fingers' pile in front of him had topped 2 million.
Nine Fingers looked at Gao, whose face was ashen, and asked, "Keep playing?" Gao didn't say a word. To continue would be like shoving money straight into Nine Fingers' pocket. When he stayed silent,
Nine Fingers turned to Su Mei and stared.
"Anyone else want to play? If not, I'm leaving."
Su Mei shot a quick, anxious look at me. Before she could speak, Zhou Xiaoxian, sitting in the middle, said coldly,
"Chu Lu, your turn."
Her tone made me frown. I didn't like the way she said it. It sounded like she was barking at a dog.
Da Huan, your turn.
Sume, afraid I'd take offense, shook her head slightly at me, signaling me to ignore Zhou Xiaoxian's attitude. I slid into a seat at the table. Under Sume's nod, the dealer pushed another 1 million in chips toward me. I pressed down 5 golden chips, each worth 100,000, and then turned my gaze to Nine Finger.
Nine Finger was watching me too. "Hey kid, where you from?" Nine Finger asked. "Local." "Local, huh? Then who is your master?" He followed up. I wasn't too fond of his nitpicking tone. Besides, I didn't even know Sixth Master's real name. I kept my face blank and spoke slowly. "You can clearly see that the guy you just played with, Mr. Gao, comes from the Qilu Gambling King lineage. I'm curious, can you tell who my master is just by watching my technique?" Poof. Nine Finger let out a cold snort. Obviously, my indifferent attitude had rubbed him the wrong way. "So what is it gonna be? Big or small? Or some other game?" "Whatever you choose," I replied coolly. I handed him the decision. "All right then, small it is. Simple and saves time." As soon as the words left his mouth, Nine Finger gave his wrist a flick. With a smooth motion, he scooped the stacked dice into his cup in one go. Same technique, same expression. About 10 seconds passed. The cup hit the table. Then, he lifted the lid. Still the same pillar to the sky combination. His technique had clearly reached a level of effortless mastery. "Your turn." He didn't waste words, just shouted directly at me. At that moment, all eyes were on me. Each person stared with a different expression. Zhou Xiaoxian's brows were slightly furrowed, curious. Gao Jiqiang remained cold-faced, watching silently. Only Sume's eyes shined with anticipation. Unlike the smooth, flashy dice-gathering style everyone else had shown, I simply grabbed the dice and tossed them into the cup one by one. The motion looked clumsy, like someone just learning how to play dice. The shaking motion in the air also lacked technique, it looked plain and ordinary. Just random shaking, no rhythm at all. Nine Finger leaned in slightly, listening closely, his eyes locked tightly on my hands. I could tell he was trying to figure out my technique, to uncover who my master was. But judging by the furrow in his brows, he hadn't figured out a thing. Bang! The dice cup slammed onto the table. The VIP room fell eerily silent in an instant. Everyone present was visibly tense. We all knew what was at stake. If Gao Jiqiang lost, I was the casino's last man standing. If we lost again, the casino would lose face completely. I was holding the dice cup, ready to reveal the roll, when suddenly Zhou Xiaoxian spoke up. "Wait a second." I hesitated, turning to look at her. She didn't meet my eyes, instead addressing Nine Finger directly. "You're so capable, can you tell where his style comes from?" It was a topic I had just discussed with Nine Finger. I didn't expect Zhou Xiaoxian to bring it up again. Nine Finger smiled. He first glanced at the dice cup, then at me. He spoke slowly, deliberately. "His style? Either he made it up himself, some unorthodox trick, or it came from the master's wife." His words drew quiet laughter from a few of the seasoned gamblers in the room. Of course, Gao Jiqiang was laughing too. That phrase, taught by the master's wife, used in the underworld to insult someone. It meant this person had no real skill. That everything he knew he learned from an unqualified master's wife. Zhou Xiaoxian smiled as well. Looking at me, she coldly said, "All right, let's see the dice." I placed my hand on the cup, slowly beginning to lift it. Revealing the dice must be done steadily, like holding up the sky with one hand, never in a rush. Because if you hurry, it's easy to knock the dice over. The cup began to rise slowly. The people standing beside me could already see 5 dice were upright. Only one left. Just about to reveal the top number. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked on the table. Suddenly, my hand twitched slightly. The edge of the dice cup struck the dice column. A loud clatter rang out. The stacked dice collapsed instantly. All 6 dice scattered across the table. Here was the scene before me. 9 Fingers started laughing. Gao Jiqiang's lips curled into a cold smirk. Zhou Xiaoxian slightly furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. Only Sume clenched her fists tightly, sighing in regret. The dealer scooped up the $500,000 in chips in front of me. $500,000 just like that, gone. I lost. Cleaned out completely. I didn't bother saying anything else. I simply stood up calmly and walked aside. 9 Fingers shot me a glance, his face dripping with contempt. Little punk, that was embarrassing. Then he turned to Sume and asked, "So, who's next?" The usual dice players in the casino who knew all the shady tricks under the table had already taken their turns. No one could beat 9 Fingers anymore. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoxian picked up a die. She looked at 9 Fingers, smiling faintly, and said, "Come on, let us play one round, just one die." Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoxian also knew how to cheat? That was something I hadn't expected. But Zhou Xiaoxian didn't use the dice cup. She picked up the die, casually tossed it onto the table. 4 dots. Everyone saw it clearly. She hadn't used any trickery at all. She was challenging 9 Fingers head-on, fair and square. Even with all her wealth, this one roll was one she couldn't afford to lose. "Your turn," Zhou Xiaoxian said slowly, tilting her head toward 9 Fingers. 9 Fingers smiled lightly. Then he tossed the die with a casual flick of his hand. 6 dots. You lost. Zhou Xiaoxian stood up. This round was about who rolls the smaller number. I got 4, you got 6, you lost, so I win. With that, she walked toward 9 Fingers. 9 Fingers burst into laughter. He pointed at Zhou Xiaoxian, speaking with a hint of affection. "You little brat, being a cheater when you were little was one thing, but even now you still pull this kind of stunt? Ha ha." A sweet, playful smile bloomed on Zhou Xiaoxian's face. As soon as she reached 9 Fingers' side, she immediately hooked her arm through his. "I don't care. I won. Uncle Tian lost, right? Right. Uncle Tian actually lost to you, this little cheater." "Uncle Tian?" I see now Zhou Xiaoxian and Old Master Tian, the 9-fingered devil, already knew each other. It was obvious that Tian had come here for gambling. It must have been Zhou Xiaoxian who specially invited him. "Uncle Tian, you're still sharp as ever, your old tricks are just as good. How about you come over here and help me count cards, huh? Please, Uncle Tian?" Zhou Xiaoxian pouted her lips. She looked so innocent and sweet. Old Master Tian grinned widely and replied, "I'd love to help, kid, but even if I wanted to, our old man might not agree. And if your 2 brothers found out? They'd probably tear the sky apart in a rage. Let your old uncle live a few more years in peace, okay?" The words sounded casual enough on the surface, but they subtly exposed the rift between the Zhou siblings. Although it was a polite refusal, his tone carried a hint of affection. As he spoke, he gently patted Zhou Xiaoxian's hand and continued, "But don't worry, go ahead and do whatever you need to do. If anything really happens, do you think your old uncle would just stand by and do nothing?" Zhou Xiaoxian had been pouting and pretending to be upset. But the moment she heard those words, she immediately broke into a smile. "Uncle Tian really is the best to me." Then, she pointed at everyone in the room and said, "Uncle Tian, the reason I invited you today was to have you test out the lights in our new place. Since you've already taken a look, would you mind giving me your honest opinion?" At that moment, everyone finally understood. So Old Master Tian had been brought in by Zhou Xiaoxian specifically to evaluate these light players, both the obvious and the hidden ones. Actually, that wasn't too strange. After all, the casino had just opened, and they had hired a lot of new people.
Truth be told, Zhou Xiaoxian wasn't quite sure about the skill levels of these con artists yet. Old Master Tian first looked over the players marked as dark lights, then said, "These guys are okay, decent enough. They could handle guarding the place like watchdogs. Keep them for now." Watchdogs? Were these supposed to be dark lights or just security guards? What Tian said rubbed me the wrong way a little. After all, he himself was a seasoned con artist. And yet, his judgment of the younger generation sounded a bit harsh. Then he pointed at Gao Jiqiang and said, "Now this one's good, his technique is solid." There was still a faint resemblance to the legendary Qi Lu, the gambling king, especially in that signature one-handed technique. Too bad it was practiced incorrectly. Clearly, Gao Jiqiang hadn't expected Uncle Tian to give him such high praise. He immediately stood up and respectfully said to Uncle Tian, "Thank you, Uncle, for your kind words. I'll work even harder." Uncle Tian gave a slight nod. Then, turning to Zhou Xiaoxian, he grinned and said, "I've said and done everything I needed to. You little brat, aren't you gonna let Uncle Tian go now?" But Xiaoxian still held tightly onto Uncle Tian's arm. She gently tugged twice, and then tilted her chin slightly in my direction. "Uncle Tian, why the rush? What about this one here? You haven't finished dealing with him yet." At that, Uncle Tian finally turned to look at me. He snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "His skills are poor, fine. But he carries himself with such arrogance. That kind of person won't go far. Better off not using him at all." Those words came out, and I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He criticized me for being arrogant and said I'd never amount to much. Does he even know there's an idiom called Di Qi Tian Chang, greatness is born by fate? That much was obvious. Right now, the happiest one was naturally Gao Jiqiang. Not only had he earned Uncle Tian's approval, but I had been utterly dismissed by him. Now he could firmly hold on to his position as the top player in this place. The one with the most complicated expression, however, was Su Mei. She hadn't said a word the whole time, only glancing at me occasionally. Xiaoxian finally led Uncle Tian away. The crowd then slowly dispersed. Su Mei looked at me and said simply, "Come on. My office. Now." Everything was just like before. Su Mei sat back down in her boss's chair, while I took a seat on the nearby sofa. I lit a cigarette and took a long drag. Then she finally spoke. "You know who Uncle Tian really is?" I shook my head. "There are two people responsible for the foundation of the Zhou family's century-old empire and harbin the right and left hands of old Master Zhou, Xiaoxian's father. One was known as Ghost Hand with 6 fingers, and the other is none other than Uncle Tian 9-fingered heavenly mutilation. You've never heard of them?" I shook my head again. I wasn't lying. Those two names were honestly the first time I'd heard them. Back when old Zhou opened his first casino, there was an outsider cheat who was caught manipulating the game and had one hand chopped off that kicked off a furious retaliation from the cheating rings beyond the pass. They say dozens of expert cheaters poured in overnight, while old Zhou only had the 6-finger ghost hand and the 9-finger heaven scarred holding the fort. Even so, those two beat the cheaters back into a rout, and after that almost no cheat dared set foot in Zhou's place again. I nodded lightly. I used to love hearing old Sixth tell those old underworld stories. Hearing the same tales now from Su Mei felt different. Actually, Xiaoxian had always wanted to find someone who could hold a place down, someone as skilled as Uncle Tian or Uncle Gui, but she'd never found the right person. After I met you, I thought you could do it, so I recommended you to her. I fell silent. Su Mei suddenly changed the subject. Her expression cooled, and then she asked me, "What do you think of Uncle Tian's dice technique?" "Not bad." "A master," I said. "Then tell me, why did you deliberately lose to Uncle Tian today?" I was taken aback. I couldn't help looking at Su Mei. A loss is a loss. How can you say I did it on purpose? I replied coolly. Su Mei gave a cold laugh.
I may not know all the tricks, but that doesn't make me an idiot.
When Uncle Tian rolled his 6 dice, the top faces showed a 1, but the other 5 faces were all different. The 6 dice you rolled, I couldn't see the top faces, but on the side I could see, the 5 visible faces all showed the same number.
With a method like yours, there's no way you could lose to Uncle Tian.
She was talking about the side I revealed when I lifted the cup. The 5 faces she saw were identical.
I felt a little surprised. Su Mei is pretty sharp. She actually hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, I did intentionally lose those hands to Uncle Tian. At first, I just wanted to show off a bit in front of Zhou Xiaoxian.
Thought it'd make it easier to negotiate with her later.
But once we got into the VIP room, things started to shift.
I sensed something was off.
Normally, as soon as a pro hits the casino, they start winning fast.
The casino people should been nervous. But Zhou Xiaoxian? Cool as a spectator watching a street performance.
Like she was just there for the show.
At first, Su Mei didn't show much expression.
But after Uncle Tian kept winning round after round, she actually suggested raising the bet to 500,000 per hand. At that point, only Gao Jiqiang and I were still at the table.
That's when I figured it out. This had to be on Zhou Xiaoxian's orders.
They were testing us how much pressure we could take. Because psychologically, playing for 500k a hand
is nothing like playing for 50k.
As for why I threw the game to Uncle Tian.
Simple. Last time the casino caught a cheater.
It brought me a whole mess of trouble.
Wu Gong, Ba Ge, and all the people behind him. And if I'd beaten Uncle Tian this time, or even tied with him,
who knows what kind of new trouble I'd have dragged myself into. Right now, I'm not strong enough to go head to head with this crowd.
So I had no choice but to lose. Old Lu once told me, a card cheat's gotta know how to play dumb. You gotta know how to lie low and keep your head down. I thought I'd pulled it off.
Turns out Su Mei still saw right through me.
Of course, I couldn't explain it.
And I sure as hell wouldn't admit it. So I changed the subject on purpose.
Big Sis Mei, I need a favor. What kind of favor?
I need to borrow some cash.
How much? 200,000. 200,000?
Su Mei sounded surprised.
That wasn't a small sum for her. After all, she was just working for Zhou Xiaoxian like an employee.
She stayed quiet for a moment, then finally spoke again.
Got plans? You going gambling or something? I shook my head lightly, signaling no.
No, I just really need some cash bad. I'll pay back the principal plus interest within 3 months. As soon as the words principal and interest came out of my mouth, Su Mei gave me a small smile.
All right then, send me the bank info. I'll transfer the money over soon. Now that I think about it, it's kind of funny. I've been out here grinding on my own for over half a year. Didn't make a single penny. And somehow ended up with a $20,000 debt. All because I threw the game on purpose for Uncle Tian. There's no way I can negotiate with Zhou Xiaoxian anymore.
I'm still just a waiter, no change there. Now I'm suddenly in a desperate rush to find a way to get money. Checked in with Old Black, but nothing good came up. So we talked it over and decided to check out the Mahjong parlor on Old Street first. Even though this place is full of hustlers, at least Old Black knows it well. Which made me feel a bit more at ease. Some places, no matter how fast the world changes outside, they just stay the same. Old Street is probably one of those places. The familiar clinking of pots and pans, kids crying, couples arguing, and loud drinking games echoing from tables. That thick, down-to-earth vibe feels oddly comforting. There's not a parking spot to be found on Old Street. So Old Black parked the car by the roadside outside the street. And we walked the rest of the way to the parlor. We decided to play it cool and pretend we were just there for the food. Once things warmed up a bit, we head upstairs to scope out a good game. The moment we stepped in, the greasy little restaurant was already packed. When the manager saw Old Black, he immediately grinned and called out.
"Hey Black, heard you made a killing last time, here to cash in again today?"
"Please, I didn't even win crap last time.
Spent it all already. Just here for a free meal today. Hurry up and hook me up with some good dishes." "You got it."
The manager nodded and rushed off to place the order.
As we were waiting for the food to come out,
suddenly, a familiar voice cut through from behind.
"Whoa, you two kids finally bonded, huh?
Not fighting anymore, now you're tag teaming for free meals."
I instantly turned around.
An old man with a head full of white hair swaggered in, carrying a half-moon-shaped purple clay teapot. Both Old Hay and I knew him. He was Old Man Wu, who lived by the supermarket. Back when Old Hay and I used to go at it one-on-one, he was always the loudest heckler, stirring the crowd. But today Old Man Wu looked particularly grand.
He wore a bright red linen tang jacket with a big embroidered character for wealth on the chest.
His silver hair, long enough to reach his ears, was tied back in a ponytail, and he still held his teapot in one hand. He had a kind of sage-like, otherworldly air about him. Old Hay grinned at him and pointed to a seat.
"Come sit, old man. Have a drink with us?" Old Man Wu rolled his eyes and snorted, "At my age I'm sick of feasts, why would I touch this junk? You guys eat up. I'm here to win money."
He pulled a small stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and flicked them toward Old Hay, putting on a show.
"See? That's 1,000 now, and a bit it'll be 10,000.
The manager, who knew him too, ribbed him, "Old Wu, watch yourself, don't blow your coffin money." Old Man Wu sniffed, pointed at the embroidered character on his chest, and proclaimed with conviction, "Today the god of wealth sits to the north, the stars are on my side."
"I'm not bragging. Even if I wanted to lose today, it'd be hard. Just wait and see."
With that he went upstairs, smug as could be. After we finished eating, Old Hay and I headed straight to the 4th floor. The games were in full swing. The gambling table showed you everything about people. Winners were on cloud 9, nearly arrogant losers ground their teeth and beat their chests. A lot of folks knew Old Hay. No sooner had he come up than a few big-eared loan sharks called him over to smoke and chat. I was wandering around the gambling hall on my own, trying to figure out which table might be easy pickings. After watching for a while, I noticed 2 tables that looked promising. Just as I was about to go talk to Lao Hay, someone beside me suddenly called my name in surprise. "Shi Lu?" His tone carried a hint of doubt, as if he were afraid he'd mistaken me for someone else. But I knew that voice all too well. Back then, it used to be my nightmare. So the moment I heard it, a chill ran down my spine. I turned around. There was a tall, thin man sitting at a nearby mahjong table, staring at me in shock. "Damn, it really is you, Shi Lu. I thought you were long dead. Never thought you'd actually still be alive." He burst into loud laughter after he finished speaking, looking at his face twisted in laughter. Painful memories from the past surged toward me like a tidal wave. What a narrow world we live in. I never expected this. This relative who once treated me like a stray dog, I'd actually run into him here. He was my cousin, Li Dabiao. Back then, he and his father, my uncle, through marriage, beat me with their fists and feet, and even hit me with sticks. Those dark, brutal days of torment. I remember them clearly, and I'll never forget. For this father and son, I have nothing but hatred and loathing. I forced myself to stay calm. Looking at him, I asked, "Is my aunt doing okay?" As for my aunt, I still held some gratitude in my heart. Li Dabiao was shuffling the tiles as he lazily replied, "Don't worry, she won't die. With a dutiful son like me, how could she not be fine?" Before his words had even settled, he glanced at me again and asked, "What are you doing these days?" "I'm a server at a bathhouse." The moment they heard I was a server, the gamblers at the table shot me looks of disdain. "You're a server, and you're not working your shift? What are you doing wandering around here?" Li Dabiao spoke with the same condescending tone as before. I stayed silent, saying nothing. It was obvious that Li Dabiao was doing pretty well for himself. He was dressed in a brand name outfit, nothing too flashy but still decent. On his wrist sat a Rolex Submariner, the Green Goblin. And by his side was a girl, nothing special to look at, but passable enough. "Who's that?" the girl sitting next to Li Dabiao asked. "That's my cousin," he replied. "Haven't seen him in ages. I thought he was long gone by now. But listen to this kid's actually kind of interesting. When we were kids, he used to hang around my place. I'd beat the hell out of him all the time. Every time I did, he'd just lie there like a dead dog, not saying a word. He wasn't good for much, but damn, he could take a punch. Could handle anything you threw at him? Fucking unbelievable, huh?" Li Dabiao burst into laughter again, and the others at the mahjong table joined in. He clearly enjoyed being the center of attention. Puffed up with pride, he kept going. "Let me tell you guys his family? Real drama. His old man was some kind of small-time con artist, always on the run. Then one day, no one knows exactly what happened, but someone chopped both his arms and legs off. They sent him back home wrapped in white cloth, the whole thing soaked red with blood. Like some big red meatball. Man, you didn't see it, it was brutal. He exaggerated every word, acting it out with flair. The people around him chuckled quietly again. And then, almost in unison, they all turned to look at me. Their eyes were full of mixed emotions: curiosity, mockery, disdain. A chill ran through my body. My hands started trembling uncontrollably. A deep, boiling hatred surged through me. I wanted revenge. Wanted to jump up right then and there and kill that bastard. But I couldn't. I kept telling myself to stay calm, not to do anything rash. Inside, I kept repeating the words old Lou had told me. When things get big, keep your cool. I'm a con man. Not some street punk, not a gangster with a knife. I will get my revenge. But not through some cheap street fight. I'll use the tools of a con artist. Make him fall slowly, step by step into the abyss. Not until the very end did things spiral beyond redemption. Although old Hay was a good distance away from me, he could still tell something was off. He walked over with two burly guys who dealt in high-interest loans. I immediately shot him a glance, signaling him to stay put. As for me, I put on a deliberately clueless expression. I stood by Li Dabiao's table, pretending to be just another spectator caught up in the excitement. Li Dabiao probably figured messing with me wasn't worth the effort anymore. He ignored me completely and focused back on his cards. The game they were playing was called DUI Phone Pair the Gap. That's what they call it in the Harbin and Guanhua regions. In Zhejiang, Guangdong, and Hong Kong, they call it shooting the Dragon Gate. In other places, it's known as carrying the hot pot. The rules are actually pretty simple. Everyone must place an initial bet before being dealt two cards. Let us say, for example, you hold an ace and a 6. If the third card dealt falls between them, meaning a 2, 3, 4, or 5, you win. Any card outside that range means you lose. If the third card is exactly an ace or a 6, that is called a zhongzhu middle pillar. Which means you have to pay double. If you're dealt two cards with no gap between them, like a 5 and a 6 or a pair, you lose however much you bet without even needing that third card. How much you can win depends entirely on how much you bet. Say there's $1,000 in the pot. If you bet 500 and win, you walk away with 500. If you lose, that 500 goes into the pot. I stood there watching for a while. And then something just didn't feel right. The cards on the table had been marked. Marking cards is commonly known as dropping a weld. It's a cheating technique used in poker games. There are all sorts of ways to drop a weld. You can use your fingernails, rings, or other objects to scratch tiny marks onto the back of the cards. When playing with someone who has sharp nails, you really have to keep your eyes peeled. There are even sneakier tricks. Some cheaters smear hair wax from their heads or oil from around their noses onto the card backs. But that kind of trick only works if you're sitting in a spot where the light reflects just right.
The method used at this table, though, was far more sophisticated than those. The marks on these cards were hidden along the edges. A lot of poker players never think to peek at the edges of the cards. They figure there's nothing to see that way. But in reality, just tilt the deck slightly, and everything becomes crystal clear. I stared at them a bit longer. I was sure. The hand that dealt the move belonged to Li Dabiao. I hadn't seen him in years. And now he'd actually picked up this little trick. I had originally planned to take a seat at the table and expose him in one move. To crush him completely. But now, I decided to change tactics. I was going to set a hook for Li Dabiao. Drag him down slowly. Anyone who's fished knows. Once the fish bites the bottom hook, you're guaranteed a big catch. I gave Black an eye signal, and the two of us walked downstairs directly. Black lit a cigarette and asked me, "Who was that guy just now?" "He's my cousin. But never mind that, I've got a job for you later. Go ahead. Go lose some money." Black grinned stupidly. "This is my specialty." Then I laid out the entire plan. Every single detail, making sure he understood. Back at the poker table, Black started acting even more arrogant. As for me, I played the part of a loyal follower, quietly trailing behind him like a loyal sidekick. Our current roles? He was the rich dude with money to burn. And I was his lowly assistant and driver. Though quite a few people in the place knew Black. They didn't know what he was up to these days. It made sense that he suddenly hit it big. When he saw me back by Black's side again, Li Dabiao shot me a glance, smirking. "Chulu, you keep walking around instead of sitting down to play. What's the deal? Can't afford the buy-in?" I kept playing dumb, putting on my best clueless face, and just nodded at Li Dabiao. "He's broke, but I'm not. What are you playing? Count me in." Black suddenly cut in. Li Dabiao was taken aback, clearly not expecting me to know Black. As soon as Black opened his mouth, he started trying to figure out what the hell our relationship was. Black pulled out a cigarette, and I hurried over to light it for him. At the same time, I said carefully, "Hey, brother, hey, he's my cousin." They seemed to be playing the split game. "Oh? Split? How does that work? If the stakes are too low, it's not even fun." Old Hay was putting on a damn good act. He played the role of that cocky, wannabe cool idiot to a T. Li Dabiao's eyes lit up instantly. To a gambler, nothing's more tempting than a sucker. "Dude, come sit here, let me explain the rules real quick, it's super easy." As soon as Old Hay took a seat, he pulled out 10,000 in cash and slapped it on the table. After I had taken 30,000 from Xiao Duo earlier, Old Hay and I together had only about 10,000 left between us. Once he got the hang of the rules, Old Hay joined the table. And damn, he bet hard. On the first round, he got a 3 and an 8. He'd only have a shot if a 4, 5, 6, or 7 came up. The pot was only 800. But he still took the whole damn thing. Who would VE thought the dealer flipped to 7? Old Hay actually won. Li Dabiao immediately started cheering him on. He kept saying Old Hay must have some kind of trick up his sleeve. How he was definitely going to win big today, strike gold, and get rich quick. But luck like that doesn't come around often, you can't count on it. After that, Old Hay mostly lost, with only the occasional win. Before long, he'd already blown 6 or 7,000. But Old Hay acted like it didn't even matter. Spinning his car keys carelessly in one hand, playing his cards at a relaxed pace with the other. Truth was, a lot of people in the casino already knew Old Hay. Everyone who greeted him called him Brother Hay. That just made Li Dabiao even more confident. He was sure Old Hay had some serious skills. But when it came to actually playing cards, the guy was just a total amateur. Li Dabiao started making small talk with Old Hay on purpose, offering him cigarettes and chatting.
This round, it seemed like everyone at the table had average hands. The pot quickly climbed to over 3,000. It was Old Hay's turn. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Damn, this game's boring the hell out of me. If there's even a crack, I'm taking it all." His two cards were a 10 and a 7. There was a split. But the only way it worked was if an 8 or 9 came up. By all rights, that hand was worth no more than a $100 ante. Hell, that hand was barely worth $100. But Old Hay still went all in. A full $3,000. His rich boy style of play drew a crowd, everyone leaning in for the show. The dealer started dealing the cards. Old Hay looked a bit dazed, like he was getting lightheaded. Mumbling something under his breath the whole time. "Come on, give me an 8. Or a 9. If you do, we're best friends, buddy." He stayed out of it for a while. But still he didn't show his cards. Suddenly, he turned to Li Dabiao with a grin and asked, "Hey, wanna guess what I've got here?" That card had already been rigged by Li Dabiao. How could he not know what it was? But he played dumb, instead praising Old Hay. "Bro, your luck is insane. It's either an 8 or a 9 for sure. You're sitting on a guaranteed win." Old Hay burst into laughter. "Guaranteed win my ass, it's a 6. As he said it, he slammed the card down. Striking a bold, flamboyant pose, he declared, "This is too boring. I'm done. No thrill at all. Might as well go grab a drink and hit on some girls." A few onlookers who knew him chimed in with jokes. "Bro Hayes really hit it big now, driving a Santana and losing over $3,000 in one hand, and still says it's not exciting enough." Old Hay shot them a glare and snapped back. "What? Can't a guy get lucky and make some cash? He sure can. Of course he can. Big Hayes definitely gonna strike it rich." Everyone got the feeling. Old Hay wasn't quitting because he lost money. He just thought the stakes were too low, no fun at all. By now, Li Dabiao had already won over 10,000. Seeing Old Hay ready to leave, he quickly said, "If you think it's too small, how about we raise the stakes? Let us play big." Old Hay just waved him off. "Nope. I'm out. Too slow, too boring. I'm going for drinks." He tossed me the car keys. "Go start the car." I smirked inwardly. It wasn't that I didn't want to raise the bet. It was just that between the two of us, we were practically broke. Seeing that Old Hay really meant to leave, Li Dabiao stood up and said, "Black brother, we just met today, but I really like your vibe. I'll quit too. Come on, let me buy you a drink. What do you say?" I gave a quiet, cold laugh in my heart. The fish had already touched the hook. But it hadn't fully bitten yet. Old Hay waved his big hand and said just 2 words. "Let us go, have a drink." Li Dabiao had his arm around the girl beside him. The 4 of us headed straight downstairs. As soon as we reached the first floor, we heard someone humming by the entrance, in a soft, sing-song tone. "Don't gamble. Don't gamble. The harm of gambling is worse than a ferocious tiger. A tiger sometimes won bite people, but gamblers always lose everything." I turned around to look. It was Old Wu, teapot in hand, sitting on the stone bench by the door. Seeing Old Wu, Old Hay chuckled and teased him. "Old Wu, weren't you just saying you were gonna win 10,000? How come in a flash you've turned into don't gamble?" Old Wu rolled his eyes and muttered back, "If I hadn't lost everything, how could I know how destructive gambling is? How could I stand here convincing you not to gamble? Did you win?" Old Hay shook his head. "I lost." Old Wu pursed his lips. "Oomph, hopeless. I was hoping to share in your good luck, but you lost it all too. What an idiot." Old Hay laughed and pulled out 200 yuan. "Even if I lost, I still can treat you to a little celebration. Take it. 200's not enough, add a bit more. You want more?" Then forget it, I'm almost out as it is. As soon as he said it, old Hay pretended to take the money back.
No. No, don't take it. Don't take it. Old Wu quickly stepped forward and snatched the money. With 200 yuan in hand, he turned and slipped straight into the mahjong parlor. Don't gamble. Keep gambling.
Right in front of Li Dabiao, old Hay deliberately stuffed the money into old Wu's hand. At that moment, maybe Li Dabiao still had some doubts about old Hay's abilities. But when he got into that brand new Santana 2000, he believed completely. Old Hay was a big idiot. And more importantly, an idiot who didn't lack money. This time, Li Dabiao was treating, and he de-booked a barbecue place. At the dinner table, he kept trying to get close with old Hay. Again and again steering the conversation toward mahjong. Old Hay, over and over, gave the same message. Love gambling. Want to play. The stakes at this table were just too low to be interesting. So the two of them made the deal. Tomorrow, they set up another game, this time with bigger bets. And they even agreed on a specific time. 8 o'clock tomorrow night, back at the mahjong room. Someone will ask questions. I'll play it cool, let Lao He lose on purpose. If Li Dabiao wins the money, he won go after Lao He. But what if he just takes the money and disappears? Is that even possible? Yes. But the chances are slim. Every con artist dreams of finding a sucker like that. Especially a rich one. Once they find one, they won't let go until they squeeze every last drop out of him. Like that game Chen Xiaoxue brought me to before. If it hadn't been for Ian Wu messing things up, I could played that table for a long time. This isn't about anything else, it's purely about human greed. The next day, as soon as I got to the bathhouse, I wrapped up what I had on my hands and sent Xiaoxue a text. Told her to meet me in the supply room. Chen Xiaoxue was still as flirtatious as ever. She showed up in a tight spaghetti-strapped mini dress. Her chest practically bursting out, pale white skin glaringly on display. Exposed like that, right out in the open. As soon as she walked in, she immediately hooked her arm through mine. Her chest pressed tightly against my arm, her heartbeat obvious. Shulu, I missed you so much. Did you miss me too? She said, pouting and faking that flirty tone. I glanced at her arm clinging to mine and said coldly, let go. I won tea. She said, shaking my arm on purpose. Tell me, do you still want to make money or not? At the mention of money, her eyes lit up. She immediately let go. Now, about the legendary 8 roles in the con world. It's divided into Zheng Ti, Fan Tua, Feng Jiang, Hua Jiang, and more. Earlier, I already explained the Ti Jiang and Hua Jiang. Now, I need to talk about the Fan Jiang. Some people think Fan Jiang is just about using reverse psychology, provoking someone's anger to pull them into the game. But it's not that simple. Real Fan Jiang is more about using PR tactics to lure people in. To put it bluntly, it's the honey trap. Originally, I didn't plan on using Chen Xiaoxue at all. But I really don't have the right people available here. As far as candidates go, she is the only option. There's a setup you need to help with interested? I asked casually. Chen Xiaoxue didn't even hesitate before nodding yes. Of course I'll do it. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it as long as there's money in it. That was one of the rare good things about Chen Xiaoxue, she was straightforward. Tonight there's a game. You and old Hay will be there, but I won't show my face. You need to understand what my role is. I'm just a massage attendant at the bathhouse, and after work, I'm old Hay's assistant and driver. Chen Xiaoxue nodded. Also, tonight's game you must lose. Absolutely no winning. As for how much to lose and how to do it, old Hay will explain everything to you. At first, Chen Xiaoxue was taken aback. But quickly, she put on a look of sudden realization. I get it, it's about playing the long game, reeling him in.
she said eagerly, trying to show off her understanding.
As if she was afraid I wouldn't take her along.
Still, don't lose too much.
Later, old Hay will make an excuse to leave early, but you can't leave and you shouldn't keep playing either. Your job is to hook a guy named Li Dabiao, and then in the next game 2 or 3 days later you'll pitch in money to go in on a hand with him.
Got it? What I was asking might sound a bit complicated.
But Chen Xiaoxue had been around this scene for a long time now.
She definitely had the skills for it. She nodded right away.
Still, a bit of confusion lingered.
But what if he looks down on me like you do?
Chen Xiaoxue actually had some self-awareness.
Impossible. I replied firmly. Last night, I watched Li Dabiao the whole time.
The woman he brought was pretty plain looking.
And they barely talked. That shows he's not really into her. In fact, I had a bit of a hunch.
If Li Dabiao's got money now, it probably didn't come from just small time tricks. It's very likely that this money came from that woman.
Before they parted ways last night, Lao He even quietly reminded Li Dabiao not to bring his girlfriend the next day,
so they could go out together after playing mahjong and look for some girls.
Li Dabiao is definitely a horn dog. You could tell yesterday at the mahjong parlor. Every time a woman with even a little bit of looks walked by, Li Dabiao couldn't pull his eyes away. It was like they were glued to her.
He probably wanted to undress them with his eyes alone.
With a guy like that, there's no way Chen Xiaoxue couldn't reel him in.
So, do I have to sleep with him?
Chen Xiaoxue asked bluntly. Up to you.
You decide.
The key is to keep him hooked for the next few days.
Chen Xiaoxue gave a look of disdain and snorted.
Then I'll have to play him right. Can't let him get off easy.
Men all have the same flaw, you only value what you can't get.
Once they've had you, they won't give you a second thought.
Maybe Chen Xiaoxue realized her words dragged me into it too. She immediately smiled sweetly and added another sentence.
Of course, our dear Chu Liuye is an exception. I didn't even bother to respond. The real problem right now was still the lack of money. I already mentioned it to Lao He yesterday. We could have that Santana 2000 appraised first. Lao He knows those loan sharks pretty well.
Pawning it off for about 120 or 130,000 should be doable. Everything was already arranged. I kept going over my plan again and again in the supply room. If something went wrong at any step, I had to figure out how to fix it.
I'd even started thinking about a second backup plan. By the time I was almost off shift,
the walkie-talkie on the desk crackled to life with the voice of the lounge supervisor. He said the lounge was running low on supplies,
and told me to come over right away to restock.
I grabbed the supplies and headed toward the lounge. Inside, the room was eerily quiet. Except for the dim light from a few spotlights in the corners.
The rest of the space was completely dark. Thick curtains covered the windows tightly.
It was all set up that way to make the guests more comfortable while resting.
The lounge area for the bathhouse was co-edition.
Because of that, all sorts of bizarre things tended to happen here. Like some guy seeing a pretty girl and deliberately trying to flirt. Or someone who had too much and wandered into the wrong massage bed. And then there were those who went as far as secretly fooling around in the lounge just for the thrill of it. But usually at this hour, the lounge was nearly empty. Tonight was no different. Except near the wall, where a male masseur was giving a woman what is called the Imperial Concubine leg massage. I had just finished refilling the supplies and was about to leave, when suddenly, the woman called out softly in my direction.
You still a little virgin? From childhood to now. Only one person had ever called me that. And I absolutely hated that nickname. I pretended not to hear and kept walking.
But she was stubborn.
She actually sat up and shouted. Hey! I'm talking to you. Turn around. The customer is always God.
At this point, pretending to be deaf would just been rude. I turned back, and under the dim lighting,
A heavily made-up face was smiling at me. The woman was Tao Hua. The last time I saw her was when I was playing mahjong at Sumei's office. She and another guy were cheating together. But I got lucky later and dealt Su a heavenly full hand of pure tiles, which cost Tao Hua a lot of money. Back then, I was actually pretty confused. Why would Su keep playing with them? If she knew they were cheating? Come keep me company for a bit, I'm so bored out of my mind. Tao Hua talked a lot. I noticed that last time too during mahjong. No choice, I had to walk over. As soon as I got close, she smiled and said, "Little virgin, wanna give your big sister a leg massage?" Nope. I shot back coldly. Pfft, can't do it? Then why not learn? You with your little icy attitude, who exactly are you trying to impress? She didn't seem too happy with my response. I couldn't help but frown and replied coldly, "If you're alright, then I'll head back first." Oh come on, still mad? Hua Jia tilted her head and looked at me with a mocking expression. The masseuse, while kneading her legs, explained on my behalf. Don't take it personally, Hua Jia. He is just like that, none of us have ever seen him smile before. I knew the masseuse was trying to protect me. Trying not to upset Hua Jia. But honestly, I didn't care one bit. Who did she think she was anyway? Just as we were talking, the sound of high heels clicking angrily against the floor came from the entrance. I knew that sound too well. Without even turning around, I knew it was Sumei. Hua Jia, did I keep you waiting long? I really had something come up today, otherwise I'd have been back already. Sumei hurried toward Tao Hua as she spoke. Tao Hua let out a small humph, pretending to be annoyed. I thought you were too big time now to even bother with me. That's not how I saw it at first. I thought Tao Hua had just come here for a bath and a massage. But now it was clear she was actually waiting for Sumei. Sumei clearly hadn't expected to run into me here. She glanced at me and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Before I could respond, Tao Hua immediately chimed in with a flirtatious giggle. "Oh wow, what is he doing here? You jealous, Sumei? Scared I'll steal your little virgin boy?" Tao Hua kept calling me little virgin boy over and over again. The name really got under my skin. My tone turned sharper, my face hardened, and I said coldly, "Hua Jia, I don't like being called that." She shot a deliberate glance at Sumei and smirked. Alright, if you don't like it, I won't say it. But you're not that innocent anymore, are you? I was speechless. I've never been good with women to begin with. And with a bold, cheeky woman like this? I didn't even know where to start. Let us go upstairs and talk, Sumei suggested. But Tao Hua immediately shook her head. Too much trouble going upstairs, we'll just stay here. Having said that, I was about to leave. She waved the technician and the server off as she spoke. Only the three of us were left in the main room. I was about to leave too. But Tao Hua kept nagging on and on. So I had no choice but to wait until she finished, say my goodbyes, and then go. Sumei, what was that dark lamp you got me? You made me sit through 3 sessions and we saw nothing cost me another 100 grand. I think you're just brushing me off. I'm telling you, if you don't find me a real pro, don't blame me if I stop bringing people to your place. Tao Hua's words cleared up a question I'd had. No wonder Sumei, knowing Tao Hua was pulling tricks, didn't call her out and even played alone. It turned out Tao Hua was a junket operator, someone who could funnel a lot of clients to a casino. Judging by the way Sumei treated her, most of the people Tao Hua brought in were probably big spenders. Don't underestimate what junket operators do. A lot of people think they're just middlemen who recruit gamblers, but their role is actually crucial. A casino, especially a newly opened one, can't rely on regulars and casuals alone if it wants to thrive and attract VIPs. It needs the fresh blood that these operators can deliver. Even the famed Haojiang gambling king, Mr. Ho, once modestly said he was less a king and more like a junket operator. In Haojiang's casinos,
more than 20% of the revenue came from this group. In the ranks known as the Thousand Gates and Eight Generals, there are equivalent roles the Ti Jian, also called the Ponside Crane. When Tao Hua said all this, Sumei immediately grabbed her hand and, sounding a little playful, said, "Hua, don't be like that. I'll find you someone else today, I'll make it right for you." They went back and forth like that, and only then did I finally understand. Tao Hua had recently taken part in a gambling session and, in the end, lost around 100,000. Although not a card cheat herself, Tao Hua was no fool either, quite sharp, in fact. Something felt off, so she went looking for Sumei. She asked Sumei to go investigate quietly, to check whether that game had been rigged. But after days of observation, Sumei found nothing unusual. And in the end, Tao Hua lost another chunk of money. "Where is he?" As soon as Tao Hua heard that, she asked urgently. "Hua Jia, the guy I need isn't even one of your casino people. And the 2 grand you offered before was way too low, he didn't accept. Could you maybe raise it a bit? How much do you want?" "At least 5,000. "Fine. As long as he's caught, I'll pay right away." "So where is he?" "Let him come out." Sumei gave me a subtle glance, half curious, half signaling. I caught on immediately she was pointing me to go. Truth be told, I never really liked Tao Hua much. But right now, I needed cash badly. 5,000? I could take that. Seeing that I didn't object, Sumei gave me a quick wink. "There he is." Tao Hua gave me a skeptical look. "You're kidding me, right?" Hardly had the words left her mouth when she suddenly clicked. She shot up straight from the sofa bed. Pointing at both of us, realization dawned on her face. "Oh. I get it now. No wonder you managed to win over 20,000 from me the time you two were in cahoots all along, weren't you?" Tao Hua never once suspected that I was actually a con artist myself. Sumei seemed like she wanted to explain. But the truth was hard to explain in just a few words. So she simply smiled and shook her head. "It's not like you think. I don't care. Just give me back my money first." Alright, Hua Jia. How about I give you an extra 0.5% from this month's cut? That sounds better. Tao Hua shot me a glare and finally looked satisfied. She knew I had agreed to help her catch the cheat. But still, a sliver of doubt remained in her heart. She just didn't say it out loud. But I could still tell. On the drive, Tao Hua spelled out exactly what she did. She called herself an agent. In reality, she was basically a pimp. But she wasn't your typical madam. She ran a whole roster of girls' college students, nurses, freelance models, flight attendants, even no-name, bottom-tier actresses. These days they'd call it the escort circuit, expensive, and the quality was tolerable. From those girls she met a ton of high-roller clients. She'd take an agent's fee up front, then funnel them to the casinos and pocket a healthy kickback. Outsiders called it killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Strictly speaking, it was more like taking 2 cuts from the same man. Seeing me zoned out, Tao Hua smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Shu Lu, if you help Sister Hua catch that cheater today, whatever kind of girl you want, Sister Hua will arrange it for you. If that doesn't do it, I can step in myself and give you a show." I frowned, took a drag, and glanced out the window. Women like that weren't my thing. But Master Six? He'd fall for her for sure. When I stayed quiet, she teased me. "What, you look down on Sister Hua?" "I'll tell you, even a famous poet once wrote a poem praising me." "Who?" I asked offhand, trying to lighten the mood. "Li Bai." I broke out in a cold sweat. Li Bai? What the hell did that have to do with anything? "The waters of Peach Blossom Pool are 1,000 feet deep," she sang, then let out a wicked little laugh and shot me a meaningful look. I was speechless. Tao Hua, Peach Blossom, the names together were ridiculous. And the pool? Supposedly a goddamn 1,000 feet deep. Screw that. Tao Hua staged the whole setup at a private villa. Before we went, she dragged me to a supermarket and put me into a new outfit. Of course, she wasn't doing it out of the goodness of her heart. It wasn't that they had ulterior motives toward me. The problem was that I was dressed too plain. Bringing me to their setup just didn't quite fit. After dinner, we arrived at the villa. The card game hadn't started yet. As soon as we walked into the dedicated gaming room, I saw 4 men already seated, drinking tea and chatting. Clearly, they were waiting for Tao Hua to take the dealer's seat and start the game. A chubby man glanced at me. Then, grinning, he asked Tao Hua, "So, sis, do you switch out your guys every few days? How long are we keeping this handsome one around this time?" "Depends on my mood, and their skills. Whoever makes Tao Hua feel good gets to stick around a few more days." Tao Hua replied smugly. I stayed quiet, my face expressionless. Damn bastards. They actually thought I was one of Tao Hua's boy toys. The man Tao Hua wanted me to watch was this fat guy. This villa was his territory too. From what I knew, the fat man hadn't been winning much before. But recently, he seemed to be on some kind of lucky streak. He won every time now, and won big. The game finally started. Each of the 5 players pulled out 50,000 in cash and stacked it on the table. That was an unwritten rule in some gambling circles in Harbin. It meant one thing. You couldn't sit at the table with less than 50,000. If you wanted in, you had to show your stack first. They were playing open-faced Chinese poker, commonly known as golden flower. Betting started at 300, raised in increments of 1,000, with a cap of 20,000. At the beginning of any game, there was always a warm-up phase. Everyone played honestly at first, no cheating. So I didn't pay much attention to the game. I just sat on the sofa nearby, smoking, drinking tea, and killing time. Some people might think that a cheater's life is exciting and full of thrills. But in reality, it's incredibly boring. And for a top-tier card cheat, it's even more monotonous. Just like me right now. All I could do was sit there, smoke, sip tea, and stare into space. Slowly, the warm-up phase passed. The players at the table were finally in the zone. And I was seated across from Tao Hua. There weren't many onlookers around the poker table. So I stood perfectly still, giving me a clear view of the entire game. The stack of 10,000 yuan bills on top of Tao Hua's pile was nearly gone. It looked like she had lost again. The fat guy Tao Hua suspected of cheating was sitting at the seat right after her. From the current situation, it was clear he had won quite a bit. So I started watching that fat guy closely. I could be certain the cards themselves weren't the problem. They weren't marked, nor had anyone tampered with them. He hadn't used any sleight of hand. Let alone anything like stealing or hiding cards. Even the way he shuffled was basic and straightforward, no tricks involved. Every time the corners of the cards peeked out, I could memorize the order with just a close look. But he did have one habit. He never let go of the cards once he held them. He gripped them tightly, as if afraid someone might peek at them. In a game of golden flower poker, this wasn't unusual. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. Sitting at the seat after his was a tall, thin man. His face was plain, even slightly unattractive. Everyone around called him Brother Zhu. People spoke to him politely. It seemed like he carried some weight here. Brother Zhu was also a heavy smoker. Right from the start, he kept lighting one cigarette after another, filling the entire room with smoke. The way he looked at his cards was also a bit unique. He would also slide his cards behind the stack of money. But the moment he finished checking them, he would press the stack down hard to hide them, then only pull them out from underneath when it was time to reveal. I had been focused on the fat guy, trying to figure him out, when suddenly the guy sitting across from him, a short-haired man, caught my attention. This guy with the crew cut wasn't tall, but he looked solid and strong. Unlike Tao Hua, who never stopped talking. He was quiet, rarely speaking. When he looked at people, there was always something subtly menacing in his eyes. This round, he was the dealer. While dealing the cards, he kept glancing down, almost instinctively.
But that glance, just that one glance, felt off to me.
I noticed he was wearing a platinum signet ring on his hand.
And then I understood.
When he looked down, he wasn't checking his cards, he was looking at the ring. When dealing, you just slide the cards forward a little. He could read the card values off the reflection in his ring.
Tricks like that are actually pretty common.
The tools people use to cheat come in every variety imaginable.
Some use silver-plated or nickel lighters.
Others use stainless steel cups. Some even wedge a thumbtack between their fingers. In short, anything that reflects light can be turned into a cheating device. But the Crew Cut Kid's technique was ordinary, and his nerves weren't steady. Whenever he dealt, if someone stared at him, he wouldn't dare look down at his ring. So the number of cards he could sneak a peek at was actually very limited. At first I thought maybe he was working with the fat guy, signaling who had the big hands. But after watching for a long time, I saw almost no communication between them.
I could conclude they weren't a team.
Still, the fat guy was definitely up to something, I just hadn't figured out how. Some might think I have a particularly sharp eye for cheating. In a game, if someone pulls a fast one, I usually spot it at a glance. But that is not really possible. The ways to cheat are endless and weird.
No one can claim to understand them all.
With technology advancing, the methods get more complex and new cheating devices keep popping up, catching people off guard. This hand was being dealt by Zhu the Chainsmoker. When he shuffled, I deliberately memorized the card order. The fat guy held the 7 of hearts, the 9 of diamonds, and the 10 of diamonds, just a junk hand.
Zhu had a pair of 2s and an 8. Tao Hua had a pair of aces and a jack.
The other 2 players also had nothing.
Betting began.
Zhu played it quiet and put in 300. The other 2 looked at their cards and folded. When it was Tao Hua's turn, she called as soon as she saw her hand. The fat guy checked his cards 2 by rights. His ragged hand was worthless, but instead of hesitating, he immediately raised the bet to 1,000. I knew it, this guy was about to pull a trick. Big Zhu kept his cards close and placed another bet. Tao Hua, holding a pair of aces, had no choice but to call. 2 rounds of betting had passed. Big Zhu reached his hand into the pile, flipped the cards beneath the stack of cash, and took a quick peek. Then he pressed down on the stack of money. He decided to call. Tao Hua and the fat guy both followed suit. When it was Big Zhu's turn again, he folded without hesitation. Now only Tao Hua and the fat guy remained at the table. Another round of betting passed, and Tao Hua decided to show her hand. She revealed a pair of aces. The fat guy originally held a weak hand, 7, 9, and 10, nothing special. But at the moment of revealing his cards, they had somehow turned into a straight 9, 10, and jack. It was clear the fat guy had switched his cards. But he didn't do it with sleight of hand or flashy techniques. Instead, he got help from Big Zhu. That jack had actually come from Big Zhu. From the moment Big Zhu placed those cards beneath the stack of money, something felt off. That pile of cash looked normal on the outside, even convincing. But in reality, the bottom layer wasn't real money at all. More accurately, it was a launcher disguised as cash. The card was hidden inside. The moment he pressed a button, the card shot out like a hidden weapon from a sleeve, flying straight into the fat guy's pile of chips. And it was so fast, too fast for the human eye to catch. That explained why Big Zhu pressed his stack of money. This card switching method was actually quite clever. But it didn't necessarily require a launcher. A skilled cheater with expert technique could do it by hand alone. In fact, sometimes even more precisely than with a device. I couldn't help but silently admire the skill in my mind. Out of the 5 people sitting at this table, 3 were cheating. What kind of game could you expect when the odds were stacked like that? Tao Hua had already lost over 20,000 yuan. Noticing I hadn't moved for a while, she kept glancing over in my direction. I ignored her, pretending not to notice anything. A moment later, my phone suddenly rang. I pulled it out. Caller ID said it was Lao Hei.
By now, the game he and Li Dabia were playing should VE just ended. I got up and walked toward the door to answer the call.
Meanwhile, the fat guy was still teasing Tao Hua with a sly grin.
Flora, aren't you going to go check it out?
This guy took the call with his back to you, it might be some young girl.
Tao Hua rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath.
After this round, I'll see which little tramp dares to come after my man. I ignored them and walked straight out to take the call. On the other end of the line, Lao Hei sounded slightly excited.
Mr. Chu, got a minute to talk?
Yeah, go ahead. I told him I had to leave early because something came up. I lost about 11,000, and Shen Xiaoxue probably lost around 7 or 8,000.
That bastard Li Dabia wasn't even satisfied and wanted to keep playing tomorrow. What about Chen Xiaoxue? She hasn't left yet. She probably went to a bar with Li Dabia. Did you mention anything about setting up another game tomorrow?
I didn't say a word, just mumbled something about the stakes being too low. That bastard immediately said he'd raise the limits tomorrow and bring more money. He said he didn't bring enough today.
I let out a cold laugh in my heart. Looks like it's working now. The fish has taken the bait. I hung up the phone and hadn't even made it back inside yet.
Suddenly, the villa door pushed open. I looked up and saw Tao Hua stomping out, clearly furious. She'd only been playing for a few hours, but already lost over 21,000.
No wonder she was so angry. Did you notice anything off about that fat bastard?
Tao Hua asked me directly, her face twisted with anger.
No, I shook my head. I didn't tell her what I really knew.
I knew perfectly well that today wasn't the day to expose the cheating. And there were 2 reasons. First, only the 2 of us had come to catch the cheaters. But at the table, there were 3 people working together.
No matter who we accused, if things turned violent, we wouldn't stand a chance. If it came to blows, we'd be the ones getting hurt.
Second, I noticed all of them showed great respect to that man they called Brother Zhu. Clearly, he held a high position in this circle.
Moreover, Brother Zhu seemed to run many gambling rings.
Just in a short while earlier, he had taken 4 or 5 calls, all of them were people trying to set up poker games with him. If I could just get on good terms with Brother Zhu, then I could officially join their games. Tao Hua was so angry her gums itched. But she didn't dare to blow up. She could only lower her voice, swallow her anger, and mutter under her breath. This Sumei, I told her to find me an expert, and she just sent some random person to mess with me. Well, forget it, she can forget about me bringing her any more clients.
Though Tao Hua had plenty of complaints about me.
What pissed her off the most was Sumei.
I found it kind of amusing.
She had no real skill herself, yet she kept blaming others. Still, I kept a straight face and asked her. So what exactly do you want to catch a cheater, or get your money back?
Both. Tao Hua answered without hesitation. I gave a silent, bitter laugh.
This woman was seriously too greedy.
Forget about catching a cheat. As for getting your money back, I might have a way. Truth was, I really couldn't catch the cheat today. But after spending so much time here, I wasn't ready to just walk away.
Especially since I was in serious need of cash right now. If I could help Tao Hua recover her losses, she'd still owe me the 5,000.
When I said that, Tao Hua's eyes lit up. She quickly asked. So you're saying you'll go up there and win my money back for me? I shook my head again. If I went up now, I could probably win a little.
But if I won too much, those 3 little cheats at the table would definitely get suspicious.
Then how am I supposed to win? Go back and pay attention to me. When I signal you to follow, follow. When I tell you to fold, fold. Don't worry about winning or losing, just do as I say.
I taught Tao Hua a few hand signals.
It was a last-minute decision.
I modified that 9-section whip code she used when playing mahjong,
so she could remember it more easily. Though Tao Hua understood the signals,
she still looked a bit confused.
She had a million questions for me. Like, how could I guarantee we'd win without even playing?
But staying out here too long wouldn't look right either. She nodded slightly, then whispered to me in a low voice. Don't worry, Sister Hua's going to win. You won't get screwed over. I used 5 secret signals. Fold, call, quit, raise, and showdown. Those were the 5 cues. This method of signaling worked even if you didn't know any card tricks. As long as 2 or 3 people coordinated well, the odds at the table would shift dramatically in our favor. Women were born to act. And Sister Hua was no exception. As soon as we got back, Sister Hua's face darkened. It gave everyone a certain impression. Like I really had gotten a call from another woman. And Sister Hua had just caught me red-handed. She got angry right on the spot. She sulked through a few more hands. Then suddenly slammed the table and threw her cards down. I'm done. This is too boring. The game was just heating up. When all of a sudden, Sister Hua declared she was quitting. The other 4 players froze, staring at her in confusion. The fat guy couldn't help but ask directly. What's wrong, Sister Hua? Are you really mad at your little boyfriend? Sister Hua shot me a sharp look, but didn't say anything else. Oh come on, why get mad at him? It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but 2-legged men are everywhere. If you're not into him, take a look at any of us. We're here, right? We can help you out, keep playing with you for a few days. As soon as the fat guy said that, everyone laughed. Sister Hua rolled her eyes again and said, Raise the stakes. Let us bet bigger. I'm in a bad mood today. I just want to lose money. Losing it to you is better than wasting it on some ungrateful bastards. As she said this, she shot me a glare on purpose. Her performance was absolutely flawless. The game followed her lead and raised the bets. Minimum ante was 500, blind bet 2,000, cap at 30,000. Maybe some people would be confused. I wasn't at the table myself, and there were no marks on the cards. Plus, there were 3 actual cheaters sitting at the table. So how could I be sure Sister Hua would win? Actually, it wasn't hard. First of all, I had already noticed something earlier. The way all 5 of them shuffled the cards was almost identical. They had the habit of flashing one corner of each card. And with just that one detail, I was able to memorize the entire sequence of the deck. Sure, here's a natural and immersive English translation of the passage, tailored to the context of a novel and written in authentic American English style. Besides, Baldy can only peek at the cards through his ring when he is sitting at his own seat. And I've already told Hua's sister about this. As soon as Baldy starts shuffling, you keep your eyes locked on him, don't let up for a second. With how fragile his nerves are, he won't dare sneak even a quick glance. As for Zhu brother and the fat guy, they've got their own method. In reality, they're using 6 cards to play against other people as 3. Sure, that gives them a much higher chance of winning. But they can't possibly switch cards every single round. Also, I've already figured out what cards they're holding. I know exactly what the strongest hand they can put together is. If Hua's sister's cards can't beat theirs, she should fold immediately. That way, she avoids taking unnecessary losses and wasting money. The game started up again. Hua's sister was slowly regaining her rhythm. Our teamwork was getting smoother and more in sync. Still, more than 2 hours had passed. During that time, she had won a few pots with the maximum bet of 30,000 each. I estimated that she had at least broken even, recovering over 100,000 by now. Of course, I couldn't stay silent every time she got a good hand. I'd let her see her cards clearly, then encourage her to challenge others. Sometimes, even when she had the strongest hand, I'd still tell her to fold. Back in the day, Hua's sister used to cheat at mahjong herself. So she fully understood my strategy. And she was actually pretty good at putting on a show. Like one round, she had a pair of kings. The strongest hand on the table at that point. 3 players had called the bet. After 3 rounds of betting, I signaled her to fold. 2 of them went to showdown and the winner had a pair of queens. Hua's sister immediately slapped her chest and groaned in frustration,
acting like she deeply regretted folding.
She even pulled the pair of kings out of the discard pile to show everyone, letting everyone see that she really had held the strongest hand. That it was just a misjudgment that forced her to fold. At the poker table, time flies like nothing. Before we knew it, it was almost 4 in the morning. Hua's sister had already won about 200,000.
The funniest part? It actually caught me off guard.
The biggest losers turned out to be Zhu brother and the fat guy. Together, they had lost around 150,000 to 160,000. You could clearly tell that the fat guy's mindset had started to shift.
Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating the next section.
He would often slam the table over the slightest thing, or secretly signal Zhu Ge to switch cards behind the scenes.
But the guy with the flat top didn't actually lose.
In fact, he ended up winning 10 or 20,000 more.
The game was clearly coming to a close.
That's when I noticed Zhu Ge kept glancing my way, either on purpose or by accident. The code we used this time was actually made up on the spot.
I just came up with a simple system.
It wasn't anything fancy or involving sleight of hand. Any experienced player watching us closely could figured it out.
The trick was easy enough to spot.
So I signaled to Tao Hua that it was time to call it quits.
She got the message. She yawned a few times in a row, acting all drowsy, and lazily said, "I think that's enough for tonight.
I'll stick around for 3 more rounds. Whoever's lucky enough can win.
But tomorrow I've got things to do, so I really need to get some sleep."
The others had all lost money. But since Tao Hua said it like that, they couldn't really argue, no matter how unhappy they were inside. In the last few rounds, I stopped giving her any signals altogether. Let her just play whatever cards she had. The final round was the flat top dealing. He was shuffling and dealing just like before. But something felt off to me. Zhu Ge seemed to be staring at Tao Hua the whole time.
A strange feeling crept up in me. And an uneasy sense of foreboding came over me too. Suddenly, there was a loud bang.
The fat guy slammed the table hard. Then he stood up, shouting furiously at the table, "You fucking cheat!" At that moment, everyone was already feeling a bit drowsy. The room had been quiet and still.
So his outburst startled everyone.
Of course, Zhu Ge didn't flinch. Tao Hua reacted fast. As soon as she heard what the fat guy shouted, she immediately dove forward, grabbing the money on the table and shouting back, "Fuck you!
You're the one cheating!" My heart tightened even more.
In the previous rounds, Zhu Ge had been glancing at me off and on. And just now, he was fixated on Tao Hua again. Looks like he had figured out our signals. But here's the thing. I hadn't given Tao Hua any signals at all during the last few rounds.
Could it be they came to settle an old debt? Right now, the only thing I could do was to stay calm.
As long as they didn't catch me red-handed, I wouldn't admit to anything.
Of course, it also depended on whether Tao Hua could hold up.
But as for her, I didn't have a shred of confidence.
That kind of woman. No need for anything fancy.
Just pull her hair and slap her around a bit. And she'd spill everything. But now, I couldn't say a word, nor could I give Tao Hua any kind of signal. I could only wait and see how things unfolded. The air in the room was tense and heavy.
Tao Hua had turned deathly pale.
Yet she still clung tightly to the money on the table. Her eyes locked onto the fat man with a fierce glare. But she was just bluffing.
The fat man frowned at her and snapped, "What the hell's wrong with you? Why are you cursing me out? When did I say you were cheating? I was talking about Ching San."
He pointed sharply at the guy with the crew cut.
"Damn it!"
I cursed under my breath.
Turns out it was just a false alarm.
At first, Ching San the crew cut guy looked stunned, then quickly denied it. "Fat man, don't start throwing accusations just cause you lost some cash."
"When did I ever cheat?"
The fat man sneered coldly. He stood up, walked around Tao Hua, and approached Xing San.
Grabbing the man's hand, he yanked it up high. Xing San, don't think I didn't see it. I've been watching you for days.
Every time you deal, you slide the card forward just a bit, let the edge peek out, then look down at your ring.
You use that ring to see the cards.
I blinked in mild shock. Didn't he expect the fat man had already figured out Xing San's trick?
If he knew, then Zhuge must be known too.
The other guy, upon hearing that, immediately caught on.
No wonder I felt something was off.
Every time he dealt, he kept looking down. So that's how he did it. Xing San, you bastard, that's low.
Spit out the money you won.
Zhuge and Tao Hua stayed quiet.
Tao Hua was busy stuffing the cash into a bag.
And Zhuge, that old chain smoker, just kept puffing on his cigarette like nothing happened.
No one could tell what he was thinking.
Xing San obviously hadn't expected that his cheating tricks would actually be seen through by Fat Boy.
His expression immediately turned ugly.
But he quickly shook Fat Boy's hand off. With a look of resentment on his face, he snapped.
Cut the crap. I never knew the ring could let you see the cards. Don't frame me.
Xing San thought the same thing I had just thought. As long as he wasn't caught red-handed, he'd keep denying everything. But with tricks like his, it was nearly impossible to catch him in the act unless there was a video recording.
Fat Boy hadn't expected that he'd actually exposed Xing San. Yet Xing San was still stubborn as a dead duck, refusing to admit anything.
Fat Boy got anxious and suddenly raised his hand. He threw a heavy punch straight into Xing San's face. He was already pretty hefty, and his punches carried weight. And Xing San hadn't been the least bit prepared. The punch landed hard across Xing San's face. He staggered backward a few steps. He didn't fall down. But blood immediately started pouring from his nose.
Fat Boy stepped forward, ready to hit him again. Suddenly,
Xing San pulled out a dagger from his waist. It wasn't a long blade. But the edge was sharp, the tip deadly.
More than enough to kill someone.
Fat Boy, you dare touch me again, and I swear I'll kill you today. Xing San glared with bloodshot eyes. His gaze filled with hatred and menace. Anyone could see it clearly.
Xing San was genuinely ready to kill. If Fat Boy really moved again,
Xing San would stab him without hesitation.
Fat Boy didn't dare move anymore. He looked nervously toward Zhuge.
Zhuge was still sitting there, puffing on his cigarette,
occasionally coughing a bit. Xing San, you wanna play with knives with me?
Just one sentence from Zhuge made Xing San shiver involuntarily. I had always thought before this. Zhuge was just a skinny, unremarkable-looking guy.
Probably just a successful businessman.
But the moment he opened his mouth, I could tell he was no ordinary man. Even Xing San had been scared enough to tremble by just one sentence from him.
At that moment, I realized. I must have been wrong in my assumption. This Zhuge was definitely no ordinary guy. If you get caught cheating, you own up to it. But look at you, running around here waving a knife, scaring people like that. You really messed up here. Zhuge lit a cigarette as he spoke.
He took a deep drag, flashing his yellow teeth, then continued.
We're all friends here. This whole game's among people who know each other. Even if you got caught cheating, nobody would actually go as far as chopping off your hands or feet. Just pay back the money you stole, compensate a bit, and that's it. Why the hell did you have to pull out knives and guns and make everything blow completely out of proportion? Xing San hesitated.
The reason for his hesitation wasn't because Zhuge's words made so much sense. It was because he was afraid of Zhuge. Looking straight at Zhuge, his tone softened.
Zhuge, tell me then, how much do I have to pay? Zhuge inhaled from his cigarette again, thinking for a moment. 50,000 should do it. The losses plus compensation, all in one shot. Xing San's eyes widened even further. His whole face showed disbelief as he stared at Zhuge. Before he could speak again,
Tao Hua suddenly leaned forward and chimed in.
50,000 works. I'll cover 20, and the rest of us three can each take 10. I couldn't help but frown. Tao Hua was the kind of person who practically saw money shining from a mile away. When it came to anything involving cash, she always wanted to get her share. Qing San shot her a glare and snapped, "You've already won money. What more money could you possibly want? I lost money a few days ago too. Besides, didn't Zhuge say there would be compensation?" "Right, Zhuge?" Tao Hua replied smugly, tossing the last words toward Zhuge with a grin. Zhuge didn't respond, just kept his head down, silently puffing on his cigarette. "Zhuge, I really can't come up with 50,000. How about this? I'll just cover whoever lost money at the table tonight." "Would that work?" "No way in hell." Another guy, Bang Chui, shouted immediately. Zhuge, cigarette still dangling from his lips, slowly shook his head to signal his refusal. Qing San had no other options left now. His hand holding the knife began to tremble. "Zhuge, can't you just cut me some slack?" Zhuge stayed silent, saying nothing. But his silence spoke louder than words. Staring at Zhuge, Qing San's eyes suddenly bulged wide open. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to speak up. "Brother Zhu, don't push me. I'm not stupid. Qing San isn't an idiot you can play around with." There was deep meaning behind Qing San's words. Everyone else seemed confused. But I understood immediately. I stood up, walked around Brother Zhu, and started heading toward Tao Hua. Tao Hua had already packed up her money. But the poker table was a complete mess. Cards were scattered everywhere. The fat guy's cash was mixed up with Brother Zhu's. As I passed by Brother Zhu, I accidentally bumped into him slightly. Of course, Brother Zhu didn't think much of it. He didn't even bother to look at me directly. "Qing San, what the hell are you trying to say? Just speak plainly. Nobody here thinks you're dumb." Brother Zhu said while smoking, confronting Qing San. Qing San got even more nervous. He tightened his grip on the dagger. Suddenly, he shot his arm up. The dagger pointed straight at the pile of money between Brother Zhu and the fat guy, and he growled through clenched teeth. "Brother Zhu, don't force me. I warned you already, there's something fishy going on with your money. You've been switching cards for the fat guy the whole time." That statement stunned everyone at the table. Even the fat guy and Brother Zhu were completely taken aback. Neither of them had expected this. They hadn't imagined Qing San had already seen through their little trick. "You fucking bastard, stop talking nonsense. Which eye of yours saw us switch cards? Show me some proof," the fat guy roared. I could tell exactly what the fat guy was thinking. Qing San didn't dare move an inch right now. He definitely wouldn't dare to rummage through Brother Zhu's pile of money. Precisely because he knew they wouldn't dare touch him or his money, Qing San had the guts to act like this. But Brother Zhu stayed silent. He just stared at Qing San, unmoving. "Go ahead, search then." The fat guy sneered, growing even more arrogant. Brother Zhu, however, immediately frowned. He was clearly unhappy with the way the fat guy was acting. Qing San still didn't dare move. His eyes darted around nervously in their sockets. Suddenly, he spun around sharply and pressed the dagger directly against Bang Chui's throat. Bang Chui jumped in fright and cried out in panic. "Qing San! What the hell are you doing? Don't do anything rash. I don't want the money anymore, okay? Just put the knife down already." At first, he was just a bystander watching from the sidelines. But in an instant, he was shoved center stage and suddenly became the main character. Qing San gritted his teeth and coldly snapped. "Stop your damn whining and start flipping through their money. That thing's disguised as a stack of cash and hidden in there." Bang Chui was stuck between a rock and a hard place, visibly wavering. With a pitiful expression, he looked at Zhu Ge and quietly pleaded. "Zhu Ge, it was him who made me do it. If anything happens, don't blame me, okay?" Zhu Ge didn't respond. He remained seated, unmoving. Xing San started threatening Bang Chui again. Stop your damn nonsense, find it right now. Bang Chui could only reach out nervously, trembling as he began to rummage through the pile of money. Zhu Guo's expression grew darker by the second. The fat man also furrowed his brow, his face turning cold with anger. Both of them knew exactly what was at stake. If the cheating device was found, forget about getting their money back from Xing San. They wouldn't even be able to explain themselves to Tao Hua and Bang Chui. Their reputations alone would be completely ruined. Yet after flipping through the money for quite a while, Bang Chui still found nothing. Xing San, I can't find it. Bang Chui turned to ask. Xing San looked puzzled. Both the fat man and Zhu Guo wore confused expressions as well. That's impossible. Bring each bill over one by one, I'll check them myself. They had already lost a lot of money earlier. Now there were only about 20,000 left in the pile. Bang Chui decided to just lay every single note flat on the table. Crimson banknotes covered the poker table, gleaming with an alluring glow. The final note was placed. Still nothing, absolutely nothing was found. Xing San was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Zhu Guo. Although Zhu Guo was also filled with questions inside. He calmly stood up, locked eyes with Xing San, and asked, "Any last words?" Xing San was too nervous to utter a single sentence. His eyes darted nervously across Zhu Guo's face. There was nowhere else left at the poker table to hide anything. He suspected Zhu Guo had hidden the device on himself. Of course, Zhu Guo understood exactly what Xing San was implying. Although he couldn't figure out where the cheating device had gone, he was certain of one thing: it definitely wasn't on him. Slowly, he began unbuttoning his shirt. He tossed it onto the table. It was completely empty. Then he loosened his belt. He kicked off his pants and threw them straight at Xing San. "You check it yourself." At this point, Zhu Guo was left in nothing but his underwear. "Should I ask Sister Tao to step out so I can take these off too? Then you can have a good look?" Zhu Guo said coldly. Before Xing San could even respond, Tao Hua quickly jumped in. "Oh please, send me out? As if I haven't seen it before. Zhu Guo, never thought you were so well endowed." As soon as she finished, she giggled loudly. Tao Hua had just won a big hand and was in a great mood. She was enjoying the chaos, teasing Zhu Guo as she watched. But Xing San's face turned pale, drained of all color. This outcome was totally unexpected. He just kept muttering to himself. "No way, how could this happen? Impossible. I clearly saw it with my own eyes." Xing San was now completely defeated. Even though he still held a knife in his hand, he knew full well it was useless against Zhu Guo. With a clang, the knife dropped from his hand onto the floor. Of course, he had thrown it there himself. Xing San had given up. He had failed to catch Zhu Guo and the fat guy cheating. There was no point pushing this idiot any further. Suddenly, the fat guy beside them grabbed a chair and smashed it hard into Xing San. The blow sent Xing San collapsing to the ground. "You motherfucker dared to accuse us of cheating? Want me to rip my clothes open to prove it?" Blood slowly trickled down from Xing San's head. Watching this unfold, a chill ran through me. This was the true nature of gambling. This was the real face of gamblers. Just moments ago, they were calling each other brothers, treating each other like friends. But now this was all because of the game. The two sides finally dropped all pretenses and came to blows. They hated each other so much, they no longer cared about each other's lives. So, it really proved that old saying right. Gamblers have no loyalty, and house bosses are even colder. 10 times gambling, 10 times cheating. Only by not playing do you truly win. How they end up. I couldn't care less anymore. I walked out with Tao Hua, got into the car. She seemed really happy. Just played a few rounds, and she won over 230,000.
She pulled out 5 thick stacks of cash and handed them to me. With a seductive smile, she said, "Here, baby, this 5,000's for you." I took the money with a frown, coldly replying, "Call me by my name. That pet name makes me sick." Tao Hua giggled, clearly not bothered at all. She gave me a soft, flirtatious look and said sweetly, "Don't be so serious. You helped me win so much, I'd even call you daddy if you want. Shulu, why don't you come to my place and rest for a bit? We can play again tonight?" Play again? I sneered inwardly. This game might look solid on the surface, but underneath, things were already stirring. Big Zhu and the fat guy had long known that Ching San was cheating. And Ching San knew they were cheating too. But no one wanted to call it out directly. I guess today it was the fat guy who finally exposed Ching San. He must have lost too much, got too worked up, and snapped. Good thing I didn't try to catch anyone cheating today. Otherwise, the ones lying on the floor right now might been me and Tao Hua instead. But I actually found that Big Zhu pretty interesting. So I asked Tao Hua, "Who exactly is this Big Zhu?" Tao Hua answered while driving. "Back in the day, Big Zhu used to be a red pole down in Guangdong." "Wait, how come he's back here now?" "He crippled the boss and then ran back here." "Huh?" I was momentarily speechless. This red pole guy must be crazy powerful, basically unstoppable. He didn't finish off his opponent, but instead took out his own boss. So what's he doing now? I asked another question. "He's watching over a couple spots over near Central Street. Don't let his skinny monkey look fool you, he's supposed to be really ruthless. Didn't you see how freaked out Ching San was today? How big is his operation?" I couldn't help but dig a little deeper. But I needed to know these things. If only last time, when I ran into that centipede guy, I had done my homework on him beforehand. I wouldn't have gotten snatched and taken advantage of like that. He's got a few guys under him, but nothing major. Just helps run security at a few night spots and makes a little extra cash here and there. I nodded like I understood. Enough about them. You need to explain to Hua Jia how exactly do you know about those cards? Of course I couldn't tell her the truth that I memorized the card order during their shuffle. So I made up something on the spot. Those were magician's cards. I just happened to have used them before. I was hoping to brush her off with that. But then Hua Jia raised her voice immediately. "No way. How come? That deck was mine. I bought 2 whole boxes of them and left them at Fatty's place. How could they be magic cards?" Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Who would have thought my lie would crash headfirst into the person involved? Maybe the supermarket made a mistake or someone switched them. Thankfully, Tao Hua didn't press further and just muttered under her breath, "Guess we can't even play now. Damn it, not a single reliable person. Better not play at all. Even if we did, I definitely wouldn't play with her again. Without skill, you can't find a good game, can't finish strong, or control the table. Partnering with her. Something bad was bound to happen sooner or later. There was no way I was going to sleep at Tao Hua's place. When I got home, I lay on my bed. Still couldn't fall asleep. In my mind, 2 figures kept popping up from time to time. It was Big Zhu and Li Dabiao. Tonight was the first step in taking action against Li Dabiao. The next morning, bright and early, I went to work as usual. As soon as I arrived at the bathhouse, a young girl at the front desk stopped me. "Shulu, a guest in room 631 is asking for you. She wants you to come up." So early in the morning, who would be asking for me in their room? I casually asked. "Is it a guy or a girl?" The girl rolled her eyes at me. "It's a woman, and she's gorgeous like a fairy or something," she replied with a hint of impatience in her voice. The look on her face made it seem like she thought I was just fantasizing. As if I were some pervert always chasing after girls.
The truth was, I only asked because I was wondering if it might be Tao Hua. After all, she had said yesterday that she would continue today. Then someone added, "It's a guy, he just came in and told the front desk. He said to find you once you're at work." A guy? Who could it be? I started walking toward the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I saw Sume stepping out. Her eyes were dark, and she looked completely exhausted. It was obvious she hadn't slept well the night before. Clearly not expecting to run into me, she asked in surprise, "Why are you here at work?" She knew I had stayed up all night yesterday with Tao Hua going after a con artist. Plus, she used to give me special privileges. If I had something going on, I could just skip work without asking. "How did it go yesterday? Did you catch him?" she asked again. I shook my head. She looked instantly disappointed. She glanced at me, then didn't say anything else. Maybe she was thinking, had she misjudged me? Was my skill in cons nowhere near as good as she thought? But Sume wasn't ready to give up yet. She said, "Xiaoxian will come by the shop this afternoon. Want to talk to her again?" Sume had good intentions. She was trying to help me get a spot working as a shill. But I shook my head lightly and coldly replied, "Thanks, but no thanks." As the words left my mouth, I stepped into the elevator. As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Xiaoxian definitely had every reason to be proud. But I never forgot the attitude she and Finger Tiancan showed me that day. Me? Go find her? No way in hell. And I truly believed in that. Sooner or later, she'd come begging to me. That's right, begging. When I arrived at number 631, I pressed the doorbell. I waited quite a while before someone finally opened the door. As soon as it cracked open, a thick wave of smoke burst out, hitting me straight in the face. I couldn't help but squint my eyes. The room was already small, and now it was filled with smoke. Anyone with half a brain could tell immediately it was from smoking. Someone clueless might have thought the place was on fire. Standing in the doorway was the same chain-smoking old guy from last night, Big Zhu. I had always known Big Zhu would come find me. I just didn't expect him so soon. After all, it wasn't hard for Zhu to track me down. All he had to do was give Tao Hua a call, and he'd get everything he needed. I followed him inside. He opened the window, then handed me a cigarette. We sat there, both smoking in silence. It was quiet for quite a while. Then Zhu coughed a couple of times. Finally, he spoke up. "You know how to open business?" "A bit." Opening business was underworld slang from up north. It meant knowing how to cheat at gambling, knowing the tricks of the trade. "Thanks. Don't mention it. Why are you helping me?" "Just business. Making money." "How do we split it?" "We go by the number of people. 2 people, half each. If more, we'll talk again. I've got rigged games going on. Can I bring you in?" "No problem, as long as you can keep control." Our conversation was straight to the point, no extra words. Everything was clear. He got me, and I got him. That's exactly why I like dealing with guys like him. It was easy, no headaches. Deal. "What about this thing, do you want it, or should I keep it?" I pulled. He kept pushing. From the moment he found out I was the one who took the card shooter, Zhuge had already pieced everything together. "It's not some fancy trick," I replied coolly. "It wouldn't hold up in a real game. Not worth mentioning. My cheating skills. That's my bread and butter. That kind of knowledge isn't something I'd ever share with just anyone." Zhuge understood that, so he didn't ask further. "Alright, wait for my call. If there's a good game, I'll find you." I gave a light nod. The whole day passed. As I waited. Because of the game tonight. This was the most important game I'd ever played since I entered the business. Not because of how big the stakes were, but because it involved one person, my cousin Li Dabiao, the bastard who treated me like a stray dog. It was almost time to clock out. Just then, my phone rang. It was from Chen Xiaoxue. I answered, but didn't say anything. Her voice came through the line. "Chu Lu, did you miss me?" I found her teasing annoying. I replied coldly. "Cut the crap. Get to the point. Come on, why is it so hard for you to just say you missed me?" "I'm calling to tell you that I took care of what you asked. Li Dabiao agreed to let me in tonight. We're playing big. I'll put up 20,000, I'll put up 100,000, and we'll go all in against old Hay." "Where is he now?" "He went out to buy cigarettes." "Chu Lu, you never even ask if we slept together or not. Don't you care even a little?" I snorted silently in my head. Did it have anything to do with me whether they slept together or not? I stayed silent, and Chen Xiaoxue sighed. "Ugh, looks like you really don't care about me at all." Anyway, we didn't sleep. He let me win some money today, and I gave it all back to him. What a fool, he actually believed I'd do that. Ha, ridiculous. Got it. Alright, I'm hanging up. Delete the call log. With that, I ended the call. It was time to clock out. I decided to grab something to eat first, then wait quietly for the game tonight. Tonight, I would make sure Li Dabiao took his very first step into the abyss. As I walked out of the bathhouse, I saw 4 or 5 men standing at the entrance, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, smoking cigarettes, clearly waiting for someone. The man in the middle, the one with a cigarette dangling from his lips, I knew very well. It was Centipede. The last time he tied me up. Back in Xian Laba's office, the time I poured a pot of tea over him. I never saw him again after that. When I stepped outside, Centipede gave me a sullen sidelong glance and said coldly, "Old Xian's looking for you." Centipede's grudge against me hadn't lessened a bit. I knew old Xian would come for me sooner or later. And the woman who could rig games at his side, He Huan, had tried to talk to me once. She wanted us to team up and swindle old Xian. I didn't agree. Lead the way. I didn't waste words, I just said it flatly. I couldn't stand old Xian. But I also knew one thing. With my strength, I had no right to refuse him. That said, if he thought he could lead me around by the nose and control me, he was wrong. A black BMW was parked by the curb. I followed Centipede over. He opened the rear door. Old Xian was playing with a rosewood beaded bracelet, squinting as he leaned back in the seat. As soon as the door opened, he opened his eyes, and when he saw me, he waved warmly. "Come on, brother, get in." Anyone who didn't know the backstory would see old Xian's enthusiasm and assume we were close. The truth was, at best we simply weren't enemies, and that was probably the best state for us. Old Xian and I sat in the back. He Huan, in the front passenger seat, had her head down on her phone. When she saw me get in, she glanced back and gave me a nod, a brief greeting. "Brother, how've you been lately?" Old Xian put on a concerned look. My face was the same as always, I answered coolly. "Same as usual." "Good, good." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly looked at me and asked, "I heard you played a dice game with Nine-Finger Tian not long ago?" I wasn't surprised old Xian knew about it. After all, the last time I was tied up, it was because he learned from the crooked dealer I'd exposed. There had to be people of his inside Zhou Xiaoxian's operation. To be exact, it was probably men working for old Xian pulling the strings. I nodded. "Yeah, we give up." Xian Laoba burst into laughter. "Ha, losing is only normal. Look across all of Harbei, who dares to say their dice can beat Elder Tian?" "Elder Tian?" Xian called him Elder Tian with a surprisingly polite tone. I didn't say anything. I knew he hadn't gotten to the real point yet. I wasn't in a hurry. I'd wait. Sure enough, right after Chen Laoba finished speaking, He patted my shoulder and continued. I've told you before Xian Laoba, and you, Xu Lu, are brothers. The reason I came to see you today is, I need my brother to do me a little favor.
Brothers?
Humph. Since when did the word brother become so damn cheap? Go ahead, speak.
A month ago, I set up a game with some big shots from Fengtian.
It starts in 3 days.
I want you and He Huan to handle it together. Give those Fengtian bastards a real beating. As he spoke, Chen handed me a cigarette.
He lit one for himself too, took a drag, and continued.
Don't worry, I play fair. If we win, the prize is 50,000 each. You and He Huan both get 50,000.
50,000? For some reason, I suddenly felt like laughing. Of course, a mocking kind of laugh. These Fengtian big shots. 50,000 as a prize?
And Xian actually had the nerve to bring it up.
This kind of gig, I'd rather spend the night with Tao Hua instead. Xian Laoba really is tight with his money.
No wonder He Huan wants to team up with me to screw him over.
Could I really say no?
I looked at Xian Laoba and asked quietly. Xian chuckled softly, then slowly shook his head.
I already said we're brothers. How could you not help your brother out?
His smile hit a blade.
It was a quiet threat. But other than saying yes, I didn't seem to have much choice. I didn't seem to have any other way out.
At that moment, I looked toward the rearview mirror in front of me.
He Huan was looking at me through the mirror. After dinner, I stayed at home, quietly waiting for Lao Hei's call. According to our original plan, tonight, I wouldn't make the first move.
Old Hei was the first to go up and mess with him.
I'd head over when the time was right. Around 8 o'clock, my phone rang.
On the other end came Old Hei's loud, bold voice.
Finish washing the car yet? If you're done, bring the keys over to the mahjong parlor on Old Street. I grunted in acknowledgement and hung up.
I got dressed, went downstairs, and took a cab straight to the parlor.
Inside, the parlor was as always thick with smoke. Outside, there was that little restaurant by the entrance.
A fat chef stood there in an apron, holding a cleaver and chopping away at a rack of ribs. When he saw me walk in, he casually wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then, still holding the cleaver, he grinned and pointed upstairs.
Looking for Xiao Hei? Yes, in the last room on the 4th floor. I thanked him and turned to head upstairs.
As I did, I caught the chef muttering behind me.
That little Hei don't know who he hooked up with, but he has suddenly got money.
Got rich, now he dares to play in the private room.
I knew what he meant today was that poker game.
Old Hei and Li Dabiao were playing a private round of Do Di Zhu.
To avoid interruptions, they had specially moved to a private room where the house took a bigger cut. By the time I reached the 4th floor, just as I walked in, I saw Old Hei standing by the table. His hands were pressed on the edge. His eyes locked on the pile of money in front of him.
The way he looked like a gambler hooked and desperate.
Li Dabiao sat across from Old Hei. Beside him was Qin Xiaoxue, all dressed up like a peacock. She had her arm wrapped tightly around Li Dabiao's.
Her face twisted into a flirty smile as she watched him look at his cards.
The two of them looked more like a couple than just playing partners. Judging by the look of things, Li had won again. There was a huge stack of cash on the table. Around 13 or 14,000, maybe more.
On the other side of the table sat the parloress collector,
yawning lazily, waiting to take the house cut.
When I walked in, Old Hei glanced back at me, faking irritation.
You wash cars now? Took you long enough? How much time did you waste? I handed the car keys over to him. Although the car was under pawn, we had 2 sets of keys. I still kept one on me.
I pulled out $50,000 from a brown paper bag as well.
This is from Sister Hua. She didn't say much about the money, just told me to give it to you. You'd understand once you saw it. The 50,000 I had received from Sister Hua yesterday, I took that out too. The moment Li Dabiao saw that stack of cash,
A flash of greed flickered in his eyes.
In his mind,
that money was already his. He took the cash without hesitation. Old Hay, muttering curses under his breath, said,
"Damn it, I just lost 30 or 40,000 in a flash. Shulu, come on, take my place for a couple of rounds. I don't really play much."
"Perfect, since you don't play, your luck might actually be good."
"Don't panic, once you get the hang of it, you'll be fine. Even if you lose, I won't blame you."
"What are you afraid of?"
Old Hay and I were putting on a show. Li Dabiao grinned at me nastily and said, "Shulu, I could beat you up when we were kids, and I still can now. You got the guts to play or not?" The cards on the table had already been rigged by Li Dabiao. To him, whether I or Old Hay took the seat, the result would be the same. I had been waiting exactly for that provocation. Truth be told, even if he hadn't said anything, I would have stepped in anyway. The stakes today were brutal. A minimum ante of 3,000. And the starting buy-in was 1,000. Let me quickly explain the rules. Before the cards were dealt, everyone had to put down 3,000 as the base bet. Then each player got 2 cards face up. If you thought your 2 cards weren't strong enough, say you had a 2 and a 4, you'd basically be waiting for a 3 to come out in the middle just to have a shot at winning. In that case, you could toss in 1,000. Of course, you could also go all in if you wanted. But usually, only a con artist or a complete idiot would play that way. Both of us put down the 3,000 ante. I sat in the dealer position, shuffling the cards. I shuffled on purpose, very slowly. I looked clumsy and awkward, like someone who rarely played poker. I messed up a shuffle by accident, and actually bent the corner of one card. The cards bent. I faked embarrassment, looking straight at Li Dabiao. "You damn useless piece of trash, what the hell can you even do? Get the hell out if you don't know how to shuffle." Li Dabiao immediately flew into a rage. He grabbed the cigarette butt off the table and hurled it at me. I understood he had good reason to be angry. The thing was, he had already marked most of the cards in that deck. And these weren't pre-marked cards either. After all, the cards were standard issue from the Mahjong parlor. He had to mark them on the fly while we played. It took serious effort to mark up an entire deck. As soon as I saw Dabiao go off like that, Blackie was about to jump in and protest. But I shot him a quick glance, signaling him to stay put. Getting yelled at was no big deal, because soon, I'd show him what real despair felt like. Blackie caught my meaning and put on a careless front. "Calm down, Dabiao. Just switch decks, right?" As he spoke, the guy handling the rake tossed a sealed new deck onto the table and casually pocketed the $100 chip fee. Though furious, Dabiao couldn't do a thing about it. Grudgingly, he shuffled again and dealt a fresh hand. The game resumed. At first glance, Dabiao seemed to be catching a lucky break. Before long, he raked in another 10,000. Of course, that was all part of my plan. He won because I let him. To be a top-notch hustler, you need more than slick hands. You've got to get inside your opponent's head. Letting Dabiao win the past couple days was all about giving him a taste of success. Today's plan was simple: let him win first, then bleed him dry. The psychological effects of winning then losing are completely different than losing then winning. If a gambler loses first, then breaks even and pockets a small profit, he might just walk away satisfied. But when you win first then lose, that's a whole other story. The gambler becomes convinced he can win it all back, and he starts treating those early winnings like they're already his. That's when he gets tilted, starts chasing the loss harder than ever. Before you know it, the pot had swelled past 20,000. When it got to my turn, I was dealt 2 face-up cards. One an ace, the other a queen. This hand was the second best in a game of Shalongman. If the next card was anything from a 2 to a jack, I'd win.
The odds were definitely in my favor. Still, I glanced back at Old Hay and pretended to ask cautiously. How much should we bet here?
Do you even need to ask? Go all in. Come on, maybe not all. What if we try half?
I pretended to look nervous and hesitant. Old Hay frowned slightly.
All in, no question. Trust me. He gave me a nod.
The pot had already reached 22,000. I pulled every last penny of it out and slammed it onto the table. Then, I turned over my card. That tension, you could feel it. Big Biao was completely on edge. His eyes were locked on me. His mouth was opening and closing like a fish, mumbling nervously to himself. The card was in my hand. I rolled it slowly between my fingers. Old Hay was watching too, eyes wide, standing behind me, visibly tense. The whole room fell eerily silent. Even the guy collecting the rake was suddenly wide awake. Mouth hanging open, feet still kicked up. Trying to sneak a peek at my card early. FCK. Old Hay suddenly shouted. Everyone had been completely focused. And his outburst startled the whole room. Slowly, I revealed my card. It was a king of spades. I lost that round. Big Biao laughed heartily. With a loud plop, he planted a kiss right on Chen Xiaoshui's cheek. Then he pointed at me and shouted. Chu Lu. I messed with you when we were kids, and I'm messing with you again today. In this life, I, Li De Biao, am your natural nemesis. My turn, deal me in. His words sent a cold shiver down my spine. My nemesis? We'll see who's who today. Now it was Big Biao's turn. He showed his two face-up cards. As soon as they flipped over, Chen Xiaoshui immediately cheered, yes. Big Biao turned around and high-fived her hard. Both of them were beaming with excitement. Two cards, one was an ace, the other a king. In Shalongmen, that was the best possible hand. As long as the next card was between 2 and queen, they would win. Bottoms up. Li Da Biao roared toward the poker table. He laid down a bet of 44,000 and slammed it onto the table. I was just about to deal the cards. My hand had barely touched the deck, not even starting to move yet. Just then, Li Da Biao suddenly shouted. Wait a second. I looked up, staring at him in confusion. I think you've got dirty hands. Leave the cards there, I'll draw myself. With just that sentence, Lo Hay and Chen Xiaoshui immediately tensed up. They both knew very well. If I dealt the cards, Li Da Biao was definitely going to lose. Because no matter how I dealt two cards, face-down bottom cards, or picking from the middle, I could always make sure an ace or king ended up in his hand. But now he insisted on drawing his own card. That completely changed the game. Still, Li Da Biao's request was reasonable. No one could really argue. I had no choice but to put the deck back on the table. 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0 JQ, come on and hit me. Li Da Biao muttered nonstop under his breath. He reached out and grabbed a card, slowly bringing it up to his eyes. Using the card already on the table, he scooped the newly drawn card into his hand. Then he started shaking his card slightly, revealing just a tiny bit. The moment he peeked, his face changed completely. Chen Xiaoshui shouted beside him. Come on, come on, come on. Faking a look of anxiety, she yelled loudly. Fing hell. Li Da Biao slapped the cards onto the table with a loud bang. It was unclear exactly who he was cursing. But he was so furious his eyes were practically popping out. And the cards he threw down turned out to be a king. In the slang of this game, that was a center post. Not only did he lose, he had to pay double the chips. Unwilling to accept it, Li Da Biao threw another 44,000 onto the table. The money on the table had already piled up to 132,000. Today, Li Da Biao had brought money with him, plus what he had won from previous games and just now, plus another 20,000 from Chen Xiaoshui.
a total of 170,000.
In this round alone, he had already bet over 90,000.
There were still about 80,000 left on the table. As for my side,
Lao He had put up a 15,000 loan against his car, plus the 50,000 I had given him today.
200,000 total. Minus what we lost and the money I used to set up Qin Xiaoxue. I've got just over 120,000 left. Which means, no matter what cards we get next, both of us, me and Li Dabiao, are tapped out. Of course, that's exactly what I wanted. Reshuffle the deck. Li Dabiao growled.
The rule at Shilongmen was, if the deck had passed halfway, you could reshuffle. It was meant to prevent anyone from memorizing what cards had already come out, and then calculating probabilities of what was left.
But I knew that wasn't why Li Dabiao wanted a reshuffle.
It was because he'd already marked over a dozen cards in this deck.
Not many, but better than nothing. Except Li Dabiao didn't know I knew that. This round, I was the dealer.
And as long as I shuffled, those marked cards he'd planted would never come into play. I didn't even need to remove his marks. I could just place them behind the second half of the deck or flip them face up as open cards. Either way, his marks were useless. This hand, I dealt myself 2 cards straight off the top. I bet 3,000, but didn't have the dealing rights.
Now it was Li Dabiao's turn.
He stared at my cards, eyes locked, not blinking,
trying to spot which ones were the marked ones he'd planted. I dealt Li Dabiao 2 cards. When they flipped over, they were a 2 and a king.
Another strong hand, with high winning odds.
Li Dabiao took a hard drag of his cigarette, slammed the table, and shouted, "All in."
Then he gestured for me to deal the 3rd card.
Hold on.
Before I could deal, Old Hay suddenly cut in.
He pointed at the money pile in front of Li Dabiao and said,
"There's over 100,000 on the table, you've only got about 80 or 90,000.
That's not enough.
If you want to go all in, you've got to put real cash down.
Talking doesn't count."
Li Dabiao did have a habit of bluffing with his mouth. When Old Hay called him out like that, he looked a little embarrassed. Still, he pulled out what cash he had and said,
"I've got exactly 86,000. That's how much I'm going all in with." And yeah, this hand was worth every penny.
But Old Hay immediately shook his head and said,
"No way. If you hit the post, what are you gonna use to pay?"
What Old Hay said made sense.
Plus, Li Dabiao really didn't have any money on him right now.
He thought for a moment, then looked up at Old Hay and said directly, "Bro, we might not have known each other long, but can't you tell I'm not the kind of guy who is short on cash? 10, 20,000, it's nothing to me.
If I hit the post, I'll just make a call right then and have someone bring the money over. How's that?"
This was a classic gambler-esque line, one you'd hear all the time in gambling dens.
As long as it worked, who cares if the money ever actually showed up? He didn't even care whether anyone would really come through with the cash.
His only goal was to scare the other guy into backing down. If he could keep the game going, that was all that mattered. Besides, the cards Li Dabiao had this time were actually pretty good. Old Hay pretended to think it over for a bit before finally saying,
"All right, then deal the cards." I gave Li Dabiao a whole card. Technically, this hand could been played face up.
But most gamblers loved the rush of peeking at their own cards, the thrill of keeping it secret. That's why most preferred whole cards. Maybe it was also because the lingering fear from the last round still haunted them. The moment the card was dealt, Li Dabiao turned to Qin Xiaoxue beside him and said,
"Come on, watch this one for me."
Qin Xiaoxue leaned forward over the table.
Her chest pressed tightly against the felt.
Their heads were just inches apart. Everyone at the table leaned in, eyes wide, watching as Qin Xiaoxue slowly peeked at the card. You could tell Li Dabiao was wound up tight. While she checked the card, he was holding his breath. The card was slowly revealed. The moment she saw the value, Li Dabiao shut his eyes tight. Then,
he slammed his fist hard onto the table. Chen Xiaoxue wore a... Slowly, she flipped the card face up. It was the ace of spades. Not a post, but they still lost. Damn it! What the hell kind of cards are these? Li Dabiao slumped back in his chair, furious. His face was pale as he lit up a cigarette and inhaled hard. Dabiao, you got any cash on you? Lao He asked like that. Li Dabiao didn't say a word. Lao He immediately frowned, wearing a look of dissatisfaction, and said, Simon, I already told you we're playing for big stakes. How come you only brought this little? How are we supposed to play like this? Li Dabiao looked a bit embarrassed. Still, he stayed silent. After saying that, Lao He grabbed 20,000 from the pile of cash. He tossed it right in front of Li Dabiao and said, Fine, let us just call it a day then. Consider this 20,000 your lucky money. Bring more tomorrow, and we'll keep going. Lao He made a show like he was about to pack up and leave. No way. Li Dabiao shot back, sharp and final. He stared at Lao He, slightly annoyed, and said, Hey Gu, I admit I lost. But the money on this table? Ain't yours yet. The chips on the poker table had already piled up to over 230,000. What Li Dabiao said made sense. The money on the table wasn't Lao He's. Not yet, at least. None of us had officially won it. So what now? You're out? You expect me to just sit here waiting while you go make some cash? Li Dabiao kept his head down, quiet. He took several long drags from his cigarette. After a long pause, he turned around and asked Chen Xiaoxue, What about you? You still got any money left? Chen Xiaoxue spread her hands out helplessly. Me? Are you kidding? I told you not to bet this big when we came in, but did you listen? Now look at us, no cash left to play with. Li Dabiao frowned, saying nothing. He just sat there flipping through his phone. I could tell he was thinking who he could call to borrow some money from. After a while, he put the phone back down. Right then, Li Dabiao was anxious, was frustrated. But he was also out of options. I lit up a cigarette. The lighter clicked. Li Dabiao immediately snapped his head toward me, eyes blazing with anger, and shouted, F-I-N-G hell. It's all your damn fault I lost so much money. That's what Li Dabiao said. An outsider might think he was mad at me for shooting down his idea. But the truth is, he was cursing me for messing up his locked-in hand. I could tell he wanted to skin me alive right now. But I didn't care at all. I smirked inwardly. Let him curse all he wants. The louder he yells, the faster he'll die. Big He, listening to him ranting, looked visibly uncomfortable. I stayed calm because of that. Big He wouldn't start a fight over this. Are you gonna play again tomorrow, or have someone bring the money here? Decide already, don't just stand there like an idiot. Big He urged beside me. I originally thought Li Dabiao would call that girl who came with him yesterday. But he didn't make a single call the whole time. He hesitated for quite a while. Li Dabiao looked like he'd finally made up his mind. He turned around and stared at the rake-taker in the room, shouting, Go! Bring over those moneylenders. Here, when we say moneylenders, we're talking about those loan sharks, the big ear guys. Different places have different names for them, but they all mean the same thing. Actually, I had already seen this coming. Li Dabiao would end up borrowing from the sharks. And this was exactly the next step in my plan. Even if he didn't go looking for the loan himself, Chen Xiaoxue would eventually persuade him to. Either way, this was a step he couldn't avoid taking. Once he touches high-interest loans, does he really think he can pay it all back? Not a chance. And once he gets stuck with the loan sharks, he can forget about having a peaceful life ever again. Not long after, 2 loan sharks walked in. As soon as they came through the door, they smiled and asked, Which boss needs cash today? Me. How much? 10,000. Got it. One of the sharks gave a quick response and started counting the money. Seeing the cash, Li Dabiao looked like he had just spotted a lifeline. He reached out, eager to grab the money. But the lender pulled his hand back slightly, took half a step backward, and asked, "Boss, we gotta get a few things straight first. Do you even know how we do business? What rules? 9 out, 13 back, 7 days total. If you're late, it doubles." That harsh? Li Dabiao was so shocked he couldn't speak. What they called 9 out, 13 back. It was loan shark slang. For example, you borrow 10,000, but they only give you 9. When it's time to pay back, you've got to return 13. And if you're late, the amount doubles, both principal and interest. The loan shark chuckled, not the least bit concerned. You think that's dark? Boss, if you win just once, you get everything back. We're not even that ruthless. Some places charge compound interest, rolling the debt like a donkey rolling in dirt. That's real darkness. Before the year 2000, northern loan sharks basically all worked like that. Later, most switched to charging 5% daily interest. 10,000 yuan borrowed meant 500 per day. And it was calculated daily. They still took the upfront cut, too. Not much different from 9 out, 13 back. It just felt slightly less obvious. Now, a word of warning here. Don't touch gambling. Don't mess with high-interest loans. These things devour people without leaving a single bone. No mercy. Take today, for example. In Macau, even the so-called legitimate casinos are crawling with loan sharks like big-eared coo. Even if you're meeting for the first time and don't know each other, as soon as you show cash, they'll be willing to lend you money. And if you don't even pull out cash, they'll still come up and ask if you want to borrow. Of course, how much you can borrow isn't random. They set a credit limit based on your background. As for how they know all that, don't overthink it. The reason is simple. Your data was leaked. The moment you walk through the door, they already know everything about you. Your family background, your social network. They got it all figured out. Think you can escape it by going back to mainland China? Don't be naive. You won't be getting away. Don't ever doubt this. All of this comes from bitter, bloody experience. Li Dabiao wasn't a fool. He understood the darkness of high-interest loans. But back then, he was already too deep in the game. He stopped hesitating and said directly, "Bring it over. I'll pay you back tomorrow." "Sure thing, boss. Wishing you good fortune." The loan shark said something and slapped down 90,000 onto the table. Blackie's face darkened. He shot the loan shark a glare. A sarcastic remark, "Hope he hits the jackpot." "So what do we do now?" Chen Xiuxue, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly leaned in close to Li Dabiao and whispered, "Dabiao, I only put in 20,000. This debt has nothing to do with me." Li Dabiao was annoyed, but he kept his mouth shut. "It's your turn, hurry up and deal, no stalling." Li Dabiao, now with cash in hand, sounded more confident with every word. "I dealt myself 2 whole cards. One was a 3, the other a 10. Under normal circumstances. In a game of Texas Hold'em, this hand was worth about a quarter of the pot." Before I could even open my mouth, Blackie suddenly shouted out, "How much do you guys have left? Put it all in." We only had about 12 grand total in front of us, maybe a little over. If we shoved all 12 grand in, and if we hit bad beats, we wouldn't be able to afford the loss. Li Dabiao saw that clearly and quickly said, "Your money is not even enough. If you hit a bad beat, how the hell are you gonna pay?" Blackie sneered coldly. With a loud slap, he slammed his car keys onto the table. "If we hit a bad beat, I'll just give you the car, alright?" The loan shark understood immediately. Truth was, Blackie's car had already been pawned to them. But he couldn't exactly say that out loud. Li Dabiao's eyes darted around, thinking fast. Suddenly, he spoke up again. Brother, hey, you come play. Don't let this punk stay at the table, I just can't stand the sight of him. Blackie hesitated for a moment. He was afraid that if he stepped in, he'd just end up losing more money to Li Dabiao. I gave a slight nod and gave up my seat. Truth was, I had already stacked the deck for this hand. No matter who came in, Li Dabiao was going down. Dead. With a 3 and a 10 in hand. Blackie would have to draw a card between 4 and 9 to make a winning straight. This time, he didn't draw the wrong card. He flipped one over and slammed it on the table. The 5 of hearts. Blackie burst out laughing. Hell yeah! Just won 12 grand in one hand, damn, that feels good. With that, he raked in the 48,000 from the table and pulled it all toward him. It was Li Dabiao's turn now. Lao He was dealing the cards. The 2 cards in his hand were a 4 and a J. In reality, this hand wasn't much different from Lao He's previous one. Only 6 cards could win the pot from 5 to 10. Li Dabiao had only 90,000 left. The pot on the table stood at over 111,000. Right now, this hand was only worth about 30 or 40,000 at best. But Li Dabiao was tilted. He had been provoked by Lao He's previous hand. If the only winning cards were those 6, why could Lao He hit it? But he couldn't get lucky just once? 90,000. He shoved all his chips into the pot. This time, Lao He didn't even bother thinking about whether to raise. His eyes were locked straight on Li Dabiao. Li Dabiao didn't seem nervous at all. As soon as the card was dealt to him, he mimicked Lao He's style, slamming the card hard onto the table. Ah! Chen Xiaoxue couldn't help but gasp. A 3 of diamonds. Li Dabiao froze. He slumped back in his chair. His eyes vacant, like a wooden statue. Everything in front of him felt unreal. You're broke again, can you even keep playing this round? Lao He poured salt into the wound, deliberately provoking Li Dabiao. Li Dabiao ignored him completely. His eyes remained glued to that 3 of diamonds. Why don't we just call it quits? I'll give you another 20,000 as a consolation prize. Go home, get some sleep with a girl, and come back tomorrow. The words sounded almost kind. Like he was advising Li Dabiao to back down. But Li Dabiao's eyes were bloodshot, his mind clouded with tilt. And with over 200,000 already on the table, there was no way he was giving up now. He turned his gaze toward the 2 loan sharks. Guys, lend me another 100,000. I'll pay you back tomorrow. The 2 men exchanged glances. One of them smirked and said, Boss, it's not that we don't believe in you, it's just that you haven't been coming here long enough. You've only played with us 5 or 6 times. According to the rules, giving you 100,000 is already over our limit. We can't go higher. Sorry, boss. Seeing that Gao Li refused to lend him money, Li Dabiao immediately stood up. He walked over to the 2 men and started begging desperately. Brothers, I swear I'll pay you back first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not broke, I just can't access my money right now. Please, just one last time, can you lend me 100,000? What dignity does a gambler have left? No one ever believes a gambler's words. Gao Li had seen this kind of thing countless times before. He shook his head and refused again. Boss, don't waste your breath. If you keep talking, we'll only end up hurting each other's feelings. That one sentence cut off all of Li Dabiao's escape routes. He stood beside the mahjong table, dazed and lost. But deep down, he couldn't accept it. After all, there was still more than 200,000 left on the table. As long as he had money in hand, he still had a chance to win it all back. But now, he couldn't think of any way to get more cash. Li Dabiao was deep in thought, struggling to come up with a plan. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Chen Xiaoxue. He quietly begged her. Xiaoxue, Can you help me borrow just a little from your friend? Doesn't have to be much, 50,000 would do. I'll pay her back 60 tomorrow morning. You can trust me, right? Chen Xiaoxue shook her head. She put on an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, Da Biao. I'm from out of town, and honestly, I don't have many friends here. Li Da Biao froze again. Xiaoxue suddenly fixed her gaze on him and whispered, Da Biao, didn't you say that thing of yours is worth a lot? What thing? Li Da Biao looked confused. Xiaoxue nodded toward his wrist. The watch. Li Da Biao was wearing a Rolex Submariner with the green bezel, the green sub. Smack. Li Da Biao slapped his own forehead. How could I forget about this? He took off the watch and handed it to one of Gao Li's men, saying, Hey man, I paid over 70,000 for this Rolex green sub. It's 100% authentic. How about I leave it here as collateral and you give me 50,000? The man took the watch. Both of them examined it carefully. Then one of them finally spoke to Li Da Biao. Boss, we're loan sharks, not a pawnshop. Technically we shouldn't take this watch, but you seem like a good, generous guy, so here's the deal, 25,000 now, and when you pick it up interest will be charged at the usual usurious rate, 9 for 13. Only 25,000? Li Da Biao's eyes went wide, he was stunned. Man, this is the real thing, bought just over a month ago. Nobody would only give me 25,000 to pawn it. Then go pawn it somewhere else. The loan shark set the watch down in the center of the table. Li Da Biao's face drained of color with anger. He turned to He and asked, Hey, if I pawn this with you, can you lend me 50,000? He just shook his head. I don't know watches, and I'm not into that stuff. Li Da Biao fell into despair. He hurriedly added, Alright, I got an idea. He looked over at the loan shark and said, Do me a favor, give him 30,000 for that watch, okay? At that, Li Da Biao looked up instantly, eyes full of hope. The loan shark picked the watch up again, gave it a look, and said, Fine. He's word counts, I'll give you that favor. 30,000 it is. But listen, boss, I gotta make this clear, if it's not redeemed in 3 days, I'll do whatever I need to do with it. Li Da Biao nodded over and over. He couldn't absorb any of it as long as someone handed him the money, he didn't care about anything else. This time, Li Da Biao played a bit more cautiously. After all, he only had 30,000 left in hand. Of course, I didn't want to drain him completely. That last 30,000 was the lifeline I left him. As long as that lifeline stayed, Li Da Biao would find a way to keep gambling with He. As long as there was a game to play, he'd sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire until he couldn't pull himself out. After playing for a while longer, Li Da Biao won back another 10,000 or so. He now had over 40,000 in cash. He, meanwhile, had already won more than 200,000. The two of them had already made a plan beforehand. No matter who won, they had agreed to wrap things up at midnight and go out for a drink. Now it was already past 11. The game was clearly about to end. Just one last hand left. Old He started dealing the cards. Li Da Biao grabbed his hand all at once. He pretended to look at his cards slowly and casually. But in reality, he was slipping Han-marked materials onto the cards. He still wasn't ready to give up on that final sliver of hope. After finishing the Han, Li was just about to reveal his cards. Suddenly, a loud thud rang out. Li Da Biao, along with his chair, crashed to the floor. And the one who had kicked him over was none other than the guy who had been raking in the pot the entire time. What the hell did you do that for? Li Da Biao, still on the ground, struggled to get up and pointed furiously at the pot raker, yelling, What for? I've been watching you for days. You dare to cheat right here? Just as he finished speaking, the room door was suddenly shoved open with a bang. Several tough-looking enforcers burst in, surrounding a man who looked like the boss. It was obvious. They had come prepared. I couldn't help but furrow my brows. My original plan. had just been completely ruined by this unexpected kick.
Originally, I had planned for Li Dabiao to keep borrowing money and keep playing.
Until he couldn't afford another bet. But I never expected
that the pot raker himself was actually the hidden enforcer from the mahjong parlor.
When did I cheat? What proof do you have to accuse me of cheating?
Li Dabiao stood his ground, his face flushed red, shouting in protest. The enforcer said nothing. Old Hay quickly stepped in to mediate.
Don't get physical, don't rush.
He couldn't have cheated if he was cheating. How would I have won so much? On the surface, Old Hay sounded like he was trying to calm things down.
But there was something off about his tone.
In truth, it was more like mockery. This Old Hay really was ruthless. Not only brutal with his hands, but even more so with his words. The enforcer remained silent. He reached onto the table and pulled out, one by one, the cards that Li had tampered with.
You thought I wouldn't notice just because you stuck the marking material on the edges?
This 7 of diamonds, this 9 of hearts, this Jack of hearts.
The lights dimmed and Dark Lamp ordered all the welds on Li Dabiao to be cut open. You're saying what? I really don't know anything.
Li Dabiao was making his final attempt to resist.
Oomph, got some guts, huh? Come on, don't mess up other people's poker game here. We'll settle this in the office.
The venue supervisor said as he gestured, glancing toward Lao He and me.
Lao He, you two come along too.
Sure thing, Brother Zhao. The man in charge was surnamed Zhao. Lao He had known him for quite some time. As for getting caught cheating, Lao He didn't take it too seriously. He knew well that with my skills,
someone like Dark Lamp wouldn't possibly find any evidence. We quickly gathered up all the money.
The group of us went straight to the office on the floor below. Passing by the kitchen, smoke was still there. That head chef who had just been hacking pork ribs when we arrived. Now he was wearing an apron, stir-frying dishes.
As soon as we entered the office, Brother Zhao walked straight up to Li Dabiao.
He looked him dead in the eyes and asked, "Bro, we ain't trying to mess with you.
Just one question, fess up or not?"
Li Dabiao had already turned pale with fear.
But deep down, he knew what kind of consequences would follow if he admitted it.
So he gritted his teeth and replied, "Big bro, I swear I didn't cheat. I have no idea how the cards ended up like that." Brother Zhao suddenly burst into laughter. "I swear, I..." Before Li Dabiao could finish, he was cut off.
Zhao's face darkened in an instant.
Suddenly, he lifted his foot and
kicked Li Dabiao hard in the stomach.
Just one kick.
Li Dabiao's feet left the ground immediately.
Then he crashed heavily onto the floor, curling into a ball, writhing in pain.
I hated Li Dabiao.
But watching this scene unfold, I didn't feel even a hint of vengeance in my heart. Compared to my original plan, this kind of physical torment was nothing.
What a shame.
I didn't know if I'd ever get another chance like this again.
Zhao squatted down. He patted Li Dabiao's now bloodless face.
We play by the rules here.
Without proof, nobody touches you.
Then he stretched out his hand. The dimly lit figure from just moments ago moved again.
To everyone's surprise, he handed Zhao a small DV camera.
So that's how it was. They had actually recorded everything from the start.
You seemed off the first time you came here. The second time, we had our eyes on you. You actually thought you were slick enough to get away with it? Want me to play the tape for you right now?
Zhao's eyes burned with cold brutality. Li Dabiao, lying on the floor, groaned in pain and shook his head weakly.
He knew it was over. No amount of begging would save him now.
Brother, I messed up, I admit it.
Do whatever you want to punish me,
but please, don't cut off my hands.
Please, I'm begging you.
The words had barely left his mouth when suddenly
a loud wah burst out. Li Dabiao burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Back then, when he beat me, he mocked me for never crying no matter how much it hurt.
But now, after just 2 kicks, he was bawling like a big, grown man weighing over 200 pounds.
I almost laughed out loud.
But the laugh wasn't out of revenge. It was pure contempt for Li Dabiao.
Get up! Zhao snapped coldly.
Li Dabiao, clutching his stomach, gritted his teeth through the pain and slowly got to his feet. Zhao turned to the 2 loan sharks and asked,
"Let us settle his debt first. We can deal with the rest after. How much did he borrow from you?"
13,000 cash, plus a watch used as collateral worth 30,000. Then Zhao turned his gaze to Lao He and asked,
"Is he in debt to you too?" Lao He had been watching with growing excitement, clearly enjoying the show. He immediately shook his head and quickly replied, "No debt, but someone cheated in your place. Don't you owe me some kind of compensation?" Zhao shot Lao He a fierce glare.
Then he ignored him completely.
Next, Zhao yanked out a cleaver from a drawer. With a loud bang,
the blade slammed down hard onto the worn wooden desk.
"All right, time to settle up. Pay clean and I'll only cut off 2 fingers as a warning. Pay badly, and I'll chop off both your hands and feet today."
Zhao's gaze was colder than the blade itself.
Of course, everyone knew he wasn't joking.
Li Dabiao was trembling all over, like a sieve shaking with fear. With trembling hands, he unsteadily pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his fingers shaking badly. It was already close to midnight.
The phone rang for a long time before someone finally picked up. Zhao Ge told him to turn on speakerphone, and he obeyed. "Lingling, I'm in trouble." "What happened?" A female voice came through the line, groggy and half awake.
From her tone, it seemed like she had just woken up.
"I'm at the Old Street Mahjong parlor. I got caught cheating, and they want money. Come save me quick. They even said they're going to chop off my hands and feet."
Li Dabiao burst into uncontrollable sobs, barely able to get the words out. His voice kept breaking, sentences cut off midway.
"No way. Dabiao, don't panic. Wait for me, don't let them hit you. I'm coming right away to save you," Lingling said in shock. "I hadn't realized it until now. Plain-looking Li Dabiao actually had the talent to live off a woman." Back in the office,
we sat around smoking cigarettes out of boredom, waiting quietly.
But there was one question on my mind.
It was Li Dabiao himself who had been cheating.
And the evidence was right in front of us, solid and undeniable. Yet why did Zhao Ge, the man in charge, insist on keeping us here and not letting us leave? About half an hour later, someone pushed the office door open forcefully. The girl called Lingling rushed in, clearly panicked. She had finally arrived. But she wasn't alone.
Behind her were 7 or 8 burly men in suits. And standing in the middle of the group was a man in his 50s.
He was also dressed in a dark suit.
Not very tall, about 5'7", but solidly built. He held a pair of sunglasses in one hand.
The moment he walked in, his face was stone cold, looking like he could explode any second.
When Zhao Ge saw him, he froze completely. He immediately stood up and greeted him politely.
"Uncle Tong, why are you here?"
Uncle Tong's face remained dark, and he didn't respond.
Lingling hurried over to Li Dabiao.
She glanced him up and down quickly before blurting out anxiously,
"Dabiao, are you okay? Did they hurt you?"
Li Dabiao had just wiped away his tears when he heard her voice, and immediately, tears welled up again.
"Lingling, I thought I'd never see you again."
Before he could finish, the two had already wrapped their arms tightly around each other.
It happened.
And I felt a wave of nausea roll through me. Li Dabiao was such a scumbag.
Now he was faking deep emotion like this? Obviously, he was just playing the girl.
At the same time, Mr. Tong slowly approached Li Dabiao. He didn't say a word, but his eyes locked onto Dabiao with a sharp, menacing glare. The two quickly pulled apart.
Dabiao hurriedly wiped his tears. "Uncle Tong,"
he murmured, barely above a whisper.
Then smack!
A sharp slap echoed through the air.
Everyone froze. We had all assumed Mr. Ton was coming to back up Li Dabiao. But instead, the first thing he did was slap him across the face. "Dad! What are you doing? Why did you hit him?" Lingling's eyes widened in anger as she demanded an explanation. Turns out, Lingling was Mr. Tong's daughter. "Li Dabiao, I told you a long time ago I never approved of you and Lingling being together. But since Lingling insisted on you, I gave you a chance to prove yourself." "Fine," I agreed. "But look at you, addicted to gambling, and now caught cheating? With the way you've been acting, how can you even face Lingling?" Plop! Li Dabiao dropped to his knees in front of Mr. Tong. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he begged. "Uncle Tong, please, give me another chance. It was just a moment of weakness, I swear, it won't happen again." Mr. Tong stared coldly at him. Suddenly, he lifted his foot. It looked like he was about to kick him hard. But immediately, Tong Lingling rushed forward and stood in front of Li Dabiao. She stretched out her arms protectively and glared at her father with blazing eyes. "Dad, what the hell are you doing? I called you here because I hoped you could help me fix this mess. But if you're going to act like this, I'd rather handle it myself. You might as well leave if they want to cut him up. I'll stand right here with Dabiao and take whatever comes our way." As she spoke, Tong Lingling helped Li Dabiao to his feet. Then she turned her glare toward Zhao Ge, struck a righteous pose, and said, "Come on then, tell me, what's it gonna be? Chop his hands or his feet? Why don't you just cut me too while you're at it?" Tong Lingling was the type who always got her way spoiled rotten, no doubt, from being pampered at home. But Li Dabiao must ve had something going for him. To have someone like her so completely devoted. Zhao Ge didn't say a word. He simply shot a glance at Tong Shu. Tong Shu was furious, his face turning a deep shade of green with rage. But there was no way he could just leave his own daughter behind. He swallowed his anger and turned to Zhao Ge. "So? What's your plan?" Zhao Ge gave a faint smile and replied. "We were gonna do things the usual way, but since Uncle Tong is here, I guess I shouldn't make the call. Why don't we let Boss Zheng handle it himself and talk it over with Uncle Tong?" As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a subtle nod to one of the guys nearby. That man immediately stepped out to fetch the boss. Not long after, the door pushed open again. A familiar figure walked in from outside. Zhao Ge quickly stepped forward respectfully and said, "Boss Zheng, Uncle Tong is here." When I saw Boss Zheng, I couldn't help but freeze in surprise. He was a short, chubby guy, nothing special. He was wearing a white tank top with black shorts. But the tank top was smeared with grease stains. He had an apron tied around his waist. And the straps looked a little too short, digging into his round belly and leaving a deep red mark. In one hand, he was holding a kitchen knife smeared with blood. Never in a million years did I expect it to be him. Boss Zheng, the head chef in the kitchen. When I arrived earlier, he was still in the kitchen chopping chicken ribs. And yet, this unremarkable cook was actually the owner of this high-rolling, packed gambling den. Old Tong, you're a rare sight. It's been ages. I just finished chopping up a chicken, how about we have a drink later? Boss Zheng held the cleaver, grinning as he spoke. Beads of blood on the blade were slowly dripping down. Uncle Tong's face looked a little awkward. Still, he spoke up. "Let's not talk about the booze. There's something I need you to help with today. Go ahead, don't be polite at my place." This kid. Uncle Tong didn't finish the sentence. He turned and pointed at the trembling Li Dabiao beside him. "This kid was caught cheating at your place. He's friends with my daughter. I want to take him home first, and we can sort the rest out later. What's the story?" Boss Zheng turned to Brother Zhao and asked. Brother Zhao immediately ran through the whole chain of events. Boss Zheng kept that same smiling expression. But I didn't believe him for a second. There was no way he didn't know about it. From the moment he walked in holding a bloodied cleaver and muttering about chopping chickens,
he was clearly putting on a show for Uncle Tong and Li Dabiao to hear.
The sixth master had once said, "In the underworld everyone wears many faces.
But there are some people you have to watch twice as closely, those who walk around smiling all the time. No matter who they meet, there are always 3 parts of a smile on their face, and behind that smile there might be blades."
Hearing this, Boss Zhang waved his hand.
He laughed heartily and said, "Old Tong, I thought it was something serious, no need for you to come in person.
This is a small thing since you're here and asked, I should give you some face."
With that, Boss Zhang fished out a cigarette and offered it to Uncle Tong.
After they lit up, Boss Zhang drew a deep drag.
His chubby face wore an inscrutable smile. Then, switching tone, he added, "But you know how we run things here, Old Tong. We have rules. Without rules, all the scumbags from everywhere would come in and make trouble.
Do you think this little business of mine can take that?"
You had to give him that. Mr. Zhang was definitely a seasoned player. He spoke with precision, not leaving a single loophole or giving anyone any leverage. In the end, he flat out rejected Old Tong. And his reasoning was beyond rebuttal. Truth was, he hadn't even planned to show Old Tong any respect. Anyone could tell at a glance that Old Tong was a tough old fox. How could he possibly miss what Mr. Zhang really meant? His face darkened as he stared at Zhang and asked, "So what are you saying here, Zhang? What exactly do you mean?" Mr. Zhang just smiled again, letting out a soft hee-hee. "What other meaning could there be? I'm just trying to help you handle this. How about this, Tong, out of respect for you, I want to take the kid's hands and feet. Just give me 500,000, and you can take the boy and go."
500,000?
I was taken aback. Forget about Li Dabiao's hands, even this mutt's life wasn't worth 500,000.
A flash of anger lit up in Old Tong's eyes. 500,000? Zhang, you've got to be kidding yourself.
Ha,
come on, Tong.
Everyone knows you're the right-hand man to Brother Qi, been with him all these years.
500,000 is nothing but loose change to you. Brother Qi? That was the first time I heard the name. But I could already tell.
This Brother Qi must be quite a figure in Harbin North.
Zhang, don't you think that's going a bit too far?
Old Tong said coldly. Mr. Zhang remained smiling, speaking in a calm, deliberate tone.
Look at you, Tong. Whereas the overstepping in that? Do you remember 14 years ago, by the banks of the Lujin River?
You guys came after me with knives, 10 or more of you chasing me down, and you were the most enthusiastic. I checked, you personally slashed me 13 times.
Even now, I never said that was too much, did I?
And 4 years ago, you and Brother Qi's eldest son, Xi Chengxiao, got drunk and smashed up my brand new car. I didn't ask you for a single penny in damages, and I didn't call you out for going too far, did I? As he spoke, Mr. Zhang broke into another hearty laugh. He shook the bloodied cleaver in his hand and continued. I guess you could say I've got one good quality, easygoing to a fault, the kind who just rolls with the punches. I don't hold grudges over old stuff, but that doesn't mean we don't set some ground rules. A smile that hides a knife. And not just any knife, one that's already covered in blood.
Uncle Tong's face turned stone cold pale. At this point, it wasn't just about Li Dabiao cheating anymore.
It had become a matter between him and Boss Zhang.
Everyone stayed silent for a long while.
After a moment, Uncle Tong finally spoke, cold as ice.
Fine, I'll pay the 50,000. Can I take the kid and go now?
Old Tong, come on, how could you even say that? Even if you didn't pay, I wouldn't keep him here, of course.
Haha, right?
Boss Zhang sure knew how to spin a line. It made Uncle Tong's jaw clench so hard it ached. He wanted nothing more than to punch the guy in the face. But he couldn't blow up, not yet. So he turned to Tong Lingling and snapped. Take this pathetic disgrace out of here.
Take care, Old Tong. Next time, give me a heads up before you drop by. I'll cook up a few good dishes and we'll have a proper drink.
With that, Boss Zhang smiled all the way to the door as he saw them off. And just like that, Li Dabiao walked out, safe and sound. But not a single bit of regret stirred in me. In fact, I felt kind of good. Because I knew one thing for sure. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Even if he lays low for a few days, he'll be back at the table soon enough. And the moment he does, I'll have my chance to push him straight into the abyss. With the mess settled, Xiaohei and I were just about to leave. When I was about to say something to Boss Zhang, he surprised us by speaking first. "Come on, you two kids, let us have a chat. Everyone else, clear out for now." Chen Xiaoxue looked uneasy and glanced at me. Even though Boss Zhang had kept smiling the whole time. That smile hiding a blade underneath was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Noticing that Xiaoxue hadn't left yet, Boss Zhang turned to her with a grin. "You staying? Want to have a little one-on-one chat with me too?" No, you guys go ahead." She shook her head quickly. She gave me one last glance before stepping out the door. Now the room only had 4 people left: Zhao Ge, Boss Zhang, Xiaohei, and me. Xiaohei, for his part, looked completely unfazed. He plopped down on the couch, kicking one leg casually over the other, looking completely at ease. He called out to Boss Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, who was that guy with the last name Tong just now? Didn't he used to have a run-in with you?" Boss Zhang smiled and countered. "Xiaohei, do you know who's the biggest name in Hebei? The Zhou family." "Any others? The Qi family?" Boss Zhang nodded approvingly and said slowly. "That's right. First the Zhous, then the Qis, and third the Feng Mice. In this little corner of Hebei, anyone in the underworld, anyone in the shady business, they all steer clear of these 3 families and give them plenty of respect. That guy you saw earlier, the one surnamed Tong, he's Qi's driver. Don't underestimate him, though this driver is actually one of Qi's most trusted confidants." As he spoke, Boss Zhang suddenly handed me a cigarette. I took it. And he smiled, his expression full of hidden meaning. Lao Hei gave a slight nod. "Got it, Uncle Zhang. If you don't have anything else, we'll take off first. Another day I'll treat you to drinks and really listen to your stories." No sooner had he finished speaking than both of us stood up. But in my heart, I knew clearly. Boss Zhang wouldn't just let us leave so easily. Sure enough, Boss Zhang patted his big belly and said with a smile, "What's the rush? You just won so much money. You're not in a hurry to go split it up already, are you?" Though Lao Hei looked honest and simple, he wasn't stupid. He could hear the hidden meaning in Boss Zhang's words. So immediately he chuckled and said, "Of course we'll split it. But this share won't be reserved for you, Boss Zhang the chef, ha ha." Boss Zhang also burst into laughter. "Oh well, if you won't give it to me, then just forget it. Consider this money as a deposit from me first." "Deposit?" Lao Hei shot me a glance. My heart also gave a jolt. What exactly was Boss Zhang, the smiling tiger, scheming? Lao Hei deliberately spoke up. "This is money we won fair and square, how did it become your deposit?" Boss Zhang didn't reply, just kept his cigarette in his mouth with a smile. "Don't you know how exactly you won this money?" Suddenly Big Zhao spoke up at this moment. I turned around to look. There he was, hunched in a corner. His left hand held an apple. In his right, a cleaver. And he was peeling it really fast. Zhao knew how to handle that blade. His apple peeling moves were lightning quick. Each slice he carved was paper thin. This kind of skill wasn't something you picked up overnight, it probably took 3 to 5 years of practice. Seriously impressive. But I knew better than anyone. What he was doing right now was actually a quiet threat aimed at both me and Lao Hei. Lao Hei frowned, straightened his neck, and shouted at Zhao. "Hey, you want to know how we won? We did it with skill." "What, are you guys planning to keep the money?" As Lao Hei stood there. Before his words even settled, Zhao had already reduced the apple to nothing but a core. Then, without a word, he popped the core into his mouth and started chewing it like it was the tastiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you won with skill. But that skill is cheating. As soon as those words came out, they threw Lao He off balance a bit. He believed I had the ability to cheat. But he wasn't too sure if my methods could fool Dark Lamp's surveillance camera. At this point, I couldn't let Lao He keep running his mouth. I locked eyes with Zhao and asked calmly, "Who cheated?" "You." Zhao shot back, his jaws still grinding the apple core, his eyes locked on mine. "Proof? If I show you proof, what then?" Zhao's gaze turned icy cold. "What do you want?" "Your hands." "How about that?" I looked down at my hands, then gave a calm nod. "Fine. But what if you can't deliver?" "You decide." "Then I want your knife." I asked for his knife for a reason. Because I'd seen it engraved on the blade was a single character, Zhao. Out on the streets, everyone loves their blade. But a knife, especially one that had drawn blood, was often a weapon of ill omen. And the fact that he had his own name engraved on the edge? It showed just how much he valued that knife. Sure enough, Zhao hesitated. He stared at me for a long time, silent. And I was ready to make this bet with him. I knew in my gut that he was just bluffing. I had full confidence in my own technique. Did he really think a camcorder like that could catch my cheating speed? That would be about as likely as climbing to the sky on a bamboo pole. Of course, considering how far things had gone. If they didn't suspect me by now, they'd basically be idiots and definitely unfit for running a gambling den. Still, as the old saying goes, everything comes down to proof. But here's the thing, where the hell was the evidence? Right then, Boss Zhang suddenly chuckled again. "You young kids with all your so-called knife hands, come on, sit over here and watch this with me." Big He shot me another glance. He was asking me silently what we should do next. But I simply sat back down on the sofa, expression unchanged. I wanted to see for myself too. What kind of trickery was hiding behind that smiling face? I reached out and grabbed the remote control. Zhang pressed a button on a worn-out TV set. A clear image immediately appeared on the screen. But as soon as I saw what was playing, my heart skipped a beat. It was footage from the very first time I came to the mahjong parlor back when I played with Centipede and dealt 9 straight wins. Big He had told me before that there were no cameras in this place. And indeed, there were no fixed surveillance cameras. But who could guess that those dim lights and staff members were all hiding tiny hidden camcorders? Turned them into moving surveillance units. The camera angle was aimed directly at me shuffling the cards. Zhang suddenly hit the slow motion button. He picked up a deck of cards and began mimicking my shuffling moves in sync with the footage. As he did, he said with a grin, "To tell you the truth, I've known for a long time that there are quite a few little cheats in this business. But as long as they don't go overboard, I usually just turn a blind eye. After all, if the water is too clear, there'll be no fish left." After saying that, he turned his head and looked straight at me, smiling darkly. I've been around gambling since I was 8 years old. Started playing for real when I was 11. I've seen just about every classic cheating shuffle move there is: the false shuffle, the slip shuffle, the horizontal cut, you name it. I can read the more advanced moves: the plum hand, the figure 8 shuffle, the perfect shuffle. I can spot all of them. But yours? I watched it for days, slowed it down as much as I could, and I still couldn't get my head around it. Gotta admit, brother, you're the real deal. I've been in these games for years, and I haven't seen anyone better than you, Boss Zhang said, pointing at the TV, clicking his tongue in admiration. Look at these 2 hands, the Centipede hands, both scored 0, played so cleanly. I just can't figure out what move you used. I didn't flinch, my face was as calm as a placid lake. If my tricks were that easy to read, I'd have been exposed long ago. Maybe I'd already burned through all my fancy moves. Seeing that Boss Zhang couldn't find a flaw, Lao He finally relaxed. He immediately said, "He didn't cheat at all, of course you couldn't see anything." Boss Zhang ignored him, smiling as he went on, "Actually, you guys should thank me properly today." "Why?" Lao He asked.
Because I could have taken down Li Dabiao ages ago, but I didn't. I purposely waited until you guys had bled him dry before I had someone move in.
How's that for a gift?
There was no way Zhang's words wouldn't register with me. Looking back, ever since the first hand where I beat the centipede, he'd started watching me. He'd seen through the scheme Lao He and I had cooked up to fleece Li Dabiao.
He just didn't expose us then.
He'd been waiting for the perfect moment.
I knew that better than anyone.
Boss Zhang was setting a trap, and I had been stepping right into it.
But I wasn't rattled.
In this world, gambling and deceit go hand in hand.
Some set the table, others break it.
There are cheaters, and there are anti-cheaters.
Those things always run in parallel.
I'd chosen this path, and I was mentally prepared.
This was all something I was bound to go through.
In the end, it came down to whose skill was higher.
Since I've already done you two a favor, don't you think it's time you returned the gesture?
I could tell he was smiling, but this tiger meant business.
He was finally getting to the point. What kind of favor do you want? I asked flatly.
Uncle Zhang gathered up the cards.
He looked at me, smiling, and said,
"Simple, in 3 days, 2 friends from Fengtian will be coming up to Harbei.
They arranged a game. I was thinking of having you step in. How you play it is up to you as long as those 2 walk away with the cash." 3 days from now? People from Fengtian? My gut tightened immediately.
Before I even got here, old Xian had already come looking for me.
He mentioned the exact same game 3 days from now. He wanted me to team up with He Huan. And the marked man we were supposed to take down was someone sent by Fengtian too. I never expected things to turn out like this. 2 different factions heading straight into the same game. Who exactly are we dealing with? I asked coolly, though I already had a pretty good idea. Old Xian. And he's bringing in a pro-rigger. Uncle Zhang didn't even try to hide it.
That old Xian has had his eyes on my little place for a while now.
He knows those 2 from Fengtian are with me.
So even though it looks like they're here to play with them, it's really me he's after. I pulled out a cigarette and lit it, quietly smoking. The situation was sticky. If I turned down Uncle Zhang, there was no way he'd just let us walk. But I couldn't back out of old Xian's deal either. And once I stepped into this game, no matter which way I played it, I was going to piss off one side. Screw it up even a little, and I might end up making enemies of both. Looks like I was stuck in a dead-end trap. Getting out of this? Damn near impossible. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Lao He figured I wasn't keen on taking the job. He grinned and said to Uncle Zhang,
"Uncle Zhang, I already told you my friend isn't a rigger. You should really find someone else for this." Uncle Zhang smiled.
But this time, there was something sharp underneath it.
He looked at Lao He and said slowly, deliberately, "Xiao He, you're not young anymore. Don't keep running around out here aimlessly. Spend more time at home with your parents once in a while. How's your mom's health?" I couldn't help but furrow my brows. That was clearly a threat. An outright, barefaced threat. How could Lao He not detect the ulterior motive behind those words? He abruptly stood up. Staring at Boss Zhang, he angrily demanded, "Zhang the chef, what the hell are you trying to say?" Lao He was furious. In the underworld, no matter how deep the feud, the biggest taboo was dragging family into it. And this smiling-faced snake had always talked about rules and principles. Yet now, he was threatening us through Lao He's parents. "Lao He, what's going on between you and Boss Zhang?" Zhao Gu had been sitting quietly in the corner, but suddenly stood up. He grabbed the cleaver that gleamed coldly and slowly approached Lao He. Lao He didn't show the slightest fear. Pointing at Zhao Gu, he shouted, "I respect you, so I call you Big Brother Zhao, but don't pull this kind of crap on me. Lao He won't fall for this crap. Come on, why don't you just try cutting me, huh?" Before his words had finished,
Lao Hei's hand had already grabbed a chair. The moment Zhao Gu took another step forward, he would smash the chair without hesitation.
Zhao Ping, what are you doing?
Lao Hei is our own brother.
Don't bring violence into this. Step back, now.
Boss Zhang put on a face of feigned anger.
Both Lao Hei and I could see it clearly. This was just an act. A performance staged for our benefit.
Zhao Ping finally stopped his advance, but didn't launch an attack.
Still, his eyes remained locked on Lao Hei with deadly intensity.
Boss Zhang then smiled warmly at Lao Hei and said,
"You rascal, Lao Hei, why get so worked up? I just told you to go home and spend more time with your parents. Is there anything wrong with that?
You really need to work on that temper of yours." As soon as those words came out, Lao Hei was left speechless with frustration. Indeed, on the surface, there was nothing wrong with what was said.
But beneath the surface? Boss Zhang understood it better than anyone.
That smiling-faced snake had a truly devious heart. Sure, here's a natural and contextually appropriate English translation of the passage in a novelistic, American English style.
Well, isn't it just a game? Fine. This time, I'll play along with him. I'm taking this round. Let's set the payment first. How much you thinking?
Old Zhang laughed heartily.
He pointed at Blackie stuffing money into a bag. Isn't this the payment already? Without me playing along, you wouldn't have won this much.
I slowly shook my head and replied coldly.
Mountains belong to mountains, rivers to rivers. Every deal gets settled on its own. Ha, damn formal. Then how about an extra 5 grand for you? 5,000? Boss Qian put up 5,000.
Old Zhang pulled out another 5 on the spot. These so-called Jianghu types from Harbin, their vision doesn't go much further than that. But that 5 grand had another meaning hidden in it. It meant they still didn't truly respect me. In other words, they didn't take a con artist seriously. In their eyes, a con man is just a tool to make money.
Once the money's made, throw down a couple of bones, and that's it. But they don't realize.
The art of the con is vast and deep, with endless tricks and techniques. One small mistake, and you might find yourself outplayed.
Blackie and I walked out of the mahjong parlor. It was already pitch dark outside, black as ink. We stood by the roadside. I lit a cigarette and asked Blackie, "Do you hold a grudge?" "I guess so." Blackie didn't fully understand what I meant.
He scratched his head and answered with that simple, honest tone of his.
"Do you remember Yin Wu? The guy from that setup we walked into with Chen Xiaoxue?" "Yeah, I remember.
He's Boss Qian's brother-in-arms. Did time for him a few years back, just got out.
We almost came to blows that day. He insulted my parents." "You remember that?"
"Yeah, I remember."
Still, Blackie didn't quite get what I was driving at.
I took a drag from my cigarette and said coolly, "Then you better remember this today, Boss Zhang, and that Zhao Ping threatened us using your parents."
Blackie's face darkened instantly. He nodded heavily. "This whole setup?"
"Boss Qian came to me too. He wanted me to help scam those 2 guys from Fengtian."
"What?"
Old Hei was startled by the sudden turn of events.
"What the hell do we do now? Both sides are coming after you. If you step up, win or lose, you're gonna have problems."
I stayed quiet. Old Hei quickly suggested,
"Maybe we should lay low for a few days and let this blow over?" I let out a cold laugh. Some things just can't be avoided. Running away has never been my style anyway. Now that we're already in this mess, the only thing left to do is figure a way out.
Old Hei and I were still talking when suddenly, a car drove toward us. As it pulled up beside us, it came to a slow stop. The moment the car door opened, 2 women quickly stepped out. I knew both of them well. One was Chen Xiaoxue, the other was Su Mei. Seeing them together, I immediately understood. Chen Xiaoxue must have gone back and told Boss Zhang, which is why we weren't allowed to leave.
Just like last time, she'd gone back to get Su-mei. But this time was different. Su-mei had come alone. She looked at me, clearly concerned, and asked, "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "Good. Then get in the car." I glanced back at Chen Xiaoxue and said, "You and Old Hay go get the car. Nini and I will head out first." I left Chen Xiaoxue behind on purpose so Old Hay could settle the score with her. After deducting expenses and the cut the house took, we walked away with a total of 190,000 from this hustle. Since Chen Xiaoxue joined later, I told Old Hay to give her 50,000. That number, I figured, would satisfy her. I sat in the front passenger seat, rolled down the window, lit a cigarette. Su-mei drove in silence. After a long pause, she finally spoke up. "Chen Xiaoxue told me Boss Zheng stopped you too. What happened?" "No big deal, just a friendly chat." Of course, I couldn't tell her the whole story. "Brother Chulu, I'm telling you this for your own good. Stay away from Old Street." "Why?" I pretended to know nothing, hoping to get more out of her. "The boss's family name is Zhang. He used to be a cook, and everyone out here calls him Smiling Tiger. Old Chef Zhang. He has been in Hebei for years and is a real heavyweight. Back when the Qi family tried to take over the Old Street and set up shop, Zheng Shunti have been on their list, but the Qi family used every trick to break him. They nearly killed him, but old Chef Zhang held on. He even has a ruthless enforcer, a guy nicknamed Quickblade Xiaoping, silent and deadly. People like that are best left alone." I gave a slight nod. I hadn't expected old Chef Zhang to be someone with that kind of backing. This shabby old street turned out to be crawling with hidden dangers. "So why did you still come here alone?" I asked. Su-mei stared ahead and said coolly, "Zhang and the Zhou family have some ties. He knows I'm on Xiao Xian's side. He'll cut me some slack." The Qi family, the Zhou family. Hebei was small, but it was a mixed bag, lots of factions. Seeing me fall quiet, Su-mei spoke again. "You got anything else to do later?" I shook my head. "Then can you do me a favor today?" "Sure." "What is it?" "Come with me to the casino and keep an eye on the walk-in players in the main room." "What, are they cheating or something?" She shook her head. "Not cheating exactly. We've got 2 out-of-town tour groups in the last couple days, so the place suddenly got crowded. We're short-staffed, had to pull a few undercover people in from other spots, and it's still a mess. I haven't slept more than 3 hours the past 2 nights." I nodded again. No wonder when I ran into her by the elevator earlier, her eyes were ringed in dark circles and she looked completely exhausted. Same as before. Su-mei and I entered the casino one after the other. She even handed me 50,000 in chips and told me to pretend to be a gambler. That way I could also keep an eye out and see if anyone was pulling any tricks. What Su-mei said wasn't an exaggeration at all. The casino was nearly packed beyond movement. Every single gaming table was surrounded by a thick crowd. Even the roulette and sick-bow tables, usually ignored, had come alive. Now, people were packed shoulder to shoulder, with not even a sliver of space left. Under these circumstances, trying to spot cheating was nearly impossible. It was like trying to climb up to the sky. You couldn't even see the tables, let alone squeeze in for a look. With no other choice, I headed toward the lounge area and grabbed a seat to rest. I lit a cigarette. Hadn't even taken 2 puffs. I felt someone watching me from not too far away. I turned my head and saw Ho Jun, an old familiar face. He was standing there, eyes locked straight on me. His gaze was still as dark and sharp as ever. Ever since that last time I caught a cheater in this place, I hadn't crossed paths with him again. Now, his vest was different, no longer the one from last time but a light black one. Looks like he'd gotten a promotion. As soon as he saw me looking, he quickly turned his head away. I ignored him and kept my head down, smoking quietly. After a while, the cigarette was nearly burned down. Suddenly, someone slapped me on the back. I turned around. A wrinkled face greeted me with a wide grin. It was old Wu.
He looked almost exactly the same as the last time I saw him. His silver white hair was still tied back in a ponytail. He was wearing the same Chinese-style jacket with the word wealth embroidered on it. And in his hand, as always, was that half-moon-shaped purple clay teapot. He looked at me and said with a chuckle, "Kid, where's that black guy? Aren't you two always together? Why didn't he come this time? He must be busy with something." I replied indifferently. "What's your name?" "Chu Lu." "And that black guy?" "Lao Hei." "What the hell kind of names are those?" Old Wu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Truthfully, I really didn't know Lao Hei's real name. Of course, when you're running around in the underworld, a name is just a label. Maybe today he is called Lao Hei here in Harbin. Move somewhere else tomorrow, guess I'll have to change my name to Xiaobai now. But honestly, I kinda like Old Wu. The guy has got style, and he is always upbeat. He gives off this vibe like he has seen it all and just plays life by his own rules. Old Wu raised that half-moon-shaped purple clay teapot in front of me, grinning proudly and showing it off as he asked, "Xiaolu, what do you think of my little treasure?" Wait, Xiaolu? That name felt oddly warm and familiar. In all these years, besides Sixth Master, no one else had ever called me that. Not bad, I replied off the top of my head. I don't know anything about purple clay teapots, so I just went with that. Guess what is inside? Old Wu looked all mysterious. That smugness hidden behind his secretive tone. I was just about to speak when he quickly cut me off. Wait, don't rush it. Let us make a bet, huh? A bet? What kind? $500. Guess what is in the pot? You game? No way. Come on, don't chicken out. We're in a casino, aren't we? It's just 500. Simon, take a shot. Old Wu was super confident. He kept pushing me. You serious? We're really betting? I asked again. Of course. Now tell me what is inside. He stared at me, eyes full of expectation. Like the moment I opened my mouth, he'd already won that 500. Chips. I answered slowly. Huh? Old Wu froze instantly. His mouth dropped wide open, eyes nearly popping out. He just stared at me, completely in disbelief. No way. No way in hell. How did you know? Can you see through stuff? That is impossible, that is too crazy. Or were you watching me the whole time? That is it, right? Old Wu fired off questions, desperate for an answer. I kinda wanted to laugh. But I stayed quiet. Truth is, every time Old Wu talks to me, whenever he shakes that pot, there is this clinking sound inside. In a casino, not many things make that kind of noise. If it's not chips, what else could it be? I opened the teapot. Sure enough, there were chips in several different colors inside. I took a look. No big ones, the largest was only 1,000. He shook the teapot and said proudly, "See? I'm something else, huh? First time at this casino, I came in with 200 and nearly walked away with 5,000. That's amazing." Old Wu pulled out a 500 chip and slapped it into my palm. "Here, this one's on me, take it, don't refuse." "Thanks. Hope you hit it big tonight." I'm a cold, quiet type. I don't talk much. But when I run into someone as entertaining as Old Wu, I'm willing to chat a little. Old Wu laughed loudly. Pointing at me, he said with a grin, "Kid, you've got a sweet mouth. Come on, call me Master Wu and I'll toss you another 200. As he spoke, he fished out a 200 chip and waved it in front of me. Given his age, calling him something like Master wouldn't be unreasonable. Still, I shook my head. No. Why? Not used to it. You won't even take a chip? Old Wu looked at me, puzzled. No, I already have some. As I said it, I held out my hand. 5 pale yellow chips, each worth 10,000, lay in my palm. Old Wu's eyes went wide. He stared at those chips as if his mouth was watering. He looked up at me, suddenly wearing a fawning smile.
Kid, how about I call you boss and you give me one? I shook my head again. Those chips weren't mine.
Even if they were, I wouldn't give them away for no reason. Seeing my attitude, Old Wu's face fell.
He snapped, "Give me back my 500.
No sooner had he said it than he reached to snatch at my hand.
I grabbed his hand. I looked at him coolly. A bet's a bet.
Old Wu was left speechless. He shot me a dirty look and mumbled, "You little bastard, you got me.
You just wait and see.
Old Wu will get his 5 grand back."
After saying that, Old Wu turned and walked away. Nobody had any idea which table he'd run off to.
Before anyone knew it, the middle of the night had come past 2 o'clock.
The casino was still full of gamblers.
Though, at least it was a bit quieter than earlier. The veteran dealers were starting to feel the exhaustion.
So one by one, they were being replaced. A new group of fresh trainees came on duty. I started wandering between tables,
occasionally placing a few random bets, just playing around. Of course, whether I won or lost didn't really matter. After all, it wasn't my money anyway. There was a crowd gathered around the nearby baccarat table.
I went over to check out the commotion.
Baccarat had become the most popular game in the casino these days. Earlier, I mentioned a legendary figure, Yahan, the gambling king from the high seas. It was he who brought baccarat from America to Macau, and later into mainland China. Of course, people had given the old master plenty of respectful nicknames.
Titles like Macau Gambling Saint and Ghost King.
As soon as I reached the table, I saw Old Wu standing there, placing bets around the edge.
I stood off to the side watching for a bit. Suddenly, I realized something was off about this table. Someone was cheating. And to be exact, it was actually Old Wu pulling the trick.